heavenly qilin descends, a grand blessing for the nation. The legendary war god, Ling Hao. 5 years ago, his adoptive family was slaughtered, and he barely escaped with his life thanks to Qin Yuxin's daring rescue, only to be taken away by a mysterious figure. 5 years later, a single text message from his daughter calls him back from the perilous battlefield to the mundane world. To protect his family, confront powerful clans, and repel foreign enemies. Like a dragon plunging into the sea, a tempest brews. She's truly my daughter. As the setting sun bled into the horizon, the yellow sands swirled ominously in the Western Territories. A mere 100 kilometers within the enemy's borders, a cataclysmic battle that had raged for 3 months was nearing its conclusion. The scene resembled a Hell's Cape, with severed limbs and bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the sky a deep crimson that a young man clad in simple garb sat upon the earth, a bloodied, weapon shadow blade gripped tightly in his hand. Nearby lay a headless corpse, that of the enemy's top commander, the mad war god. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared from different directions, rapidly converging to kneel before the young man. Clad in battle attire, they exuded a palpable aura of righteousness, their presence suffused with an overwhelming scent of blood. Reporting to the commander, the enemy's elite forces have been annihilated. The foremost soldier, Lu Yu, spoke with utmost respect. He was the deputy commander, while the remaining 4 were the leaders of the 4 legions, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu of the Shadow Warriors. Rise, rest for a moment, then we shall return to the capital, commanded Ling Hao, igniting a cigarette and taking a contemplative drag. Thank you, Commander. The 5 men responded in unison. At that moment, the sound of message notification pierced the air. Ling Hao retrieved his phone, revealing 2 voice messages. Daddy, why aren't you replying? It's me, Rue. I've sent you so many messages. Why don't you respond? I'm so scared. I'm trapped by bad people. I can't find mommy. The voice belonged to a little girl, her fear palpable and heart-wrenching. Little one, you've sent this message to the wrong number. I am not your father. Are you in danger? Ling Hao replied, adjusting his emotions. This number had sent him similar messages the previous night, yet amidst the chaos of battle, he lacked the time to address this miscommunication. The notification chimed again, the girl's voice now trembling with anguish. Daddy is lying. Mommy said, this number is yours. Is it because Rue is naughty that you don't want me anymore? Rue is so scared. I heard the bad people say that after today, I will never see mommy and daddy again. I'm really terrified. Daddy probably doesn't even know what I look like. I took a picture on my birthday last month. They'll send it to you. You must remember what I look like. Following her message, a photo arrived, revealing a cherubic girl of 4 or 5 years, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with innocence, and dimples enhancing her cuteness. A surge of unrestrained, murderous intent erupted within Ling Hao upon seeing the photograph, as if a dam had burst. The atmosphere around him chilled instantly, the air thickening with a palpable pressure. The 5 young warriors nearby shivered involuntarily, their expressions filled with dread. None had ever encountered such an overwhelming aura of violence in Ling Hao before. Commander, what has happened? Lu Yu inquired after taking a deep breath. Ignoring him, Ling Hao dialed the girl's number, but only received a message indicating that the call could not be connected. Undeterred, he attempted again. To no avail that Lu use any means necessary to get me to Dongzhou immediately. Ling Hao commanded, his aura suffused with a chilling ferocity. Understood, Lu Yu responded, immediately reaching for his phone. Xuanwu, mobilize all resources to locate this phone number. Ling Hao ordered, directing his gaze at the other 4. Affirmative. They rose and saluted, swiftly setting to work. 5 minutes later, an off-road vehicle sped towards the border. Commander, what exactly has transpired? On board, Lu Yu queried, glancing at Ling Hao, whose demeanor remained stormy. She is truly my daughter. Ling Hao's voice was icy, his eyes ablaze with fury. As he spoke, memories cascaded through his mind his tumultuous journey, departing home at a young age, being taken in by the Zheng family. 5 years prior, on a fateful night, his adoptive family was slaughtered, and he barely escaped with his life, saved by Qin Yuxin, the daughter of the Qin family. After bringing him to a hotel, he lost consciousness from exhaustion, and upon regaining awareness 2 days later, he found himself weeping bitterly in her arms, overwhelmed by grief and rage. Qin Yuxin, with compassion, allowed him to vent, knowing he needed an outlet. Yet, in his half-conscious state, he retained no memory of what transpired thereafter. When he awoke the following day, she had vanished, leaving behind a note warning him that those who had killed his adoptive family might soon find him, urging him to leave Dongzhou and never return. She had taken with her the dragon-shaped jade pendant he possessed as a keepsake. He had thought of Qin Yuxin as a benefactor, vowing to repay her kindness should the opportunity arise. However, upon seeing the pendant in the girl's possession, all became clear. On that fateful night 5 years ago, he had committed unspeakable acts, not only harming Qin Yuxin, but also causing her to bear his child. The weight of regret consumed him, realizing that his daughter had been reaching out for help since yesterday, while he had mistakenly dismissed her messages as errors. Rui is so scared. I heard the bad people say, after today, I will never see mommy and daddy again. I'm really terrified. Reflecting on his daughter's desperate cries, his heart ached, a profound anguish gnawing at him wished he could inflict pain upon himself for his failures. Not only had he been a poor husband, but he had also failed as a father. Titles such as the King of the Western Territories and Master of Shadows meant nothing if he could not even protect his own daughter. Commander, we 5 request to accompany you to Dongzhou. Half an hour later, the vehicle rushed into a controlled airport, where Lu Yu and the 4 commanders raised their voices in unison. They had gleaned the gravity of the situation along the way, their own auras suffused with a similar murderous intent. How dare anyone target the commander's daughter? Was this an attempt to annihilate his lineage? Lu Yu, accompany me. You 4 remain in the west to handle the aftermath. Any disobedience will be met with military law. Having delivered his orders, Ling Hao turned and boarded the aircraft, Lu Yu following closely behind. 2 minutes later, a military jet soared into the sky, slicing through the clouds like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Dongzhou. Chapter 2. A step too late in the territory of Dongzhou, in the southern part of Yun City. An unmarked van sped away from a deserted factory area towards the outskirts. Inside the van, apart from the driver, there were 3 tattooed men and a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old. The girl's face was pale, her large eyes filled with endless terror, and she trembled slightly. Old 3. How could you let this happen? One of the men, marked with a scar across his face, glared at the bald-headed man. You were supposed to keep an eye on the girl, and you didn't even realize she had a phone on her. I'm sorry, it was my oversight. The bald man replied hastily. I didn't expect such a tiny child to have a phone on her. Next time, be more careful. Fortunately, we discovered this early. Otherwise, if she had called for help, we 4 brothers would have been in deep trouble. The scarred man's voice was grave. I understand, boss. The bald man nodded vigorously. Who exactly wants this little girl? The commission for this job is unusually high. It must be someone of considerable influence, asked another man with a buzz cut. Don't ask questions that don't concern you. Just focus on your own tasks. The scarred man coldly retorted, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated dread about the identity of their employer. I'm merely curious, the buzzcut man replied. Do you know what they intend to do with her? They say it's for a heart transplant for another little girl. The scarred man responded with a slight nod. Goodness. The buzzcut man gasped. Does that mean this little girl is doomed? What do you think? The scarred man shot him a look. Fine. The buzzcut man shrugged. Rui won't die. Daddy will definitely come to save her. Upon hearing their conversation, the little girl burst into tears. Where's your father? The bald man turned to her. You're nothing but a bastard child. Even your mother doesn't know who your father is. Rui is not a bastard. She has a father. The girl cried out. You bad people. My daddy will definitely not let you get away with this. Huh. Even if you have a father, he is probably long dead. Otherwise, why has he come to find you all these years? The bald man sneered. Daddy is not dead. He will come to save Rui. The little girl shook her head vigorously. He will definitely come. When do you think your father will come to rescue you? Tomorrow? Or the day after? The bald man grinned. Unfortunately, you will undergo surgery tonight. After tonight, even if your father arrives, you won't be able to see him. No, that won't happen. Rui will definitely see Daddy. The little girl cried loudly. Enough of this. Stop toying with her. The scarred man said sternly, then turned to the driver. Old 4, find a place without surveillance to change vehicles and leave. Understood, boss. The driver nodded in response. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a military jeep came to a halt at the entrance of the abandoned factory in southern Yun City, with a fierce intent emanating from him. Ling Hao kicked open the car door and rushed into the factory. An hour earlier, he and Lu Yu had just landed at the military airport in Dongzhou when they received a message from Xuanwu. It informed them that Rui's phone number was located not in Dongzhou but in an industrial park on the outskirts of Yun City. Are you sure the last message from Rui's phone was sent from here? Ling Hao scanned the surroundings and looked at Lu Yu. The factory's hall was empty except for a few dilapidated sofas and several discarded machines. Absolutely, Lu Yu affirmed. The Battle Department's system provides precise location data. It cannot be wrong. Ling Hao furrowed his brow and quickly approached a door on the inner side. With a swift motion, he shattered the door, sending wooden splinters flying. Upon seeing the pile of shattered phone parts on the ground, An overwhelming killing intent surged from Ling Hao once more. Clearly, they had arrived too late. Lu Yu, standing behind him, couldn't help but shudder. He understood that Yun City was about to face a tremendous upheaval. When Ling Hao was enraged, the consequences would be catastrophic. Only he knew just how terrifying this commander was. The mere mention of his name could send countless brave men into a frenzy of admiration and fear. 3 years ago, at the age of 22, he became a legend within the camp, surpassing all others. He single-handedly defeated 10 top generals from 10 nations, gaining divine recognition in battle. Assigned to the western border, he formed the Blood Shadow team, instilling fear in neighboring nations. 2 years ago, he assumed a new role, taking charge of the mysterious organization Amen, maintaining order and punishing evil. 3 months ago, during a rebellion in the Western Front, he led the Blood Shadow team to strike directly at the enemy, resulting in the decimation of 1 million troops down to mere thousands. Gather. After regaining his composure, Ling Hao commanded in a deep voice. Coordinate with the Yun City police to thoroughly check all suspicious vehicles that have entered or exited this area since I received news about Rue. Give them half an hour. I must know the results. Understood. Liu nodded and pulled out his phone to make the call. When will the judge arrive? Ling Hao inquired after Liu hung up. The judge was one of the 5 sharp blades of Amen. The territory was divided into 5 sections, each overseen by one of these blades. He said he is on a mission out of town, but will arrive shortly. If all goes well, he should be here before evening, Liu replied. Good. Ling Hao nodded slightly. Commander, where to next? Liu asked as they got back into the vehicle. Locate Qin Yuxin. She might know who abducted Rue. Ling Hao pondered briefly before responding. All right. Liu sent the message. Ding. 5 minutes later, Liu's phone chimed with a notification. He picked it up and looked at it. Commander, we have confirmed Qin Yuxin's location, Liu said, his tone hesitant. Speak. Ling Hao commanded firmly. She is currently at the Huanyu Hotel in Yun City, Liu replied after taking a deep breath. Ling Hao turned to Liu. A slight frown on his brow. Perhaps she is merely conducting business at the hotel. Let us not jump to conclusions. Liu took another deep breath. Drive. Ling Hao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his gaze cold and expression grim. Boom. Liu pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. Chapter 3. The Wrath of the East District. An hour ago, on the border of the territory, in an uninhabited expanse spanning several dozen kilometers, 2 figures darted like phantoms, one pursuing the other in a fierce chase. The man in front appeared to be in his 40s, exuding a menacing aura. His face marred by a prominent scar over 10 centimeters long, a sight both shocking and fearsome. He wielded a gleaming blade reminiscent of the legendary warrior Guan Yu, emanating a potent stench of bloodlust. The figure behind him, a man in his late 20s, possessed striking features and was adorned in fine garments. An air of lethal intent surrounding him. He held a curved sword, the word Shadowgate faintly visible along its blade, known as the Cold Moon Saber. Judge, you have pursued me for 3 days and nights. Is it truly worth your while to exert yourself for such a meager salary? The scarred man halted by the riverbank, his eyes fixed on the younger man with the ferocity of a beast. Slaughterer, you are devoid of conscience, mercilessly massacring the innocent. Your crimes are beyond measure. The judge responded, coming to a halt as well. Today marks your demise. You from the Shadow Gate truly see yourselves as saviors? With so many villains in this world, do you believe you can eradicate them all? To eradicate evil and protect the good, we are willing to exchange our blood for a brighter world. The judge proclaimed with conviction. Monsters like you, Slaughterer, the Shadow Gate will eliminate one wherever we find them. The Slaughterer scoffed again. Do you truly believe I fear you? Your companions have scattered. Do you think you can kill me alone? That is mere folly. Fool. The judge's gaze darkened. Enough idle chatter. Accept your fate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As his words fell, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, the saber in his hand slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance. To kill me, let us see if you possess the capability. The Slaughterer bellowed, swinging his Guan Yu blade with great force. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing clashes resonated, sparks flying as the blades met. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, the judge deftly evaded a powerful strike from the Slaughterer, twisting his wrist to deliver a deep gash to the Slaughterer's waist, blood erupting from the wound. You actually managed to wound me. This is intolerable. The Slaughterer roared, retaliating with a swift downward strike aimed at the judge's shoulder, as forceful as a collapsing bamboo. Clang. The judge's pupils constricted slightly as he swiftly sidestepped, raising his hand to block, producing another crisp sound of impact. Staggering back several steps due to the Slaughterer's ferocious strength, the judge felt a tingling sensation in his arm, his breath momentarily disordered. The Slaughterer, however, did not rush to attack again, instead tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes to tend to his wound. At that moment, the judge's satellite phone rang, causing his expression to shift slightly. This number was known to only a select few, reserved for urgent matters. Its ringing signified something significant. This is the judge. Who is it? He glanced at the slaughterer, who showed no sign of attacking, and answered the call. "I am Liu," came a heavy voice from the other end. "The daughter of the commander has been captured, her fate uncertain. Hurry to Cloud City." "What?" the judge exclaimed, a suffocating chill emanating from him. "Who dares to seize the commander's daughter? Do they seek to be annihilated? Give me a few hours. I will arrive immediately." After hanging up, the judge turned to the slaughterer. "I no longer have time to play with you. Remember to be a good person in your next life." Boom. As his words echoed, his aura surged dramatically, several magnitudes stronger than before. He then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his wrist twisting as the cold moon saber sliced through the air, creating a deadly net of blade light aimed at the slaughterer. The slaughterer immediately sensed an overwhelming chill of murderous intent enveloping him, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He understood that, given his strength, he could not withstand this attack. Desiring to evade, he realized all his escape routes were blocked by the onslaught of blade light, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. Swish, swish, swish. The endless blade light pierced through the slaughtherer's body, and silence fell over the scene, only the mountain winds howling. Thud. In the next moment, the slaughterer collapsed, his body drenched in blood. How powerful. He managed to utter a few words before his legs buckled, and life slipped away. The judge did not cast another glance at the slaughterer, turning to race back the way he came. At the same time, he retrieved his satellite phone and dialed a number, shouting once the call connected. "Notify all members of the East District with a rank of 3 stars or above, regardless of their location or activity, to rush to Cloud City at once. Those who disobey shall be executed." With his command, all personnel of 3 stars and above in the East District halted their activities, hastening towards Cloud City. This was unprecedented in the history of the Shadowgate. In an instant, various factions in the eastern region were seized by panic, unaware of the magnitude of the unfolding events. In Cloud City, at the Huanyu Grand Hotel, in room 808, a man and woman sat on the sofa. The man, appearing around 28 or 29, donned designer attire, exuding confidence. He held a cigar in his left hand and a glass of red wine in his right. The woman, possessing a beauty that could incite envy even from the heavens, was in her mid-20s, with exquisite features, a graceful figure, and skin as delicate as the finest silk. She was none other than Qin Yuxin, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the East, and also the mother of Rue. At this moment, her eyes were red, her face clouded with sorrow, her entire being trembling slightly. "Tao, young Master Tao, I beg you, please help me find my daughter." Qin Yuxin knelt before the wealthy young man, her voice choked with emotion. "Heh, Qin Yuxin, did you ever imagine you would one day seek help from Sun Mingyao?" The young man took a puff of his cigar and exhaled smoke towards her face. "Weren't you always so proud? Haven't you always looked down on someone like me? I pursued you for 3 years, and not even your illegitimate child repulsed me, yet you never spared me a glance. What has brought you to lower your haughty head now? Tell young master, whatever you say is fine. I just beg you to help me." Qin Yuxin wept, bowing her head repeatedly. "You are my only hope. Please. Do you genuinely want me to assist you?" Sun Mingtao's gaze roamed over Qin Yuxin, filled with predatory desire. "Then what do I gain from this? As long as you can help me find my daughter, I will do anything you ask." Qin Yuxin trembled all over. She was acutely aware of his intentions, yet she had no alternatives. Her daughter was nearly her entire existence. To find her, she would sacrifice everything, including her dignity, her body, and even her life. Chapter 4: Endless Resentment. "Is there truly nothing I cannot do?" Su Mingao sneered wickedly. Really, Qin Yuxin responded, her voice quivering. "Haha, you refuse to drink the good wine but are eager for the punishment wine. You are truly a shameless wretch." Sun Mingao scoffed, his tone darkening swiftly. "If you wish for my assistance in locating that illegitimate child, it is not impossible, but there are 2 conditions. First, come sit beside me immediately, let me savor a taste of sweetness today. Second, once I help you find the child, you must unconditionally accompany me for a month, always at my beck and call." "I agree to your terms." Qin Yuxin bit her lip and nodded slightly. "Then hurry and sit over here." Sun Mingao patted the empty space beside him. "Start by giving me a massage. If I feel comfortable, I will promptly call someone to help you search for that child. I hope you keep your promise." Qin Yuxin took a deep breath before rising to sit beside Sun Mingao. "Wretch, come here." Before Qin Yuxin could fully settle, Sun Mingao pulled her into his embrace. Boom. At that moment, the door burst open as if made of paper, splintering into fragments. Then, Ling Hao's figure appeared in the doorway, his gaze icy and filled with fury, silently fixating on the 2 on the sofa. Realizing the situation, Qin Yuxin gasped and broke free from Sun Mingtao's hold. "Who dares to ruin my good fortune? Do you wish to die?" Sun Mingao shouted angrily. The moment Qin Yuxin recognized Ling Hao, she trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. Her pupils reflected a complex array of emotions: shock, resentment, grievance, and a hint of expectation. Why is he here? The man who ruined my life. How could he suddenly appear? 5 years ago, she had saved his life out of kindness. only to have him take away her most precious possession. As the most beautiful woman in Dongzhou and the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she had once envisioned a bright future. Yet, from that day forth, everything came to a halt. When she discovered her pregnancy, 3 to 4 months had already passed. Unable to bear the thought of depriving the life within her womb, she endured all pressures and gave birth. Over the past 5 years, apart from her sister, she had endured the scorn and derision of all. Even her own parents failed to comprehend her plight. Her grandfather, who once hoped to leverage her marriage to align with one of Dongzhou's 4 prominent families, the Tao family, in a fit of rage expelled their entire family from the Qin estate. Both she and her father had worked at the Qin group, and thus they found themselves unemployed. In truth, with their abilities, they could easily find decent jobs to support the family. However, the young master of the Tao family declared that anyone who dared to employ them would be at odds with the Tao family, leading to countless rejections in their job search. In desperation, her father had to plead with the elder Qin repeatedly. Eventually, the elder Qin, likely overwhelmed, reluctantly allowed them to work as ordinary employees at the Yun City branch of the Qin group, surviving on meager salaries. This circumstance forced the family of 4 to relocate from Dongzhou to Yun City. Over time, she grew accustomed to this life. All she desired was for her daughter to grow up healthy. Yet, fate played another cruel joke on her. Her daughter went missing. This was akin to a bolt from the blue, and she felt as though her world had collapsed. Rue is in trouble? Are you not aware? Ling Hao's voice was cold as he gazed at Qin Yuxin. Upon entering the room and witnessing the two entwined on the sofa, his fury threatened to consume him entirely. Any guilt he had felt towards Qin Yuxin vanished in that instant. His daughter had been abducted, her fate uncertain, and yet the mother was here, embracing another man in a hotel. He could hardly believe that Qin Yuxin was such a person. If she disliked children so much, why give birth and allow her to suffer? Hey, you must be that man from Yuxin's life? I am speaking to you. Have you not heard? Do you wish to court death? Sun Mingyao fumed, seeing that Ling Hao disregarded him entirely. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce gust of wind sent him flying like a ball, crashing into the wall before collapsing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, grimacing in agony. Damn, you dare to hit me? I swear, if I do not skin you alive, I shall not bear the surname Sun. Throw him out. Ling Hao continued to ignore him, his gaze fixed firmly on Qin Yuxin. Understood. Liu entered the room. What are you planning? If you dare to harm me, I will kill you. Sun Mingyao screamed again as Liu approached him. Slap. Slap. Liu struck him twice across the face. If you wish to live, shut your mouth. Afterward, he seized Sun Mingyao and headed toward the door. As they passed by Ling Hao, Liu opened his mouth, hesitating. Commander, saving Rue is our priority. We shall discuss other matters later. With that, he exited through the door. I am asking you a question. Did you not hear me? Ling Hao inhaled deeply, turning to Qin Yuxin with a frigid tone. I will not blame you for neglecting our daughter, but tell me, who abducted Rue? I shall rescue her. Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Yuxin approached him with a chilling gaze and slapped him across the face. Of course, with Ling Hao's skills, he could have evaded it, yet he remained rooted, staring coldly at Qin Yuxin. What are you to me? What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Qin Yuxin cried out, tears streaming down her face like rain. Do you have any idea what life I have endured for the past 5 years? You think I came to find Sun Mingtao today for a date? Do you regard me, Qin Yuxin, as a woman who is easy to bed? You not only insult me, but also demean yourself. I deeply regret ever meddling in your affairs 5 years ago. Had I not intervened, I would not have fallen to this state. Now that you have returned, you question me with such audacity. By what right? Rue is my daughter. She has no connection to you. Do not concern yourself with her affairs. From this moment onward, do not let me see you again. By the time her voice trailed off, it had turned hoarse, her chest soaked with tears. Her expression one of profound agony. With that, she pushed past Ling Hao, covering her face with her hands, trembling as she hurried toward the door. Yuxin, realizing the situation, Ling Hao quickly reached for her arm. Do not touch me, get away. Qin Yuxin violently shook off his grasp and dashed out. Chapter 5. Citywide Lockdown. Miss Qin. Where are you going? Liu called out to Qin Yuxin as he finished greeting Sun Mingyao in the corridor. However, Qin Yuxin completely ignored him and soon vanished at the stairwell. Stop her. Ling Hao shouted as he rushed out of his room. After hearing Qin Yuxin's earlier lamentations, he vaguely sensed that he might have misunderstood her. Understood. Liu turned and chased after her. Just as he took a couple of steps, his phone rang. He answered it while running. Really? The next moment, Liu halted abruptly. Not knowing what was said on the other end, he furrowed his brow and declared, We're coming right away. What's wrong? Ling Hao had reached him by this time. I found the 4 who abducted Rue. Liu spoke gravely after hanging up. But they are already dead. Huh. Ling Hao frowned, glancing towards the direction where Qin Yuxin had disappeared. After a brief pause, he said, Let us go check it out. For him, rescuing Rue was of paramount importance. Boom. 3 minutes later, Liu pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward. "Commander, you may have misunderstood Miss Qin." Liu spoke while driving. "I questioned that young master from the Sun family, and he said Miss Qin came to him today, seeking help to find Ruirui. According to his account, she doesn't know who took Ruirui. After the incident, she was almost driven mad, begging everyone for assistance, yet none of those capable were willing to help her. She reported to the police, but so far, there have been no clues or progress. With no other options, she had to seek out Sun Mingnao, who offered to help find Ruirui. But under the condition that Miss Qin was left with no choice. She had to do whatever it took to find Ruirui." Ling Hao nodded slightly, his eyes reddening. Guilt surged within him like a torrential flood, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. "What a scoundrel I am. At the most painful and helpless time for Qin Yuxin, not only did I fail to comfort her, but I also doubted her. How unmanly of me." Puff. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his breath becoming erratic. "Commander," Liu exclaimed, "are you all right? Don't be too hard on yourself. Take care of your health. You have old injuries, and this emotional turmoil could exacerbate your condition." As Ling Hao as vice commander, Liu was well aware of his injuries. 2 years ago, during a battle with 10 of the top warriors from other nations. Although Ling Hao had ultimately claimed the heads of all 10, he himself had sustained grave injuries, severely impairing his abilities. Though Ling Hao's medical skills were formidable, a healer cannot heal themselves, and given the severity of his injuries, a swift recovery was impossible. He could only rely on time. "I'm fine." Ling Hao wiped the blood from his mouth. "Drive faster." "Understood." Liu Yu accelerated and continued. "Commander, don't rush. Ray will be all right." Ling Hao did not respond. His gaze sharp and focused ahead, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. 40 minutes later, Liu parked the car at a junk collection point. The two men surveyed the scene and noticed a gathering of 40 to 50 special police officers surrounding a small vehicle, engaged in discussion. "Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire which of you is Commander Liu?" As the two descended from the car, a respectfully attired officer in his 50s quickly approached them. "I am," Liu Yu replied in a low voice. The man stood tall and saluted sharply. "Zhang Minhao from the Yun City Police Department reporting to Commander Liu. Please give your instructions." An hour prior, he had been presiding over a special meeting in the office when his phone rang. Upon seeing his superior's name, a chill ran down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. He had a sinking feeling that a storm was brewing in Yun City. His superior had informed him over the phone that the daughter of a significant figure in the Blood Shadow Squad had been abducted right in Yun City. As the chief of the Yun City Police, he understood the implications of the Blood Shadow Squad, an ironclad regiment personally established by the legendary king of the Western region, Commander Ling. They had fought countless battles without a single defeat, instilling fear in all enemy nations. Now, someone had dared to abduct the daughter of a prominent member of this squad. Could there be anything more terrifying? What is the situation? Liu inquired as he and Ling Hao approached the vehicle. In response to Commander Liu, all 4 assailants have been found with their throats cut, and no useful clues were left at the scene. Zhang Minhao replied after taking a deep breath. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards Ling Hao. Although Ling Hao had said nothing, Zhang sensed an imposing royal demeanor emanating from him, making him feel unable to stand upright. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, stirring up a tempest within him. He had begun to piece together Ling Hao's identity. This man was indeed the legendary figure, king of the Western region, Commander Ling. This revelation filled him with dread. He could hardly believe that it was Commander Ling's daughter who was in peril. This was truly catastrophic. He yearned to capture the culprits and inflict upon them the most excruciating punishment. Moments later, the 3 arrived at the vehicle. Ling Hao bent down and entered. The 4 men sat slumped, each with a gaping wound at their throats, their upper bodies soaked in blood. Upon spotting a child Shu abandoned in the back seat, a wave of overwhelming murderous intent radiated from him, enveloping the area in an ominous aura. All the police officers, including Zhang Minhao, shuddered simultaneously, a suffocating pressure weighing heavily upon them. "Commander Liu, is this?" Zhang Minhao ventured cautiously. "Do not ask what you should not," Liu Yu replied sternly. "Knowing too much will not benefit you." "Understood." Zhang Minhao responded earnestly. "Investigate," Ling Hao commanded coldly as he exited the vehicle. "Identify the identities of these 4 men with utmost urgency. Ascertain who they have been in contact with over the past few days and screen them thoroughly. Report any suspicious individuals immediately." "Received, Commander." Zhang Minhao saluted. "You are in charge of this matter personally." Ling Hao fixed his gaze on Zhang Minhao and reiterated, "Furthermore, inform your team that our identities must remain confidential." With those words, he turned and re-entered the car, followed closely by Liu Yu. As Ling Hao's directive was issued, the entire Yun City Police Department sprang into action, and the city immediately entered a state of lockdown. Chapter 6. I apologize. The adversary's methods are exceedingly professional. It is unlikely that we will make any breakthroughs with this lead in the near future. Inside the vehicle, Ling Hao spoke in a low voice. Should we seek out Miss Qin once more? Lu Yu nodded slightly, suggesting, perhaps she may provide some insight. Indeed. Ling Hao inhaled deeply before nodding in affirmation. With a sudden roar, Lu Yu extracted his mobile device and dispatched a message to track Qin Yuxin's location, then pressed down hard on the accelerator. Half an hour later, Lu Yu maneuvered the car into an antiquated residential complex. After navigating several twists and turns, he halted before a dilapidated building. Miss Qin resides on the ground floor with her sister and parents. Lu Yu turned to Ling Hao, who was seated in the front passenger seat. Huff. Ling Hao exhaled heavily, casting his gaze upon the near-crumbling edifice, a look of remorse surfacing on his face. It is I who have brought misfortune upon our family. After speaking, he pushed the door open and exited the vehicle. Father, I implore you, please seek out grandfather once more. Beseech him to send someone to search for Rue. As the two approached the entrance of the building, they heard the sound of Qin Yuxin's choked sobs from within. Alas, it is not that I do not wish to help you. As you witnessed yesterday, the Qin family has barred my entry to the courtyard. I am unable even to see your grandfather. Qin Yuxin's father, Qin Hongyuan, sighed in response. I called him, but he would not answer. How can you expect me to assist you? Call your second uncle. Ask him to speak to grandfather on your behalf. You have helped him countless times. He will surely feel gratitude. Qin Yuxin's voice rang out again. I have already tried. The moment he saw my number, he cut the call. Qin Hongyuan sighed once more. We shall return to Dongzhou to find him. He must be at the company. Qin Yuxin said obstinately. Qin Yuxin, when will you awaken to reality? At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice boomed. Belonging to Qin Yuxin's mother, Xinxianan. The Qin family no longer has any ties to us. They cannot possibly care for our lives or deaths. Do you understand? Everything that has transpired today is of your own making. You can blame no one but yourself. You have ruined your own life. Initially, I urged you to terminate that illegitimate child, yet you stubbornly refused, even running away to give birth to her in another city. Now you comprehend what it means to tread the line between heaven and hell, do you not? Had it not been for that child, we would not have found ourselves in Yun City, and you would have long since become the young mistress of the Tao family. Mother, I shall repeat myself. Rue is not an illegitimate child. She has a father. Qin Yuxin retorted loudly. I do not wish to hear you utter those words again. Humph. What purpose does your shouting serve? Xinxianan raised her voice once more. She has a father? Where is he? After all these years, has he ever come to see you or your daughter? Has he ever called you? Has he ever sent you a single penny? None of that is there. Mother, please say less. My sister is already in great distress. A young woman's voice chimed in. It was Qin Yuxin's sister, Qin Yufei. Why should I say less? Xinxianan replied. Have I spoken incorrectly? Is there a single word I have uttered that is untrue? If that man possessed even a modicum of responsibility, he would not have remained silent for 5 years. Only a woman as foolish as your sister would unconditionally bear his child. Upon hearing this, Ling Hao in the corridor trembled slightly, his eyes reddening. As a husband and a father, he felt he had failed terribly. He owed an immense debt to both Qin Yuxin and Rue. Huff. After exhaling another deep breath, he stepped inside. Upon reaching the Qin family's door, he noticed the wooden door ajar, secured only by a wrought iron gate. May I ask whom you seek? Qin Yufei, standing near the entrance, regarded the two with mild surprise. The reason she did not recognize Ling Hao was that, although he had lived in Dongzhou for several years, he often spent his time at school and rarely participated in the social activities of the elite. Furthermore, his years in the military had altered both his appearance and demeanor to a considerable degree, making it understandable that Qin Yufei did not recognize him. Greetings. We are looking for Miss Qin Yuxin, Li replied. Upon hearing his words, both Qin Yuxin and Qin Hongyuan turned their gazes toward them. What do you want? I do not wish to see you again. Leave at once. Qin Yuxin shouted at Ling Hao. Yuxin, I apologize. I wrongfully accused you earlier. I am truly sorry. Ling Hao took a deep breath and continued. I understand that you harbor boundless anger and resentment towards me. I admit I have not been a worthy father. However, the most pressing concern now is to locate Rue as swiftly as possible. Every moment delayed increases her peril. Once she is found, you may treat me as you wish. What? Upon hearing this, Xinxianan immediately shouted, You are that child's mother. Qin Yuxin cried out, If you utter those 2 words again, you will no longer be my mother. You. Xinxianan glared fiercely at Qin Yuxin. She then turned her ire toward Ling Hao, shouting, How dare you appear before us? Do you not realize that you have brought ruin upon our family? I shall flay you alive. With each word, she grew more agitated, turning to seize a fruit knife from the coffee table and charging toward the door. Lu Yu furrowed his brow and swiftly stepped in front of Ling Hao. Step aside. Ling Hao spoke in a deep voice. Commander. Lu Yu turned to Ling Hao. Did you not hear me when I told you to move aside? Ling Hao frowned. Understood. Lu Yu retreated 2 meters to the side. Mother, What are you doing? Meanwhile, Qin Yuxin and her sister each grasped Shinshonan's arms. Release me. He has caused us such suffering. I must kill him, Shinshonan exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. Uncle, Auntie, I am truly sorry. Ling Hao bowed deeply to them. Please believe me, from this day forth, I shall repay you 1,000-fold for all that you have lost. I suggest you cease creating chaos here and leave at once. Qin Yufei shot him a disdainful glance. It is foolish to boast. Do you believe this is a film where one can simply promise 1,000-fold compensation? I fail to see what my sister finds appealing in him. Aside from his looks, I have detected no admirable qualities. Yusin, I came to you to inquire if anything unusual has transpired regarding Rue these past few days. Ling Hao then turned his gaze to Qin Yuxin. Trust me. If I can discern who has abducted Rue, I will surely bring her back. Everything has been normal these past few days. Nothing out of the ordinary has occurred. Qin Yuxin inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her emotions. For her, she had reached a point of desperation. Now, aside from relying on Ling Hao, she possessed no other options. As for the matters between herself and Ling Hao, those could be addressed later. Her priority was to rescue Rue. In recent days, has anyone unfamiliar followed you or attempted to engage you in conversation? Ling Hao inquired eagerly, now that Qin Yuxin was finally addressing him. No, there has been nothing. Qin Yuxin shook her head once more. Then, Ling Hao began again. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Moments later, a bruised young man, his arm wrapped in bandages, staggered in, followed closely by more than 10 individuals clad in black, brandishing knives and clubs. The narrow hallway became instantly congested. Chapter 7. Infinite Guilt. So, you two little rascals are indeed here. The young master pointed at Ling Hao and his companion, teeth clenched in fury. I promised I would make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Today, unless I strip you of your skin, you can consider yourself cursed with my name. Recognize me. Ling Hao cast a glance at his adversary before turning to Lu Yu. The young master's face was almost unrecognizable. He could not discern who it was at first. Sun family's eldest son. Lu Yu shrugged his shoulders. You should have been more vigorous in your actions. Ling Hao's lips twitched slightly, then he turned to Sun Mingyao with a grave tone. I have no time for games, if you wish to live. Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. You are Mingtao? Upon hearing the conversation, Qin Yufei exclaimed in astonishment. Under the starlit sky of Yun City, someone dared to beat the eldest son of the Sun family like this. Was this madness? The Sun family is the second most prestigious family in Yun City. As the eldest son, Sun Mingtao was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Yet now he appeared in such a disheveled state. Upon hearing Qin Yufei's words, Qin Hongyuan and his wife recognized Sun Mingtao as well, their faces reflecting similar shock. Mingtao, who is responsible for this? As Shinshonan hurriedly emerged from the iron gate, she asked with urgency. Ask your own daughter. Sun Mingtao shot back furiously. WH. What do you mean? Shinshonan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, what on earth happened? Annie, don't ask. I did it. Ling Hao replied nonchalantly. Qin Hongyuan and his wife shouted in unison, while Qin Yufei gasped. None of them expected it to be Ling Hao's doing. They were utterly speechless. I warn you, regardless of the relationship this brat has with your family. Sun Mingtao continued to shout at Shinshonan. If I don't receive a satisfactory explanation today, I will take down your entire family. Mingtao, please, don't be angry. I will make him kneel and apologize right away. Shinshonan trembled in fear, quickly turning to Ling Hao. What are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize to Mingyao. You're seeking your own demise. Do not drag us into this. Mother, let us first understand what has transpired. Qin Yufei interjected. Return to your room. You have no say here. Shinshonan shot her a fierce glare. Sister, did he really do this to Mingyao? Qin Yufei ignored her mother. Yes. Qin Yuxin gazed at the unfolding scene with a complex expression. Hiss. Qin Yufei gasped. What exactly is going on? Qin Yufei. Didn't you hear me telling you to go back to your room? Shinshonan shouted loudly. Then, she turned back to Ling Hao, shouting in desperation. How long will you continue to harm us? Our family has suffered enough because of you. What will it take for you to let us go? Even if our family owes you from our past lives, we should have repaid it by now. In her agitation, she knelt before Ling Hao, tears streaming down her face. For mercy's sake, consider this a plea. Quickly kneel and apologize to Mingyao, begging for his forgiveness. Our family cannot endure any more turmoil. Do you truly wish to see us perish? Annie, please don't do this. Get up. Ling Hao was taken aback by her sudden kneeling and quickly helped her to her feet. Witnessing the family's plight, his eyes turned red, overwhelmed by an immense sense of guilt. All of this was indeed his doing. Damn it, are you done with your theatrics? Sun Mingtao roared, then turned to Ling Hao. Kid, I have no time to waste with you. If you do not wish to implicate her family, self-destruct one of your hands or feet. For Yusin's sake. I may spare them. Otherwise, from tomorrow, they will no longer have a place in Yun City. Ming Tao, we truly have no connection to him. Please. Spare us, Qin Yuxin pleaded once more. Auntie, do not worry. As long as I am here, he will not dare to harm you. Ling Hao turned to son Ming Tao. Are you sure you want to leave? 1 minute remains. If you do not self-harm, I shall have someone demolish their home immediately. Son Ming Tao remained silent. No. Qin Yuxin hurriedly closed the door behind her. If he enjoys dismembering, let him have his way. Ling Hao glanced at Lu Yu. Disable everyone else by breaking one arm and expelling them. Understood. Unable to contain himself any longer, Liu nodded and dashed forward. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking echoed down the corridor, piercingly jarring. The men in black had not yet registered what was happening when a shadow flashed past them, leaving one arm dangling limply from their shoulders, weapons clattering to the ground. Screams erupted throughout the building, as if in a slaughterhouse. Within 2 minutes, all of Sun Mingtao's entourage lay curled on the ground, moaning in agony. Thud. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuxin's family stood dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, so many had lost an arm? Was this a movie? The most exaggerated reaction came from Qin Yufei, her eyes gleaming with fervor, as though she were watching a blockbuster film. What do you plan to do? I warn you, if you dare to touch me. The Sun family will not let this go. As Lu Yu approached him, Sun Mingtao trembled, a look of terror etched across his face. He regretted not bringing more men when he realized how formidable this opponent was. Crack, crack, before he could finish his warning. He did not even see how Lu Yu struck. With 2 sharp sounds, Sun Mingtao collapsed, both a hand and a foot utterly destroyed. After a desperate scream, Sun Mingtao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. You truly disabled his hand and foot? Qin Yuxin trembled, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, murmuring, It's over. This is truly the end. The Sun family will definitely not spare us. We are doomed. We are truly doomed. Thud. Before she could finish, like Sun Mingtao, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Xiaonan, mother, Qin Hongyuan, and the sisters Qin Yuxin cried out simultaneously. Chapter 8. News of the daughter-uncle. Miss Qin, please do not worry. Lu Yu gently helped Qin Yuxin to her feet. Auntie is merely experiencing a temporary bout of dizziness due to her emotions. She just needs to rest in her room. You should leave immediately. Hurry out of Yun City. After Qin Hongyuan and his daughter assisted Qin Yuxin inside, Qin Yuxin turned her gaze toward Ling Hao. Otherwise, once Sun Mingtao awakens, he will surely not spare you. Yuxin, we haven't finished discussing Ruirui's situation. Please think back carefully. Has anything unusual occurred recently? Ling Hao did not respond to her concern. The Sun family is the second most powerful family in Yun City. You cannot contend with them. You must go. Qin Yuxin's voice trembled with emotion. Yuxin, do not fret. I assure you I will be fine. Ruirui. Ling Hao continued. Can you not comprehend my words? You must flee, or you will perish. Qin Yuxin exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. Yuxin, calm yourself and do not concern yourself with the Sun family. Ling Hao raised his voice. Ruirui does not have much time left. Think carefully. Have you visited any unusual places recently? No, we haven't gone anywhere. Qin Yuxin stifled her sobs. As she saw that her pleas were in vain, she ceased her insistence. However, mid-sentence, she seemed to recall something, her eyes shining with realization. If I must mention something peculiar, there is indeed one instance that stands out. What is it? Ling Hao inquired immediately. A few days ago, Ruirui accidentally fell and I took her to a private hospital for treatment. It was there that I noticed the doctor also conducted a blood type test on her. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yuxin continued, under normal circumstances, a simple bandaging would not necessitate a blood type test. Additionally, I saw several blood type reports for other children in the doctor's drawer. Upon hearing this, both Ling Hao and Lu Yu furrowed their brows, a sense of foreboding rising within them. What hospital was it? What is the doctor's name? Ling Hao paused briefly before continuing. You must take me there immediately. All right. Qin Yuxin nodded after a moment's thought. Boom. 2 minutes later, Lu Yu pressed the accelerator. The hospital Qin Yuxin mentioned was a well-known private establishment located in the second commercial center of the eastern part of the city. Though it was a half-hour drive from Qin Yuxin's home, Lu Yu managed to reach the hospital in less than 15 minutes, parking right outside. The 3 of them exited the car and rushed toward the staircase. His office is in room 406, Qin Yuxin said as they hurried, her complexion pale and her body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she vaguely sensed a dreadful possibility. Ruirui might have been abducted for organ transplantation. Bang! Upon reaching the door of room 406, Lu Yu forcefully kicked it open, the door bursting apart. Who are you people? A startled doctor in a white coat shouted, pointing at Ling Hao and the others. Is it him? Ling Hao turned to Qin Yuxin. Yes. Qin Yuxin nodded affirmatively. What do you want? If you do not speak, I will call security. The doctor shouted again. Click. Before he could finish, Liu had already approached him, seizing his wrist and twisting it forcefully, causing the doctor's arm to hang limp. Ah, the doctor let out a pain scream. I will only ask once. If you do not tell the truth, I will send you to meet the king of hell. Ling Hao stepped closer, his voice low and menacing, an aura of frost emanating from him that enveloped the doctor. Thud. Under such oppressive pressure, the doctor felt as if he were in hell, surrounded by demons, and his legs gave way beneath him. What do you want to ask? He managed to stammer. Clang. Liu Yu moved to the doctor's desk, yanking open the drawer and tossing the contents, a dozen documents, onto the floor, all of them blood-type reports for children. Seeing Rurui's report among them, tears streamed uncontrollably down Qin Yuxin's face once more. The doctor, upon witnessing the scattered documents, trembled even more violently, clearly understanding the reason for Ling Hao and his companion's visit. Who are you working for? Which child with a compatible blood type has been taken? Ling Hao's voice was cold and unforgiving. It was the men of Fire Wolf who forced me to do this, the doctor confessed, revealing everything without reservation. Who? Ling Hao pressed again. He is one of the 4 great aides of Master C. This must have been ordered by Master C. The doctor struggled to articulate. Which Master C? A glint of coldness flashed in Ling Hao's eyes. Duan Si Hai. The doctor replied laboriously. He is the leader of the underground forces in Yun City. Thud. Before he could finish, Ling Hao struck the doctor's neck with a swift chop, and the doctor collapsed, unconscious. Take him away, Ling Hao instructed, turning to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, you should return home and wait for me. I will go rescue Rui. I will go with you. Qin Yuxin exclaimed, wiping her tears defiantly. We do not yet know the situation. It is dangerous for you to go. Ling Hao replied solemnly. Trust me, I will bring Rui back safely. No, I must go? A determined look crossed Qin Yuxin's face. Just then, her phone rang, revealing a call from her sister. Xiaofei, what is it? Qin Yuxin answered as soon as she picked up. Sister, you and Ling Hao need to run quickly. Leave Yun City at once. The Sun family is searching for you. Qin Yuxin Fi shouted urgently. Clatter. Before she could finish, the sound of the phone dropping to the ground echoed, accompanied by Qin Yuxin Fi's terrified scream. Xiaofei. Qin Yuxin called out frantically. If you do not want your family to come to harm, bring that Ling boy back immediately. I will be waiting for you at your home. A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the receiver. If I do not see you and that Ling boy within an hour, prepare to collect your family's corpses. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yuxin, what happened? Ling Hao asked, his brow furrowing with concern. Qin Yuxin let out a heart-wrenching scream, her hands clutching her hair in anguish, her face contorted with extreme pain as she teetered on the brink of collapse. Yuxin, do not act like this. Ling Hao embraced her tightly. Tell me what is happening. I will help you. I do not want your help. Qin Yuxin forcefully pushed Ling Hao away, crying out, leave. Get out of Yun City immediately. Do not appear before me again. It is all your fault. Everything is because of you. My mother was right. You are a punishment sent by heaven to torment our family. With that, she turned and rushed out of the office. I must follow to see what is happening. Ling Hao took a deep breath and looked at Liu Yu. Also, have someone locate Duan Sihai's whereabouts and send it to my phone. Understood. Liu Yu nodded vigorously before darting after her. Chapter 9. The Underground Emperor of Cloud City. Boom. 10 minutes later, after receiving a text message, Ling Hao tossed his white coat into the car and drove towards his destination. Ding ding ding. Less than 10 minutes into his journey, his phone rang. Speak. Ling Hao pressed the answer button and spoke in a deep voice. Commander, this is Ling Hao. I have identified the 4 individuals who kidnapped Rui. The voice on the other end continued. This incident appears to be orchestrated by Duan Sihai's men. I have confirmed he is currently at the Tianai restaurant. Arrange for people to handle the aftermath. Ling Hao interrupted. After hanging up, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Tianai restaurant, one of the most luxurious dining establishments in Cloud City. On ordinary days, the patrons here are either wealthy or noble, far beyond the means of an average white-collar worker. Today, since the afternoon, the restaurant has refused entry to all casual diners. The reason? The 4th master is hosting a birthday banquet this evening. Initially disgruntled, the casual customers quickly silenced their complaints upon hearing the title 4th master and hurriedly left. The name 4th master is one that instills fear within Cloud City. Not only ordinary citizens, but even members of several prominent families in Cloud City must show him a degree of respect. At 6 in the evening, the restaurant's grand hall was abuzz with noise and excitement. Besides those from the underground world, representatives from various families arrived with lavish gifts, but out of caution, they left promptly after presenting their offerings. At 6:08, a Maybach pulled up at the entrance, and Duan Sihai, flanked by his 4 trusted aides, made his entrance into the hall. Cheers to the 4th master. May your fortune be as vast as the Eastern Sea. and your lifespan as long as the southern mountain. The crowd rose in unison, their voices ringing deafeningly. Thank you, brothers. I shall drink this first cup in your honor. Duan Sihai stepped to the main table, raised a glass of white liquor, and downed it in one gulp. To the fourth master. The crowd echoed, raising their glasses simultaneously. Just then, a white figure flew in at high speed through the restaurant's door. It was the unconscious figure in the white coat. Thud. It landed squarely on the main table, splattering food everywhere. The 10 individuals seated at the main table, including Duan Sihai, were left in disarray. Gaze. At this sight, every eye turned towards the entrance, all wearing expressions of disbelief. How dare someone disrupt the fourth master's birthday banquet? Was this a challenge to the heavens? Thud. 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 A tall figure appeared at the doorway, devoid of expression. Striding steadily towards the main table, Duan Sihai narrowed his eyes, glaring at the newcomer, his face contorted with rage. However, years of experience in the underworld tempered his immediate response. He lit a cigar and took a deep drag. Since ascending to the throne of Cloud City's underworld, he had not encountered anyone so audaciously provocative. His curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the intruder, who possessed the audacity to challenge him so brazenly. Seeking death. After a moment of stunned silence, 300 to 400 individuals surged forward, converging towards Ling Hao with a cacophony of shouts and a formidable aura. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the entire hall resembled a chaotic film set, with figures flying backward, leaving behind arcs of crimson. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Tables and chairs were overturned, and figures writhed on the ground, howling in pain. Within 3 minutes, except for the 10 at the main table, the remaining hundreds lay incapacitated, either dead or grievously wounded. The scene a complete wreck. Clatter. The jaws of the 10 at the main table, excluding Duan Sihai, dropped in disbelief, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Sihai was choked by the cigar smoke, tears streaming down his face. His hand, still clutching the cigar, trembled uncontrollably, his visage filled with sheer horror. One person had taken down hundreds of his subordinates in mere minutes. What does this signify? It surpassed his comprehension entirely. When had Cloud City produced such a formidable figure? Damn, you truly are oblivious to your own mortality. A voice rang out from the main table. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, 4 aides drew desert eagles from their jackets and fired at Ling Hao, bullets raining down like a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. To their despair, the bullets halted mere centimeters from Ling Hao, as if colliding with an unyielding wall, clattering to the ground. Huff. Ling Hao waved his hand casually, and a violent wave of energy surged towards the main table. Thud, thud, thud. All but Duan Sihai were lifted into the air, crashing back to the ground amidst a torrent of blood. Each face reflected endless shock. The bullets couldn't even approach him. How could he possess such strength? Was he still a mere human? Thud. Duan Sihai fell back into his seat, his complexion ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow. When had he provoked such a powerful entity? Who are you? He stammered as Ling Hao approached. Where is Huolang? Ling Hao's voice was chillingly icy. What do you want? The fallen Huolang managed to utter. Remember, I only ask once. Ling Hao shot him a glance. Where has Rue been taken? Which Rue? I don't know what you're talking about. Panic flickered in the eyes of both Huolang and Duan Sihai. Puffed. Before Huolang could finish, a gust of wind erupted from Ling Hao's palm. It struck him in the chest like a high-pressure shockwave, causing a burst of blood to erupt. Huolang struggled to open his mouth but uttered not a word, his legs stiffening as he breathed his last. Hiss. Duan Sihai inhaled sharply. This was a ruthless individual, more ferocious than anyone he had encountered in the underworld. You have one last chance. Ling Hao then turned his gaze to Duan Sihai. Best not to test my patience. It was old Master Lei Hongquan of the Lei family who asked me to help find a suitable heart source for his granddaughter. Rue coincidentally matched with his granddaughter. So, observing Huolang's grim fate, Duan Sihai lost all semblance of bravado and hastily replied. The Lei family, the foremost family in Cloud City? Ling Hao interrupted. Why yes. Where is Rue now? She has already been sent to the Lei family estate. Duan Sihai's voice was hesitant. She is already. What are you trying to say? Ling Hao felt a surge of intense anxiety rising within him, his blood boiling. The hospital in Cloud City lacks the capability for heart transplants. Duan Sihai struggled to continue. 2 hours ago, Old Master Lei personally took Rue to Jiahai City. His granddaughter has been waiting for the surgery there. It is likely that she will be in the operating room within the hour. Even if you pursue her now, it may be too late. Boom. Before he could finish, an overwhelming force erupted from Ling Hao, a tempest of energy capable of annihilating all. Chapter 10. A murderous intent. Boom. 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 The surrounding tables and chairs were shattered into splinters, while the glass windows on the walls were reduced to mere dust. The bar collapsed with a thunderous crash. Duan Sihai was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole before he fell onto the concrete floor outside. How powerful! As he attempted to utter a few words, a torrent of blood gushed forth, and his body convulsed several times before succumbing to silence. He could never have imagined that he, the formidable underground king of Yun City, revered by thousands, would one day lose his life because of a little girl. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly refuse to accept any assignments from the Lei family. Yet, life offers no second chances, good and evil are rewarded in turn. And everything has its cause and effect. Puff. The pressure overwhelmed Ling Hao, exacerbating his injuries as he spewed forth a significant amount of blood, his aura simultaneously diminishing. Oh. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, releasing a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the heavens. In the end, was it too late? Why must the heavens punish him so harshly? Why must it be so cruel? Rue, she is but a child of 4 or 5 years. Thud, thud, thud. Shortly after, hurried footsteps approached from the entrance. It was Ling Hao, racing over with over 100 fully armed police officers, each one appearing as if they were facing a formidable foe. Hiss. Upon entering the hall, the group gasped in shock at the scene before them. The once lively restaurant had transformed into a hellish nightmare, a sight to behold. The leading group's gaze fell upon Duan Sihai, motionless in the distance, their expressions filled with disbelief. The man who could shake Yun City with the stamp of his foot was actually dead. What had transpired? What kind of audacity did someone possess to dare take the life of this notorious figure within Yun City's territory? Stand by. Ling Hao withdrew his gaze from Duan Sihai's lifeless body and turned to his subordinates, speaking in a deep tone. The shock within him was no less than that of anyone else. When Ling Hao had called him to handle the aftermath, he had sensed that something monumental was about to transpire. Therefore, after hanging up, he rushed over immediately. Having battled against Duan Sihai for many years, he was acutely aware of the man's ruthless nature and cunning mind, commanding a legion of over 1,000 subordinates, each one a formidable adversary. Although he knew the Blood Shadow squad was exceptionally skilled, it was inconceivable that they could face 100 adversaries alone. If anything were to happen to Commander Ling within his jurisdiction, his fate would be sealed. Now, witnessing the scene before him, he grasped the true extent of Ling Hao's power. Received. The others halted in their tracks. Commander Ling, are you all right? Ling Hao cautiously approached, stopping about 10 meters behind Ling Hao. It was not that he hesitated to draw closer, but the palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding Ling Hao made it impossible for him to advance another step. Even so, he felt an oppressive wave of malice enveloping him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. You should be aware of the Lei family's situation, correct? Ling Hao exhaled heavily, rising to his feet and turning to face Ling Hao. The Lei family. Ling Hao exchanged a glance with Ling Hao, nearly collapsing under the weight of realization. In that moment, Ling Hao appeared as a demon who had just emerged from the depths of hell, his fury palpable, his eyes like two piercing swords that struck fear deep within Ling Hao's soul. Who are the main members of their family? Ling Hao inquired in a low voice. The elder generation of the Lei family consists of brothers Lei Hongquan and Lei Hongming. Lei Hongming has no offspring, while Lei Hongquan has 3 children. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Ling Hao continued. The eldest son, Lei Xiaobin, and the second daughter, Lei Yunli, primarily manage all the Lei family's illicit enterprises, nightclubs, clubs, casinos, and martial arts schools, among others. The youngest son, Lei Xiaowang, oversees the family's legitimate businesses as the general manager of the Lei group. He is also the most favored among the 3 siblings, and, barring any unforeseen events, is likely to become the next heir to the Lei family. Doesn't Lei Xiaowang have a daughter the same age as Rue? Ling Hao interrupted sharply. Yes, she is 6 years old today. As Ling Hao spoke, a sudden realization struck him, causing his body to tremble. Commander, do you mean? Lei Xiaowang's daughter requires a heart transplant, and Rue is a perfect match. Ling Hao responded coldly. Hiss. Ling Hao shuddered. The Lei family is truly courting death. And Rue's current whereabouts? After a deep breath, he asked again. She has already been taken to Tianhai by Lei Hongquan. Ling Hao's eyes turned crimson, each word dripping with fury. What? Ling Hao gasped, trembling, fully aware of the implications of this revelation. Immediately track Lei Xiaowang's phone and locate him. Ling Hao commanded in a low voice. Understood. Ling Hao nodded emphatically, quickly retrieving his phone to relay instructions. Dingling. Within 5 minutes, Ling Hao's phone rang. Commander, we have located Lei Xiaowang. After hanging up, he looked at Ling Hao. He's at a club owned by the Lei family. Send me the address. Ling Hao instructed as he swiftly made his way toward the hall's exit, issuing commands. You are responsible for cleaning this place up. Do not concern yourself with Lei Xiaowang for now. I will call you when needed. Received. Ling Hao responded loudly, promptly sending the club's address to Ling Hao. Boom. 2 minutes later, Ling Hao started his vehicle, pressing the accelerator as the car roared to life and shot forward. Dingling. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yu's call came through. What is the situation? What has happened with Yuxin? Pressing the answer button, Ling Hao asked solemnly, what happened? The head of the Sun family has taken Miss Qin's family hostage, demanding that she bring you back to apologize to his son, Lu Yu replied. Truly reckless. Ling Hao frowned. Was it resolved? Yes. Lu Yu nodded. From now on, the Sun family should no longer trouble Miss Qin's family. After a brief pause, he continued, Commander. How is your situation? Have you found Ruirui? It was done by the Lei family. Ling Hao responded coldly, succinctly summarizing the events that had transpired. The Lei family truly deserves their fate. Lu Yu's voice was equally frigid. I will send you an address. You must head there immediately, and we will meet up. Understood. Lu Yu replied loudly. Half an hour later, Ling Hao slammed the brakes, stopping in front of an upscale club in the heart of Yun City. Commander. As Ling Hao exited the vehicle, Lu Yu rushed over to greet him. Yes, Ling Hao nodded. Let's go inside. Chapter 11. How is this possible meanwhile? In the most opulent private room on the third floor, Lei Xiaowang reclined languidly on the sofa. One arm draped around a stunning beauty while the other held a cigar delicately between his lips. Accompanying him were two other young gentlemen, equally ensconced with alluring women, their hands never far from drink and smoke. Congratulations, young Master Guang, on securing another significant project. We hope to receive your continued favor in the future, remarked one of the tall gentlemen, lifting his glass toward Lei Xiaowang. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. Lei Xiaowang replied with a faint smile, clinking glasses with his companion. By the way, young Master Guang, how is your daughter's heart surgery progressing? Have you found a suitable heart donor? Inquired another gentleman after taking a puff from his cigar. Yes, we have. A smile spread across Lei Xiaowang's face. If all goes well, she will be on the operating table in half an hour. The mere mention of this matter lifted his spirits considerably. His daughter had been awaiting this surgery for nearly 2 months, during which the Lei family had exhausted every avenue. Finally, there was a resolution. As for the life or death of the other little girl, it was of no concern to him. In his worldview, there were distinctions of nobility from birth. And having another child's heart transplanted into his daughter was already an immense boon to others. Really? That's splendid news. Congratulations, young Master Guang. The two gentlemen chimed in unison. Aha, thank you. Lei Xiaowang laughed heartily, raising his glass and downing the contents in one go. Boom. At that moment, the private room was blasted apart as if by a fierce wind, splintering wood flying in all directions. Ah, the three alluring women gasped in unison. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Do they wish for a death wish? The tall gentleman exclaimed, startled. He stood and approached Ling Hao and his companion. Who are you scoundrels? Do you not know? Bang. Lu Yu kicked out, sending the gentleman crashing back as if struck by a car. He collided with a wall pillar before crashing to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood and collapsing unconscious. Ah, the three women shrieked once more. Lei Xiaowang. Stay. The rest of you, get out. Lu Yu commanded in a deep voice. With no hesitation, the trio of women followed by the lone gentleman raced toward the door. Having witnessed the fate of the tall gentleman, they dared not utter another word. Who are you? Lei Xiaowang managed to regain his composure after a brief period of shock. This was his territory, and he truly did not believe that anyone would dare confront him here. Moreover, he was confident that the commotion would soon bring his men to his aid. Within 3 minutes at most, these two would learn the consequences of challenging Lei Xiaowang. Slap. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ling Hao's hand struck out, knocking Lei Xiaowang to the ground, flipping him several times before he came to a stop. Blood spraying from his broken front teeth. How dare you touch me? Lei Xiaowang struggled to rise, fury etched on his face. I swear. I will make you wish you were never born. Whoosh. Before he could finish, Ling Hao appeared before him like a phantom. Crack. Crack. Ling Hao then stomped down on Lei Xiaowang's right ankle, the sound of bones shattering ringing out as the joint was obliterated. Ah! Lei Xiaowang let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the establishment. Thud. 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 Just then, hurried footsteps reverberated down the hallway. Moments later, 7 or 8 men in black burst in, each wielding a desert eagle. You two must be seeking death, daring to harm young Master Guang. The lead man shouted. Why are you wasting breath on him? Shoot, kill them. Lei Xiaowang roared as he regained his composure. Bang, bang, bang. The men in black quickly responded, pulling triggers in unison as bullets rained down upon Ling Hao and his companion. Clang, clang, clang. In a shocking turn of events, the bullets fell to the ground a mere meter from the two, as if colliding with an impenetrable barrier, creating a crisp sound. Wah! What is happening? The black-clad men froze in disbelief, their faces painted with horror. The bullets were stopped? What sorcery is this? Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, Ling Hao swept his hand, unleashing a gust of force that sent all 8 men crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before losing consciousness. Thud. Lei Xiaowang's jaw dropped, his face pale as wax, trembling uncontrollably. He finally grasped the caliber of the individuals he had antagonized. Such skill was unparalleled in the entirety of Yunqing. Wah, what are you? He stammered, swallowing hard. What do you want? Call Lei Hongquan. Ling Hao commanded coldly. Wah, what does my father have to do with this? Lei Xiaowang stuttered, taken aback. Crack, crack. Without missing a beat, Ling Hao seized Lei Xiaowang's left wrist, twisting it forcefully until it contorted grotesquely. Ah! Lei Xiaowang screamed once more, fainting from the pain. Uffed. Ling Hao splashed a glass of red wine from the coffee table onto his face, rousing him once again. If you utter another word, you can join your companions in the afterlife. A wave of murderous intent emanated from Ling Hao, enveloping Lei Xiaowang entirely. Please, don't kill me. I will call. Lei Xiaowang trembled, hastily pulling out his phone to dial. What is it? I just arrived at the hospital and was about to get busy. Speak. After 2 rings, Lei Hongquan answered. Father, save me. Someone is trying to kill me. Lei Xiaowang cried out, his voice filled with desperation. Huh. Hearing his son's voice, Lei Hongquan's tone shifted to anger. What happened? Who did this? Give me the phone. Ling Hao snatched the device from Lei Xiaowang. He then spoke distinctly. You have 3 hours to bring Rui back to the Lei family estate unharmed. I will come to retrieve her. If Rui is not there in 3 hours, not only will your son perish, but everyone in the Lei family estate shall meet the same fate. Who are you? Lei Hongquan asked, momentarily stunned before his voice turned grave. To threaten me, Lei Hongquan, you truly. Crack, crack. Before he could finish, Ling Hao stomped on Lei Xiaowang's knee, the sound of breaking bones echoing ominously. Ah! A chilling scream resonated through the hallway, sending shivers down the spine. You bastard! Lei Hongquan bellowed, recognizing his son's voice. Remember, you have only 3 hours. When the time is up, if Rui is not present, prepare for death. Ling Hao replied coldly. Huff. Lei Hongquan exhaled heavily, gritting his teeth in fury. I will be waiting for you at the Lei family estate in 3 hours. Chapter 12. She is my daughter. After finishing the call with Lei Hongquan, Ling Hao took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Minhao's number. Commander. The phone rang just once before Zhang Minhao picked up. Bring people to the club to clean up, Ling Hao said in a low voice. Also, we meet at the Lei family mansion in 3 hours. Huh? Zhang Minhao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded loudly, understood. After hanging up, Ling Hao turned and walked towards the door, with Lu Yu following behind, carrying the unconscious Lei Xiaowang. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the most upscale private hospital in Jiahai City, a Mercedes-Benz van stood not far from the door. Inside the car, besides Lei Hongquan, were the Lei family's steward and 2 muscular men, along with the comatose Rui lying in the back seat. Having just hung up the phone, Lei Hongquan sat in his seat, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding a murderous aura. It had been nearly 30 years since he felt such rage. In Yun City, someone actually dared to provoke him. Lei Hongquan, unthinkable. In his mind, he had already sentenced Ling Hao to a torturous fate, determined to make him taste the pain of dismemberment before his demise to quell his fury. Sir, should we go upstairs? After a while, the steward of the Lei family cautiously inquired. He had gleaned enough from Lei Hongquan's phone call to be utterly shocked. Return to Yun City. Lei Hongquan took a deep breath. Understood. The driver responded, turning the car around and accelerating. Immediately have someone investigate who they are. Lei Hongquan instructed the steward. In response to your orders, I have already dispatched someone to investigate, the steward replied respectfully. Dingling. Not long after, the steward's phone rang. What is it? He asked as he answered the call. Whatever was said on the other end caused the steward's expression to change several times. I understand. 2 minutes later, he hung up and looked at Lei Hongquan. Sir, the situation is somewhat tricky. The other party seems to have considerable influence. What do you mean? Lei Hongquan furrowed his brow. Just received news that Duan Sihai has been killed. The steward paused before continuing. Not only him, but his 4 top aides and over 100 of his subordinates have also been slain. Lei Hongquan's pupils slightly contracted. He was well aware of Duan Sihai's capabilities and that his men were no innocents. Especially the 4 top aides, each more ruthless than the last, were prominent figures in Yun City's underground forces. Moreover, Duan Sihai possessed a stockpile of formidable firearms. In Yun City, apart from his Lei family, he could not fathom who would have the audacity and power to eliminate Duan Sihai. Are you suggesting that the person who called earlier is the one who killed Duan Sihai? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hongquan took a deep breath and asked. Yes. The steward nodded gravely. He sought out Duan Sihai to inquire about the whereabouts of a little girl. Did you ascertain how many people were involved? 1. The steward swallowed hard in response. When he heard this news over the phone, he nearly bit his tongue. Had the caller not been his trusted confidant, he might have erupted in disbelief, finding it utterly absurd. 1 person, annihilating over 100 of Duan Sihai's men? Who would believe that? Yet, he knew his confidant would not jest about such matters. The Lei family, this time, had undoubtedly stirred up considerable trouble. What? Lei Hongquan's pupils narrowed to the size of pinholes. Are you certain? Absolutely. The steward nodded earnestly. Ah. Lei Hongquan exhaled a heavy breath. Call Xiaobin and have him bring all the people from Dongzhou back to Yun City immediately, and remember to bring the weapons. Additionally, instruct second master to gather everyone in Yun City back to the Lei family mansion. Understood. The steward nodded in response. And you personally call the heads of the Sun, Zhou, and Huang families, informing them that the Lei family requests their presence, asking each to bring 100 elite members swiftly to the Lei family. The families he mentioned, Sun, Zhou, and Huang, were the top 3 prominent clans in Yun City, aside from the Lei family. Very well, the steward affirmed, then busily picked up his phone. Lei Hongquan then pulled out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed his daughter's number. Dad, have you arrived in Tianhai? Is there something you need? The voice of Lei Yunli, the eldest daughter of the Lei family, came through the receiver. Your brother is in trouble, Lei Hongquan said in a somber tone. At the same time, Ling Hao and his companions brought Lei Xiaoguang to a relatively secluded tea house. The business in the tea house was rather slow, with no one in the hall. Liu pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills and handed them to the owner, booking the entire place for 3 hours. With a loud slap, Liu Yu threw Lei Xiaoguang to the ground and struck him across the face twice. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Xiaoguang coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before regaining consciousness. His gaze filled with terror as he looked at Ling Hao and Liu Yu. What do you want from us? Does your Lei family believe that in Yun City, you can do as you please, unchallenged? Ling Hao, taking a seat, replied nonchalantly. In order to perform a heart transplant for your daughter, you regard the lives of other children as mere weeds. Your Lei family has likely engaged in such acts before, hasn't it? For him, as long as he ensured Rue was not in immediate danger, his heart would be at ease. The number of people the Lei family might send after him was entirely outside his consideration. As the king of the Western territories, he held little regard for even a small family like the Lei family. 10 Lei families would not pose a threat to him. If provoked, he could easily reduce the Lei family to ashes with a mere thought. Who are you to her? Lei Xiaoguang continued to bleed from his mouth. She is my daughter. Ling Hao replied again, calmly. What? Lei Xiaoguang exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. We have investigated thoroughly. She is nothing but a bastard child. And even her mother does not know who her father is. Bang. Before he could finish, Liu Yu kicked him, sending Lei Xiaoguang crashing against the wall. Uft. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and he felt several ribs break. If you do not learn to control your tongue, you won't survive even 3 hours. Liu Yu said in a low voice. You dare treat me this way? The Lei family will never let you off. Lei Xiaoguang gasped out painfully. Heh, is that so? Ling Hao lit a cigarette and took a puff. If the Lei family wishes to spare me, they must first seek my consent. Do you believe that after today, there will be no Lei family in Yun City? Chapter 13. The arrival of the Lei family. You have no idea what the Lei family represents. After taking a deep breath, Lei Xiaoguang continued. I assure you, you will definitely regret this. In Yun City, no one has ever dared to provoke the Lei family like this. Not just the 2 of you, but even Qin Yuxin and her family will surely pay the price. You really are an idiot. Liu Yu replied, exasperated. Scenes from the battlefield surged in his mind. The commanding officer, wielding a battle blade, radiated an icy aura amidst the countless corpses, as if emerging from a hellish realm. Such formidable strength could hardly be matched by a mere family like the Lei family. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Dingling. Moments later, Ling Hao's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Qin Yuxin. Yuxin. After answering, Ling Hao spoke gently. Where are you now? Has Rue been found? Qin Yuxin's anxious voice came through the receiver. Yuxin, don't worry. Rue is safe. Ling Hao reassured her. You found Rue? Qin Yuxin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Yes. Ling Hao continued. Yuxin, just wait at home for me. I will bring Rue back shortly. What do you mean? Qin Yuxin was taken aback. Is Rue still in danger? Yuxin, please don't worry too much. I promise Rue will be fine. Who on earth captured Rue? Yuxin, I have some matters to attend to here. So I must hang up. I will explain everything when I return. With that, Ling Hao ended the call. There was no point in elaborating to Qin Yuxin. It would only heighten her anxiety. It was better to wait until Rue was rescued, then explain everything in detail. Time passed swiftly, and before long, more than an hour had elapsed. The Lei family must have sent someone. After taking a sip of tea, Liu remarked. As expected, Lei Hongquan would not allow his son to remain in our hands for 3 hours without taking action. Ling Hao replied nonchalantly. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ling Hao finished speaking, A dark crowd surged through the entrance of the tea house. At the forefront was a woman in her mid-30s, with decent features. Adorned in jewels, her expression exuding an air of superiority. Aside from her, the others wore identical uniforms emblazoned with the words Legion Anbao. Following closely behind her were 10 men, each armed with a desert eagle, while others wielded various cold weapons. In addition to the 40 to 50 individuals who burst into the tea house, nearly 200 more surrounded the outside, all dressed in the same security company uniforms. "Sister, save me." Upon seeing the woman, Lei Xiaoguang, sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, cried out in despair. Witnessing Lei Xiaoguang's pitiful state, a chilling rage emanated from Lei Yunli. She then turned to Ling Hao, enunciating each word. "You brat, how bold, daring to beat my Lei family's people to this extent in Yun City. You are the first and will be the last." "Heh." Ling Hao smiled faintly. "I do not know about the past, but I can assure you there will be no more in the future, because, starting tomorrow, the Lei family will no longer exist in Yun City." "Haraha." Lei Yunli laughed heartily. "Not only are you bold, but you are also quite humorous." After finishing her sentence, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, her tone turning grave. "Do you think that just because you can kill Duan Sihai, you have the right to provoke my Lei family? Is that so?" Ling Hao replied calmly. "You are truly ignorant and fearless." Lei Yunli huffed. "Duan Sihai is merely a small-time thug compared to my Lei family. He is but a speck of dust. If you think that by killing him you can intimidate us, then you are sorely mistaken. Do you believe that just the people I brought with me could allow Duan Sihai to meet his end several times over?" "I believe." Ling Hao shrugged. "But you specifically brought so many people here just to inform me that you can ensure Duan Sihai's demise several times?" "Humph." Lei Yunli scoffed again. "Brat, I give you one last chance. Release my brother immediately, and then you both cripple yourselves. I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will make you both regret being born into this world. Are all the Lei family members this foolish?" Lu Yu glanced at her, utterly bemused. Lei Yunli shot a furious glare. "For that remark, you will lose an arm just to leave alive. Is that so?" Liu turned to Ling Hao. "How far should we take this? Leave Miss Lei alive. As for the others, if they are unwilling to leave, then let them meet their fate." Ling Hao said calmly. "Very well." Lu Yu responded with a nod, his figure vanishing like a wraith. "Kill him." Lei Yunli, slightly taken aback, shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Before her command was fully uttered, the 10 men simultaneously aimed their desert eagles at Lu Yu's vanishing form and pulled the triggers. Clang, clang, clang. However, the bullets rained down on the floor like a torrential downpour, sparks flying. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Liu had already appeared before them, and the 10 men were sent flying as if struck by a tempest. After toppling several others in the process, torrents of blood gushed from their mouths, and before they could utter a single word, their heads tilted, and they breathed their last. Kill. Witnessing this, the remaining foes roared in unison, raising their weapons to charge at Lu Yu. Meanwhile, those outside the tea house surged in, with over 100 more rushing in. Had it not been for the limited space, they would have all entered. Yet it was all for naught. The outcome was inevitable. Within 3 minutes, over 100 individuals lay defeated, half dead, the air filled with cries of anguish. The remaining 100 outside trembled in fear, their faces pale, no longer daring to enter and meet their demise. How is this possible? Standing aside, Lei Yunli watched the scene before her. A bead of sweat the size of a mung bean trickling down, her body shaking uncontrollably. So, can you now tell me if I have the right to provoke your Lei family? Ling Hao strolled toward her. You, stay away from me. Lei Yunli stammered, her voice trembling. You wanted us to cripple ourselves, right? Ling Hao continued as he approached. I will give you the same opportunity. If you cripple yourself, I will allow you to leave alive. What do you say? Your daughter is still in our hands. If you dare to harm me, your daughter will meet the same fate. Struggling to speak, Lei Yunli hastily pulled out her phone and dialed her father's video call. This was a precaution her father, Lei Hongquan, had instructed her to take. If she found herself in danger, she should use Rue as leverage. Initially, Lei Yunli thought her father overly cautious. With so many people at her disposal, how could there be any danger against 2 seemingly insignificant individuals? Now, however, she was exceedingly grateful for her father's foresight. Without such measures, she would be doomed. You villain, let me go. A tender voice echoed from the phone speaker. My father will come to rescue me soon. My father is a great hero. He will never let you, the wicked villain, escape. Chapter 14. The Gathering. Upon hearing Rue's voice, Ling Hao's entire body trembled, causing him to halt in his tracks. Shaoli, how is the situation? Lei Hongquan's deep voice resonated from the other end of the line, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Dad, save me. Lei Yunli cried into the receiver. He wants to kill me. Give the phone to him. Lei Hongquan exhaled a heavy breath before speaking. All right. Lei Yunli nodded hastily and handed the phone to Ling Hao. Your daughter wants to speak with you. Ling Hao inhaled deeply before accepting the phone. Listen here, if you dare to harm Xiaoli, you will never see your daughter again, Lei Hongquan declared, directing the camera towards Rue. With a swift motion, he struck Rue, leaving a clear handprint on her face. You little brat, don't you miss your father? Say hello to him. Lei Hongquan's voice was icy. In that moment, a violent, boundless killing intent erupted from Ling Hao, filling the entire hall with an overwhelming aura. The chilling glare in his eyes was relentless. Lei Yunli, standing before him, felt her legs weaken and collapse to the ground. Daddy, Rue finally sees you. You are really my daddy, Rue exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Daddy, I'm so scared. When will you come to save me? Rue, don't be afraid. Ling Hao managed to utter a few words before his voice caught in his throat, tears uncontrollably flowing down his cheeks. Daddy, don't cry. You are a great hero. Mom says great heroes never cry. Rue continued to cry out. All right, I promise you, Daddy won't cry. Ling Hao forced himself to steady his emotions. Rue, don't worry. I promise you, I will bring you home soon. Rue believes in Daddy. Daddy will definitely take Rue home. Before Rue could finish her words, Lei Hongquan struck her again, causing her delicate face to swell. Oh! Rue screamed, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. If you dare to lay a finger on Rue again, I will kill your son and daughter immediately. Ling Hao was on the verge of losing control, his eyes ablaze with fury. Is that so? Lei Hongquan scoffed. He then brandished a dagger before Rue, tauntingly saying, You can test me. Wah! Rue was frightened to tears. Daddy, I'm so scared. Please come save me. I'm really so scared. Another slap echoed through the air. You little brat, shut up. You're driving me insane. If you cry again, I'll cut out your tongue. Rue trembled in fear, her eyes wide with terror, desperately trying to keep her mouth shut. Ling Hao took another deep breath to calm himself. Being overly impulsive would only endanger Rue. He then turned to Lei Hongquan, enunciating each word. What do you want? Aren't you quite arrogant? Giving in so soon? Lei Hongquan's tone darkened. Release Xiaoli and Xiaoguang immediately, or you will never see your daughter again. Do you think that is possible? Ling Hao was engulfed in murderous intent. Huh, you have the choice to refuse. Lei Hongquan sneered, slicing the dagger across Rue's arm, drawing blood. Ah! Rue cried out in terror, then fainted again from the shock. I give you 1 minute to decide. If you don't release them, I'll return your daughter's corpse. Lei Hongquan continued coldly. Seeing Rue's condition, Ling Hao let out a pained cry towards the heavens. Overwhelmed by rage, he spat a mouthful of blood, his aura becoming chaotic. Commander, please take care of yourself. Lu Yu approached with concern, pausing slightly before continuing. Let them go. We'll wait for Rue at the Lei family. With so many people at the Lei family residence, Lei Hongquan cannot disregard their lives. Ling Hao exhaled a deep breath. His eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Lei Hongquan, enunciating clearly, I will be waiting for you at the Lei family residence. If anything happens to Rue, I will ensure that every member of the Lei family pays for it. With a crack, he tightened his grip, instantly turning the phone into dust that scattered to the ground. Can we leave now? Lei Yunli seemed to regain her confidence as she coldly inquired. Get lost. Liu shouted angrily. With that, the people on the ground felt a wave of relief wash over them and scrambled to their feet. 2 men limped over to assist Lei Xiaoguang towards the exit, followed closely by the others. Lei Yunli glanced at Ling Hao and Lu Yu. We will be waiting for you at the Lei family residence. I hope you won't act like a coward. Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, a gust of wind surged from Ling Hao's palm, sending her flying out the door. She landed heavily on the ground, colliding with the surface, breaking several ribs in the process. After letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Miss! The crowd immediately shouted, rushing to lift Lei Yunli into a vehicle. Faced with the 2 formidable figures, no one dared linger for a moment longer. Meanwhile, Mu Taijun, the primary leader of the Yun City war zone, sat deep in thought in his grand chair, a cigarette in hand, smoke swirling around him. Bang! 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 A hurried footstep echoed, and a burly man stormed into the office without knocking, his face pale. Su Biao, have you lost your mind? How many times have I warned you to knock before entering? Mu Taijun glared at him. Boss, something major has happened. Su Biao rushed to the coffee table and gulped down a bottle of mineral water. You're the second in command of the Yun City war zone. Can't you maintain your composure? Mu Taijun reprimanded him in frustration. This is serious. Su Biao finally caught his breath. I just received news that nearly 1,000 people have converged on Yun City from all directions. Are you out of your mind? Mu Taijun shot him another glare. Yun City may not be a large city, but tens of thousands of people enter daily through various means. You're telling me that a gathering of 1,000 people is a big deal? Boss, why don't you ask who these people are and who is leading them? Su Biao continued. Spit it out. The judge. The judge? Who is he? Mu Taijun began to panic, dropping his cigarette onto the desk. His expression changed dramatically as he fixed his gaze on Su Biao. Say that again? One of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate. The leader of the Eastern District, the judge. Su Biao swallowed hard. He has brought nearly 1,000 members of the Shadow Gate to Yun City. Really? Mu Taijun jolted upright from his chair. Is the information accurate? Do you think I would joke about something like this? Have you found out the specific reason? No. Su Biao shook his head. And their movements? Mu Taijun pressed further. Ding. Ding. At that moment, Su Biao's phone notification chimed. He glanced at it. His expression shifting dramatically. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Mu Taijun. If nothing goes awry, their destination should be the Lei family. Mu Taijun furrowed his brow. Has anything significant happened at the Lei family in the past few days? I'm not sure. Su Biao shook his head. Mu Taijun exhaled a deep breath and commanded. Immediately notify the special operations team to stand by, assemble everyone, and let us head to the Lei family. He could not help but feel a sense of apprehension. As the foremost authority in the Cloud City battle zone, he was acutely aware of what the Shadow Gate signified. In his experience, wherever individuals associated with the Shadow Gate appeared, it invariably indicated that something significant was afoot. Now, with over 1,000 disciples of the Shadow Gate converging upon Cloud City, he could surmise with his very essence that a monumental event was unfolding. Indeed, a catastrophic one. Yes. After saluting Su Biao, he turned and departed. 5 minutes later, 10 military trucks and 10 off-road vehicles from the battle zone roared towards the direction of the Lei family. Chapter 15. The Lei family courtyard. The Lei family of Yun City is nestled at the foot of a picturesque mountain on the eastern edge of the city. Occupying a vast expanse of land that harmoniously embraces both the mountains and waters, clearly a feng shui treasure. The Lei family possesses a unique pride in this city. Even those residing in the clouds must warmly greet a member of the Lei family. In Yun City, while the Lei family may not be omnipotent, their influence is nearly absolute. There is scarcely anything they cannot accomplish. However, the current Lei family courtyard lacks the bustling atmosphere of yesteryear. Now enveloped in an intense sense of oppression, in the square not far from the entrance, a sea of over 1,000 individuals stands densely packed. Among them, nearly 500 are clad in the uniforms of the Lei Zhenwu Academy, each wielding cold weapons, their expressions taut and grave. Additionally, there are close to 100 individuals in sleek suits and sunglasses, their demeanor cold and their waists conspicuously bulging, suggesting the presence of concealed weapons. Furthermore, 300 others present a diverse array of appearances, many adorned with tattoos and brandishing machetes. Moreover, there are 2 groups of about 200 individuals each, equally robust and imposing. These 2 factions are the forces of the Zhou and Huang families, rival clans in Yun City. At the forefront, seated with authority, are 2 elderly gentlemen in their 60s or 70s, the brothers Lei Hongquan. Their expressions are dark, exuding a palpable aura of menace, their deep-set eyes occasionally glinting with cold light. Old Lei, who dares to cause trouble at the Lei family? At this moment, the head of the Zhou family turns to Lei Hongquan, while the head of the Huang family casts a glance in the same direction. Such trifles, just inform me, and I shall resolve them for you. Why trouble yourself to take action? The head of the Zhou family is earnest. Lei Hongquan expresses his gratitude. I must confess, I am equally in the dark regarding the identity of these individuals. It is precisely for this reason that I sought your assistance, to guard against any unforeseen complications. Old Lei, you jest. In Yun City, I reckon no one has yet been born who could cause you concern. The head of the Zhou family replies with a laugh. Have you not invited the head of the Sun family? The head of the Huang family inquires, glancing at the square. Naturally, he was invited. He is likely still en route. Lei Hongquan responds solemnly. My lord. At this juncture, the steward hastens to Lei Hongquan's side. The head of the Sun family just called. He is unwell and will likely be unable to attend today. He asks for your understanding. A flicker of displeasure flashes in Lei Hongquan's eyes. After slightly adjusting his mood, he reveals a faint smile. Since the head of the Sun family is unwell, let us not trouble him. Please convey my regards to him on another day. Understood. The steward acknowledges before stepping aside. The heads of the Zhou and Huang families exchange glances, each detecting a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. The Sun family is openly disregarding the Lei family's authority. Such audacity, do they truly wish to remain in Yun City? Suddenly, the heavy wooden doors of the Lei family courtyard explode as if made of paper, splintering into fragments. Almost immediately, 2 tall figures emerge, capturing the attention of all present. Though they exude no discernible aura, most onlookers sense an intangible pressure, as though 2 divine dragons are approaching, capable of wreaking havoc at a mere thought. Where is Ruerue? Ling Hao inquires, each step deliberate, quite bold. Lei Hongquan inhales deeply and speaks with gravitas. To injure my son and daughter so grievously and still dare to come to the Lei family courtyard demanding a person. You possess considerable audacity. As he speaks, his gaze, sharp as blades, locks onto Ling Hao, his murderous intent intensifying. I ask again, where is Ruerue? Ling Hao's voice is icy and piercing. Who are you two? The head of the Huang family interjects urgently, eager to assert himself before Lei Hongquan. Who are you? Ling Hao retorts, scanning him. I am the head of the Huang family in Yun City. I advise you both to kneel before old Lei and admit your wrongs if you wish to avoid death, or perhaps you might. You have only 1 minute to consider. Ling Hao interrupts. If you do not leave with your people immediately, starting tomorrow, there will no longer be a Huang family in Yun City. The head of the Huang family pauses, then bursts into laughter. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. You are quite the comedian. 30 seconds remain. Fool, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Regrettably. You have made the wrong choice. Ling Hao replies coldly, remember my words. Are you two here for a joke? The head of the Zhou family now speaks. And you are? I am the head of the Zhou family in Yun City. He replies with a frigid smile. Do you intend to say, give me a minute to consider, and let me leave with my people, or else the Zhou family will vanish from Yun City tomorrow? I regret to inform you. You have only 30 seconds. Haraha. The head of the Zhou family laughs boisterously. Time's up. Ling Hao states once more. You two must be jesters. You are courting death. A burly man behind the head of the Zhou family bellows, raising his machete and charging at Ling Hao. Several others follow suit, brandishing their weapons menacingly. Clang, clang, clang. As they advance halfway, the 10 men's machetes emit a sharp sound as they break in two, the front halves embedding themselves in the ground before the stunned assailants. Trembling and glistening, the 10 figures stand frozen, their faces stricken with horror, drenched in cold sweat. They had not even perceived when their assailants had struck. Yet their weapons lay shattered. What does this signify? The head of the Zhou family feels an ominous twitch in his right eyelid. He senses he may have just made the gravest mistake of his life. A look of shock also crosses the face of the head of the Huang family. He believes his own abilities rank among the top in Yun City, yet he failed to detect when the attack occurred. It is utterly unfathomable. No wonder they dare to act with such impunity at the Lei family. They are indeed formidable. At this moment, Lei Hongquan's second son, Lei Hongming, speaks up. Simultaneously, he receives a broad knife from a man beside him and strides toward Ling Hao with purpose. I am Lei Hongming, the second son of the Lei family. I humbly request your guidance. With that, his aura rapidly escalates. He begins to whirl his wrist, creating a whooshing sound. The broad knife slices through the air, leaving behind several gleaming arcs of cold light as it descends towards Ling Hao with unstoppable force. At this sight, the Lei family members stare at Ling Hao as if witnessing a ghost. All are acutely aware that the second son is the most formidable martial artist in Yun City, wielding a knife that has yet to meet its match. However, in the next moment, all stand petrified, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief at the unfolding scene. Chapter 16. Awaiting the commander's instructions before him, Lei Hongming's formidable blade, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu's sword, hovered perilously close to Ling Hao's head. Nearly 10 centimeters away, yet it was trapped between Ling Hao's fingers, immovable. Was this a scene from a film? Such a thunderous strike was effortlessly contained by just 2 fingers? It was utterly absurd. A bead of sweat, as small as a yellow bean, trickled down Lei Hongming's forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. The realization dawned upon him that he had encountered a true master, one whose prowess instilled a sense of despair. Who are you? After a labored swallow, Lei Hongming stammered. Crack. Without acknowledging him, Ling Hao exerted a slight pressure, and the indomitable blade snapped in two. In the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, the front half of the sword shot forth like lightning toward a nearby towering tree. Crash. The tree was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground as leaves scattered through the air. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Many trembled uncontrollably. If you fail to answer my question, you shall die? Ling Hao's gaze shifted to Lei Hongquan, an icy murderous intent radiating from him. Foolish child, do you truly believe that your meager skills can allow you to act recklessly in the Lei family? Lei Hongquan, taking a deep breath, replied solemnly. No matter how skilled you are, there are only 2 of you. I command over 1,000 men. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Ignorant. Liu cast a disdainful glance at him. I shall ensure you to learn the consequences of provoking the Lei family. Ignoring Liu, Lei Hongquan raised his hand, commanding, attack. Eliminate them. With his command, over 1,000 weapons were brandished, and among the 100 black-clad figures emerged a multitude of firearms. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sharp screech of brakes resonated at the entrance of the courtyard. In an instant, nearly 200 fully armed police officers surged into the courtyard, rifles aimed at the Lei family. The expressions of all present, including Lei Hongquan, shifted dramatically. Father, It is Commander Ling Hao himself leading them. Lei Xiaoban, the eldest son of the Lei family, remarked as he scanned the leader's face. What brings him here? Furrowing his brow, Lei Hongquan strode toward the approaching figures. Commander Zhang, what is the meaning of this display? Approaching, he maintained an air of superiority. As the anchor of the Lei family, he felt confident, even in the presence of the head of the Yun City Police Department. Lei Hongquan, your family has quite the audacity. Ling Hao responded gravely. Please clarify what has transpired. Once more, Lei Hongquan's brow furrowed. You had best pray that Rui remains unharmed. Otherwise, the history of your Lei family shall end today. Ling Hao's cold gaze met his. Commander, is that not a bit excessive? Lei Hongquan's tone grew somber as he paused before continuing. This is the Lei family courtyard. If you have business here, please present the appropriate documents. Otherwise, I must decline your visit. You are truly unaware of your impending doom. Ling Hao retorted, gesturing to his men. Search immediately. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find Rui. Yes. The officers responded in unison, hastening into the courtyard. Ling Hao, you overstep. Lei Hongquan yelled in anger, raising his hand. Stop them. How dare you? Ling Hao shouted back. Everyone is authorized. Anyone who obstructs official business is to be shot on sight. Yes. The 200 officers echoed simultaneously. Upon hearing this, those who intended to intervene hesitated. Realizing they were up against genuine automatic rifles, charging forward would be tantamount to suicide. Soon, the officers dispersed throughout the courtyard. Ling Hao, you. Lei Hongquan's face flushed with rage. In his fury, he could no longer contain himself and commanded, seize Ling Hao. At that moment, a synchronized sound of marching footsteps resonated from the entrance of the estate. An overwhelming atmosphere of dread enveloped the Lei family courtyard. Except for Ling Hao and Lu Yu. Everyone felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon them, causing many to shudder involuntarily. Then, 1,000 men entered the field of vision. They were clad in resplendent attire. Curved blades at their waists, their eyes steely and their presence formidable. East District Judge reporting to the commander, please provide your instructions. The foremost figure, one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate, proclaimed. Please, commander, give your orders. The 1,000 men knelt on one knee, their voices resonating, reaching the heavens. In their eyes, there was boundless fervor and reverence directed at Ling Hao. This man was their deity, their lifelong faith. Witnessing this scene, Ling Hao's eyes widened in shock. As the head of the Yun City Police Department, he had heard of the judge's reputation, knowing he was one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate. A figure of unparalleled stature. In a single day, he had encountered 3 legendary figures. It felt surreal to him. Rise and speak. Ling Hao gestured toward the members of the Shadow Gate. Thank you, Commander. The deafening roar again shattered the air, echoing through the skies. Who are they? Within the Lei family, some felt they could scarcely endure the overwhelming pressure. What are they? They seem terrifying. One man stuttered. I believe any one of them could take on hundreds of us. Who is he? How could he command such fearsome subordinates? We are in deep trouble today. Another associate trembled as he glanced at Ling Hao. Similar conversations echoed throughout the crowd. Brother, can you discern who they are? Lei Hongquan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to steady his emotions as he asked. Elder brother, we might truly be in grave danger. Lei Hongming struggled to swallow, his eyes betraying a profound sense of panic. Who are they? The corners of Lei Hongquan's right eye twitched repeatedly. If I recall correctly, the most mysterious organization within the region, the top authority in the East District, is named the Judge. Lei Hongming trembled slightly. What? Lei Hongquan exclaimed. Are you implying they're from the Shadow Gate? Dressed in resplendent attire, wielding curved blades, this is the signature of the Shadow Gate. Lei Hongming inhaled sharply. Elder brother. Examine their blades closely. Do they not bear the inscription Shadow Gate? With a gasp, Lei Hongquan's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, he abandoned all thoughts of hope. Chapter 17 Reunion. Your Honor, is there a misunderstanding regarding today's events? With a slight pause to gather his breath, Lei Hongquan struggled to take a few steps forward, addressing the judge. Despite his arrogance, he was not so foolish as to underestimate the Shadow Gate. He possessed the wisdom to recognize that if the Shadow Gate sought to annihilate the Lei family, it would take no more than half an hour to reduce them to ashes. May I inquire, Your Honor, who is this esteemed individual? He gestured tremulously toward Ling Hao. Was it them who did this? The judge completely disregarded Lei Hongquan and turned to Ling Hao for an answer. Indeed, Ling Hao nodded slightly, with a swift motion. 1,000 men in brocade simultaneously drew their blades, roaring kill. Following this thunderous proclamation, the oppressive atmosphere above the courtyard intensified. The members of the Lei family felt their knees weaken, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, faces stricken with terror. I can't endure this. One armed man in black cried out defiantly, since death is inevitable, I will fight you to the end. As his words fell, he aimed his weapon at Ling Hao. Clang. A crescent moon blade shot forth like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the bullet and returning to the judge's hand. The bullet clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Disarm them, Ling Hao commanded in a low tone. By your order, Commander. 20 men in brocade nodded in unison, their forms flickering like phantoms as they rushed towards the 100 black-clad men. Swish, swish, swish. Blades flashed, and in no time, severed hands fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The air was filled with the cacophony of desperate screams and cries, echoing throughout the courtyard. In less than 2 minutes, all 100 black-clad men lay incapacitated on the ground, moaning in agony. Clang, clang, clang. Witnessing this scene, the remaining members of the Lei family trembled, hastily discarding their weapons onto the ground. It was utterly terrifying. These individuals were not only extraordinarily skilled, but their ruthlessness surpassed anything they had ever encountered. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Moments later, 200 to 300 fully armed soldiers charged into the estate. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of the severed hands scattered on the ground, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Simultaneously, they sensed a chilling aura of slaughter emanating from the brocade-clad men, involuntarily shivering in fear. Just the sheer presence of these men was more formidable than that of their special forces. Commander Mu. Upon seeing the leader, Mu Taijun, Lei Hongquan, who had been enveloped in despair, seemed to grasp a lifeline. Commander Mu, your arrival is timely. These individuals have trespassed into a private residence, disregarding the law, and their methods are brutal. Please have your men apprehend them. Silence. Mu Taijun bellowed, then turned to the brocade-clad men. Which of you is judge? And you are? The judge replied, turning his gaze toward Mu Taijun with indifference. Greetings, Your Honor. I am Mu Taijun from the Yun City War Zone. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is a rare honor to meet you today. Mu Taijun bowed slightly. From the Yun City War Zone? The judge scrutinized the armed men before him and continued, Are you here to apprehend members of the Shadow Gate? Your Honor, you have misunderstood. Mu Taijun shuddered. I have just learned of your visit to Yun City and, unaware of any significant events, I came to ascertain if you had any directives. After a brief pause, he continued, Your Honor, what transpired that necessitated your personal visit to Yun City? Humph. The judge snorted coldly. Yun City truly a remarkable. Under the vast heavens, someone dares to kidnap a child for the sake of a heart transplant for their granddaughter, utterly disregarding the lives of other children. Truly impressive. Mu Taijun was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. While this incident was indeed infuriating, it hardly seemed to warrant the judge bringing 1,000 Shadow Gate members to Yun City. Unless, of course, the child had a background so extraordinary that it compelled the judge to intervene personally. But who could possess such significance to warrant the attention of one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate? Regaining his composure, Mu Taijun gestured toward Ling Hao and Lu Yu's figures, whispering, Your Honor, who are those two? Mu Taijun, I didn't expect to see you in Yun City. It has been too long. How have you been? At that moment, Ling Hao turned, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Thud. Upon recognizing Ling Hao, Mu Taijun trembled, his face filled with shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee. Subordinate Mu Taijun pays respects to the commander. Gasped. Apart from Lu Yu and the members of the Shadow Gate, all present gasped in astonishment at this scene. What was transpiring? The top-ranking official of the Yun City War Zone was bowing to this young man. Even the soldiers accompanying Mu Taijun wore expressions of disbelief. Their leader was a man of indomitable spirit, one who had never shown such deference to anyone before. Seeing this unfold, Su Biao, standing a short distance behind Mu Taijun, was engulfed in a storm of emotions. From his understanding of Mu Taijun, the only individual capable of eliciting such reverence was none other than the legendary figure, the King of the West, the Master of the Shadow Gate, Ling Hao. Thud, thud. Simultaneously, Lei Hongquan and his brother collapsed onto the ground. Mu Taijun's action had become the final straw that broke their backs. If even Mu Taijun was bowing to this presence, they realized, no matter how ignorant they were, that this was undoubtedly a person of immense stature. The Lei family had truly reached the end of the line. Rise and speak. Ling Hao raised a hand. Thank you, Commander. Mu Taijun's voice was filled with fervor, his eyes brimming with profound admiration. He had once been a member of the Blood Shadow Brigade, holding the rank of deputy commander under one of the 4 great generals, Xuan Wu, and had fought alongside Ling Hao in numerous fierce battles. Later, due to certain circumstances, he left the Blood Shadow Brigade and came to Yun City. His life had been saved by Ling Hao. In a dire moment, when he had been ensnared by an enemy commander and separated from his main force, he found himself surrounded by enemy troops. Despite his valiant efforts, he could not withstand for long due to the overwhelming numbers and his own injuries. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Ling Hao appeared. Alone, with a blood shadow blade, he slaughtered nearly 10,000 enemies, forcibly pulling Mu Taijun back from the brink of death. Each time he recalled that moment, his heart surged with uncontainable passion. Chapter 18. The Decapitation upon meeting Vice Commander Lu. Mu Taijun stood up and saluted with a precise military gesture, without the hail of bullets. It seems you've gained a bit of weight. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. I apologize for the jest, Vice Commander, Mu Taijun replied awkwardly. Enough of this. There is nothing more to discuss here. Withdraw your men. Ling Hao waved his hand decisively. Understood. Mu Taijun saluted and called out to his troops. All of you retreat. Yes. The men responded in unison and departed. You should go as well. Once I finish here, I will seek you out, Ling Hao said, glancing at Mu Taijun. Received. Mu Taijun did not press the matter further. He was acutely aware that even with nearly 1,000 members of the Shadow Gate present, Ling Hao alone could annihilate the Lei family with the mere flick of his wrist. My lord, today's events have nothing to do with us. At this moment, the head of the Zhou family trembled as he spoke. It was Lei Hongquan who coerced us into this. We will leave immediately. Yes, it was Lei Hongquan who threatened us. If we did not come, he would take action against our two families. The head of the Wang family echoed, his body quaking. At this moment, both men regretted their choices profoundly. Had they foreseen such a predicament, they would have never come. Even under duress, they speculated that the head of the Sun family had likely known something in advance, which was why he had not arrived. Their minds raced with curses for Sun Maoheng's ancestors, wondering why he hadn't given them a warning. Stay put. Without the commander's consent, any attempt to leave will be met with death. The judge declared sternly. My lord, we are truly being forced. The two men opened their mouths, attempting to plead once more. Silence. The judge reprimanded and turned his gaze toward Lei Hongquan. Are you still unwilling to disclose Rui's whereabouts? Do you wish for the Lei family to be annihilated? Lei Hongquan involuntarily shuddered, finally reacting, and faced Ling Hao with great difficulty. This esteemed lord. Rui is. Daddy. At that moment, a tender voice echoed from nearby. Ling Hao's entire body jolted, and he quickly turned to look. Though they had never met, the moment he laid eyes on Rui, an inexplicable bond coursed through him. Rui. Ling Hao's eyes reddened, and he hurriedly approached her with a forced smile. Daddy. Rui leaped from the arms of a uniformed officer and dashed toward Ling Hao. Rui, how are you? Are you all right? Ling Hao enveloped her in a tight embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. I'm fine, Daddy. Don't cry. Uncle says you're a great hero, and heroes don't cry. Rui raised her small hand to wipe away his tears. Daddy isn't crying. Just some sand got in his eyes. Ling Hao struggled to suppress his tears. I knew you would come to rescue me. Rui's voice gradually weakened. Daddy. I'm tired. I'll sleep for a bit. As the words fell, she fainted. After enduring hours of intense fear, she could no longer hold on when she finally saw Ling Hao. Sleep now, Rui. Daddy is back, and no one will ever bully you again. Ling Hao gently patted her back. After briefly checking his daughter's condition and finding that she was indeed unharmed, his heart finally settled. Judge, obey my commands, he declared as he carried Rui toward the estate's entrance. Please, Commander, issue your orders. The judge responded loudly. Lei Hongquan and Lei Hongming, execute them. The second generation of the Lei family will be thoroughly investigated for all illegal activities they have engaged in over the years. Those deserving of death shall be executed, and those who should be imprisoned will face confinement. All related personnel of the Lei family will be detained, and once the situation is clarified, they will be dealt with according to the law. The Zhou and Wang family shall be dealt with similarly, without leniency. Understood, Commander. The judge replied once more. Please spare us, my lord. We were forced. Have mercy. It was the Lei family who compelled us. The courtyard was filled with wails. Lei Hongquan and his brother lay on the ground, devoid of color, their faces etched with despair. Ling Hao's decree had effectively sealed their fates. They never imagined that the Lei family, which had stood in Yun City for over a century, would meet its demise due to their actions simply for the capture of a little girl. Had they known, they would never have acted so foolishly. A wave of regret surged within them. Puff, puff. In the next moment, two heads soared into the air. Thus, the Lei family of Yun City was officially erased from the annals of history. 2 minutes later, Ling Hao, still cradling Rui, entered a vehicle, and Lu Yu pressed down on the accelerator, steering toward the Qin family. Throughout the journey, Ling Hao held Rui close, his gaze never leaving her, filled with endless tenderness. An hour later, the trio arrived at the Qin family residence. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yu raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? A slightly anxious voice belonging to Shin Chunan emerged from within, clearly worried about a retaliatory strike from the Sun family. It's Lu Yu. Please open the door. Lu Yu spoke softly. Clang. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, Qin Yuxin rushed to the door and quickly swung it open. Rui? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Qin Yuxin's face as she beheld Rui in Ling Hao's arms. Without hesitation, she snatched Rui from Ling Hao. What happened to you, Rui? Wake up. Don't scare your mother. Qin Yuxin shouted in distress upon seeing Rui unconscious. Yusin, don't worry. Rue is just exhausted. Let her rest for a bit. Ling Hao reassured her. I have already checked her condition. She is fine and will wake soon. Thank you. Qin Yuxin began to relax, cradling Rue as she settled onto the couch. Brother-in-law, who exactly captured Rue? Qin Yufei inquired, looking at Ling Hao. Qin Yufei, be quiet. Shun Qianan interjected. If you keep talking recklessly, I'll have you thrown out of this house. Mom, keep your voice down. Don't wake Rue. Qin Yufei pouted. The granddaughter of Lei Hongquan requires a heart transplant, and Rue was a perfect match, so he had Duan Sihai's men capture her. Ling Hao replied to Qin Yufei with a faint smile. Rue is safe now, and that has lifted my spirits considerably. What? Qin Yufei gasped in shock. The elder of the Lei family, the most affluent clan in Yun City? Chapter 19. Allow me to care for you. How did you manage to rescue Rue? Inquired Qin Yufei, her eyes wide with astonishment. The Lei family is even more formidable than the Sun family. Before Ling Hao could respond, she gasped in disbelief and pressed on. We reported to the police, and they assisted me in bringing Rue back. Ling Hao replied with a smile. Is that true? Qin Yufei scrutinized Ling Hao with skepticism. Qin Yufei, must you continue? Shun Qianan interjected loudly, then turned to Ling Hao and Lu Yu with a stern tone. The troubles with the Sun family are already substantial, and now you've added the even more powerful Lei family to the mix. Aren't you both concerned about the escalating situation? Of course, for you two, it might not matter. You can come and go as you please, but have you considered our family's plight? We can no longer stay in Yun City, and returning to Dongzhou is impossible. What does the future hold for us? Upon hearing her words, a grave expression settled on the faces of Qin Hongyuan and Qin Yuxin. This was indeed a pressing concern. How would the family survive moving forward? And, please do not worry, Ling Hao said, addressing Shun Qianan. I will return to Dongzhou with you, and I will help you with any difficulties. I promise to repay you 1,000-fold for your kindness. Please trust that I will fulfill my promise. Humph. Shun Qianan scoffed. Easier said than done. Return to Dongzhou? For what? To live off the wind? What will we eat? Where will we live? Aunt, those are not issues. I have already considered everything. Rest assured. I promise. Ling Hao began, but was interrupted. Enough. Don't say another word. Qin Yuxin interjected, her brow furrowed. Clearly, she had no faith in Ling Hao's assurances. Only she understood the precarious situation her family faced. How could Ling Hao possibly resolve everything? Pausing momentarily, she continued. Thank you for saving Rue. Consider this your repayment for the favor from years ago. You may leave now. Yuxin. Ling Hao took a deep breath and said, Rue likely won't wake up soon. Would it be convenient for us to step outside for a moment? Step outside. Don't think that just because you saved Rue, we owe you gratitude. Let me tell you, before Qin Yuxin could finish, Shun Qianan erupted again. Qianan, please say less. Qin Hongyuan interjected, slightly frowning. He then turned to Qin Yuxin. Xin. Go ahead. It would be good to clarify some matters. All right, Qin Yuxin replied after a moment of contemplation, laying Rue gently on the sofa before heading towards the door. Ling Hao exchanged greetings with Qin Hongyuan and Shun Qianan before following her, with Lu Yu trailing closely behind. 2 minutes later, the three emerged from the corridor, with Lu Yu keeping a respectful distance behind them. Thank you once again for saving Rue. Qin Yuxin spoke as they walked. She's also my daughter. It is only natural for a father to rescue his child. You are too formal, Ling Hao responded. After a brief pause, he continued. Yuxin, I am sorry. I caused you harm 5 years ago. I truly had no idea that. All of this was my choice, and it has nothing to do with you. Qin Yuxin interrupted him. Yuxin, Rue is growing up now. She is beginning to understand. She cannot be without her father. Ling Hao took a deep breath and said, from now on, allow me to care for you. I have said it before. This is my choice, and you should feel no burden. Upon hearing Ling Hao's words, Qin Yuxin shuddered slightly. Since we have reached this point, let us be clear. You have your life, and I have mine. From this moment forward, please do not seek me out again. Let us cherish our own paths. Yuxin, Ling Hao interrupted her. I know you still harbor resentment towards me, but even if you do not think of yourself, you should consider Rue. She will soon be starting elementary school. Do you wish for others to call her a child without a father? If she faces bullying at school or if something like this happens again, what will you do? Given your current circumstances, can you ensure she has a stable environment to grow up in? Please, no more. Qin Yuxin's voice trembled. Yuxin, trust me. I will provide you and Rue with a happy and complete home. Ling Hao turned to grasp Qin Yuxin's arms, locking his gaze onto hers. It is all right if you cannot accept me for now. I do not expect you to marry me immediately. Our relationship can develop gradually. But for now, can we at least pretend to be a couple in front of others and Rue? When you truly accept me, I will arrange an extravagant wedding for you. One that will make you the envy of all women. Please, do not say any more. Just stop. Before she could finish, Qin Yuxin was already in tears. Which woman does not yearn for a dignified wedding and a partner who provides her with a sense of security? These were the most beautiful dreams of her youth. However, for her, all those dreams came to a sudden halt 5 years ago. All she wished for now was a stable life for her family, to raise Rue in good health. Beyond that, she sought nothing more. Yuxin, I am truly sorry. Ling Hao took a deep breath and embraced Qin Yuxin. She instinctively struggled for a moment, but ultimately surrendered to his strong grip. At that moment, the emotions she had suppressed for so long erupted, and she wept openly in Ling Hao's arms. Ling Hao held her tightly, his own eyes misting with emotion. In that silence, no words were exchanged. Only the sound of Qin Yuxin's sobs remained. I am sorry. I am truly sorry for the suffering you have endured all these years. After a considerable time, as Qin Yuxin began to calm down, Ling Hao gently released her and spoke softly. Ling Hao, I know everything you do is for Rue, but I do not want to drag you down. Qin Yuxin choked out. Your life is just beginning, and you have a bright future ahead. I cannot selfishly bind you to me and Rue. Yuxin, my life is you and Rue. Without you, there is no life for me. Ling Hao interrupted her once more. In truth, even if there had been no incident with Rue, I had already planned to return to Dongzhou to find you. You saved my life. And I vowed to myself that I would spend a lifetime cherishing you, even if we cannot be husband and wife. I will remain by your side to shield you from the storms of life. Yet, reality is cruel, Qin Yuxin said, wiping away her tears. You have seen our situation. We are not only impoverished, but also besieged on all sides. You will be dragged down with us. None of that matters. As long as you agree to let me care for you, I will ensure your lives undergo a complete transformation, Ling Hao replied. Over the years, I have earned some money, though not much. It is certainly enough to support a family. Furthermore, I have many friends who will ensure that no one dares to bully you again. Chapter 20. Past grievances. Please help your parents pack in the next few days. We will move back to Dongzhou, and we shall start anew, Ling Hao continued. You are far too idealistic. Qin Yuxin took a deep breath. You have no idea how dire our situation is. There is simply no place for our family in Dongzhou. That was in the past. Ling Hao spoke earnestly. From this moment on, everything will become history. Trust me, I will make it happen. Alas, why can't you understand? Qin Yuxin sighed. It's pointless to say more now. You will understand in time. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Ling Hao with a conflicted expression. May I ask one last favor from you? Of course. Ling Hao nodded vigorously. What is it? In 3 days, it will be grandfather's birthday, and our family will be going to Dongzhou to celebrate. If it's convenient for you, could you accompany us to the Qin family? They always mock Rue, calling her a wild child without a father. Each meeting is filled with relentless taunts. Rue now has psychological scars and is afraid to visit the Qin family. This time, I hope you can come with us to provide her with a sense of security. She was uncertain whether her request was appropriate, but for her, there was no better alternative. She could only take one step at a time. Agreed. Ling Hao nodded firmly. We shall meet in Dongzhou in 3 days. Thank you. Qin Yuxin nodded slightly, pausing before adding, but if you go to the Qin family, they will undoubtedly mock you as well. You, do not worry about me. I am unfazed, Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. Then, let us leave it at that for today, Qin Yuxin said, nodding slightly. Please don't blame my mother. She has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. If it weren't for her assistance over the years, I understand. Ling Hao interrupted her again. I hold nothing but gratitude and remorse towards your parents. After a moment, he continued, I need to attend to some matters in Dongzhou. Call me in 3 days. If Rue wakes up and wants to find me, tell her that she will see her father in 3 days. And I will never leave her again. Understood. Qin Yuxin nodded with a complex expression. The next morning, at the Dongzhou Back Mountain Cemetery, Ling Hao knelt before a gravestone. His face showed no emotion, yet his eyes were tinged with red. A chilling aura enveloped him, causing the air around him to drop several degrees. 3 meters behind him, Liu stood like a javelin, his expression solemn and grave. They remained in this position for 2 to 3 hours, like figures frozen in a painting. Commander, please accept my condolences, Liu Yu finally spoke after another hour had passed. Ling Hao knocked his head against the gravestone 3 times with a heavy thud. Father, your unfilial son Ling Hao has returned. May you rest in peace. I will track down all those responsible for your demise and that of our family, and they shall bow before you in repentance. With that, he stood, bowed 3 times, and began to walk away. What progress has been made regarding the events of 5 years ago? Ling Hao inquired once they were in the car. According to your instructions, we have made significant progress. Liu responded as he started the vehicle. Based on the characteristics of a killer you provided, I had the judge pursue the investigation for half a year. We finally found him in a neighboring country, and he confessed everything. The masterminds behind the murder of your adoptive family were none other than the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Tao family, the foremost affluent clans in Dongzhou today. Indeed, it is them. A frigid wave of murderous intent emanated from Ling Hao. 5 years prior, the Zheng family, which Ling Hao's adoptive father belonged to, was the most powerful of Dongzhou's 4 prominent families, while the remaining 3 were Zhao, Wang, and Tao. Although they were all part of the 4 families, the Zheng family's strength overshadowed the others, firmly establishing its dominance. His adoptive father was a man of integrity and decisiveness, who held little regard for the questionable practices of the other families, resulting in numerous conflicts, particularly with the Zhao family, which had failed to outmaneuver the Zheng family in several major projects and harbored deep-seated resentment. Ling Hao had previously warned his adoptive father to be wary of the 3 families joining forces to resort to underhanded tactics. However, his adoptive father steadfastly believed that righteousness would prevail over evil. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and conspiracies were futile. Thus, he never regarded them as a threat. Yet, in the end, disaster struck. I had someone investigate the Zheng family's assets from that time, and now, most of them belong to these 3 families, further corroborating the killer's claims. Liu continued. Have you uncovered the identity of the person who poisoned them? Ling Hao asked, his voice steady. On the day of the incident, your adoptive father was hosting a family banquet. Had it not been for the poisoning, he would not have fallen victim to such a tragedy, Liu replied. We have found the answer. Liu nodded. It was your adoptive father's confidant, Lu Jiaya. What? Ling Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. It was her? His adoptive father had been widowed for many years and had never remarried. Lu Jiaya was the director of public relations at Zheng Group, renowned for her beauty in Dongzhou, and she had manipulated her way into his adoptive father's life. Yet his adoptive father never intended to marry her, which had bred resentment in Lu Jiayao's heart. Ling Hao's impression of Lu Jiaya was not favorable from their first meeting. He sensed that she was a cunning woman. However, since his adoptive father did not reject her, Ling Hao said nothing. He never anticipated that she would be so ruthless. She is now Zhao Yuehui's acknowledged mistress. Lu Yu added. Very well. Ling Hao's voice turned icy. We shall settle accounts with her when the time comes. Commander. There is another matter I must inform you of, Lu Yu said, looking hesitant. Speak. Ling Hao's tone was stern. Originally, on the day of the incident, your adoptive father's daughter was also saved by a kind-hearted person, much like you. Liu took a deep breath before continuing. However, the next day, she was found by the second young master of the Zhao family, who, along with the young masters of the Wang and Tao families, subjected her to unspeakable humiliation. Unable to endure the disgrace, your sister ultimately took her own life by jumping into the river. Moreover, the person who saved her was also brutally murdered by the 3 of them. Boom. Before Lu Yu could finish, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent erupted from Ling Hao, his eyes gleaming with a feral light. They are truly despicable. Ling Hao spoke each word with chilling clarity. Tell the judge to find those 3 beasts. We shall collect some interest from their families tonight. Understood. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Chapter 21. I am worthless as an hour later. The Land Rover came to a halt in front of an unlaunched skyscraper in the heart of Dongzhou City. Is this the Dongzhou Tower? The 2 men disembarked and walked to the square, where Ling Hao gazed upward, his expression a tapestry of emotions. This was the greatest aspiration of his adoptive father, who envisioned transforming this tallest building in Dongzhou into a hallmark of the city, ensuring that whenever Dongzhou was mentioned, the Dongzhou Tower would immediately come to mind. According to the plans, once completed, the edifice was to encompass high-end shopping, leisure, entertainment, hospitality, and office spaces. However, before its final completion, a tragic incident befell his adoptive father. Indeed, Liu responded. Following the unfortunate event involving your adoptive father, the project was halted. The relevant departments in Dongzhou had contemplated finding someone to take over the project, but due to the immense investment and the ominous aura surrounding it, no one dared to proceed. A year ago, under your directive, I contacted Xinpengzi to take charge of this endeavor in Dongzhou. He established a branch of the Sihai Group here, and after a year of construction, everything has been completed and is currently in the phase of attracting investors. Ling Hao nodded slightly. Xinpengzi is quite reliable in his dealings. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeching brakes erupted from the road outside the square, followed by the sight of 30 or so luxury vehicles coming to a stop. Leading the procession was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed closely by an array of black Mercedes, creating a striking spectacle. Subsequently, from a line of Mercedes, over 100 men clad in black emerged and dispersed in various directions. In a short while, the roadway was cordoned off, and pedestrians in the square were gently urged to vacate the area. Onlookers 100 meters away were drawn to the scene, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment. Who are these people? Such a grand display. Did you not see the license plate on the Rolls-Royce? That is the vehicle of the chairman of Sihai Group. This Dongzhou Tower belongs to their company. No wonder. It turns out that Sihai Group has risen dramatically in Dongzhou over the past year, causing even the esteemed Zhao family to retreat. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, from the Rolls-Royce emerged two men, one elderly and one young. The elder, around 60, had a youthful visage with a prominent forehead. Standing stiffly beside the car like a spear, his demeanor tense. The younger man, not yet 40, was rotund, adorned in designer attire, and bore a smile reminiscent of the Buddha. This portly fellow revels in such ostentatious displays, Lu Yu remarked, rolling his eyes after glancing at the other man. Ling Hao? Before long, the young man hurried over, bowing deeply. Shenlu, at your service, please direct me, Ling Hao. Witnessing this, the elder's pupils widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. As Shen Li's personal bodyguard, he was acutely aware of Shen Li's formidable background, not only in Dongzhou but even nationwide. He ranked among the elite. Having followed Shen Lu for nearly a decade, he had never seen him treat anyone with such reverence. Do you take pleasure in flaunting your authority? Ling Hao shot him a glare. Dismiss your men first. Hee. I merely wish to prevent any distractions for Ling Hao. Shen Lu grinned, waving his hand to the elder behind him. Disperse. Understood. The elder nodded and instructed a nearby man in black, who promptly utilized a walkie-talkie. Before long, the 100 men in black reboarded their vehicles, and the convoy zoomed away. Subsequently, Shen Lu turned to Lu Yu. Boss Lu, it has been ages. I missed you terribly. Get lost. I have no interest in your affections. Lu Yu shot him a glare. Boss Lu, you mustn't tarnish my reputation. Shen Li's lips twitched. Then he turned to Ling Hao. Ling Hao, this place isn't officially open yet. Would you like to visit our office? Let us sit in our car for a while. Ling Hao glanced up at the tower once more before turning back toward the vehicle. Ling Hao, have you not been in the West for a while? What brings you to Dongzhou so suddenly? Once inside the car, Shen Lu inquired. You have done well for yourself. You have lost quite a bit of weight in the 2 years since we last met. Ling Hao chose not to respond to his comment. Hee, that was your request. Shen Lu replied with a grin. I have been diligent in my workouts and have achieved the weight loss goal you set for me. Quite commendable, demonstrating some willpower. Ling Hao offered a faint smile. Thank you for your praise, Ling Hao. Shen Lu responded cheerfully. May I now report on the progress of Dongzhou Tower? No need. Ling Hao shook his head. I trust your capabilities. You may handle this minor matter at your discretion. Thank you for your trust, Ling Hao. Shen Lu paused briefly before continuing. Ling Hao, are you here in Dongzhou for something specific? Any new directives? At present, there is nothing urgent. Focus on securing investments and ensure the tower operates smoothly. Ling Hao replied. Rest assured, Ling Hao, there will be no issues. Shen Lu responded emphatically. Additionally, gather intelligence on the assets under the Zhao, Wang, and Tao families, and prepare to take over when necessary. Ling Hao instructed after a moment of contemplation. Shen Lu paused, slightly taken aback. Does Ling Hao intend to take action against these three families? My adoptive father met his demise at their hands. Ling Hao replied in a low tone. They truly deserve it. Shen Li's face contorted with anger. Please rest assured, dealing with such insignificant ants poses no challenge. To acquire their assets will likely require some capital. Do you have sufficient funds at hand? Ling Hao continued. If not, I can transfer some to you. Money has long become merely a number to Ling Hao. He himself was unaware of the total amount on the several supreme cards he possessed. However, one thing was clear. Each card could likely purchase 10 such skyscrapers with ease. Sufficient. Shen Lu nodded vigorously. This small sum can certainly be arranged. Excellent. Ling Hao nodded slightly. Also, please compile a dossier on the Qin family for me. The Qin family? Shen Lu hesitated momentarily before nodding. Understood. All right. You may return to your tasks. If anything arises, I will have Lu Yu contact you. After chatting for about 10 more minutes, Ling Hao waved his hand. Very well. Shen Lu replied, bidding farewell to Lu Yu before exiting the vehicle. Young master, who is that man, deserving of such deference from you? The elder inquired once Shen Lu returned to the Rolls-Royce. Tang Lao, let me pose a question. Do you believe I have achieved considerable success? Shen Lu countered. Given young master's accomplishments today, you stand as a paragon among your peers. The elder responded. Haha. Shen Lu chuckled lightly. Allow me to clarify. Even if my achievements were to multiply 10-fold or 100-fold, in comparison to him, I would still be as insignificant as an ant. Gasp. The elder involuntarily inhaled sharply, his face a mask of astonishment. Who is he? The Western King, Ling Shuai. Shen Lu replied with grave seriousness. Chapter 22. Interest accrual. Upon hearing Shen Li's words, the old man trembled, his face reflecting boundless astonishment. He finally comprehended why the young master displayed such profound respect. With just one man standing at the nation's gate, nearby rascals trembled in fear, their hearts filled with dread. A single blood shadow war blade, wielded with intent, could turn the battlefield into a scene of carnage, rivers flowing with blood. In the presence of such a figure, it is unlikely that many would remain unbowed. My life was also saved by Ling Hao. Without him, I would have long since become a patch of yellow earth. Shenlu continued. All of my accomplishments and wealth today are equally attributed to Ling Shao's influence. One could say that his kindness towards me surpasses that of my own parents. As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with profound gratitude and reverence. Understanding dawned upon the old man, his pupils reflecting a flicker of awe. Meanwhile, inside a Land Rover, Lu Yu's phone chimed with a message. Director, the judge has located the whereabouts of those 3 young masters. After perusing the text, he spoke. Excellent. Let us pay them a visit. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ling Hao's eyes. With a roar, Lu Yu pressed the accelerator, and the Land Rover surged forth. Tianyu Mountain Villa, nestled at the foot of a mountain west of Dongao City, boasted convenient transportation and picturesque scenery. At this moment, the estate was bustling with activity, alive with excitement. Zhao Jiahua reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, a fine cigar held between his lips. To his left sat a popular young model, symbolically massaging his thigh, while a tall beauty on his right, a renowned host from Dongzhou, peeled fruit for him. As the second young master of Dongzhou's foremost aristocratic family, Zhao Jiahua lived a life of indulgence, frequently inviting friends for parties. Jiahua, Qin Yuxin, that provocative woman, reached out to me yesterday, wanting to arrange a dinner with you, remarked a young gentleman after sipping his red wine. Qin Yuxin? Zhao Jiahua replied nonchalantly. Indeed. The gentleman nodded. That woman may not hail from a reputable family, but truth be told, her looks and figure are outstanding. Moreover, she is said to possess remarkable skills in the bedroom. Are you interested, Jiahua? Haha, such a woman of loose morals is better left for you lot. I have no interest, Zhao Jiahua exhaled a plume of smoke. Among the 3 flowers of the Qin family, I am only interested in the 2 sisters, Qin Yuxin. Your taste is commendable. Another gentleman chimed in. Especially Qin Yuxin, the most beautiful woman in Dongzhou. She is undoubtedly the most enchanting woman I've ever encountered. Jiahua, I hear Tao Yiqing still harbors feelings for Qin Yuxin. The previous gentleman continued. Haha, what does it matter if he clings to hope? Zhao Jiahua scoffed. If he cannot win her heart, should he prevent others from trying? Jiahua, are you suggesting you plan to make a move? The gentleman inquired further. Yet, Qin Yuxin has been sent to Yunqing by the Qin family. It seems she won't return to Dongzhou anytime soon. What is so difficult about such a trivial matter? Zhao Jiahua smiled lightly. With a single phone call, I could have Qin Ming, that old man, summon the Qin sisters back to Dongzhou. It appears Jiahua is determined to succeed. The other gentleman raised his glass. Let us toast to your impending success. And when you've had your fill, do not forget your brothers here. Let us also savor the taste of Dongzhou's most beautiful woman. Haha. Agreed. Zhao Jiahua raised his glass, drinking it down. Just then, a loud crash echoed at the villa entrance, followed by the sight of a military Hummer smashing through the gates and speeding toward Zhao Jiahua and his companions. A gasp rippled through the crowd as people hurriedly scattered to the sides. The Hummer screeched to a halt barely 2 meters from Zhao Jiahua and his companions. Thud, thud, thud. Fear gripped Zhao Jiahua and those around him, causing them to collapse to the ground, their faces pale with terror, cold sweat pouring down. They had come perilously close to becoming victims of the Hummer. With a clang, 2 men clad in luxurious garments emerged from the vehicle, curved blades at their waists. Their expression solemn and their presence formidable. Who are you? Do you even know where this is? Do you wish to court death? Zhao Jiahua steadied his breath, his anger boiling over as he shouted. How dare you come to Tianyu Mountain Villa and act so brazenly? Are you Zhao Jiahua? One of the men coldly inquired after checking a photo on his phone. Who the hell are you? Zhao Jiahua bellowed again. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a group of men in black rushed toward them, each wielding an electric baton, their demeanor aggressive. Jiahua, what is happening? The leader shouted. Enough chit-chat. Disable those 2 at once. Zhao Jiahua commanded loudly. Break 1 arm and 1 leg for each of them. Understood. The leading man responded, gesturing for 15 or 16 men in black to charge at the 2 fools. One of the men in luxurious attire swiftly drew his curved blade, his movements ghostly as he struck. In less than 2 minutes, all the black-clad men lay defeated, each with their right Achilles tendon severed, writhing in agony on the ground. Gasp! An audible intake of breath resonated around them, faces filled with shock. How powerful! How ruthless! You, who are you? Seeing his men reduced to mere insects, Zhao Jiahua finally sensed he had encountered a grave situation. Swallowing hard, he continued, I am the second young master of the Zhao family in Dongzhou. If you dare to harm me, the Zhao family. Thud. Before he could finish, the other man in luxurious attire took a few steps forward, swiftly reaching Zhao Jiahua and delivering a devastating blow. You. Zhao Jiahua uttered a single word before collapsing, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Boom. The 2 men in luxurious attire unceremoniously tossed Zhao Jiahua into the vehicle before driving away. At the Dongzhou Crown Hotel, built along the river, the hotel's unique design resembled a great rock spreading its wings, lifelike and majestic. On the 48th floor, an aerial garden jutted out over 20 meters, resembling the beak of the rock, with the roiling river below. The garden, known as the observation deck, offered an unobstructed view of Dong-os scenery. When Zhao Jiahua regained consciousness, he found himself precariously positioned outside the railing of the aerial garden, 1 foot away from the edge. Facing the garden, his hands and feet were bound, a rope secured around his waist, the other end tied to the railing. Should the rope snap, it would spell his doom. Upon realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhao Jiahuan's face contorted with horror, cold sweat streaming down as he let out a desperate scream. After a moment, regaining some composure, he surveyed his surroundings. To his shock, 2 peers, similarly bound, faced the garden with their backs to the river. Both had already awakened, their faces devoid of color, trembling uncontrollably, their pants visibly wet. Both were familiar faces to Zhao Jiahua. Tao Yiming, the second young master of the Tao family. Wang Mingyang, the eldest young master of the Wang family. Chapter 23. You decide for yourselves in the center of the garden, on a couch, sat a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, known as Ling Hao. To his left and right stood Lu Yu and the judge. At this moment, Ling Hao, having undergone a simple disguise, appeared as a completely different person. He had no intention of revealing his return to the people of Dongzhou just yet. All would be addressed after ensuring the safety of Qin Yuxin and her daughter. Aside from the 3 of them, 10 men clad in fine garments stood at various corners of the garden, their expressions filled with a chilling ferocity. Who are you? Zhao Jiahua swallowed hard and shouted. I am from the Zhao family of Dongzhou. If you dare to harm me, my family will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Ling Hao did not respond to his words, but swirled the red wine in his glass and took a delicate sip. Gentlemen, do you recall that night 5 years ago? What do you mean? Zhao Jiahua momentarily froze, while the other 2 began to contemplate. Do you not remember? Ling Hao spoke again, his tone calm. That is understandable. After committing such despicable acts, it is indeed difficult to keep track of every detail. Let me remind you, do you remember Zheng Yunyi? Upon hearing this, the 3 men widened their eyes, a hint of panic flashing across their faces. They certainly remembered Zheng Yunyi. That night 5 years ago was a raucous affair, the most exhilarating they had experienced in years. The only disappointment was that Zheng Yunyi had ultimately jumped into the river. They had intended to toy with her much longer. WH. Who are you? Zhao Jiahua asked after taking a deep breath, his mind racing with confusion. How could this person seek vengeance for Zheng Yunyi? Could he be a remnant of the Zheng family? That seemed unlikely. 5 years ago, the entire Zheng family had been exterminated, leaving no survivors. I am the one who will take your life. Ling Hao fixed a blank stare on Zhao Jiahua. Are you afraid? Why? You dare to kill us? Zhao Jiahua's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Your people dragged me here in front of so many witnesses. My family is surely on their way. If you dare act recklessly, my father will flay you alive. Yes. If you dare to kill us, you will suffer a fate 100 times worse. The eldest son of the Wang family echoed, equally furious. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Ling Hao exhaled a plume of smoke. I will allow your elders to personally send you on your way. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed, and soon, heads of 3 families emerged from the hotel, each accompanied by 20 to 30 followers, led by Zhao Yuehui, the second head of the Zhao family. Uncle, save me! Zhao Jiahua cried out. Father, help me! The other 2 young masters shouted in unison. Who dares to treat a member of the Zhao family like this? Do you know how to write the word death? Zhao Yuehui roared angrily. Uncle, he is here to avenge that little hussy Zheng Yunyi. Zhao Jiahua shouted. You must have him killed. I want him dead. Is that so? Zhao Yuehui paused, then turned to Ling Hao. Are you a remnant of the Zheng family? The other 2 family heads looked at Ling Hao with astonishment, their minds racing as they recalled every member of the Zheng family, yet none matched the figure before them. 5 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family was humiliated here by the young masters of your 3 families before she took her own life in the river, Ling Hao stated, not responding to Zhao Yuehui's question. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he continued, Now tell me, how do you think these 3 should meet their end? That wretched woman brought this upon herself. It has nothing to do with my son. The head of the Wang family stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Hao. A chilling aura emanated from Ling Hao, his gaze sharpened like a blade. In an instant, a gleaming curved blade shot towards the arm of the Wang family head, moving with lightning speed. In the next moment, the head of the Wang family's arm severed cleanly, blood gushing forth. Ah, he screamed, his face contorted in agony. It is the failure of a father to educate his son. Ling Hao cast a dispassionate glance at him and continued, Tonight, I offer you 3 a chance. You may personally send your sons to kneel before the Zheng family's eldest daughter and apologize. Of course, you may forego this opportunity. However, the consequence of such a choice is that everyone who came with you tonight will have to jump into the river. Furthermore, your families will also accompany the Zheng family to the afterlife. The choice is yours. After finishing, he raised his glass of red wine and took a sip. Damn it. Who do you think you are? You are courting death. I will end you now. A burly man behind Zhao Wei roared, charging at Ling Hao. Courting death. The judge, standing beside Ling Hao, narrowed his eyes, twisting his wrist. Once again, a cold glimmer flashed. A razor-sharp blade whizzed past the man's waist, striking with astonishing speed. The man continued running for 2 steps due to momentum, before his upper and lower halves collapsed onto the ground, blood spraying everywhere, a truly gruesome sight. Gasping in shock, the onlookers were filled with terror. You bastard! You dare to kill my Zhao family member in front of me. You deserve to die. Zhao Yuehui shouted in a frenzied rage, taking a deep breath. Everyone, attack. Eliminate them all. Second master, we cannot. An elder, seemingly awakening from a daze, trembled as he hurried to Zhao Yuehui's side, stammering. They're from the Shadow Gate. I don't care who they are. I will have his head today. Zhao Yuehui retorted angrily. Halfway through his sentence, he shivered. What did you say? The Shadow Gate? Dressed in fine garments, with a cold crescent blade and an air of ruthless intent, they were undoubtedly from the Shadow Gate. The elder spoke again, struggling with each word. Indeed, they are from the Shadow Gate. Gasping, the faces of all present turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if they had seen a ghost. Could it really be the Shadow Gate? They understood now why this group was so merciless and skilled. Please, who are you? Zhao Yuehui asked, his voice quavering as he looked towards the judge. Shadow Gate, the judge. Zhao Yuehui and the other 2 family heads shuddered, their legs turning to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. They had never expected that the person before them was one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate, the judge. The 5 blades of the Shadow Gate each governed a region, and the judge was the foremost authority in the Eastern District. For a figure of such stature, not even a mere head of the Zhao family could compare. Even the esteemed figures atop the clouds in Dongzhou would dare not breathe in their presence. How could such a prominent figure be here in Dongzhou? What unsettled them even more was that, as the judge, he stood merely as a subordinate beside Ling Hao. What could Ling Hao's identity be, and how terrifying might it be? Judge, see, can you tell me who he is? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuehui pointed at Ling Hao, his voice trembling. Chapter 24, a rough man whose identity you are unfit to know. The judge replied in a deep voice. If you do not wish to perish here today, I advise you to accept the opportunity he offers you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to escort you personally. Thud. Upon hearing his words, the 3 men knelt simultaneously, fervently bowing to Ling Hao. Please, esteemed sir, I beg you to spare my nephew this once. Zhao Yuehui spoke first. I am willing to compensate, consider it a settlement for Miss Zheng. Name your price, and I shall have the funds transferred immediately. The other 2 family heads hurriedly nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to pay any sum to save their sons. You possess considerable wealth? Ling Hao took a sip of red wine. Then how much do you intend to offer? 10 billion or 100 billion? Zhao Yuehui found himself at a loss for words. Although the Zhao family ranked first among the great families of Dongzhou, the cash they could muster in a short span would not exceed 10 billion. Even if they sold off all their assets, they would struggle to gather 7 or 800 billion. Give each of them a knife. If they do not sever the ropes within 3 minutes, let them leap into the abyss themselves. Ling Hao casually stated while taking a drag from his cigarette. Clang. 3 cold crescent blades were thrown before the 3 men, emitting a chilling aura. I will make a call. Zhao Yuehui stammered, trembling as he retrieved his phone. He sought to make one last attempt. As the second in command of the Zhao family, he was acquainted with several influential figures in Dongzhou, hoping to save his nephew's life. A minute later, the first call connected. However, before he could finish his sentence, the other party hung up upon hearing that the Shadow Gate was involved. Tick. A bead of sweat, the size of a soybean, trickled down his forehead. After taking a deep breath, he dialed a second number. Unsurprisingly, the call was cut off midway. The same fate befell the third and fourth calls. Clang. The phone slipped from his grasp, his face as pale as wax. There is but 1 minute remaining. The judge's voice echoed. Zhao Yuehui exhaled heavily, gathering his resolve as he staggered towards Zhao Jiahua, knife in hand. The other 2 family heads, lacking any other choice, bent to pick up their blades, wobbling in their steps. Uncle, what are you doing? I am your own nephew. Zhao Jiahua cried out. Huar, do not blame your uncle. You have erred and must bear the consequences. For the sake of the Zhao family, I have no other choice. Zhao Yuehui said, taking a deep breath before the blade fell. For him, there truly was no alternative. No. Zhao Jiahua screamed in despair, and in the next instant, his body vanished like a leaf in the night. The fates of the other 2 young masters mirrored that of Zhao Jiahua, as their own fathers severed their bonds, sending them plummeting into the turbulent waters below. Splash. Subsequently, Zhao Yuehui and the others collapsed to the ground, appearing to age decades in an instant, tears streaming down their faces in profound grief. An hour later, in the west of Dongzhou City, within the Zhao family estate. What? Zhao Yuehua. The head of the Zhao family roared in anger upon hearing his younger brother's words, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. That was his own flesh and blood. Fed to the fish just like that. How dare anyone treat the Zhao family with such disdain? Did they wish to turn the heavens upside down? Boom. Enraged, Zhao Yuehua slammed his palm onto the coffee table, shattering it into fragments. Please forgive me, elder brother. It is my incompetence that could not save Zhao Hua. Zhao Yuehua sat on the sofa, tears streaming down his face. Huff. Zhao Yuehua exhaled forcefully, lighting a cigar and taking a deep drag before looking at Zhao Yuehua. This is not your fault. Had I been present, I would have made the same choice. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he continued. Are you certain that boy is seeking revenge for that little wretch from the Zhang family? Indeed. Zhao Yuehua nodded. He said it himself. Investigate. Zhao Yuehua commanded the family steward standing at the door. Immediately arrange for an inquiry into whether any remnants of the Zhang family survived. Report back with any news. Understood. The steward nodded vigorously before departing. Elder brother, that boy has an extraordinary connection to the Shadow Gate. Zhao Yuehua lit a cigar and took a puff. If he is truly a remnant of the Zhang family, we must remain vigilant. Humph. Zhao Yuehua replied coldly. So what if he has ties to the Shadow Gate? If he is indeed a remnant of the Zhang family, even if he is the leader of the Shadow Gate, I shall ensure he meets his demise once more. As he spoke, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. You must call Shao Jie at once and inform him that his brother is in trouble. He must return at once. Elder brother, what are your intentions? Zhao Yuehua asked, slightly taken aback. No matter who he is, if he dares to kill my son, I will see him dismembered. Zhao Yuehua gritted his teeth. Understood. Zhao Yuehua nodded solemnly. He had not anticipated that his elder brother would call Shao Jie back. Shao Jie was the eldest son of his brother and the pride of the Zhao family. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he had also been selected as a candidate for the position of steward in the Imperial Hall at a young age. Highly regarded by his superiors with a promising future ahead, it is worth noting that the Imperial Hall is one of the two great institutions alongside the Shadow Gate. Gathering elites and wielding immense power, the Shadow Gate operates internally to eliminate evil and uphold justice, while the Imperial Hall defends against external threats and upholds national prestige. Any young person who successfully passes the Imperial Hall's assessment to become a formal member is undoubtedly a prodigy among their peers. Additionally, notify the third brother to invite the Pang brothers to Dongzhou, stating that the Zhao family has extended an invitation with a reward of 100 million. Zhao Yuehua continued to issue orders. Understood. Upon hearing the name of the Pang brothers, a glimmer of brightness appeared in Zhao Yuehua's eyes. Zhao Yuehua took another puff of his cigar, his eyes bloodshot as he stared ahead, speaking each word with conviction. Whoever dares to kill my son shall experience a fate worse than death. Ding ling ling. As the third day approached noon, Ling Hao and Lu Yu were enjoying lunch on the first floor of the hotel when Ling Hao's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, have you arrived in Dongzhou? Ling Hao answered the call. Daddy, it's me, Ruerue. Where are you? I miss you so much. Can you come see me? A tender voice echoed from the receiver. Ruerue? Ling Hao's expression brightened as he replied softly. Rure. Ask your mother where you are right now, and I will come over immediately. Really? You can come see Ruerue right away? That's wonderful. Hurry, Daddy. Ruerue exclaimed with excitement. I'll give the phone to Mommy so she can tell you our location, came the voice of Qin Yuxin. All right. Ling Hao responded with a smile. Since Ruerue woke up that day, she has been calling for you. I can tell she really misses you. Qin Yuxin's voice came through the phone. We initially planned to arrive in Dongzhou around evening, but Ruerue insisted on seeing you, so we came back early. We are now at our home in Dongzhou. I will send you the address, and if you are free, come play with Ruerue. I'm free now, and I will be there shortly. Ling Hao felt a slight twinge in his nose. Great. After Qin Yuxin responded, she hung up the phone. Before long, the address arrived on Ling Hao's phone. Are the toys ready? Ling Hao and Lu Yu walked toward the hotel entrance. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. I had the judge buy them. They're already in the parking lot. Good. Ling Hao nodded, quickening his pace. Upon arriving at the parking lot, a man clad in fine garments leaped from the cab of a box truck. Are the toys here? Ling Hao was momentarily taken aback. They are indeed. The man briskly approached the rear of the truck and flung open the door. The judge mentioned he was unsure of what specific toys Ruerue might fancy, so he purchased a bit of everything. Ling Hao and Lu Yu exchanged glances, their lips twitching in unison. Well then, the entire truck is filled with toys. Ling Hao remarked with exasperation as he shared a look of disbelief with Lu Yu. What a brute. Lu Yu echoed, equally perplexed. Chapter 25. Call from the capital. A few minutes later, the Land Rover led the way, followed by a box truck. As they slowly approached the residential complex where the Qin family resided, Commander. As the vehicle drove out, Lu Yu adopted a hesitant tone. We're no longer on the front lines. Don't call me commander. Just call me young Master Ling, like Fatty Shin does. Ling Hao interjected. Then I'll still call you big brother. It feels more intimate. Liu Yu chuckled. Fine. Ling Hao nodded slightly and continued. What were you about to say? I received a call from the capital this morning, Liu replied, his tone slightly somber. That was to be expected. Ling Hao spoke indifferently. What did they say? They expressed considerable discontent regarding your abandonment of duty and have mandated that you return to the Western Territory within 3 days. After taking a deep breath, Liu continued. Otherwise, they will revoke your title of Western King. That is perfect. Ling Hao maintained a carefree demeanor. Draft a resignation letter for me and send it over, stating that I am resigning from all positions in the camp due to personal reasons. Wait. Liu Yu abruptly slammed on the brakes. Big brother, that is quite the jest. If Qilong and the others find out you've resigned, they will undoubtedly come rushing to follow you at the first opportunity. Even the entire Blood Shadow squad will likely resign. They dare. Ling Hao replied sternly. Relay a message to them, instructing them to remain in the Western Territory. If they dare to leave without my consent, let them come to me. Big brother, you can't be serious, can you? Liu Yu turned to Ling Hao. Do I look like I'm joking? Ling Hao shot him a glare. But Liu Yu took another deep breath. The individual from the Capital War Department has been in a semi-retired state due to health issues for the past 2 years. It is said that they intend to select one of you 5 lords to replace him. If you resign now. I've already heard the old man mention this, Ling Hao interrupted him. My resignation is partly to spend more time with Rui and Yuxin. I owe them far too much. On the other hand, I have no interest in that position you mentioned, so let those 4 fuss over it. For me, being an official is burdensome. Understood. Liu Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then spoke. It is rumored that the individual from the Central District has been harboring grievances against you and has repeatedly reported to the capital. Furthermore, he has secretly allied himself with the 2 from the Northern and Southern Districts, so we must remain vigilant. Let the insignificant ones do as they please. Ling Hao smiled lightly. They won't come up with anything impressive. He is a member of the royal family and has considerable backing in the capital. If he truly intends to oppose you, big brother, I'm concerned. Liu Yu continued. There is nothing to worry about. Ling Hao interrupted him again. His gaze sharpening. He better tread carefully. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind dismantling his stronghold. All right. Liu Yu's lips twitched. By the way, how is Zheng Dongyang from the Eastern District faring? Ling Hao pondered for a moment before inquiring again. Not optimistic. Liu Yu shook his head. After the last battle, he was severely wounded, and it's said that his cultivation has plummeted. Given his age, it seems unlikely he can return to duty. If you have time, give him a call to see if he is in Dongzhou. If he is, I'd like to pay him a visit, Ling Hao said after some thought. Understood. Liu nodded in response, pausing briefly before continuing. By the way, big brother, I heard that someone in the capital is investigating your background. Let them investigate. They can do as they please. Ling Hao frowned slightly. A group of clowns who do nothing but engage in trifling matters. They have no other capabilities. That is true. They're so idle that they're bound to get bored if they don't stir up some trouble. Liu nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while longer, Liu Yu drove the vehicle into an old-fashioned residential complex. Upon entering the complex, they noticed large characters painted on the exterior walls of all the buildings. Reading demolish. In the open space of the complex, several elderly individuals gathered in small groups, discussing something, each wearing a look of melancholy. Daddy. As Ling Hao and Liu Yu parked the car in front of Building 8 and stepped out, a petite figure rushed toward Ling Hao. Rui, did you miss Daddy? Ling Hao bent down and scooped Rui into his arms, spinning her around several times. Of course, Rui missed Daddy. Tears streamed down Rui's cheeks, dampening Ling Hao's clothing. Daddy missed you too. Ling Hao's eyes reddened as well. Standing a short distance away, Qin Yuxin watched this scene, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. This moment had appeared countless times in her dreams. She longed for Rui to have a strong father to rely on, so she would no longer be scorned as an illegitimate child. This dream had haunted her for 5 years. Rui, Daddy bought you a lot of toys. Shall we go take a look? Soon, Ling Hao carried Rui toward the back of the truck. Really? That is wonderful. Rui has new toys. The little girl beamed through her tears. As they approached the truck's compartment, Rui spotted a truck full of toys and rubbed her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming loudly, Daddy. These toys aren't all for Rui, right? Of course. Ling Hao smiled. Does Rui like them? I like them, of course. Rui danced joyfully as she turned to Qin Yuxin. Mommy, come look. Daddy bought me so many toys. At that moment, Qin Yufei also emerged from the building, quickly approaching the truck's compartment. Wow. Staring at the mountain of toys, her mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Brother-in-law, are you a nouveau riche? Hearing her address, Qin Yuxin initially intended to scold her but thought better of it. She walked closer, eyeing the pile of toys, her lips twitching several times. Truly, a A father's love is immense. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed as a group of tin-tattooed men approached. Upon seeing the two sisters, their eyes glinted with predatory intent. You must be the owners of 303. We've been waiting for you. The leader, a bald man, leered at Qin Yuxin. Daddy, are they bad people? Rue is scared. Seeing the men's fierce appearance, Rue clung tightly to Ling Hao. The incident in Yuncheng had left her traumatized, and she trembled at the sight of intimidating figures. Don't be afraid. Rue, Daddy is here. No one will bully you again, Ling Hao whispered reassuringly, then turned to Qin Yufei. Xiaofei, take Rue home first. Yuxin and I will join you shortly. Okay. Qin Yufei nodded and took Rue from Ling Hao's arms, leading her into the corridor. What do you want? Ling Hao then directed his attention to the bald man. We've purchased your property. Come with us to handle the paperwork with the ownership certificate. The bald man licked his dry lips. What do you mean? Qin Yuxin furrowed her brows. Chapter 26. The developer's tricks don't understand? The bald man reiterated. Our boss has set his sights on your property and is offering 500,000 for it. We will finalize the paperwork today. I'm sorry, but we have no intention of selling our house, Qin Yuxin coldly replied. We're not here to negotiate with you. Consider this a formal notification, the bald man chuckled. If you comply and complete the paperwork today, you'll still receive the 500,000. If you wait until after tonight, you may end up with nothing. By the way, you might not be aware, but your family is the only one left in this community that hasn't sold. The others have all received their payments and will be moving out in half a month. This neighborhood is about to be demolished. You must be affiliated with the developers. Right? Ling Hao recalled the sorrowful expressions of several elderly residents he had seen earlier and began to suspect foul play by the developers. Kid, step aside. This is not a conversation for you, the bald man warned, eyeing Ling Hao. You're asking for trouble. The well-dressed man's expression darkened as he prepared to confront the bald man. Wait, Ling Hao interrupted, then turned to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, what is the market price for the houses in this neighborhood? Although this is not downtown, it is a school district. Even for second-hand houses, the price is at least 30,000 per square meter. Qin Yuxin responded. After a moment's pause, she added, moreover, the units in this community are all over 80 square meters. The lowest total price would be over 2 million. I see. Ling Hao nodded slightly before addressing the bald man. You expect to acquire a 2 to 3 million property for just 500,000? Kid, you talk too much. If you keep babbling, I'll ensure you won't be able to speak again. The bald man shouted angrily. What is the name of your company? Ling Hao asked calmly. Oh? Are you thinking of calling the police? The bald man scoffed. Just tell the police that Dongguan Real Estate is here handling business, and let us see what they say. Dongguan Real Estate, is it? I'll remember that. Ling Hao replied. I'm giving you a chance. Go back and inform your boss to compensate all the homeowners for the price difference according to market value by tomorrow. Otherwise, his company will be closing down. Haha. The bald man and his tattooed associates burst into laughter, some nearly in tears. Kid, are you here to make jokes? Do you think our Dongguan company is some small workshop? Is your boss named Chao Dongguan? Qin Yuxin interjected, frowning. Well, you even know our boss's name? The bald man sneered. You must understand what that name signifies in Dongzhou, right? Yuxin, do you know their boss? Ling Hao inquired. Yes, Qin Yuxin nodded slightly, her tone growing serious. Dongguan Real Estate is the largest real estate company in Dongzhou, and their boss has a formidable background. He operates in both the legal and illicit realms. Is that so? Ling Hao smiled faintly, then turned back to the bald man. Did you remember what I just said? Kid, I think you're asking for a beating. The bald man's patience seemed to have worn thin as he waved his hand. Attack. Show them what real power feels like. With a rush, a group of tattooed men charged at Ling Hao, truly unaware of their impending doom. The well-dressed man swiftly engaged them. In less than a minute, everyone, including the bald man, lay on the ground, moaning in pain, their faces marked with fear. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the well-dressed man before succumbing. It was evident he was not someone they could contend with. Remember my words. If your company has acted by the same time tomorrow, I will pay a visit to your office. Ling Hao concluded, then turned to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, let us go upstairs. Why you wait? I will make you pay. The bald man groaned, struggling to rise, teeth clenched in fury. Disable one of their arms and let them leave. Ling Hao instructed as he reached the corridor. Understood. Lu Yu nodded in response. The next moment, a series of anguished screams erupted from behind Ling Hao. Chao Dongguan wields considerable power in Dongzhou. He will not let this go unpunished. Qin Yuxin expressed her concerns as they walked. Yuxin, don't worry. I have some friends in Dongzhou. Chao Dongguan wouldn't dare act recklessly. Ling Hao reassured her. But Qin Yuxin was clearly still uneasy. I assure you, nothing will happen. Ling Hao interrupted with a smile. As they conversed, they arrived at their doorstep. Daddy. Upon entering, Rue dashed towards them. Rue. Ling Hao laughed as he lifted the little one, then greeted Qin Yuxin and Qin Yuxin. Daddy, have those bad guys left? Rue asked. Yes. Ling Hao nodded with a smile. They've all gone. I'll have Uncle let you bring your toys upstairs shortly. Yay. Rue cheered joyfully. What bad guys? Qin Yuxin frowned and turned to Qin Yuxin. The developers. Qin Yuxin briefly recounted the incident. They want to buy our house for 500,000? Why don't they just rob us? Qin Yuxin exclaimed in disbelief. These developers truly are ruthless. Qin Yuxin added, furrowing his brow. No wonder I saw several neighbors looking so troubled earlier. He then turned to Ling Hao with a worried expression. You attacked Chao Dongquan's people. They surely won't let this slide. And what can they do? I refuse to believe they can control everything. Before Ling Hao could respond, Qin Yuxin declared loudly. If worst comes to worst, I'll sit in protest with the neighbors at the relevant departments. I refuse to believe no one will address this issue. Don't act recklessly. Chao Dongquan has many methods to deal with ordinary citizens like you. Qin Yuxin replied sternly. What can he do? Is he going to kill everyone in our community? Qin Yuxin retorted angrily. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. I will find friends to handle this matter. Ling Hao said with a calm smile. What friends can a soldier possibly have? It's better to rely on myself. Qin Yuxin responded, rising to leave. Qiunan. Where are you going? Qin Yuxin called out. I'm going to gather the neighbors and sit in protest at the relevant departments this afternoon. Qin Yuxin replied loudly. Come back. Do you want to die? Qin Yuxin shouted, his brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 27. He is my fiancé. If they have the ability, let them. Qin Yuxin spoke again. Auntie, please don't rush. If this matter remains unresolved after tomorrow, you can address it then. Ling Hao interjected, moreover. Aren't we about to visit the Qin family to celebrate? Dad, I don't want to go to Grandpa's house. I don't want to. Upon hearing Ling Hao's words, Rue leaned against his shoulder, shaking her head vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. Rue, I promise, no one will dare to bully you this time. Ling Hao gently patted her back. I really don't want to go. Rue choked back her sobs. Rue, dear. Seeing her daughter in distress, Qin Yuxin felt a pang of heartache. She then took Rue from Ling Hao's arms, saying, this time, both your father and I will accompany you. No one will bully you again. Rue, they said you have no father, so this time, you can take your father to show them, Qin Yufei chimed in. Tell them your father has returned, and they should never speak of you that way again. Well, okay then. Rue ceased her cries. Determination in her voice. I will tell them I have a father, and my father is a great hero. Yes, Rue is so brave. Qin Yufei smiled. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. At 5:30 in the evening, Ling Hao and the 6 of them arrived at a restaurant located in the heart of Dongzhou City. The birthday banquet for the elder Qin Ming, was being held there. Upon entering the designated private room, they found 3 tables already set up, with several guests in attendance. Qin Ming sat at the head of the table. Oh, Uncle, you're here. I thought you couldn't afford the fare this year and wouldn't come to Grandpa's birthday banquet. A heavily made-up woman with a sarcastic tone spoke from the main table. She appeared to be around the same age as Qin Yuxin. With decent features and a voluptuous figure, her makeup weighing at least 2 pounds. This woman was Qin Yujiao, the daughter of Qin Yuxin's second uncle. Seated beside her was a well-dressed young man in his late 20s, exuding an air of arrogance. Who is he? After Qin Yujiao's comment, her gaze fell upon Ling Hao, who stood at the back holding Rue. Pausing briefly, she turned to Qin Yuxin and said, I say, cousin, could this be your new lover? You're really regressing in life. Just look at the kind of person you've found. He looks like a broke loser, probably worth less than 200 in total. Qin Yujiao, shut your mouth. Qin Yuxin retorted angrily. Oh, you're worried about what people say about your choice of a useless man? Qin Yuji replied coldly. Don't say that about my dad. My dad is a great hero. Rue shouted in indignation. You little bastard, be quiet. You don't even know who your real father is, yet you're calling him dad. Qin Yuji yelled. What? Rue immediately burst into tears. You're a bad person. I won't talk to you anymore. What a wild child. Qin Yuji sneered. Say that again? Ling Hao stepped forward, holding Rue, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Qin Yujiao. What do you want? Sensing the coldness emanating from Ling Hao, Qin Yujiao trembled slightly. Yet, she did not relent, continuing, I say this wild child has nothing to do with you. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Hao raised his hand and struck her, the heavy makeup on her face scattering like snow. Huh. Everyone turned to look, astonished. Qin Yuxin's expression mirrored their shock. She had not anticipated Ling Hao possessing such audacity, surprised yet feeling a sense of relief. She had long wished to slap Qin Yuji, but had never dared to do so. Meanwhile, Qin Yufei looked at Ling Hao with admiration, thinking he was incredible. Qin Yuxin was momentarily stunned, opening her mouth to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. You dare to hit me? After a long pause, Qin Yujiao shrieked in hysteria. You bastard! How dare you! I swear I will skin you alive. Slap. Slap. Before she could finish, two more sharp sounds echoed, causing her cheeks to swell. From this day on, if you dare to call Rue a wild child again, I will ensure you can never speak. You. Qin Yujiao opened her mouth, ready to retaliate, but was met with Ling Hao's piercing glare, causing her to shudder and instinctively close her mouth. Sir, are you going too far? Hitting someone in front of so many people, do you consider us invisible? The young man beside Qin Yujiao frowned. If you do not wish to join her in receiving a beating, it would be best for you to remain silent. Ling Hao replied in a low voice. You scoundrel. At that moment, Qin Ming slammed his teacup onto the table, his voice booming with anger. Qin Hongyuan, who is this man? Are you attempting to rebel? Dad. He is Rue's biological father, Ling Hao. Qin Hongyuan took a deep breath and responded. He thought of how their family had just arrived, and already such a major incident had occurred, feeling a bitter taste in his heart. He had originally intended to discuss with his father the possibility of arranging a job for Qin Yuxin in Dongzhou so the family could move back. Now, with those slaps exchanged, such discussions were utterly out of the question. Qin Ming's anger intensified upon hearing Qin Hongyuan's words. He glared at Ling Hao, his voice seething with fury. So you are the one who ruined Qin Yuxin's innocence all those years ago. How audacious. You dare to appear before the Qin family. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Hearing this, the Qin family members glared at Ling Hao with fury, wishing to pounce on him. To them, Ling Hao had severed their chances of climbing the social ladder. Otherwise, the Qin family would have already flourished. Dad, let's leave. I don't want to stay here. Rue trembled at the sight of Qin Ming's distorted expression. Rue, dear, don't be afraid. I will take you away soon, Ling Hao reassured her, patting her back. So it is you, wild man. At this moment, a slightly calmer Qin Yujiao hissed through gritted teeth. Qin Yujiao, be quiet. Qin Yuxin scolded angrily. Taking a deep breath, she bit her lip and turned to Qin Ming, speaking solemnly. Grandfather, what happened back then was entirely my choice. It cannot be blamed on Ling Hao. If you do not welcome him, we can leave, but I hope you will never again call Rue a wild child. Ling Hao is Rue's biological father and my fiancé. We will soon be wed. With that declaration, countless gazes turned toward her in astonishment. Chapter 28. The true face of the Qin family. The words of Qin Yuxin struck a chord with a group of individuals, including Ling Hao. Although he understood that Qin Yuxin was merely speaking to preserve his dignity, the fact that she could openly refer to him as her fiancé in front of so many stirred his emotions profoundly. Beside them, Shinchunan's lips twitched several times, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She wished to reprimand them, yet felt it inappropriate to speak at such a moment. However, if she did not voice her frustration, she feared she might burst. You dare to acknowledge him as your fiancé? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Qin Ming bellowed furiously. What a disgrace to our family. How could the Qin family produce such an unfilial descendant? I, Qin Ming, am ashamed before our ancestors. As he reached the climax of his tirade, he was overcome by anger, coughing incessantly. Father, please take care of your health. Do not stoop to their level. Interjected Qin Hongyuan's younger brother, Qin Hongjiao. He then turned angrily to Qin Hongyuan. Eldest brother, are you intentionally provoking our father today? Why don't you take them away at once? Father, I apologize. It is our fault. Please do not be angry. We shall leave immediately. Qin Hongyuan took a deep breath once more. Leave. Since this has escalated, let us clarify everything before departing. At that moment, Shinchunan stepped forward. After surveying the gathered members of the Qin family, she proclaimed loudly, for years, I have endured enough from the Qin family. When you are in good spirits, you bestow a few scraps upon us. When you are displeased, you unleash your anger upon us. In your eyes, we are worth less than beggars. Is it merely because Yuxin chose to marry into a wealthy family against your wishes? She is my daughter. Whom she marries is none of your business. Now that we have reached this point, I formally declare that starting tomorrow, our family will sever all ties with the Qin family. We shall no longer rely on you for our well-being. Additionally, I request that you liquidate our 20% stake in the Qin Corporation. Otherwise, we shall see you in court. Gasped. Her declaration was met with a wave of astonishment. None had anticipated her boldness. Was she truly intending to extricate herself from the Qin family entirely? Even Ling Hao was taken aback, having not expected Shinchunan to exhibit such resolve. You. Qin Ming trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Shinchunan before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Father. Grandfather. Maternal grandfather. The room erupted in exclamations. You. Get out of here. After wiping his mouth with a damp cloth, Qin Ming roared angrily. Rest assured, we shall leave at once. Do you think I wish to remain here? I do not want to see you for even a second longer. Shun Chunan retorted. Chunan, please calm down and say less. Qin Hongyuan admonished, his face pale as he looked at Shun Chunan. Silence. Shun Chunan shouted back. You are a spineless coward. Marrying you has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Over the years, what have you, the so-called head of the family, done for us, mother and daughter? They have trampled on you, and you dare not even utter a word. If you do not wish to distance yourself from them, I shall not force you. We will go tomorrow to file for divorce, and I will manage better with my 2 daughters and Ray. Mother, Qin Yuxin called out, please do not be angry. This is not Dad's fault. If not him, then whose fault is it? If he had a modicum of manly spirit, we would not have fallen to this state. Shen Xiaonan snapped back in fury. Xiaonan, I have wronged you. Qin Hongyuan released a heavy sigh, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Qin Ming. Father, I thank you for giving me life. That debt I shall carry with me for life. However, over the years, I have also felt your indifference deeply. As a husband and father, I must take responsibility for them. I hope you can understand. Unfilial son, what do you intend to do? After steadying his emotions, Qin Ming asked angrily. You will liquidate that 20% stake for us, and from this day forth, we will no longer trouble you with anything. Qin Hongyuan stated, his voice strained. Nonsense. Qin Ming's temper flared anew. If you wish to sever ties with the Qin family, then get out immediately. If you want that 20% stake, you shall not have it. After a slight pause, he continued, do not forget the supplementary agreement you signed. To receive that 20% stake, you must ensure that the Qin family's products enter the Dongzhou building and secure a contract for no less than 3 years. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Qiunan exclaimed again, looking at Qin Hongyuan, what agreement did you sign with them? Eldest sister-in-law, you may not be aware. Interjected Qin Hongjiang with a sneer. Your family originally held only 15% of the shares in the Qin Corporation. Have you ever wondered why it was later increased to 20%? What do you mean? Shen Qiunan's brows furrowed deeply. The Dongzhou building has resumed construction and is now in the process of. Qin Hongjiang continued with a smirk. Eldest brother volunteered to ensure that the Qin family's products would enter the Dongzhou building. Only then did father agree to increase your shares to 20%. Qin Hongyuan, have you lost your mind? Shen Qiunan shouted. In a top-tier building like Dongzhou, even international first-tier brands struggle to get in. What makes you think you can allow the Qin family's products entry? Meanwhile, Qin Yuxin and her sister also frowned, clearly aware of the magnitude of the challenge. Father, you should remember the exact words I said at that time, right? Qin Hongyuan, not responding to Shen Qiunan, exhaled deeply and continued. I stated that if I could facilitate the entry of Qin family products into the Dongzhou building, not only would you raise our shares to 20%, but you would also allow Yuxin to return to the Qin Corporation headquarters. If I fail, I agree to have our shares reduced to 10%. I now do not require 20%. Simply liquidate 10% for me, and we shall leave immediately. Humph. I only recognize the written agreement. Qin Ming replied coldly. The agreement does not stipulate that if you fail, you will be entitled to 10% in cash. You. Qin Hongyuan was momentarily speechless. Qin Hongyuan. You are a fool. Shen Qiunan felt an urge to lash out. Uncle, aunt, please do not be angry. At that moment, Ling Hao approached with Rue in his arms. He then turned to Qin Ming and spoke calmly. Is it true that as long as we secure a 3-year contract for the Dongzhou building, you will honor your promise? Chapter 29. Father would never deceive. Ling Hao was taken aback by the serendipitous turn of events, as it revolved around the contract for Dongzhou building. For him, the notion of a 3-year contract was inconsequential. Even a 300-year contract would pose no issue whatsoever. What gives you the right to speak here? Qin Yujiao exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. Qin Yujiao, have you gone deaf, or are you simply lacking in intelligence? Did you not hear my sister say he is my brother-in-law? Qin Yufei retorted loudly. She then directed her gaze towards Qin Ming, saying, Grandpa, my brother-in-law is addressing you. Please provide him with an answer. In truth, she felt utterly uncertain about securing the contract for Dongzhou building. Yet, for reasons she could not articulate, she sensed that Ling Hao's inquiry might indicate he possessed a viable solution to this predicament. Of course, Qin Ming replied after taking a sip of tea. As long as you secure the 3-year contract for Dongzhou building, not only will I fulfill my previous promise, but I will also compensate you for the 20% dividend from these past years. To him, obtaining the contract for Dongzhou building rendered the 20% stake trivial. It was essential to recognize that if the Qin family's products could enter Dongzhou building, the company's brand would experience a transformative leap, leading to returns that far exceeded the value of that 20% stake in the long run. Moreover, the conversion of that 20% stake into cash was merely a matter of financial manipulation. After taking another sip of tea, he turned his attention back to Ling Hao and said, however, there must be a deadline for this matter. It cannot extend for decades before the contract is secured. And I am expected to uphold my promise. Excellent. Let it be agreed upon then. I hope you will not change your mind by then. Ling Hao responded. This matter does not require decades, merely one day. Prepare yourselves to sign the contract before the end of tomorrow. As soon as his words fell, laughter erupted in the banquet hall, with onlookers regarding him as though he were a fool. Really? One day to secure the contract for Dongzhou Building. You might as well announce that Dongzhou Building belongs to you. Qin Yuxin, who had initially possessed a modicum of faith in Ling Hao, could not help but turn her head aside, her lips twitching in disbelief. This sudden brother-in-law was utterly unreliable, bringing shame upon them. Ling Hao, do not be foolish. Qin Hongyuan said, his brow furrowed in concern. Beside him, Shen Xiaonan, likely exhausted from her earlier outburst, merely shot a glance at Ling Hao. Speechless and no longer inclined to shout. Uncle, do not worry. I am fully aware of what I am doing. Ling Hao assured Qin Hongyuan with a calm gaze. Grandpa, do not fret. Daddy said he can do it, and he certainly will. Daddy is a great hero who never goes back on his word. The innocent voice of Rui chimed in. Rui, you are so good. Daddy promises he will make it happen, Ling Hao said, planting a kiss on the little one's forehead. Yes, Rui exclaimed. I believe in Daddy. One day to secure the contract for Dongzhou Building? At this moment, a young man named Qian Haojin, standing beside Qin Yujiao, sneered. You truly broaden my horizons. Do you have any inkling of how challenging it is to gain entry into Dongzhou Building? Who are you? Ling Hao inquired, his tone indifferent. This is a conversation among the Qin family. What gives you the right to interject? Jian Shao's my boyfriend. Why can't he speak? Qin Yuji retorted with a huff. So it's the lowly young master. A fitting name. Ling Hao smirked. You appear to carry some weight. Care to introduce yourself? Jian Shao is the eldest son of the Qian family in Dongzhou, and the Qian family's jewelry company is the largest in Dongzhou. Qin Yujiao declared with pride. Moreover, just yesterday, Qian's jewelry successfully secured a one-year contract with Dongzhou Building. Oh, how impressive. Ling Hao replied with a nonchalant smile. Of course, Qin Yujiao continued. Jian Shao is currently leveraging his connections to help us ensure that the Qin family's products can also gain entry into Dongzhou Building. Is that so? Ling Hao chuckled again. Then you better act swiftly. Otherwise, the opportunity may slip away. Fool. Qian Haojin scoffed. If you manage to secure the contract for Dongzhou Building within a day, I will call you father. I suggest you refrain from calling me that. Ling Hao retorted with a smirk. You ought to hurry back and ensure that your family's contract with Dongzhou Building remains intact. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in dire straits. Humph. Qian Haojin snorted. You are such a simpleton, unaware that a written contract is binding? Our contract has long since taken effect. An effective contract can also be nullified. Worst case scenario. Dongzhou Building compensates you with a penalty fee. Ling Hao replied coolly. Having said that, he turned his attention back to Qin Hongyuan and his wife, Uncle, Andy. Let us depart. I invite you to dine at a more exquisite establishment. Shen Xiaonan shot him a glance of disbelief before turning and heading towards the exit. Although she held no faith in Ling Hao's ability to secure the contract with Dongzhou Building, she was unwilling to linger and endure further frustration. Xiaonan, wait for me. Qin Hongyuan called out, hastening to catch up. 5 minutes later, the family piled into the car, and Ling Hao pressed the accelerator. Brother-in-law, could you at least draft a script before you boast next time? After a brief moment, Qin Yuxin pouted. Boasting? Who told you I was boasting? Ling Hao replied calmly. You will discover tomorrow whether I speak the truth. You scoundrel. Be quiet. You're still bragging. Shen Xiaonan finally unleashed her pent-up frustration. You probably don't even know what Dongzhou Building is, yet you claim you'll secure a 3-year contract within a day. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? I could have negotiated a 10% stake with their family, but now that chance is entirely lost. Furthermore, after today's debacle, they may even retract Yuxin's job in Yunqing. Are you satisfied now? Wah. Grandma, please do not speak ill of Daddy. Daddy promised he would achieve it. Rui's voice trembled with tears. Daddy would never deceive. He can absolutely do it. Stop crying. It's infuriating. Shen Xiaonan shouted. Wah. Rui's sobs grew louder. Mom, could you keep it down? You're frightening Rui. Qin Yuxin's expression darkened, casting an accusatory glance at Ling Hao. Originally, they had hoped that Ling Hao's presence would provide Rui with a sense of security. Now, it seemed that not only Rui but even the adults felt utterly bereft of any assurance. Chapter 30. The man, Qiao Donghuan. Qin Yuxin was also seething with anger. Yet she understood that, at this juncture, expressing her fury would serve no purpose. She resolved that, if matters deteriorated further, she would have to seek assistance herself. Otherwise, after tomorrow, her family would be in an even more precarious situation. I speak with such volume. If you do not wish to hear, then cover your ears. Shen Xiaonan continued to yell. Xiaonan, do refrain. Even without the matter of Ling Hao, they would not liquidate their shares for us. Qin Hongyuan interjected after taking a deep breath. Following the events of the evening, he, who had harbored a flicker of hope regarding the Qin family, had resigned himself to despair. He could not fathom that his father would be so heartless. Shut your mouth. Shen Xiaonan redirected her ire towards Qin Hongyuan. I have yet to settle accounts with you. Have you lost your senses? On what grounds do you think you can secure the contract with Dongzhou Commerce Center? If you possess such capability, our family would not have sunk to this state. I once knew someone in the Dongzhou business department. I initially intended to seek his assistance, but he has recently been transferred. Qin Yuxin's side. Of the people you used to know, which one could be deemed reliable? Qin Yuxin retorted. When you were flourishing, you were hailed as Brother Yuan incessantly. But now, look around. After we were expelled from the Qin family, how many truly came to your aid? They all avoid you like the plague, even neglecting your calls. Have you still not awakened to reality? Aunt, please do not be upset. Take care of your health. Trust me, tomorrow will surely bring good news. Ling Hao interjected. Moreover, I assure you that the Qin family will come to beseech Yuxin to return to headquarters. You. Qin Yuxin was so enraged that she nearly coughed up blood. If I fail to accomplish this by tomorrow, I will personally make up the 20% of the shares with my own funds, Ling Hao continued. Furthermore, from this day forth, I vow never to intrude upon your lives again. That is a promise you have made, Qin Yuxin exclaimed, her voice rising. Do not go back on your word. A gentleman's word is his bond. I will abide by my promise. Ling Hao solemnly nodded. Very well, Qin Yuxin responded loudly. Half an hour later, Ling Hao escorted Qin Yuxin's family back home. He had intended to invite them out for a meal, but none of them had any appetite, so he refrained. The toys he had bought for Ray during the day were placed at their doorstep, with only a few small and exquisite ones kept. The rest were taken away, as their home could not accommodate so many large toys. After spending some time playing with Ray, Ling Hao promised to return the next day to keep her company, then took his leave from the family. 20 minutes later, he parked in the lot of a 5-star hotel where he and Lu Yu were temporarily residing. Brother, is your outing over so soon? Lu Yu approached briskly. Let us find a place to dine and converse. Ling Hao replied as he walked towards a nearby restaurant. By the way, call Shen Pengzi and invite him to join us. Dining? Lu Yu paused. What is the situation? Were we not going to a banquet? Surely you were not dismissed before the meal? You have already eaten? Ling Hao asked while walking. Then accompany me for another meal. Heh, I have not eaten either. Lu Yu grinned and pulled out his phone to call Shen Lu. 10 minutes later, the two settled at a window-side table in the restaurant. Brother, you truly haven't eaten? Lu Yu inquired after placing their orders. Could there be any doubt? Ling Hao shot him a glare, truly lacking awareness. Why bring up such matters? Is the Qin family merely taking gifts without offering meals? Lu Yu chuckled again. Ling Hao ignored his comment, took a sip of tea, and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Wow, the old man of the Qin family is quite something, Lu Yu remarked incredulously. How about we send the judge to the Qin family to have a word with that old man? Ruffian. Ling Hao set down his teacup. We must win people over with virtue. All right. Lu Yu's lips twitched. Any news from the judge? After returning to Dongzhou, the judge had accompanied them. Ling Hao instructed him to keep a 24-hour watch on the Zhao and Wang families, preparing to settle accounts once the situation with the Qin family reached a resolution. I spoke with him this afternoon. There has been no significant movement from the Wang or Tao families, Lu Yu added after a moment. However, it seems the Zhao family is acting strangely today, with numerous suspicious individuals entering. He is investigating their situation and should have results by tomorrow. Tell him not to expend too much effort. What storm could a mere Zhao family stir? Ling Hao replied nonchalantly. He only needs to ensure that the core members of these three families do not leave Dongzhou. Understood. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the hall. A man in a suit, not yet 50, entered the dining area, flanked by 40 to 50 attendants, creating quite a scene. Upon seeing the man at the forefront, patrons dining in the hall hastily vacated their seats, their faces betraying apprehension. Director Chow, it is those two. A bald man pointed towards Ling Hao and Lu Yu while bowing to the middle-aged man. The bald man was the very individual they had encountered earlier at Qin Yuxin's residential complex. Swift actions indeed. Ling Hao and Lu Yu exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile. At that moment, the middle-aged man strode over, and the bald man moved a chair for him to sit. With a sharp sound, the man produced a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and took a leisurely puff. So, you two are the reason I have to go to the complex tomorrow to compensate the owners? He remarked, exhaling a series of smoke rings towards Ling Hao and Lu Yu. Who do you think you are? Lu Yu shot him a glance, responding coolly. A chill emanated from the man. Are you seeking death? The bald man pointed angrily at Lu Yu. This is our company's boss, Director Chow. If you do not wish to meet your demise, kneel before him at once. Oh, so you are the owner of Dongquan Real Estate? Lu Yu turned to Chow Dongquan. Have you come to deliver money? Truly, the audacity of youth is commendable. Chow Dongquan took another puff from his cigar. Do you realize that in nearly a decade, few have dared to speak to me in such a manner? Even if they did, they have long since become dust. Is that so? Lu Yu shrugged. And then what? I hear you were quite skilled in combat? Chow Dongquan fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. Would you like to test that? Lu Yu replied calmly. Chapter 31. Master Chao of Dongzhou, very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Chao Dongquan exhaled a plume of smoke. If you can incapacitate all the individuals I have brought, I will gladly present you with the price difference for the apartments in that complex. However, should you fail to subdue them and they, in turn, cause you harm, I cannot guarantee your safety. I shall also extend an opportunity to you. Ling Hao set down his teacup and fixed his gaze upon Chao Dongquan. Tomorrow morning, you shall personally visit the complex, apologize to each household, and reimburse them. If you do this, I shall let you off the hook this time. What do you say? Ha ha ha! Chao Dongquan erupted into laughter. How amusing. It has been ages since I have heard someone speak of sparing me, Chao. After finishing his jest, he rose and seated himself on a nearby chair. Then raised his hand and commanded, attack. Just leave him breathing. With a clatter, 50 or so men charged at Ling Hao and his companion, brandishing their weapons. Unfortunately, you have made a grave mistake. Ling Hao shrugged his shoulders. Whoosh. Before his words could settle, Lu Yu had already leapt into action. Bang, bang, bang. Within 3 minutes, all assailants lay sprawled on the ground, curled up like overcooked lobsters, howling in pain. Tick-tock. A bead of sweat trickled down Chao Dongquan's forehead, his expression one of utter disbelief. Simultaneously, he trembled and dropped his cigar onto his trousers, emitting a sizzle. What manner of person are you? After shaking off the ash, he gulped nervously as he gazed at Lu Yu. He could not help but be astonished. In just over 2 minutes, all 50 men were down. Such skill was rare in the entire underworld of Dongzhou. He was no fool. A person with such prowess was certainly no ordinary individual. His heart raced. Could it be that he had truly provoked someone formidable today? So, do you still wish to summon more men? I can wait for you. After Lu Yu returned to his seat, Ling Hao addressed Chao Dongquan with a cool demeanor. Huff. After exhaling a heavy breath, Chao Dongquan replied, My dear brother, we are strangers no longer. Might I request a favor from you, to consider me a friend? If you choose not to call for reinforcements, then prepare your funds. Ling Hao waved dismissively. If I do not see you at the complex tomorrow morning, do not expect your company to continue operating. Brother, one must leave room for future encounters. Do not act too rashly in this territory of Dongzhou. Chao Dongquan inhaled deeply and spoke with gravity. It seems you remain unconvinced? Ling Hao interrupted him. Then let us not dawdle. Summon your allies. I shall grant you half an hour to gather as many as you can. Huff. Chao Dongquan expelled another breath, feeling an unfamiliar sensation of being disregarded. After a brief pause, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Very well. Let it be as you wish. With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, he spoke into the receiver. I see that both of you are unfamiliar faces. You cannot be from Dongzhou. After hanging up, Chao Dongquan's confidence surged as he turned to Ling Hao and his companion. Finished with your call? Ling Hao waved his hand again. Once you have concluded, wait quietly. Do not disturb our meal. With that, he called out to the onlookers. Waitstaff, bring forth the dishes. How audacious. A flicker of coldness crossed Chao Dongquan's gaze. I hope you remain this brazen when the time comes. Time passed swiftly, and half an hour soon elapsed. Ling Hao and his companion had just filled their stomachs. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of footsteps echoed at the entrance, followed by a group of around 20 individuals entering. Leading them was a robust, middle-aged man, akin in age to Chao Dongquan, with piercing eyes and an aura of bloodlust surrounding him. This was none other than the preeminent figure of Dongzhou's underworld, Master Ba. His real name was Yuan Xiong. In his youth, he had lost a finger on each hand, earning him the moniker of Master Ba. In contrast to the likes of Duanxi Hai from the smaller city of Yunqin, Master Ba's strength was leagues ahead, a heavyweight in his own right. Following closely behind Yuan Xiong was a lean elder, his forehead prominent, eyes deep set, exuding a formidable presence that indicated he was no ordinary fighter. This elder was the renowned Eagle, Yuan Xiong's top enforcer, whose presence significantly contributed to Yuan's ascension as the ruler of Dongzhou's underbelly. Behind the elder were Yuan Xiong's 4 most formidable subordinates, all muscular and exuding an intimidating air. Aside from these 20 men, outside the restaurant stood a throng of 200 to 300 individuals, each wielding knives and clubs, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Master Ba, upon seeing Yuan Xiong, Chao Dongquan's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached. I am grateful for your presence, Master Ba. Chao, my brother, who possesses such audacity to lay hands on your men. Yuan Xiong cast a sweeping glance towards Ling Hao and his companion. They appear unfamiliar. They must be outsiders. Chao Dongquan replied. They possess some degree of skill. Heh. Is that so? Yuan Xiong replied with a faint smile as he approached Ling Hao and his companion. Upon reaching them, he scrutinized both closely, ensuring they were indeed strangers before speaking. I am Yuan Xiong. May I inquire your names? Are you not a man who navigates both the underworld and the legitimate world? Ling Hao disregarded Yuan Xiong and instead turned to Chao Dongquan. Is this all the backup you could muster? Yuan Xiong felt a flicker of coldness in his gaze as Ling Hao dismissed him entirely. You are Yuan Xiong? Ling Hao continued to address him. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? Xiao Dongquan is my sworn brother. His affairs are my affairs. So you must ponder whether I should intervene. As Yuan Xiong spoke, his pupils constricted slightly. Initially, he had dismissed Ling Hao and his companion. But now he sensed a dangerously potent aura emanating from them. He was certain that such an aura could only belong to someone who had clawed their way out from a pile of corpses. He had once crossed paths with a mercenary leader, but even that individual did not exude such a menacing presence as did these two. It was evident that they were not to be trifled with. Have you made your decision? Ling Hao praised Yuan Xiong. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Once you take action, there is no turning back. My dear brother, I find you quite intriguing. If you would consider granting me a favor, I would be willing to act as a mediator. What say you? After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Xiong spoke. He had achieved his current status not merely through brute force but also through cunning. He was now completely convinced that Ling Hao and his companion were individuals forged in the crucible of battle. The very fact that they maintained such composure in the presence of so many was not something an ordinary person could match. Though he was the sovereign of Dongzhou's underworld, he had no desire to make enemies of such formidable characters unless absolutely necessary. Is that so? How do you propose to act as a mediator? Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. Chapter 32. Are they at the general level? I have a general understanding of the situation between you and Brother Chao. And I would like to offer a suggestion, Yuan Xiong continued. I propose that Brother Chao take out 5 million for the two of you to enjoy some tea. And we shall let this matter pass. What do you think, my brothers? If my calculations are correct, just from that one residential area. He must have amassed over 10 billion, right? Ling Hao lifted his teacup and took a sip. And now you want him to produce 5 million to settle this issue? How do you think I would feel about that? Brother, when away from home, harmony is of utmost importance. A flicker of anger began to appear on Yuan Xiong's face. He had already lowered his stance sufficiently, yet Ling Hao seemed unyielding. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone someone accustomed to power. Enough. I don't have time for idle chatter with you. Ling Hao's tone grew grave. This matter is not negotiable. If I do not see him repaying the debt in the residential area tomorrow, his company can close its doors. If you wish to intervene, then have your people act swiftly. After the matter is resolved, I still need to return home to sleep, for I must rise early to accompany my daughter. Yuan Xiong's patience had run dry, and a chill emanated from him. Although he felt a slight apprehension towards Ling Hao and his companion, it did not mean he would continue to swallow his pride. After all, he was the king of the underground world in Dongzhou. How could he tolerate the insolence of two unknown youths? In that case, let me see what you truly rely upon. After speaking, Yuan Xiong turned to the lean old man behind him. Elder Ing, I must trouble you. The lean old man nodded and stepped forward, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he regarded Ling Hao and his companion. If I am not mistaken, both of you are practitioners of martial arts, correct? I am Hoing. May I inquire your esteemed names? Not bad. Ling Hao glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, half a foot into the realm of a battle master. In Dongzhou, that should indeed be considered a notable figure. Practitioners of martial arts are certainly not ordinary individuals. The hierarchy of martial arts begins with the lowest level, the battle apprentice, followed by the warrior. Above the warrior is the battle master, then the battle general, and finally, the battle god. The path of martial arts is boundless, with only higher realms and no highest peak. Each level is further divided into 5 stages: initial, minor, major, pinnacle, and completion. What some regard as individuals with a bit of skill would merely qualify as initial battle apprentices, while typical ruffians would not even reach that level. Ling Hao's previous comment about the old man being half a foot into the realm of a battle master implied that the latter's true strength was at the pinnacle of the warrior stage, which took Ling Hao by surprise. Hoing did not expect Ling Hao to discern his cultivation level at a glance. His eyes narrowed slightly. While your strength may be passable to ordinary people, it is still too weak. You should seriously consider whether you wish to engage. Ling Hao continued in a calm tone. TCH. Hearing Ling Hao's words, Yuan Xiong's entourage looked at him as if he were a fool. They were all too well aware of Elder Ying's capabilities. While they could not claim he was invincible in Dongzhou, he certainly ranked among the top 3. In the underground world, no so-called gold medal fighters could withstand even a single strike from him. And now, a man under 30 dares to claim Elder Ying is weak. It is truly a display of ignorance and audacity. How fortunate it is to encounter a kindred spirit. Let us have a friendly spar. The old man took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Please, enlighten me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As his words fell, his hands transformed into claw-like forms, leaving behind several afterimages as he swiftly lunged toward Ling Hao. Do you not possess any self-awareness? Why is it so difficult for you to accept that you are too weak? Before Ling Hao could react, Lu Yu spoke casually, raising his hand to unleash a gust of wind. What appeared to be a casual strike concealed a tempestuous force, sweeping toward the old man like a hurricane, producing a sharp whistling sound. The moment Lu Yu's aura fluctuated, the old man's pupils contracted in shock. It was only then that he realized the caliber of the individual he had provoked. It was ludicrous to think he could engage in a spar. He wished to evade. But the disparity in their cultivation levels was akin to a chasm. He had no chance to escape. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Hoing was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This, evidently, was the outcome of Lu Yu's leniency. Had he not held back, the old man would have surely met his demise. Silence. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound stillness, with even a pin drop audible. The foremost expert of Dongzhou's underground world had been effortlessly dispatched by a mere gesture from his opponent. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? You have already reached the level of a battle general? The old man lay on the ground. Terror etched across his face, his heart a tempest of disbelief. He had never imagined that in his lifetime, he would encounter a legendary figure of the battle general realm. He felt he could die without regret. A battle general, you say? Hiki. Liu shrugged, ignoring the man further. As the foremost individual beside the king of the Western territories, if he were merely a battle general, he would have long been the subject of ridicule. Eighth Master. It seems your people are lacking. Should you not call for reinforcements? At this moment, Ling Hao turned to Yuan Xiong and offered a faint smile. Huff. Yuan Xiong exhaled heavily, his expression darkening to the extreme. My brother, and Dongzhou, fists do not equate to everything. If you truly wish to be ruthless, I assure you, I am not as insignificant as you presume. Yuan Xiong, you are courting death. Just then, a voice interrupted him. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, the group of ruffians originally stationed at the door, still perplexed by the turn of events, rushed into the hall, crashing heavily to the ground, their heads tilting as they fell unconscious. Before long, Shen Lu and an elderly man surnamed Tang hurried over. Shun, Director Shen? Upon seeing Shen Lu, both Yuan Xiong and Xiao Dong exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. As prominent figures in Dongzhou City, they were naturally acquainted with Shen Lu. Recognizing him as a formidable presence they could only revere, especially Yuan Xiong, who had once attempted to assert dominance over Shen Lu a year prior, only to find himself at the mercy of Shun Li's men, who had a knife to his throat. Had it not been for someone intervening on Yuan Xiong's behalf, he would have already met a grim fate. After that incident, he had investigated Shen Li's background, and upon gathering all the information, he felt fortunate to still be alive, surely a blessing from his past life. Not only within Dongzhou, but even across the vast territory, Shun Li's influence was renowned. With Shun Li's power, to eliminate Yuan Xiong would be as effortless as squashing an ant. From that moment on, he had fully surrendered to Shen Lu. And over the past year, he had assisted Shen Lu with several matters, barely earning Shen Li's acknowledgement. Director Shen, do you know them? Yuan Xiong took a deep breath and hurried forward. Chapter 33 Resignation Letter. Unaware of the peril, Shen Lu shot him a fierce glare before hastily approaching Ling Hao. He then bowed deeply, saying, I apologize, young Master Ling. I was delayed by the old man's call and arrived late. Please forgive me. Thud, thud. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Xiong and Xiao Dongquan felt their legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, their faces filled with horror and cold sweat pouring down their bodies. The two before them were such esteemed figures that even Shen Lu had to bow in respect. What level of personage were they dealing with? Reflecting on their previous threats against Ling Hao, the two felt a deep sense of regret. They had truly brought this upon themselves. Do you know them? Ling Hao inquired calmly. I previously asked Yuan Xiong to handle a few trivial matters, Shen Lu replied respectfully. Is that so? Ling Hao continued, his tone still indifferent. Just now, they were intent on incapacitating both me and Lu Yu. Thud. Yuan Xiong and Xiao Dongquan stumbled forward, kneeling at Ling Hao's feet. I am truly sorry. It was my ignorance of your greatness. Please, spare me. Yuan Xiong stammered, his complexion pale. Bang, bang. Before he could finish, Shen Lu kicked him to the ground. These fools truly do not know what death means. Shen Li's face was a mask of fury. He then kicked a machete next to Yuan Xiong, commanding, self-mutilate one arm, and await young Master Ling's judgment. Understood. Yuan Xiong gritted his teeth, picked up the machete, and with a grimace, raised it to strike his left arm. To him, losing an arm was far better than losing his life. Clang. Just as the machete was about to descend, a sharp sound rang out. The blade slipped from Yuan Xiong's grasp, and a searing pain shot through his palm. As he glanced down to see the small toothpick that had fallen to the ground, a storm of disbelief surged within him. A mere toothpick had neutralized his full-force strike? What on earth was happening? Consider this a warning, for Shen Li's sake. Should there be a next time, your life shall no longer belong to you. Ling Hao stated coolly. Thank you, young Master Ling. Yuan Xiong trembled, hastily kneeling again. He then bowed to Shenlu, expressing, "Thank you, Director Shen." He was acutely aware that if not for Shenli's timely arrival, he might not see the dawn of another day. Given Ling Hao's displayed prowess, his entourage would hardly suffice as a mere distraction. "Now, let us discuss your matters," Ling Hao said, turning his attention to Cao Dongguan. Thud, thud, thud. Cao Dongguan crawled forward, fervently bowing. I beg for mercy, young Master Ling. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the community and reimburse every homeowner. I implore you to spare me this once. I swear I won't dare again. Additionally, I am willing to provide an extra 200,000 to each household as compensation for their distress. You have likely engaged in similar dealings before." Ling Hao remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. "I will grant you 1 week's time. Besides tomorrow's reimbursement, review your past misdeeds and offer apologies and compensations where due. After a week, I will send someone to investigate. Should I discover any attempt at deception on your part, your life will be forfeit. Rest assured, young Masterling, I will make amends for everything." Cao Dongguan quickly bowed. Wealth is indeed paramount, yet one must have a life to spend it. He had no doubt that Ling Hao's intent to eliminate him was as effortless as drinking water. "I do not wish for tonight's events to reach the ears of outsiders. You too must ensure your subordinates are properly informed," Ling Hao instructed, waving his hand dismissively. "Now, leave. Please rest assured, it will remain confidential." Yuan Xiong and Cao Dongguan bowed thrice before rising and departing with their entourage. "Young Master Ling, I apologize for not knowing they were here for you." After the group left, Shenle took a seat beside Ling Hao. "This matter does not concern you," Ling Hao replied after sipping his tea. "I called you here for another reason." He then briefly recounted the incident involving the Qin family. "The Qin family is courting disaster." Shenlu responded gravely after hearing Ling Hao's words. "Young Master Ling, let's not complicate matters. I can simply acquire the Qin group and hand it over to Miss Yuxin for management. You are just like Lu Yu, simple and brutal." Ling Hao shot him an annoyed glance. "If it were that straightforward, I wouldn't need you here." Shenli's lips twitched. "I do not wish for Yuxin to know my true identity just yet," Ling Hao continued. "On one hand, I fear she might feel we inhabit different worlds and distance herself from me. On the other, the more she knows about me, the more perilous her situation becomes." "Understood." Shenlu nodded solemnly. He fully grasped Ling Hao's intentions, particularly the latter point. Numerous and scrupulous individuals lurked within the territory, awaiting the right moment to strike. "Tomorrow, follow my instructions and arrange for someone to liaise with the Qin group regarding the contract," Ling Hao instructed further. "You can trust me, young Master Ling. I guarantee it will be handled flawlessly." Shenle nodded in affirmation after a few minutes. The following morning, deep within the heart of the territory, in a special controlled area of the capital, several solemn-faced men gathered around a conference table in an office. Their gazes fixated on a resignation letter projected onto a screen. Their expressions varied. How outrageous. An elderly gentleman in traditional attire broke the silence. He should have at least given us a heads up before abandoning his post. Instead, he simply tossed a resignation letter our way. Who gave him the authority to resign at will, treating such a significant matter as a joke? "Calm down. You're not a child anymore. Control your temper. Watch your blood pressure." An elder in plain clothing replied coolly. "Those of us present know that young man's character well. Do you truly believe he would resign simply because of a few harsh words? Then what do you propose as the reason?" The elderly gentleman in traditional attire retorted defiantly. "What do you think?" The white-haired elder responded nonchalantly. "Over the past 2 years, he has contributed immensely to this country. And I trust those seated here are well aware of that, leaving aside his countless military achievements. Consider the past year during which he led the Shadow Gate. How many parasites and tumors has he eradicated for this nation? Moreover, during the Western Front crisis a few months ago, we proposed several candidates for the task. Those individuals made every excuse imaginable to avoid accepting the mission. In the end, he was the one who volunteered to don his armor once more, leading 100,000 against 1,000,000 foes. After 3 months of relentless battle, he claimed the enemy commander's head, ensuring at least a decade of tranquility for the Western territories. Now, reflect on whether he has ever made any unreasonable demands of you? None, right? Quit beating around the bush. What do you really want to say?" The elderly gentleman in traditional attire set his teacup down and inquired. Chapter 34. Disapproval yet. Despite this, there remain some insidious individuals who stab him in the back, idling away their days, spreading rumors everywhere. The elderly man in plain clothes continued, accusing him of forming cliques, excluding dissenters, amassing troops for self-governance, and harboring intentions of rebellion against the sovereign. Ironically, there are indeed those who believe such absurdities. Tell me, if you were in his shoes, would you not harbor any thoughts? HM? The elderly man in tang suit furrowed his brow. Who told you this? You ought to venture out more in your spare time. Do not confine yourself to that courtyard all day. The plain-clothed elder shot him a glare. At this rate, you will become utterly isolated from the world. Such matters have circulated in the imperial city for quite some time. However, he cannot simply abandon his duties, can he? Another elder interjected. Although the western region is currently stable, the other borders still face lurking dangers, and there are many places that require his efforts. Moreover, the Blood Shadow Brigade was forged by his own hands. The four of them, Qilin and his companions, recognize only him. No one else could command their allegiance. If he resigns, who will lead the Blood Shadow Brigade? You only focus on his dereliction of duty, but have you ever considered why he would resort to such an action? The plain-clothed elder continued to inquire. What do you mean? Did you not say he resigned out of anger? The elderly man in Tang's suit retorted sharply. Thus, I assert, you have never truly cared for him. The plain-clothed elder glared at the elderly man in Tang's suit. He fights valiantly for our nation within enemy territory. Yet his own flesh and blood has been abducted by some scoundrels he is meant to protect, and they intend to harvest her organs for transplant into other children. Tell me, if you were in his position, what would you do? What? Upon hearing his words, everyone present gasped in unison. Bang! A middle-aged man slammed his palm against the conference table, rising to his feet, an aura of murderous intent surrounding him, and bellowed in anger. This is outrageous. Who committed such a heinous act? Tell me, and I shall eradicate his entire lineage. Enough. Mind your position. Do you think you are still that soldier charging into battle? The plain-clothed elder shot him a stern look. I do not care about that. The middle-aged man continued to shout. How dare anyone commit such barbaric acts? I must make him aware of the consequences. Elder Tang, quickly tell me who is responsible. I will immediately lead a team to apprehend him. Sit down. At this moment, the elder seated at the head of the table spoke in a deep voice. Then, turning to the plain-clothed elder. Elder Tang? I was just about to inquire about this matter. He isn't married, is he? How did he suddenly acquire a daughter? Someone else bore her for him. Elder Tang shrugged his shoulders. Cough. The elder at the head of the table choked slightly. Of course, I know someone else bore her. Do you think he could give birth himself? What is her current situation? Has she been rescued? After taking a sip of tea, he ceased to dwell on the issue of parentage. Indeed. Elder Tang nodded. Here is the plan. You will be responsible for speaking with him. His resignation will not be approved, but he is permitted a 3-month leave to spend time with his family, after which he must return to the capital to report. The elder at the head of the table set down his teacup and continued. Furthermore, during his leave, he will have full authority over all matters concerning the Shadow Gate. Should any issues arise, he will be held solely accountable. The meeting is adjourned. With that, he rose from his seat and, upon reaching the door, turned to say, Elder Tang, please come with me. 1 minute later, the two men found themselves in the corridor. Elder Tang. I know you care deeply for that young man, the elder at the head of the table remarked as they walked. However, his edges are still too pronounced and require careful refinement. After all, this nation relies on him to shoulder significant responsibilities in the future. Yet, some individuals' actions are truly disheartening. Elder Tang responded solemnly. They do nothing but engage in despicable tactics. Do you have so little faith in that young man? If he cannot resolve such trivial matters, how can we expect him to handle greater challenges? The elder at the head paused before continuing. You are only creating chaos with your concern. With that young man's skills and prowess, how many in the entire country could cause him to falter? I simply cannot stand certain individuals' behavior. Elder Tang replied coldly. Enough. Do not dwell on their actions. The elder at the head continued. By the way, the eastern region should currently be under the leadership of Luo Xinzhou, correct? Indeed. Elder Tang nodded. Since Zheng Dongyang's incident, the position of king of the eastern territory has been vacant, temporarily managed by Deputy Luo Xinzhou. Please give him a call and ask him to find time to visit that young man. Should he require anything, let him know to cooperate fully. The elder at the head continued. You old rascal, your ulterior motives are quite transparent, aren't they? Elder Tang said with irritation. He knows full well that with that young man's skills and strength, there is little need for assistance in Eastern Territory. It would be more accurate to say he is capable of helping others. Hiki. The elder at the head chuckled awkwardly. Nothing escapes your perception, to my knowledge. A group of restless elements infiltrated our territory in recent days. If my information is correct, their target is likely Eastern Territory, and it is said they possess formidable strength. Luo Xinzhou's current manpower may prove insufficient. I knew you weren't up to any good. Elder Tang shot him a look. Who exactly are they? What are they doing in Eastern Territory? I have not gathered detailed information on their identities, but it is certain they hail from the dark underworld abroad. The elder at the head slightly shook his head. They are after that girl from the Luo family. Elder Tang's expression darkened. Isn't that girl in foreign lands? How did she end up in Eastern Territory? Recently, our people were ambushed while executing a mission abroad. They made contact with the Luo girl, who led a rescue operation and annihilated the opposition. It is precisely because of this that she has offended that faction. Her stronghold was razed, and she sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, she managed to escape and was rescued by our people, returning to the country just a couple of days ago. Then why did she not return home to the capital but instead head to Eastern Territory? Is she simply idle? Elder Tang replied, exasperated. If she cannot handle a force like that, how can Luo Zhenzhou ensure her safety? Her naivety is astounding. As he spoke, he seemed to come to a realization, furrowing his brow and turning to the elder at the head. Were you intentionally sending her to Eastern Territory? Chapter 35. The gratitude of neighbors. The influence from abroad should not be underestimated. The elder at the forefront smiled faintly. If this draws attention to the capital, it could become a headache, especially since we have a multitude of troubles to address ourselves. Regardless, that young man is idling away in the East Continent. Let him exert some effort to deal with a bunch of grasshoppers. It will serve as a good practice for him. You're quite the old fox. The elder surnamed Tang glanced at him in exasperation. If that young man discovers your scheming, be careful he doesn't storm into your office to settle the score. Don't come looking for me then. Perhaps he might even thank me in the future. The leading elder smiled nonchalantly. All right, that's enough said. Do take care of that young man's matters. Meanwhile, in the East Continent, after finishing breakfast, Ling Hao and Lu Yu drove to Qin Yuxin's residence, with Lu Yu bringing along several toys. Daddy. As soon as they entered, Rui dashed over. Rui, dear, have you had breakfast? Ling Hao embraced her. Yes. Grandma made breakfast. It was delicious. Rui nodded vigorously. Have you thanked Grandma? Ling Hao inquired with a smile. Of course. Rui responded. Such a good girl. Ling Hao smiled again and pointed to Lu Yu. This is Uncle Lu. He bought all your toys. Be sure to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Rui exclaimed. No need to thank me, Rui. Lu Yu smiled back, setting down the toys. Shall I play with you? Really? That would be wonderful. Rui exclaimed, jumping down from Ling Hao's arms. Uncle, Aunt, good morning. Ling Hao turned to greet Qin Hongyuan and Xin Xiaonan. Brother-in-law, good morning. Qin Ruifei called cheerfully. Good morning, Ruifei. Ling Hao responded with a smile, then asked, Are you working now? I'm studying in Jiahai City and will graduate in another semester. I'm on break now and will return to school soon. Qin Ruifei answered with a smile. Brother-in-law, you mentioned knowing many people. Once I graduate, you must help me find a good job. You're still studying? Ling Hao paused slightly. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Great. It's a deal then. Thank you, brother-in-law. Qin Ruifei beamed. Ruifei, if you keep babbling, I'll seal your lips. Xin Xiaonan shot her a fierce glare. How am I babbling? This is what my sister admitted yesterday. Qin Ruifei stuck out her tongue playfully. Ruifei, stop messing around. Hearing this, Qin Yuxin rolled her eyes and then turned to Ling Hao. Spend more time with Rui today. We plan to return to Yunqing this afternoon. Leaving so soon? Ling Hao was slightly taken aback. There's nothing left to do here, and I need to go back to Yunqing to look for work. Grandfather, surely won't allow me back at the company, Qin Yuxin replied. I know you still doubt what I said yesterday. Ling Hao continued after a slight pause, so let us leave a bit later. All right. Spend time with Rui. Qin Yuxin assumed Ling Hao was reluctant to part with their daughter. Sure. Ling Hao didn't elaborate further. Daddy, come play with us. Uncle Lu bought this toy, and it's so much fun. Rui called out in her sweet voice. All right. Ling Hao smiled and walked over. Xiaonan, are you home? Moments later, a voice called from downstairs. Come down for a moment. Huh. Xin Xiaonan was slightly startled. A few minutes later, everyone descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, they observed a large crowd gathered outside, all faces brimming with joy. Xiaonan, thank you all. Upon seeing Qin Hongyuan's family, the crowd knelt simultaneously. And Zhang, what are you doing? Get up. Xin Xiaonan hurried to help the elderly woman to her feet. Everyone, please rise. What on earth is going on? Xin Xiaonan called out to the others. Xiaonan, stop pretending to be in the dark. You've done us all a tremendous favor. We don't know how to thank you. Aunt Zhang, with tears streaming down her face, stood up. Aunt Zhang, please tell me what happened? Xin Xiaonan pressed. Early this morning, the people from Dongquan Company visited us one by one, a middle-aged woman explained. They not only compensated us for the price difference, but also offered an additional 200,000 as compensation for emotional distress. Xin Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. And Qin Hongyuan and Qin Yuxin exchanged equally shocked glances. The four of them instinctively turned to Ling Hao, fully aware that he had claimed yesterday he would resolve the matter through his connections. Could it truly be him? Ling Hao, catching their gaze from the corner of his eye, feigned ignorance and crouched down to play with Rui. Aunt Zhang, how did you know we were involved? Qin Hongyuan inquired. Hongyuan, the developers said they did this entirely out of consideration for your family and instructed us to thank you, a middle-aged man replied. Hongyuan, Xiaonan, we are immensely grateful to you. With this money, we will no longer be homeless. An elderly man looked at them with heartfelt gratitude. Grandpa Wang, there's no need to be so polite. We're neighbors, and it was merely a small effort on our part. Qin Hongyuan responded after taking a deep breath. To you. It may be a small effort, but to us, it means everything. The elderly man's eyes filled with tears as he spoke. This community is home to many elderly residents, some of whom are bereaved parents. They had initially thought they would have to face life on the streets. But the sudden turn of events filled them with immense joy. Xiaonan, this is a small token of appreciation from your neighbors. Please don't refuse it. A middle-aged man said, handing Xiaonan a woven bag. What is this? Xiaonan asked, examining the bag. Gasped. She inhaled sharply. It was filled with bundles of cash, easily amounting to tens of thousands. No, I cannot accept this. Xiaonan hesitated, her eyes flickering before returning the bag. Xiaonan, this is a small gesture from each household. You must accept it, and Zhang insisted. Thank you all for your kindness. We appreciate your sentiments. Qin Yuan surveyed the bag before raising his voice. However, we absolutely cannot accept this money. Please take it back. Chapter 36. The Zhao family discovers a lead Yuan. Xiaonan, please accept this. Grandpa Wang spoke up. Thank you, Grandpa Wang, but we truly cannot accept the money. Please take it back, Xiaonan replied after taking a deep breath. In truth, the sum presented to her was undeniably alluring. It was enough to sustain her family for 2 years. Yet, after a moment of internal struggle, she resisted the temptation. Ling Hao, observing the conversation between Qin Yuan and his wife, regarded them with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The neighbors, seeing that Qin Yuan and his wife were genuinely unwilling to accept the money, finally relented. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, they took their leave. A quarter of an hour later, the family re-entered the house. Brother-in-law, was this your doing? As they stepped inside, Qin Ruifei turned to Ling Hao and asked, how do you know such influential people? No, Ling Hao shook his head. The friend I know is merely an ordinary clerk in the real estate department. Do you think I'm a child? An ordinary clerk could not persuade the developers to part with such a fortune, Qin Ruifei pouted. Well, I truly don't know. I only asked that friend to remind the developers not to escalate the situation, Ling Hao added after a pause. It's possible the developers had a moment of conscience. Have you ever seen a developer with such a conscience? Not only did they cover the price difference, but they also offered an additional 200,000? Qin Ruifei clearly doubted Ling Hao's words. Qin Yuan, his wife, and Qin Ruixin shared similar skeptical expressions as they regarded Ling Hao. I really can't say. Ling Hao shrugged. Let us not dwell on this. Regardless of the cause, it is a fortunate turn of events, is it not? But, Qin Ruifei began again. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Is that you? What do you want now? Qin Ruifei opened the door to find the bald man from yesterday, her expression immediately tense. Miss Qin, please do not misunderstand. I have come expressly to apologize. The bald man entered, flanked by 2 followers. He instinctively glanced at Ling Hao and Lu Yu, a flicker of deep fear crossing his gaze. Then he knelt before Qin Yuan's family, saying, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events. Please do not hold it against me. Please, rise and speak. Qin Ruixin took a deep breath and continued. Tell me, who approached your boss? What caused such a dramatic change in your attitude? In response to Miss Qin, no one approached our boss, the bald man replied as he stood up. Our boss attended a special meeting regarding the demolition in the city last night. During the meeting, the relevant leaders stressed the importance of thoroughly investigating compensation matters. Fearing unrest from the homeowners, he made this decision. Then why did the neighbors come to thank us? Qin Ruixin pressed on. There is a clerk named Lu in that department who claims to know your family. The bald man paused slightly before continuing. He advised our boss to additionally provide some form of compensation to the homeowners to prevent any issues. After speaking, he accepted a bag from one of his followers. Inside this bag is 200,000 in compensation for you, Miss Qin. If you wish to sell your house, we will purchase it at market price. If you prefer not to sell, you may continue living here, and when the neighborhood is officially demolished, I will find you temporary housing until your new place is ready. Is this truly happening? Qin Ruifei asked. It is only right, the bald man replied. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He placed the bag on the ground, then bowed again and hurried out, eager to avoid saying anything further. Upon exiting, he felt a cold sweat saturating his back. Did they truly give every family 200,000? After the bald man departed, Xiaonan opened the bag and beamed with joy. She had just resolutely declined the neighbor's monetary offer, and now she felt a pang of regret. Seeing her family also receiving 200,000 eased her heart considerably. Her gaze turned to Ling Hao, filled with complex emotions. While she could not ascertain if this was indeed Ling Hao's doing, it was undeniable that he had played a role. Moreover, this outcome not only enhanced her standing among the neighbors but also unexpectedly enriched her family. Lu Yu, did you go find Xiao Dongquan last night? Qin Ruixin pondered briefly before addressing Lu Yu. Lu Yu, momentarily taken aback, shook his head vigorously. No. He is a powerful figure in both the underworld and the legitimate world. I wouldn't dare approach him. Neither of you is speaking the truth. Qin Yuxin shot a glance at Ling Hao and Lu Yu. Daddy, I want to be lifted high. At that moment, Ruiri clung to Ling Hao's arms and said, All right. Ling Hao smiled and nodded, lifting Ruiri high into the air. In the western part of the city, at the Zhao family estate, the patriarch Zhao Yuehua sat in his villa's grand hall, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression dark and brooding. Ever since the incident involving Zhao Jiahu, his mood had soured. What troubled him further was that he had mobilized all of the family's resources to investigate the events of 5 years ago, seeking any overlooked details about the Zheng family. Yet, to this day, he had not uncovered a single clue. Additionally, the individual responsible for his son's demise, who had been seen at the Crown Hotel that night, had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving him without anyone to exact his revenge upon. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Zhao Yuehui, the second son of the Zhao family, hurried in, dragging a blood-soaked, emaciated man who was sputtering blood. Brother, we have a lead, Zhao Yuehui exclaimed, tossing the frail man onto the floor before turning to Zhao Yuehua. Speak. Zhao Yuehua's eyes brightened. This fellow got drunk at a banquet a few days ago and inadvertently revealed crucial information. Zhao Yuehui indicated towards the emaciated man. 5 years ago, he witnessed Qin Yuxin's eldest daughter saving someone, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be a remnant of the Zheng family. Zhao Yuehua narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at the man. Are you certain it was Qin Yuxin's eldest daughter? Why, yes. The frail man struggled to respond. She is the most beautiful woman in Dongzhou. I could recognize her at a glance. Where exactly did you see her saving someone? Zhao Yuehua pressed further. Right. On the street adjacent to the Zheng family estate at that time. The man continued to bleed profusely. I saw her. She helped a bloodied man into a taxi. Chapter 37. A Great Fortune. What does the man look like? Zhao Yuehua asked coldly, taking a puff from his cigar. Because the distance was too far, and the time too short, and his face was covered in blood, I couldn't see clearly. I only know he was a man. Huff. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuehua exhaled heavily, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, there truly was a fish that slipped through the net. That's all I know. I beg you to let me go. I promise I won't say anything. The emaciated man spoke again after spitting out another mouthful of blood. Crack, crack. Before he could finish, his words were abruptly cut off as Zhao Yuehui stomped his foot on the man's chest, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. Brother, are you certain that the person at the Crown Hotel that day was not from the Zheng family? Zhao Yuehua glanced at the man on the ground before asking. Absolutely. Zhao Yuehui nodded vigorously. I know everyone from the Zheng family. That man was definitely a stranger. It seems that the remnants of the Zheng family have managed to associate with someone influential. Zhao Yuehua nodded slightly. Yes, Zhao Yuehui concurred. Eldest brother, this is quite simple. I will take people to capture Qin Yuxin's daughter right away to inquire about it. For this matter, let us, the Zhao family, refrain from intervening. Zhao Yuehua continued after a moment of contemplation. The other party only mentioned the matter of the Zheng family's daughter being forced to jump into the river at the Crown Hotel, but did not discuss the annihilation of the Zheng family. Moreover, with so many days passing, he has not sought us out, which likely means he is unaware of who was behind the Zheng family's downfall. Understood. Zhao Yuehui nodded thoughtfully. Leave it to Lu Jun to handle. Zhao Yuehua added after taking another puff of his cigar. Instruct him to take care of this personally. The fewer who know, the better. Got it. Zhao Yuehui nodded and pulled out his phone to dial a number. At 11 in the morning, at the headquarters of the Qin Group, Qin Ming, along with his second son Qin Hongjiang and Qin Yuxiao, was discussing the contract for the Dongzhou building in his office. Typically, he seldom came to the company, having long transferred the position of general manager to Qin Hongjiang while merely holding the title of chairman. However, due to the critical nature of the Dongzhou building contract, he had been frequently visiting the company for meetings. Zhao girl, what did Jin Xiao say? Is there any new progress? Qin Ming inquired, lifting his teacup for a sip. Grandfather, don't worry. It should be soon. Qin Yuxiao replied with a nod. Jin Xiao said that his father contacted a department head of the Dongzhou building last night, and they verbally agreed to help us negotiate with their company. If all goes well, we should have a response in the next day or two. Really? That's wonderful. Qin Ming beamed with joy. If this matter is resolved, Zhao girl, you will be the great benefactor of our Qin family, and we will promote you to vice president in charge of marketing for the group. Thank you, grandfather. This is what I ought to do. Qin Yuxiao said, her face radiant with happiness. By the way, how far have you and Jian Xiao progressed in your relationship? Qin Ming continued. Though their family is not one of the 4 great families of Dongzhou, they are much stronger than our Qin family. If you can marry him, it would be a good match. Grandfather, I haven't thought it through yet. There is no rush. Qin Yuji replied with a smile. For her, marrying Qin Haojian was never her intention. She was merely using him for now, posing as his girlfriend. She had clear marriage goals. She must marry into one of the four great families. As for whom specifically, it mattered not, as long as he was a direct descendant of one of the four families. Dingling. At that moment, Qin Ming's phone rang, and upon checking, it was a call from his secretary. Don't you know I'm in a meeting? He pressed the answer button and spoke in a low voice. What is it? Chairman Qin, the people from the Dongzhou Building's investment department have arrived. They specifically requested that the young lady come to sign the contract in person. The secretary's voice was tinged with excitement. Really? Hearing this, Qin Ming almost jumped with joy. Yes, I just brought them to the conference room, the secretary replied. All right. Tell them the young lady will be there shortly, Qin Ming said, his face brimming with delight. Dad, what else with the excitement? After Qin Ming hung up, Qin Hongjiang chuckled, having not seen his father this animated in a long time. Haha, it's a great fortune, an enormous fortune. Qin Ming laughed heartily. Turning to Qin Yujiao. Jiao girl, you truly are the lucky star of our Qin family. Grandfather, what exactly happened? Qin Yujiao asked, her face filled with astonishment. The investment department from the Dongzhou building came directly to our company and specifically requested you to sign the contract. Qin Ming continued to laugh. Hurry and call Jian Shao to express your gratitude, and let him know we will treat him to dinner tonight. He must come. Qin Hongjiang exclaimed in unison with his father. Grandfather, is it true? Qin Yujiao asked, slightly taken aback. Of course it's true. Their people are already in the conference room. How could it be false? Qin Ming replied with a smile. Wonderful. Qin Yujiao exclaimed joyfully. Haha. ISNT, this is a splendid piece of news? Qin Ming exclaimed again. It's no wonder the Qian family is so impressive. Their connections are undoubtedly solid. Sending people over here personally. As he spoke, he stood and looked at Qin Hongjiang. You should hurry back to your office to prepare. We will meet them together to show our seriousness. All right, Dad, Qin Hongjiang said, his face aglow with excitement. Jiao girl, you should call him. I'll also head back to my office to prepare. Qin Ming said, smiling at Qin Yujiao as he walked toward the door. Okay. Qin Yujiao nodded vigorously. She hadn't expected that this matter, which had troubled the Qin family for over half a year, would be resolved so easily. Qian Haojian truly had some capabilities. After steadying her emotions, she picked up her phone and dialed Qian Haojian. Darling, thank you. She spoke in a sweet tone as the call connected. Qian Haojian on the other end paused, surprised. Why are you suddenly thanking me? You're being annoying, pretending not to know, Qin Yujiao teased. Your connections are just too powerful. The Dongzhou Building's people came to our company on their own, and I'm about to sign the contract with them. Qian Haojian exclaimed in astonishment. Up until today, he had never mentioned anything about the Qin family to his father. Yet now, Qin Yujiao was telling him that the people from the Dongzhou Building had proactively gone to the Qin group to sign the contract. It felt like a joke. Are you surprised? Qin Yujiao smiled coyly again. All right, I want to keep you. I'm off to sign the contract. Tonight, I'll come over to your place. And I'll fulfill that posture you've always wanted to unlock. After speaking, she hung up before he could respond. Chapter 38, A State of Bewilderment 5 minutes later. Under the guidance of his secretary, Qin Ming entered the grand conference room alongside Qin Hongjiang and Qin Yujiao. As he surveyed the room, he noticed a group of 4 seated individuals, among whom was a man in his 40s. Hello, Director Zhou. These two are our chairman and general manager. The secretary introduced Qin Ming and his son, before gesturing towards Qin Yujiao. And this young lady is the Miss Qin you were looking for. Hello, Director Zhou. I apologize for the trouble you've taken to come here, Qin Ming greeted warmly. Chairman Qin, no need for such formalities. Your company is a VIP client of ours. This is simply part of our duty, the man, known as Zhou Jian, replied with a smile. He then stood and bowed slightly to Qin Yujiao. Speaking with an unusually enthusiastic tone, Miss Qin, it is an honor to meet you. I am Zhou Jian, the director of the investment department at Dongzhou Plaza. I look forward to your guidance. This individual was someone the higher-ups had insisted must be treated with the utmost reverence. He dared not be careless in the slightest. Thank you for your trust, Director Zhou. Qin Yuji responded with a charming smile, relishing the respect he was showing her. Miss Qin, you are too kind. Zhou Jian replied with a smile, and then accepted a contract from a colleague beside him, handing it to Qin Yujiao. Here is the contract, in duplicate. Our company has already stamped it. Please review it, and if everything is satisfactory, your signature will activate it. All right. Qin Yujiao took the contract and handed it to Qin Ming and Qin Hongjiang. Grandfather, Dad, please take a look and see if there are any issues. Thank you for your trust in us. The contract is perfectly fine. After a few minutes, Qin Ming, having read the document, smiled at Qin Yujiao, Xiao Jiao. Go ahead and sign. Qin Yujiao nodded vigorously, taking up her exquisite fountain pen and signing her name with flair, the signature rather impressive. Director Zhou, is this acceptable? After signing, she returned the 2 contracts to Zhou Jian. Let me see. Zhou Jian flipped to the last page. In the next moment, his expression changed multiple times as he looked up at Qin Yujiao and exclaimed, "You are not Miss Qin Yuxin?" Clatter. The jaws of Qin Ming and his two relatives dropped simultaneously, their faces reflecting utter confusion. "What do you mean? Director Zhou, what do you imply?" After a moment to regain her composure, Qin Yujiao inquired. "We specifically came to sign a contract with Miss Qin Yuxin today. You are not her. Why are you signing her name?" Zhou Jian's tone grew stern. He had been entrusted with an incredibly important task. The higher-ups had emphasized that he must ensure the signature of Qin Yuxin herself. He had discreetly inquired about Qin Yuxin's identity, curious as to why she warranted such significance from the company. His superior had not directly answered, but had warned him that if there were any mistakes today, his position as the director of the investment department would be in jeopardy. Thus, he treated this matter with the utmost seriousness, bringing the contract to Qin's group immediately after leaving his superior's office. During the prior coordination with Qin Ming's secretary, he had merely mentioned requesting Miss Qin to sign the contract, neglecting to specify her full name, leading to this unfortunate mix-up. "Director Zhou, there might be a misunderstanding." Qin Ming took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. "The Qin Yuxin you mentioned is just an ordinary employee of our subsidiary company. She does not have the authority to represent our company in signing. Do I need to reiterate? I only recognize Miss Qin Yuxin. Any other signatures are invalid." Zhou Jian coldly interrupted, tearing the two contracts into shreds. His voice turned harsh as he continued, "If Miss Qin Yuxin does not come, then the matter of your group entering our plaza is concluded." With that, he stood to leave. "Director Zhou, please hold on. Have some tea first. I will call for Qin Yuxin to come over immediately." Qin Ming urged hastily. As he spoke, the words of Ling Hao from the previous day echoed in his mind. Could it be that he had indeed leveraged his connections? But that couldn't be right. This was clearly the doing of the Qin family. "I have a meeting back at the company. Please hasten to bring Miss Qin Yuxin here," Zhou Jian said coldly before sitting back down. He certainly could not afford to leave without resolution. Doing so would jeopardize his career. "All right, I will notify her right away." Qin Ming nodded, turning to Qin Yujiao. "What are you waiting for? Call her immediately." "Why yes." Qin Yujiao's face turned pale, as if she had just lost her parents. She had initially believed that starting today, she would be an exalted figure within the group, only to have her hopes dashed mere minutes later. The emotional roller coaster was infuriating. At that moment, she understood that Dongzhou Company's eagerness to come to Qin's group was not due to any connections made by Qian Haojian. In her heart, she cursed the entire lineage of the Qian family and seethed with anger towards Qian Haojian. She felt as though the past few months had been a complete waste. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxin was at home, playing with Rui alongside Ling Hao, the trio appearing quite harmonious. Dingling. The mobile phone on the coffee table rang. Qin Yuxin glanced at it. It was a call from Qin Yujiao. What does she want? She answered the call, her tone indifferent. "You need to come to the group immediately," Qin Yujiao commanded, her voice authoritative. "What is the matter?" Qin Yuxin furrowed her brow slightly. "Just come. No need for so much talk." Qin Yujiao snapped back. "I'm busy." Qin Yuxin hung up the phone without hesitation. "Yuxin, what is wrong?" Ling Hao noticed her displeased expression. "Nothing." Qin Yuxin shook her head. Qin Yujiao called out of the blue, demanding I go to the group. I ignored her. "Why is she suddenly asking you to come back to the company?" asked Shin Xunan, who was nearby. "I don't know." Qin Yuxin shrugged and continued to play with Rui. Dingling. The phone rang again. Once more it was Qin Yujiao calling. "Yuxin, don't answer it." Ling Hao chuckled lightly. "Let her call a few more times first." "Brother-in-law, your tone suggests you know what she wants from my sister?" Qin Ruifei looked at Ling Hao with curiosity. "Kiki, have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday?" Ling Hao shrugged his shoulders. "What do you mean?" Qin Ruifei asked, puzzled. "Are you referring to the contract?" Qin Yuxin suddenly realized, a look of surprise crossing her face. "What?" Qin Ruifei exclaimed in shock. "Brother-in-law, you didn't actually manage to secure the contract with Dongzhou Plaza, did you?" Chapter 39. Qin Ming's visit. Upon hearing Qin Yufei's words, both Qin Honyuan and his wife turned their attention towards Ling Hao. "I promised Rui that I would keep my word." Ling Hao gently caressed Rui's small face and said, "Rui, isn't that right?" "Yes," Rui replied loudly. "What Daddy says will definitely come true. I believe in Daddy." "Ling Hao, have you really arranged everything?" Qin Honyuan asked, astonished. "If I am not mistaken, Qin Ruijio is calling to invite Yuxin to the company to sign the contract with the Dongzhou building representatives," Ling Hao responded with a smile. "Well." The entire Qin family gasped in surprise. Dingling. The ringtone of a mobile phone continued to ring. "Ling Hao, perhaps we should let Xiaoxin answer," Qin Honyuan suggested. Glancing at Ling Hao, if she is indeed being asked to sign a contract, it wouldn't be appropriate to keep them waiting too long. What if they become impatient? "Uncle, rest assured, they will definitely wait," Ling Hao replied with another smile before turning to Qin Yuxin. "Yuxin, tell them that while it is acceptable for you to sign the contract, they must have old Master Qin come personally to invite you." Otherwise, you shall not go. What? Qin Yuxin exclaimed. Brother-in-law, that is too bold. That old fellow would surely be furious upon hearing such a demand. Xiafei, mind your words. Qin Hongyuan admonished sternly. I support Ling Hao's stance. If the Dongzhou building truly only acknowledges Yuxin, let that old fellow come to invite her in person. Shen Qiunan, rarely in agreement with Ling Hao, chimed in. Qiunan, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Qin Hongyuan interjected. What is inappropriate about it? Have you forgotten how they treated us last night? Shen Qiunan retorted loudly before turning to Qin Yuxin. Also, remember to ask him to bring the shoddy agreement your father signed and the dividends from these past few years. Indeed, Ling Hao chuckled and said, Yuxin, answer the call. Proceed as Annie suggested. But, Qin Yuxin hesitated slightly. Do not worry, I assure you they will agree. Ling Hao smiled once more. Very well. Qin Yuxin nodded and answered the call, relaying the demands to Qin Ruijiao. Smack. On the other end, Qin Ruijiao, upon hearing this, hung up in a fit of rage without uttering a word. She hung up. Qin Yuxin furrowed her brows. Never mind her, just wait for them to come. Ling Hao shrugged. Crash. At the headquarters of the Qin group, Qin Ming, after listening to Qin Ruijiao's account, smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor. Unfilial child. Truly unfilial. Qin Ming roared, his face contorted with rage, his blood pressure soaring. He could hardly believe he was being threatened, by his own granddaughter, no less. If Qin Yuxin stood before him now, he might have slapped her across the face. It was utterly infuriating. Of course, despite his fury. For the sake of the Dongzhou building contract, he seemed to have no other choice. Father, what shall we do now? Qin Hongjiang asked, equally incensed. After taking a puff from a cigarette, he continued, the Dongzhou building representatives are still waiting. Should I let them leave for now? Prepare the car. Qin Ming angrily kicked a vase to the floor as he responded. Father, are you truly going? Qin Hongjiang asked, taken aback. Do you have any other options? Qin Ming snapped. The Dongzhou building contract is vital for the Qin group. Once the contract is signed, we will deal with that unfilial child at our leisure. And what about the dividends they demand? Qin Hongjiang inquired again. What dividends can we discuss before the contract is signed? Qin Ming replied coldly. Everything will be addressed after the contract is finalized. Understood. Qin Hongjiang's eyes brightened. He understood his father's intent. Once the contract was effective, the power of negotiation would lie with them, and the terms of the dividends would be dictated by them. Grandfather. Shall I call Jian Xiao again to see if there is any news from his side? Qin Ruijiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Do not call. I just subtly inquired with the Dongzhou building representatives, and prior to this, they had no knowledge of our Qin group. Qin Ming replied solemnly. I suspect Qian Haojin never mentioned this matter to his father. He has been deceiving us all along. What? Qin Ruijiao exclaimed. That scoundrel will not escape my wrath. I will ensure he pays dearly. Enough. Do not concern yourself with him for now. Your father and I will confront that unfilial child. Qin Ming commanded. You are to remain in the conference room with the Dongzhou building representatives. By any means necessary, do not let them leave until we return. Understood. Qin Ruijiao nodded and swiftly made her way to the conference room. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Ming and his son drove furiously towards Qin Yuxin's residence. Half an hour later, the two entered her home. Father. Qin Hongyuan rose to his feet. Humph. Qin Ming scoffed, ignoring him, and shot a cold glare at Ling Hao. His face filled with fury. Grandfather. Qin Yuxin looked at Qin Ming with a complex expression. Xiaoxin, I understand you have been upset with your grandfather. Allow me to extend my apologies. Qin Ming forcibly suppressed his anger. He then turned to Qin Yuxin and said, I assure you, once the Dongzhou building contract is signed, I will have you transferred back to the headquarters and appointed as the department director. Words alone are insufficient. We require tangible assurances. Where are the shares and dividends you promised? Shen Qiunan interjected loudly. The share certificates and dividends have already been prepared by the company. Once Xiaoxin signs the contract, they will be ready for collection. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, trying to regain his composure. I have no trust in you. What if after we sign the contract, you go back on your word? Shen Qiunan continued. Sister-in-law, we are family. Isn't your tone a bit excessive? Qin Hongjiang spoke in a low voice. Humph. Excessive? Am I more excessive than you? Shen Qiunan retorted disdainfully. Are you unaware of your own actions over the years? You. Qin Hongjiang's face flushed with anger. Are you feeling the urge to explode, to lash out? Shen Qiunan coldly asked. Huh. You can't handle such small grievances? Have you ever considered how our family has survived these past years? At this point, her voice escalated several decibels. For the past 5 years, I've been on the verge of murder. Huff. Qin Ming exhaled a heavy breath, feeling himself teetering on the brink of fury. Then tell me, what must be done to persuade Xiaoxin to sign the contract? Chapter 40. A crisis. Didn't Xiaoxin just say that over the phone? Do I need to repeat myself? Shen Qiunan replied coldly. It is not impossible for Xiaoxin to sign the contract. But we must first see the share document and dividends, otherwise. Xiaonan. Qin Hunyuan interrupted her in a deep voice. The preparation of the share contract and dividends also requires time. Since Dad has agreed, he will certainly provide for us. You. Xiaonan opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but ultimately held back. Xiaoxin, why don't you go with grandfather for a while? Don't keep the people at Dongzhou building waiting. Qin Hunyuan then turned to Qin Yuxin. All right. After a moment of thought, Qin Yuxin nodded. Yuxin, I'll accompany you. Ling Hao said with a faint smile as he stood up. Daddy, don't go. I want you to stay with me. I don't want Daddy to leave. Rue exclaimed, tugging at his hand vigorously upon hearing that Ling Hao was leaving. Brother-in-law, just stay at home and play with Rue. I can go with my sister, Qin Ruifei suggested. That works. If anything comes up, just call me, Ling Hao replied after a moment of contemplation. Qin Ruifei nodded and looked at Qin Yuxin. Sister, let us go. Okay. Qin Yuxin responded and walked toward the door. Qin Ming shot another glare at Qin Hongyuan and his wife, as well as Ling Hao, before turning to leave. Qin Hongyuan. You are truly someone who would run into a wall and not turn back. After the others had left, Xiaonan looked at Qin Hongyuan with frustration and said, I bet that once Xiaoxin helps them sign the contract, they will definitely turn their backs on us. Xiaonan. I know you harbor a lot of resentment towards the Qin family. Qin Hongyuan sighed and continued, but since the old man personally came to ask, we cannot go too far. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiaonan shot him an annoyed glance. I'm going to cook. Make a bit more. Ling Hao and Lu Yu will also be having lunch at home. Qin Hongyuan called out loudly. Got it. Xiaonan mumbled, You're so talkative. Her mood was surprisingly good today, especially seeing the frustrated expressions on Qin Ming and his son. It provided her with immense satisfaction. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. She knew it was all thanks to Ling Hao, and her perception of him had subtly changed. Thank you, Auntie. Ling Hao and Lu Yu exchanged smiles. Daddy, you and Uncle Lu are in for a treat today. Grandma's cooking is delicious. You must eat a lot. Rue chirped sweetly from the side. Haha, sounds great. The two smiled again. Ling Hao, regarding the Dongzhou building contract, can Xiaoxin really secure it once he gets there? There won't be any surprises, right? Qin Hongyuan then looked at Ling Hao. Uncle, rest assured, there will absolutely be no issues. Ling Hao nodded with a smile. Then that's good. A hint of relief flickered across Qin Hongyuan's face. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Beep. Beep. At that moment, Qin Hongyuan's phone chimed with a message, and upon checking, he saw it was from Qin Yuxin. Haha, it's done. It really worked. After reading the message, Qin Hongyuan was beyond excited. What has made you so happy? Xiaonan emerged from the kitchen. The contract has been signed. Qin Hongyuan replied with a hearty laugh. I thought it was something important. Look at how happy you are, but it's not even your company. Xiaonan pouted before turning back to her tasks. Ling Hao, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Ignoring Xiaonan, Qin Hongyuan turned to Ling Hao with a sincere expression. Uncle, you're too kind. It's only right. Ling Hao smiled back. Fantastic. Daddy is the best. I knew you could do it. Rue exclaimed, putting down her toy. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Rue. Ling Hao affectionately ruffled her hair. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaonan walked out of the kitchen again. Old Qin, why don't you call Xiaoxin and see when they'll be home? I can start cooking. Sure. With his spirits lifted, Qin Hongyuan quickly dialed Qin Yuxin's number. Xiaoxin, where are you now? How long until you get home? We're in the taxi. We should arrive in about 20 minutes. Qin Yuxin replied. All right, when you get out, could you please grab a bottle of wine for me? I'd like to share a few drinks with Ling Hao and Lu Yu at lunch. Qin Hongyuan said with a smile. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed through the phone. Xiaoxin, what happened? Qin Hongyuan exclaimed, startled. Yet, there was no response on the line. Xiaoxin? Xiaoxin? He called out loudly a couple more times, only to find the call had dropped. He quickly redialed, but this time it rang endlessly without an answer. Uncle, what's wrong? Ling Hao asked, frowning. The taxi that Xiaoxin and the others were in must have been in an accident. Qin Hongyuan said, his tone slightly anxious. No one is answering Xiaoxin's phone. What? Xiaonan shouted. Try calling Ruifei's phone. Qin Hongyuan nodded and dialed Qin Ruifei's number again. The result was the same. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. No one is answering. Qin Hongyuan looked at Xiaonan and Ling Hao. Ling Hao furrowed his brow again. Could they have run into some trouble? Xiaonan's voice was filled with tension. Wah. Mommy, I want mommy. Mommy won't be in danger. Rue burst into tears. Uncle, Auntie, please watch over Rue. I'm going to find Yuxin. Ling Hao said, quickly heading toward the door with Lu Yu. You don't even know where they are. Where will you go to find them? Xiaonan shouted. Don't worry too much. I will definitely find them. Ling Hao replied as he stepped outside. 2 minutes later, Lu Yu accelerated the car out of the community. Head towards the Qin group. Ling Hao instructed and then dialed Shun Lu's number. Ling Xiao? Shun Lu answered on the first ring. I'm sending you a phone number. Get someone to locate them immediately. Ling Hao spoke in a serious tone. Okay. Shun Lu replied, slightly taken aback. After hanging up, Ling Hao sent Qin Yuxin's number to him. Beep. Beep. In less than 5 minutes, a message from Shun Lu arrived. Go here. After setting up the navigation, Ling Hao handed the phone to Lu Yu. All right. Lu Yu took the phone and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The address Shun Lu sent was on a rather secluded road, seldom traveled by cars, likely known only to taxi drivers. Screech. Around 15 minutes later, Lu Yu parked beside a mangled taxi. Chapter 41. The man, Lu Jun. After Ling Hao alighted from the vehicle, he hastily approached. Upon reaching the car, he glanced inside and found it empty, save for 2 mobile phones and Qin Yuxin's handbag strewn across the sofa. A chilling wave of fury surged through him. Undoubtedly, something had befallen the 2 sisters. There were surveillance cameras nearby. They should be able to trace the incident. Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings and spotted a monitoring camera not far off. After relaying his thoughts, he took out his phone and dialed Shun Li's number, subsequently detailing the situation. Ah, truly, there are those who fear not for their lives. Shun Lu exclaimed loudly. Give me 3 minutes. I will have someone review the surveillance footage. Quickly. After nodding, Lu Yu ended the call. Could it be one of the 3 prominent families behind this? Once back in the car, Lu Yu inquired. The likelihood is quite high. Ling Hao's aura radiated a murderous intent. Yuxin had been away from Dongzhou for 4 to 5 years, and upon her brief return, she had drawn unwanted attention. I cannot conceive of anyone else aside from those 3 families being involved. And the reason? Lu Yu pressed on. Have they discovered something? Uncertain. Ling Hao shook his head and continued. First, let us locate Yuxin. If it is indeed one of those families, we shall grant them their desires. Indeed. Lu Yu nodded in response. Brother, do not be overly concerned. For the time being, they should be safe. Otherwise, their captors would not have merely abducted them. Crack. Ling Hao retrieved a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply, his gaze sharpening. Dingling. 3 minutes later, Lu Yu's phone rang. Have they located them? Pressing the answer button, Lu Yu asked in a low voice. It was Lu Jun's men. Shun Li's voice crackled with fury from the receiver. I will send you the address. We shall discuss further shortly. Very well. After nodding, Lu Yu hung up. Moments later, Shun Li's message arrived, prompting Lu Yu to set the navigation and accelerate. Ling Hao then dialed Shun Li's number and activated the speakerphone. Who are they? Upon connection, he asked in a grave tone. Lu Jun is the second in command of Dongzhou's underworld. A figure supported by the local powers within the underground realm, Shun Lu replied. Yuan Xiong's subordinate? Ling Hao continued his inquiry. No. Shun Lu responded again. Lu Jun and Yuan Xiong have always been at odds, with frequent minor confrontations between them. Yuan Xiong has long wished to eliminate Lu Jun. Yet the latter enjoys the backing of several prominent families, rendering Yuan Xiong cautious in his approach. Indeed, hearing this, Ling Hao's suspicions were confirmed. What does that mean? Shun Lu was momentarily taken aback. His capture of Yuxin indicates the involvement of his backers. Ling Hao paused slightly before continuing. Inform Yuan Xiong to await my arrival at the destination. I shall deliver a significant gift to him today. Understood. Shun Lu, still slightly stunned, responded loudly. He was well aware of Ling Hao's intent. After today, Lu Jun would no longer exist in Dongzhou. All right. Let us leave it at that for now. Should anything arise, we shall communicate further. Ling Hao concluded before hanging up. They are truly courting death. Lu Yu exclaimed angrily while driving. Those who sow mischief reap destruction. Ling Hao's tone was frigid. I had initially intended to let them linger a few more days, but it appears they believe they have exhausted their time. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the site of the taxi collision, within a private club, in a lavish room on the 3rd floor, the Qin sisters huddled together on the sofa, their faces etched with terror, their clothing disheveled and trembling. Before them sat a man in his 40s, his visage fierce, exuding an aura of menace. He was none other than Lu Jun, the second most powerful figure in Dongzhou's underworld. Behind Lu Jun stood 4 formidable men, his trusted aides, renowned thugs within Dongzhou's underground realm. TSK, Lu Good. These 2 sisters are truly stunning. One of the crew-cut men licked his parched lips and remarked. Indeed. Otherwise, how could they be hailed as Dongzhou's most beautiful? Another man replied. I simply did not anticipate her sister being equally exquisite. They are indeed a pair of celestial beauties. You ruffians, what do you intend to do? Qin Yufei clenched her teeth and shouted. I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, my brother-in-law will not spare you. Oh, you already have a brother-in-law? Is he formidable? I am truly terrified. The crew-cut man's gaze roamed over the sisters with a depraved glint. Who are you? Why have you captured us? At this moment, Qin Yuxin took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and directed her gaze at Lu Jun. 5 years ago, did you rescue someone from the Zheng family? Lu Jun lit a cigar and took a puff. Both Qin Yuxin and her sister were taken aback simultaneously. Qin Yuxin had not anticipated that this matter would be the cause of their predicament. For years, she had harbored a dread of this day, often waking from nightmares. In the past year, this anxiety had somewhat diminished, convincing herself that 5 years had passed and nothing would occur again. Yet, unexpectedly, it had returned. Meanwhile, Qin Yufei glanced at her sister, puzzled. She had never heard Qin Yuxin mention this event. Tell me, who is the person you saved, and where is he now? I will release you. Lu Jun disowned her panic from her eyes. I do not know what you are referring to. I have never saved anyone. Qin Yuxin steadied her emotions once more. Are you certain you will not speak? Lu Jun exhaled a plume of smoke coldly. What can I say about something I have not done? Qin Yuxin replied after taking a deep breath. I had no intention of being violent. Why must you force my hand? Lu Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand, gesturing to the 4 men behind him. What are you still dawdling for? Aren't you intrigued by such a stunning beauty as her sister? Thank you, Lu Gil. The 4 men's eyes gleamed with anticipation. And the crew-cut man immediately advanced toward Qin Yuxin. What do you want? Do not come any closer. Qin Yuxin shouted, shielding her sister. Get away. The crew-cut man slapped her, sending her sprawling onto the sofa. Let your sister experience our prowess first. You will be next. You scoundrel. Qin Yufei cried out. Little beauty, let us go. If you wish to scream, you can do so to your heart's content later. The crew-cut man surveyed Qin Yufei's figure, his throat bobbing several times. After speaking, he reached out to grab Qin Yufei's chest. Get away. Qin Yufei trembled, striking the crew-cut man's hand away. Crack. The crew-cut man glared, raising his hand to strike back, leaving a mark on Qin Yufei's face. Rip. He then tore open a portion of Qin Yufei's sweater, revealing a glimpse of her snowy neck. Chapter 42. The Fear of Lu Junah. Qin Yufei's face was filled with terror as she screamed. You beast. Get away from me. Qin Yuxin echoed her alarm, rising to charge at the buzzcut man. Slap. The buzzcut man swiftly retaliated, sending Qin Yuxin crashing to the ground, a faint trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. You have 1 minute to consider. If you don't speak, my 4 brothers will lose their patience. Lu Jun said, gazing at the fallen Qin Yuxin. You bastards. Tears streamed down Qin Yuxin's face as she struggled to find her voice. At that moment, she faced an excruciating choice. Speaking out would reveal Ling Hao's identity. Remaining silent would ruin her sister's life forever. 30 seconds left. Lu Jun casually puffed on his cigar. You will surely face retribution. Qin Yuxin finally managed to utter, her voice filled with anguish. Is that your final decision? Lu Jun's eyes scanned Qin Yuxin before he raised his hand. Take her sister to the next room. Got it. The buzzcut man grinned wickedly, reaching for Qin Yufei. Boom. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door of the room exploded open, splintering like paper, debris flying everywhere. 2 tall figures appeared in the doorway. Ling Hao and Lu Yu. Ling Hao, brother-in-law. The 2 sisters shouted as if grasping at a lifeline. Upon witnessing the dire state of the sisters, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from Ling Hao, causing even Lu Yu to shiver involuntarily. Kid, you're this beautiful girl's brother-in-law? Are you here to seek death? The buzzcut man shouted, pointing at the duo. Get Yuxin and Xiao Fei out of here. Ling Hao ignored him, addressing Lu Yu with deliberate calmness. Understood. Lu Yu recognized Ling Hao's fury and knew he wished to shield the sisters from the impending violence. He stepped steadily towards them. Kid, you truly seem to be asking for it. The buzzcut man roared, brandishing a fruit knife from the coffee table as he charged. Snap. Snap. Just as he approached, Lu Yu seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully, resulting in a sickening crack of bone. Ah. The buzzcut man howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. What's this? Lu Jun's brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated Lu Yu's formidable skills, which had rendered one of his most capable henchmen incapacitated with a single move. Seeking death, the other 3 men shouted in unison, launching themselves at Lu Yu. They recognized his exceptional prowess and unleashed their fiercest attacks. Bang, bang, bang. To their astonishment, they found themselves unable to even graze Lu Yu's clothing. As if struck by a vehicle, they were sent flying. Hiss. Lu Jun's wrist trembled slightly, ash from his cigar falling, his heart sinking in dread. The fact that his most trusted 4 subordinates could not withstand a single blow from their opponent was a disconcerting realization. What kind of person had they provoked? Miss Qin, I will escort you home, Lu Yu said, not sparing Lu Jun a glance as he helped Qin Yuxin to her feet. Ling Hao, you, aren't you coming? As they approached, Qin Yuxin inquired, concern etched on her face. Yuxin, go back with Lu Yu. I will return shortly, Ling Hao replied, his demeanor calming. But Qin Yuxin's gaze flickered to Lu Jun, who wore a dark expression, her body trembling. Don't worry, I promise I'll be fine. You go first. I will join you soon, Ling Hao interrupted her. Then, please be careful. Qin Yuxin took a deep breath. Brother-in-law, please take care. Qin Yufei added simultaneously. Ling Hao nodded in response. Once the three departed, Ling Hao strode towards the sofa, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With each step, the tiles beneath him cracked like a spider's web, a sight to behold. Drip. A bead of sweat, the size of a soybean, fell from Lu Jun's forehead. His body trembling slightly, his eyes wide with fear. What are you? After a difficult swallow, Lu Jun stammered. Come up, both of you. Ling Hao did not even glance at him, taking a seat on the sofa before dialing Shun Li's number. A few minutes earlier, when he and Lu Yu had arrived at the club entrance, Shun Lu and Yuan Xiong had been waiting. He had refrained from bringing them upstairs, wishing to shield the Qin sisters from too much information. Received. Shen Li's voice came through the line. Bang, bang. Within 2 minutes, Shen Lu and Yuan Xiong appeared at the door. Yuan Xiong? Director Shen? Lu Jun's astonishment deepened upon seeing them. What brings you two here? One was the kingpin of the Eastern commerce world, and the other, a ruler of its underworld. Both could make the Eastern realm tremble with a mere stomp of their feet, yet they had arrived simultaneously in his territory. Realizing the authoritative tone Ling Hao had employed when calling, dread coursed through him, intensifying the beads of sweat on his brow. You truly do not know how to write the word death. Shen Lu cast a cold glance at Lu Jun before leading Yuan Xiong to Ling Hao, bowing respectfully. Young Master Ling. Bang. Lu Jun could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground, his mind swirling with disbelief. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man and his three companions, who had just risen, crumpled once more, trembling in fear. Ling Hao and Shun Lu exchanged slight nods before addressing the four men. Who struck Yusin and Xiao Fei? What are you? The buzzcut man asked, his voice quivering. Unwilling to speak? Then I shall assume you're all complicit. Ling Hao replied coolly, with a casual gesture. A tempestuous wind erupted. Puff, 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 puff. The four men's bodies burst apart like overripe melons, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of blood mist, returning to a chilling silence as if they had never existed. Hiss. Yuan Xiong, standing behind Ling Hao, involuntarily shuddered, his face pale with horror. Though he had witnessed Ling Hao's prowess the previous night, he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude, far beyond his understanding of martial arts. Please, my lord. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I beg you to spare my worthless life. At this point, Lu Jun had lost all semblance of bravado, crawling before Ling Hao, bowing deeply, every cell in his body filled with terror. Having lived for decades, he had never encountered a being of Ling Hao's caliber. Not only had he never seen one, but he had never even heard of such a formidable presence. What kind of misfortune had befallen him? Was it merely for capturing two women that he had provoked such a celestial-level powerhouse? Who ordered you to do this today? Ling Hao inquired, his tone measured yet foreboding. Chapter 43. Qin Yuxin's doubts it is. Zhao Yuehui. Lu Jun trembled as he spoke, bowing his head. I was merely following his orders. I beg you, spare my life. From the moment you conceived the thought of capturing Yuxin, your life ceased to belong to you, Ling Hao replied solemnly. Rest assured, Zhao Yuehui will soon join you. No, Lu Jun screamed hysterically. With a sudden burst of blood, he fell silent, leaving no trace of Lu Jun behind in Dongzhou. Yuan Xiong gasped in astonishment. The adversary he had long wished to eliminate had perished so effortlessly, leaving nothing but remnants. He was simultaneously in awe of Ling Hao's decisiveness. When it came to killing, he showed no mercy. 8 Master, I leave the remaining matters to you. You have one night to seize control of Lu Jun's territory. Ling Hao continued, rising from his seat. Do not fret about those behind you. They will soon accompany Lu Jun. With that, he and Shun Lu stepped outside. Yuan Xiong took a moment to regain his composure and quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Ling. This is a tremendous stroke of fortune for me. From now on, the underworld of Dongzhou will echo solely with my voice. Amidst his joy, a chill ran down his spine at Ling Hao's previous words. Was he truly preparing to strike against the prominent families of Dongzhou? These families had stood tall for decades, and he was willing to act against them just like that? How terrifying. Young Master Ling, are you truly going to take action against the Zhao and Tao families? Shenlo asked as they entered the car 2 minutes later. I initially intended to let them live a while longer, waiting for matters concerning Yusin to stabilize before settling the score. However, since they seem so eager for death, why not grant them their wish? Ling Hao replied. You arrange for your people to start taking over their core industries tomorrow. You have half a month to ensure everything falls under the 4 Cs group. Rest assured, young Master Ling, I will see to it, Shenlu declared confidently. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was driving towards Qin Yuxin's home, as the two sisters struggled to regain their composure. Lu Yu, do you think Ling Hao will be all right? After comforting her sister, Qin Yuxin turned to Lu Yu. I just remembered, the one who captured us was named Lu Jun. He is part of the Dongzhou underworld. Is Ling Hao safe staying there? Miss Qin, do not worry. Young Master Ling will be fine. He has already notified his friends, who are acquainted with the police. Lu Jun would not dare to act recklessly, Liu reassured her. He and Ling Hao had already agreed to use the term friends to replace any explanations that were inconvenient to disclose. How many friends does my brother-in-law have? Qin Yuxin asked, having regained her composure. Liu's lips twitched slightly. I am not quite sure of the specifics. By the way, how did you become so skilled? Where did you learn? Qin Yuxin continued to inquire. I was born into a martial arts family and started training at a young age. Later, I spent a few years in the military, Liu answered after a moment of contemplation. Can my brother-in-law fight? Is he as skilled as you? Cough. Liu nearly choked on his words. Sister, could you please refrain from asking that? It is quite damaging to my pride. He also learned his skills in the military. After some thought, he added, I have not compared myself to him, so I cannot say if I could defeat him. Liu, please be honest with me. What is your relationship with Ling Hao? Qin Yuxin inhaled deeply before questioning him. What do you mean? Liu was momentarily taken aback. I am not foolish. Qin Yuxin furrowed her brows. Ever since you both appeared in Yun City, everything has gone too smoothly. Almost unreasonably so. In Yun City, both Duan Sihai and the Lei family are absolute behemoths. Yet you both effortlessly rescued Rui. Then there was the incident with the neighbor this morning. Chao Dongguan is a significant figure in Dongzhou, and while he may not be the top, he is certainly heavyweight. It is inconceivable that he would willingly offer such a large sum to placate matters unless he was wary of someone. Furthermore, regarding the Dongzhou Tower, Ling Hao stated he could secure the contract within a day, and he truly did. The other party even proactively approached the Qin group, and when I arrived, their director treated me with such enthusiasm, as if fearing I would refuse to sign. All these occurrences cannot simply be attributed to knowing a few friends. Having voiced her suspicions, Qin Yuxin fixed her gaze upon Lu Yu. I only seek a single truth from you. Lu Yu's lips twitched again. Miss Qin, I truly cannot answer your questions. It would be best to wait for young Master Ling to explain. Our identities are indeed somewhat special, and due to that, it is inconvenient to disclose further details at this time. However, please do not misunderstand. Not sharing is solely for your safety, as the more you know, the greater the danger. Brother Lu, you and my brother-in-law are not spies, are you? Qin Yuxin's sister, Qin Yuxin, interjected. Cough. Liu choked again. Xiaofei, you have read too many novels. Turning back to Qin Yuxin, he continued, Miss Qin, please trust young Master Ling. He once told you he would repay your family for the debts of these past years 100-fold, and he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise. Understood. Qin Yuxin took another deep breath, refraining from further questioning. She was a wise woman, since Lu Yu had reached this point in his remarks. Pressing further would only lead to discomfort for both parties. Before long, Liu parked the car at the entrance of the building. By the way, if your uncle and Anne inquire about why Lu Jun wanted to capture you, it would be best not to elaborate too much. As the three exited the car, Lu Yu remarked, the more you say, the more they will worry. Just tell them you are unaware of the reasons, and that young Master Ling arrived before you were pressed for answers. When young Master Ling returns, he should explain the specifics. The two sisters nodded in unison. About an hour later, Ling Hao knocked on the door. Dad. Upon seeing Ling Hao, Rui rushed over. Have you been a good girl at home? Did you listen to your grandparents? Ling Hao bent down and embraced the little one, planting a kiss on her forehead. Of course. Rui nodded eagerly. Rui was very good. You can ask my grandparents. I believe you, Rui. Ling Hao replied with a smile. Ling Hao, are you all right? Have you resolved the situation with Lu Jun? Qin Hongyuan approached, his tone tinged with concern. Chapter 44. The garbage of Yitong. Rest assured, uncle, it has all been resolved. I had a friend from the police station handle it, Ling Hao said with a smile. Did you ask him why he was apprehending Xiaoxin and her sister? Shen Chunan's face mirrored her anxiety. She was acutely aware of who Lu Jun was. If they were targeted by him, her family would never find peace again. Compared to some prominent families, she feared the underground forces represented by Lu Jun even more. They made a mistake. Yuxin resembles a woman who owes their company a hefty debt, which is why they took action against her. Ling Hao fabricated a reason on the spot. Once my friend arrived, both parties clarified the issue. After Lu Jun apologized, I returned. Upon hearing Shen Chunan's inquiry, he understood that Lu Yu had likely advised Qin Yuxin and her sister not to divulge too much to their parents. A mistake? Shen Chunan exhaled a sigh of relief. That's good. The Qin sisters exchanged glances with Ling Hao, speechless at how things had unfolded. Soon, the family gathered at the dining table. The atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. Ling Hao, could you come with me for a moment? I need to discuss something with you. Qin Yuxin said as she stood up after the meal. Of course. Ling Hao rose to follow her. Once they were in the room, Qin Yuxin regarded Ling Hao with a complicated expression. Have you found out who was behind the incident involving the Zheng family? 5 years ago, she had merely saved Ling Hao. Yet she remained oblivious to the identity of the person who harbored such a deep-seated vendetta against the Zheng family that they would annihilate them. What do you mean? Ling Hao was slightly taken aback. Why do you suddenly want to know this? Stop pretending to be confused. Qin Yuxin glared at him. Lu Jun captured me to extract information about the person I saved back then. It's evident that even if he wasn't the one behind the Zheng family's demise, he must know who orchestrated it. Ling Hao's mind raced. I did inquire, but he didn't know. He only mentioned that a mysterious individual instructed him to carry out this task, providing substantial compensation without ever revealing their identity. Is that so? Qin Yuxin paused, then looked at Ling Hao, her concern evident. Since someone is already aware of this matter, I suspect they will not rest until they find you. You should leave Dongzhou as soon as possible. It's fine, Yuxin. Don't worry. I assure you I will be all right. Ling Hao felt a surge of emotion. Qin Yuxin was solely focused on his safety, oblivious to the fact that her own predicament was far more perilous. The only lead the adversary had now was her. And they would not relent. I understand your background is somewhat unique, perhaps rendering you less fearful of typical forces, Qin Yuxin continued. However, given that they could annihilate the Zheng family, their power and influence are undoubtedly extraordinary. Remaining in Dongzhou is far too dangerous. Thank you for your concern, Yuxin, but truly, I'm fine. Ling Hao gazed earnestly at her. I promise to take care of you and Rue for a lifetime. I am not speaking idly, but... Qin Yuxin took a deep breath. Yuxin, let us not discuss my issues for now, Ling Hao interrupted. What about you? What are your plans? Will you return to Yun City or stay in Dongzhou? You helped the Qin group secure the contract. That old fox Qin Ming should allow you to transfer back to the headquarters. I'm not sure yet. Qin Yuxin shook her head slightly. In truth, I do not wish to stay with the Qin group. Even if I return to the headquarters, I would surely face exclusion and be unable to accomplish anything. Given a choice, I would prefer to seek a position in another company in Dongzhou and start anew. All right then, follow your heart. I wholeheartedly support your decision. Ling Hao nodded vigorously. We can go to Yun City in a few days to move things back to Dongzhou, then begin the job hunt. You're thinking too simplistically. You should know why our family went to Yun City, right? Qin Yuxin shook her head gently, a serious expression gracing her features. I know. Ling Hao nodded. But that is a minor issue. I guarantee the Tao family will not trouble you again. Although the Tao family is not the foremost family in Dongzhou, their overall strength far surpasses that of the Lei family in Yun City. It is no joke, Qin Yuxin replied. Yuxin, trust me, if I say it's fine. It will certainly be fine. Ling Hao interjected. All right, it's settled then. Find a moment to share your thoughts with uncle and aunt, so they need not worry. Qin Yuxin took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes. Very well, I will try. If it proves unfeasible, we can always return to Yun City. Great. Ling Hao smiled and nodded. By the way, did Qin Ming provide you and Xiaofei with the share contracts and bonuses when you visited the Qin group? No. Qin Yuxin shook her head. He said they weren't ready yet and asked me to come back tomorrow to collect them. That old fox is quite the schemer. Ling Hao chuckled lightly. Are you worried he might sever ties once he secures the Dongzhou Tower contract? Qin Yuxin asked, momentarily taken aback. Most likely. Ling Hao grinned again. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Okay. Qin Yuxin nodded in response. 15 minutes later, Ling Hao and Lu Yu took their leave, arranging to return the next day to play with Rue. Boss, the judge called me. He has something to discuss, Lu Yu said once they were in the car. What is it? Ling Hao inquired. It turns out the eldest son of the Zhao family is also affiliated with Yitong. Lu Yu replied. Oh? Ling Hao raised an eyebrow. Apparently, he is quite favored and has been listed as a candidate for the deacon position. Lu Yu smiled faintly. No wonder the Zhao family is so brazen. They clearly feel invincible. Ling Hao smirked. Have the judge investigate the character of this eldest son of the Zhao family. Already done. Lu Yu chuckled again. Compared to his brother, he is lacking in every regard. Moreover, with Yitong as a shield, he acts without restraint. If it came to scrutiny, he would deserve 10 punishments. However, the unsavory deeds he has committed were likely done without Yitong's knowledge. Otherwise, even Yitong would not tolerate such behavior. Ling Hao mused. Yitong has expanded too rapidly in recent years. It's inevitable that some trash has infiltrated. According to the judge, the Zhao family is likely recalling their eldest son to Dongzhou. He should arrive in the next day or two. Lu Yu nodded slightly before continuing. Is that so? Ling Hao's eyes narrowed. Perfect. We shall take the opportunity to cleanse Yitong of its refuse. Inform the judge to keep a close watch on him and monitor his movements. Chapter 45 Steel and Iron Resolve received. After Lu Yu nodded, he seemed to suddenly recall something. Right, brother? I have results regarding the matter you asked me to investigate last time. 5 years ago, it was the Li family who arranged for the funeral of your adoptive family. And they also took care of the burial site. Are you sure? Ling Hao's eyes brightened. 5 years ago, after the Zheng family fell into disarray, He was saved by Qin Yuxin and subsequently taken away by an elder. He was powerless to assist with the Zheng family's funeral affairs. He originally believed that no one would dare to manage the funeral of his adoptive family, expecting that the police department would merely arrange a simple handling. However, not long ago, he learned from the judge that a kind-hearted individual had stepped forward to handle the Zheng family's funeral back then. He had asked the judge to investigate who had done it, but there had been no results. Those who intervened at that time seemed to have vanished from Dongzhou. To his surprise, it turned out to be the Li family. The Li family is among the second tier of families in Dongzhou. Prior to the Zheng family's troubles, the Li family had a good relationship with them, and many of the Li family's enterprises collaborated with the Zheng family. Ling Hao had always held a favorable impression of the Li family, especially the elder of the Li family, who had spent 2 to 3 decades in the military during his youth, embodying a spirit of righteousness and indomitable will. Perhaps it was precisely this character that compelled him to step forward and assist the Zheng family during such a turbulent time. Indeed, Li nodded, and it is precisely for this reason that the Li family has struggled in recent years. The Wang and Tao families have teamed up to suppress them. And now the Li family cannot even rank among the third-tier families in Dongzhou. Did the Zhao family not participate? A cold glint flashed in Ling Hao's eyes as he inquired. On the surface, it appears that the Zhao family did not involve themselves with the Li family's troubles. Lu Yu nodded. It seems they looked down upon the Li family's enterprises and thus left it to the Wang and Tao families. Moreover, it is said that the elder of the Li family was severely injured by individuals arranged by the Wang and Tao families, losing not only his skills but also suffering from a disability. Upon hearing this, a chilling rage erupted within Ling Hao, his gaze sharpening like a blade. To the Li family. After a brief pause, Ling Hao instructed solemnly. Understood. Lu Yu nodded and pressed down on the accelerator. The Li family estate, situated near a park in the eastern part of the city, boasted a moderate size. 5 years ago, it was bustling with visitors. Now, it stood desolate. Prior to the incident, the group companies under the Li family generated an annual output value of at least 10 billion, with profits that were equally impressive. If they had continued on that trajectory, they would have likely ascended to the ranks of the first-tier families in Dongzhou within a few years. However, since the incident, the Wang and Tao families joined forces to suppress them, simultaneously declaring that any company continuing to cooperate with the Li Group would be opposing them. Thus, overnight, all major clients of the Li Group severed their partnerships, plunging the Li Group into paralysis. The two families seized the opportunity to carve up the Li family's assets, forcibly acquiring many subsidiary companies at rock-bottom prices. Within a few years, the output value of the Li Group plummeted to less than 5 billion, and they accrued debts of 4 to 5 billion in loans from the bank, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, insolvent. Currently, the Li family's only valuable assets, apart from their family estate, consisted solely of a tea house located in the city center. Grandfather, the weather is lovely today. Let me take you outside to bask in the sun. A young woman's voice chimed in. A woman in her 20s emerged from a villa, pushing a wheelchair occupied by a white-haired elder. The two were none other than the elder of the Li family, Li Shuilong, and his granddaughter, Li Zixuan. Huh, that sounds wonderful. Li Shuilong chuckled heartily. Though his legs were disabled, the elder's spirit seemed relatively intact. Grandfather, what did the specialist say after examining your health yesterday? Can he provide treatment? As they arrived in the courtyard, Li Zixuan inquired. It's been too long. There's nothing that can be done. A fleeting shadow of despair crossed Li Shuilong's eyes. Even he cannot help? A hint of disappointment flickered across Li Zixuan's face as she sighed inwardly. Zixuan, do not fret. Your grandfather has grown accustomed to this over the years, Li Shuilong reassured her with a smile. Spending each day reading and soaking in the sun is quite pleasant. Grandfather, do you regret it? Li Zixuan asked abruptly. Regret what? Li Shuilong responded, puzzled. 5 years ago, if our Li family had not intervened in the Zheng family's funeral, none of the subsequent troubles would have arisen, and your health would not have deteriorated. Li Zixuan replied. Zixuan, you must remember. Li Shuilong spoke with a profound tone. The most important thing in life is to maintain peace of mind. Regardless of the challenges faced, one must adhere to their true self and intentions. Perhaps to outsiders, my actions 5 years ago seemed foolish. The Zheng family is gone, and I sacrificed the Li family's future for it. However, I assure you, had I not acted then, my life would have been far more wretched, for I could not face myself. Now, I live with peace and contentment, and that is sufficient. Is it not? Li Zixuan nodded, somewhat understanding. Moreover, you must believe that all actions bear consequences. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Li Shuilong continued. I understand. Li Zixuan nodded once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air. A burly bald man, flanked by 20 to 30 tattooed individuals, stormed into the courtyard. You rascals, what do you want? Li Zixuan trembled at the sight and shouted loudly. Do not be alarmed, sister. Your brother will not harm you. The bald man named Hong Chang leered at Li Zixuan's figure, licking his lips. He then turned his attention to Li Shuilong, speaking, "The old man. Have you given any thought to the matter we discussed last time? 1 million just to buy our Li family's tea house in the bustling district. Do you truly expect me to consider that? Haha, Li old man, you really are overstepping." Hong Chang sneered. "Offering you 1 million should be seen as a blessing. Should you remain obstinate, not only will you not receive that sum, but you may end up with nothing at all. Enough of this nonsense. That tea house will never be sold to you. Leave." Li Shuilong's brow furrowed in distress. "You old fool, you truly believe yourself to be important?" Hong Chang's tone darkened. "Do you think the Li family is still the same as it was 5 years ago? Do you believe that if I were to kill you, no one would care? You can try." Li Shuilong retorted angrily. "Oh, it seems you are only willing to learn the hard way." Hong Chang raised his hand. "Come. Teach this old man a lesson." Chapter 46, Excessive Oppression Understood. The tattooed man, standing 2 meters behind, replied before striding towards Li Shuwen. "Don't come any closer," Li Zixuan shouted, stepping forward to shield Li Shuwen. "Get out of the way." One of the tattooed men forcefully shoved Li Zixuan aside. He then approached Li Shuwen, raising his hand to strike. "What are you doing?" "Stop." A middle-aged voice echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. It was Li Zhibua, the current head of the Li family, followed by his wife and Li Zixuan's uncle. "How much longer are you going to torment us? Are you really intent on driving our family to ruin?" Li Zixuan's mother, Zheng Minji, exclaimed in anger. "Father, are you all right?" Li Zhibua and his brother hurried to their father's side. "I'm fine," Li Shuwen replied, furrowing his brow. "Dad, these scoundrels are getting out of hand. We should call the police." As she spoke, Li Zixuan pulled out her phone. Slap. Before she could finish, Hong Chang stepped forward and struck her, sending her crashing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as her phone slipped from her grasp. "You think you can live long enough to call the cops? Do you believe I won't have you working as a hostess tonight?" "Xiaoxian," Zheng Minji shouted, rushing to help her daughter. "Hong Chang, I'm going to fight you." Li Zhibing, Li Zixuan's uncle, yelled as he charged at Hong Chang. However, just as he moved, Hong Chang sidestepped and swiftly brandished a dagger against Li Zhibing's throat. Though not a martial artist, Hong Chang was notorious in the underground world of Dongzhou, known for his formidable skills and ruthless nature. "What are you going to use to fight me? Go ahead, make a move and see what happens," he taunted coldly, glaring at Li Zhibing. "Do you want to meet the king of hell?" "Hong Chang, don't act recklessly," Li Zhibwa shouted. "Let us talk this out. Just let my brother go." Bang! Hong Chang kicked Li Zhibing, sending him tumbling to the ground, spitting blood. "This is your warning. If you dare to raise your voice again, I'll eliminate you." Hong Chang glared at Li Zhibing. Seated in a wheelchair, Li Shuwen watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with pain and anger. If it weren't for his injuries, even Hong Chang and his men would be no match for him. But now, he was powerless, filled only with fury. "Hong Chang, don't go too far." Li Zhibwa took a deep breath, addressing Hong Chang seriously. "Ha! I'm going to push you as far as I like. What are you going to do about it?" Hong Chang replied indifferently. "Do you really think the Li family is helpless against you?" Li Zhibwa retorted angrily. "If we are pushed to the edge, we'll fight back." "Oh, I'm so scared," Hong Chang sneered. "You think the current Li family has the qualification to fight back?" After saying this, he pulled out a bank card and threw it at Li Zhibwa's face. "Since you're back, let me be direct. That old fool is stubborn. I'll talk to you instead. There's $1 million in this card. You have 1 hour to gather the necessary documents and come with me to transfer ownership of your tea house. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." "Heh, $1 million? Do you really think you can pull this off?" Li Zhibwa scoffed. "Do you know how much that tea house and the land are worth?" "I don't care how much it's worth," Hong Chang replied impatiently. "You'll take $1 million or sell it, unless you want the Li family to suffer." The tea house was worth at least 100 million, and they thought they could take it for a mere million. Li Zhibwa was furious. "Enough with your nonsense. Gather your documents and come with me," Hong Chang shouted. "Go back and tell your people that they can have the tea house only over my dead body." Li Zhibwa shot back angrily. Bang! Before he could finish, Hong Chang kicked him to the ground. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If you want to die, I'll gladly help you." After saying this, Hong Chang gestured to his men. "Go, beat him until he agrees." "Understood." Several tattooed men responded, advancing towards Li Zhibwa. "You brutes, I'll fight you," Zheng Minji yelled, charging at the tattooed men. "Get lost." One of the tattooed men stepped forward and kicked her down. Ugh! The force of the kick left Zheng Minji curling on the ground, retching. "Minji, Mom, sister-in-law, Li Zhibwa, Li Shuwen, and Li Zhibing shouted in unison. You beast will not die a good death." Li Shuwen trembled with rage. "Head of the Li family, it's your turn," one of the men said, looking at Li Zhibwa. "I'm curious to see how long you can hold out before you agree to sell the tea house." Just then, a commotion erupted as dozens of tattooed men were sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, landing heavily on the ground, some with broken limbs. spitting blood and losing consciousness. Suddenly, a blur appeared before Hong Chang, seizing his wrist and twisting it violently, causing a sickening crack. Hong Chang's arm drooped lifelessly. But that was not the end. The newcomer delivered a crushing kick to Hong Chang's ankle, shattering the bone. Ah! Hong Chang shrieked in agony as he collapsed. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time everyone realized what had happened, Hong Chang was already on the ground, wailing in pain. Gasped. Li Shuwen's family and the remaining tattooed men inhaled sharply in shock. This was too fierce, too brutal. In an instant, more than 10 men, including the infamous Hong Chang, had been incapacitated. Who are you? How dare you treat Brother Chang this way? You're all doomed, one of the tattooed men stammered, staring at Ling Hao and Lu Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere. Brother Chang, they are from Lord Lu's side. Lord Lu will not let you off. Is that so? Ling Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he dialed Yuan Xiong's number. I'm at the Li family courtyard. You have half an hour to appear before me. Chapter 47. Please forgive me, Mr. Ling. Greetings, Mr. Li. After hanging up the phone, Ling Hao approached Li Xuanmin and slightly bowed. Who might you be, young man? Li Xuanmin finally came to his senses after the sudden turn of events. At this moment, Ling Hao had undergone facial alterations, making it difficult for Li Xuanmin to recognize him. The other members of the Li family also turned to look, their faces filled with astonishment. Ever since the Li family encountered their misfortunes, it had been a long time since anyone had stood up for them in such a manner. Mr. Li, we can discuss matters later. Let us first resolve the issues at home, Ling Hao said with a faint smile, gesturing towards Hong Chang. If I am not mistaken, these individuals must have been sent by the Wang and Tao families, correct? Li Xuanmin was taken aback. How does this young man know? To be truthful, I have been entrusted with certain information, Ling Hao replied. I will explain it to Mr. Li later. Thank you for your kindness. Li Xuanmin, still slightly stunned, continued. Young man, it would be best if you steer clear of this matter. Currently, in Dongzhou, the Zhao, Wang, and Tao families wield immense power. I fear it may bring you trouble. Mr. Li, do not worry. Everything will be fine. Ling Hao interrupted him with a gentle smile, then walked towards Hong Chang. You dare to harm me, Hong Chang? I will ensure you suffer greatly. Hong Chang had just regained his composure. Listen well, I will only say this once. Ling Hao stated calmly. Immediately call those who instigated you to come here and say someone is waiting for him. If he does not arrive within half an hour, you will bear the consequences. Bah! Hong Chang spat. You truly are ignorant of your own limitations. Crack! Before he could finish, Ling Hao stomped on his right knee. A sound of shattering bone echoed. Ah! Hong Chang screamed in agony. Witnessing his plight, the 10 or so tattooed men hesitated, contemplating intervening. However, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Lu Yu beside them, they trembled and instinctively retreated several steps. The next stomp will be on your left ankle. Ling Hao coldly warned Hong Chang. Then your left knee, followed by your ribs and spine. And finally, your head. If you have the courage, refrain from making the call. I will call. I will do it right now. Hong Chang yelled in a panic, trembling all over as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Ling Hao paid him no further attention, turning back to Li Xuanmin. Mr. Li, it seems the other party will require some time to arrive. Allow me to check your health in the meantime. You know medicine? Li Zixian, with wide eyes, looked at Ling Hao. I have a modest understanding, Ling Hao replied with a smile. Lu Yu, overhearing this, couldn't help but smirk. If even Ling Hao only had a superficial understanding, there were likely very few who could claim to be knowledgeable in medicine. With a vast army of 100,000, the Blood Shadow Legion boasted 1,000 battlefield medics, all of whom had received direct or indirect instruction in medical skills from Ling Hao. 5 of the leading medics had been personally trained by him, each possessing medical prowess rivaling that of the experts in the Imperial Medical Corps. Young man, I would be grateful for your assistance. Li Xuanmin accepted without further hesitation. He sensed a familiar aura of a seasoned warrior emanating from Ling Hao and could confidently conclude that he too hailed from the military. Mr. Li, there is no need for formality, Ling Hao responded with a smile. After speaking, he placed his hand on Li Xuanmin's pulse. How is he, sir? Can my grandfather's injuries be treated? After 3 minutes of pulse-taking, Li Zixian hastily inquired. Indeed, Ling Hao nodded with a smile. Though Li Xuanmin's injuries were serious, they were merely considered minor in his eyes, a challenge that would leave ordinary experts powerless. Really? Li Zixian exclaimed, jumping up. You truly have a solution? The other members of the Li family also displayed expressions of immense joy. The Li family's downfall was partly due to the old gentleman's health. Had he not been injured, his skills would have deterred ordinary thugs from daring to act against the Li family. Of course, Ling Hao smiled again at Li Xuanmin. Once we resolve the other matters, I will assist you with acupuncture. Then I sincerely thank you, young man. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Xuanmin's eyes. You're welcome, Ling Hao replied with a smile. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. The first to arrive at the Li family's courtyard was Yuan Xiong, who rushed in, drenched in sweat, followed closely by Ho Ying and the four great generals. Upon recognizing Yuan Xiong, Li Shuimin was momentarily taken aback. Why has the eighth master come? Hasn't he always been at odds with the three great families? Turning to Ling Hao, he added, young man, perhaps you should leave for now. With the eighth master here, I fear. Mr. Li, do not fret. Everything will be just fine. Ling Hao interrupted him with a calm smile. Eighth master. The group of tattooed men looked momentarily confused. One of them, with a crew cut, hastily approached. Eighth master, why have you come? Did Lord Lu summon you? Changgu was attacked by those two kids. And we hope you can ask Eagle Master to deal with him. Bang. Before he could finish, Yuan Xiong kicked him away, causing him to crash to the ground, at least 3 or 4 ribs broken, and he coughed up blood before losing consciousness. All of them are incapacitated. Yuan Xiong said in a low tone, then turned his gaze toward Ling Hao and Lu Yu. As Ling Hao had already undergone facial alterations, Yuan Xiong initially failed to recognize him. However, after a brief pause, he walked toward Ling Hao. Despite the change in appearance, Ling Hao's regal aura was unmistakable and inimitable. Moreover, they had met just hours earlier, and Yuan Xiong easily recognized Ling Hao's attire. It was evident to him that Ling Hao had disguised himself. He was merely puzzled as to why Ling Hao felt the need to disguise himself during his visit to the Li family. As Yuan Xiong approached Ling Hao, a chorus of screams erupted behind him as his 4 great generals made quick work of the tattooed men, breaking their limbs. Mr. Ling, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. Yuan Xiong and Ho Ying deeply bowed before Ling Hao. Thud. Witnessing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped, except for Ling Hao and Lu Yu. The formidable underground king of Dongzhou, a figure even the 3 great families dared not provoke, was bowing before a young man. Who exactly was this young man? Do you know him? Ling Hao pointed towards Hong Chong, who was nearby. In response to Mr. Ling, he is one of Lu Jun's men. Yuan Xiong replied with a bow. After tonight, do not let me see him again. Ling Hao spoke calmly, a single sentence heralding the end for Hong Chong. Chapter 48. I did it understood. Yuan Xiong once again bent his body and waved his hand to the 4 capable men. Drag Hong Chong away. Received. The 4 nodded and approached Hong Chang. Eighth master, spare me. Hong Chang struggled to cry out. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from the entrance, and soon 2 middle-aged men entered, each leading a group behind them. Master Tao, Master Wang, save me. Upon seeing the 2, Hong Chang grasped at a lifeline and shouted desperately. Who did this? Noticing Hong Chang's state, the man named Tao Jinhong frowned. He then scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on Yuan Xiong. Eighth master, have your hands extended too far? In his view, only Yuan Xiong would dare to touch Hong Chang. Foolish. Yuan Xiong spoke coldly. Eighth master, do you truly believe we wouldn't dare to act against you? Do you believe? The other man, Wang Guogang, shouted angrily. Did you 2 direct Hong Chang to come to the Li family? Ling Hao interrupted. Tao Jinhong turned to Ling Hao. Who are you, kid? What gives you the right to speak here? That's right. Ling Hao continued, turning to Li Shuwen. Oldly, over the years, how many of the Li family's assets have the Tao and Wang family swallowed? I know. Before Li Shuwen could respond, Li Zishuan exclaimed loudly. Our family's cosmetics company, valued at nearly 2 billion, was forcibly acquired by the Wang family for 50 million. Moreover, a pharmaceutical company worth nearly 3 billion was taken by the Tao family for less than 100 million. Understood. Ling Hao nodded and looked at the 2 men. In 5 years, with both principal and interest, rounding it up should be approximately double. How about this? The Wang family pays 40 billion, and the Tao family pays 60 billion, and I will allow you both to leave alive today. Hiss. The Li family members collectively gasped. How could the interest amount to that much in 5 years? Li Zishuan blinked her large eyes, contemplating. This big brother. Did he learn math from a gym teacher? Ha. Tao Jinong laughed heartily. Kid, are you here to entertain the Li family? Li family head, it seems you have not learned your lesson over the years. Wang Guogang coldly remarked, turning to Li Zhibua. If that is the case, do not blame us. Starting tomorrow, your Li family will need to find somewhere to rent. We are taking this land. Are you 2 planning to refuse repayment? Ling Hao continued, speaking nonchalantly. Kid, you are truly courting death. Tao Jinhong's tone darkened. Bring me someone to break his legs, so he kneels and speaks to me. Received. A group behind Tao Jinhong nodded in unison and approached Ling Hao. 2 gentlemen. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. If you do not wish to meet your demise, it would be best to comply with what young Master Ling says. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Yuan Xiong stepped forward with his men to block them. Eighth master, you better think this through. Are you really going to stand up for this kid? Tao Jinhong spoke coldly. Do you believe that if we truly get enraged, we can make you leave Dongzhou overnight? Go ahead and try. Yuan Xiong narrowed his eyes. Very well, Tao Jianhong replied solemnly. In that case, starting tomorrow, your position as the underground king of Dongzhou will be handed over to Lu Jun. Apologies, but I forgot to inform Master Tao of one thing. Yuan Xiong replied coldly. A few hours ago, Lu Jun and his 4 capable men have already reported below. Tao Jianhong frowned. What do you mean? If Master Tao does not believe me, why not call and ask? Yuan Xiong said indifferently. You better not play tricks. As Tao Jianhong spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Jun's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later. A melodious female voice came from the receiver. Tao Jianhong's heart sank. He then dialed the number of one of Lu Jun's capable men, only to receive the same response. He tried calling the other 3, and the results were identical. Now do you believe? Yuan Xiong asked lightly. Yuan Xiong, you are truly dead. How dare you kill Lu Jun? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Tao Jianhong's face turned furious. I did it. Before Yuan Xiong could respond, Ling Hao spoke again. You two have 10 minutes if the money does not arrive in the Li family's account by then. I will send you both to meet Lu Jun. Wang Guogang paused slightly. Kid, who exactly are you? A sense of unease crept into his heart, and his right eyelid twitched inexplicably several times. If you wish to know who I am, call your elder brother and ask if he remembers what happened a few days ago at the Crown Hotel. Ling Hao continued. What? Tao Jianhong and Wang Guogang shouted in unison, their faces filled with horror. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiong and Hoing exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. They had heard about the 3 young masters of the 3 major families being cut off from their lifelines by their own family elders at the Crown Hotel the day after the incident. Both had been puzzled as to who possessed such audacity to openly challenge the 3 major families. Now, upon hearing Ling Hao's words, they finally understood. Given Ling Hao's displayed strength, not only could he challenge the 3 families, but he could also annihilate them without difficulty. You are the person who appeared at the Crown Hotel that day? Tao Jianhong was drenched in sweat. He had long heard about that day from his elder brother, knowing that the other party was undoubtedly a powerful figure that the Tao family could not provoke. After the incident, even the Zhao family, the number 1 family, had not taken much action, precisely because they feared the other party had a formidable backing. The 3 families had privately discussed it, initially suspecting the other party was there for the Zheng family's matter. However, as days passed, the other party had not taken further action, so they foolishly believed that the other party might only be seeking revenge for the Zheng family's young lady, unaware of who had actually exterminated the Zheng family. But now, the other party was standing up for the Li family. Tao Jianhong trembled uncontrollably as he contemplated a certain possibility. You have 5 minutes left to transfer the funds. Ling Hao spoke again. Kid, cease your arrogance. Wang Guogang gritted his teeth and shouted. That day, there were shadowy figures present to assist you. Today, I want to see who else can help you. I will avenge my deceased nephew. After saying this, he turned to Tao Jianhong. Master Tao, do not be intimidated by him. We have so many people. What is there to fear? Let us all go together and kill him. Tao Jianhong exhaled a breath of foul air, a glint of resolution flashing in his eyes. He then raised his hand and commanded, charge at him. Anyone who obstructs us, kill. Chapter 49. The Art of Medicine in the Mystical Realm. With a sudden clamor, 2 factions simultaneously lunged forward, brandishing their weapons toward Ling Hao and his companion. Be careful, shouted Li Zhibua and his family in unison. Stop them. Yuan Xiong commanded in a deep voice, advancing with Hoing to confront the assailants. 8th Master, please step aside, Li remarked casually, taking 2 large strides forward before sweeping his palm with nonchalance. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, dozens of figures were sent soaring into the air, arcs of blood trailing behind them, a sight that was particularly eye-catching. Soon after, they crashed to the ground, either dead or severely injured. Thud. The jaws of Tao Jianhong, Wang Guogang, and the entire Li family dropped in disbelief, collectively petrified. How powerful is this? After a long silence, Li Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Xuemin, seated in a wheelchair, exhibited a flicker of shock in his eyes. A battle general? Having encountered only battle generals during his time in the military, he naturally assumed Li was of the same caliber. How is this possible? Wang Guogang trembled uncontrollably. Tao Jianhong, standing nearby, was no better off, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. There are 3 minutes left. Ling Hao's voice rang out once more. I'll pay. Wang Guogang stammered as he fumbled for his phone. I will too. I will transfer the money immediately. Tao Jianhong shivered as he produced his own device. Li Patriarch, please provide them with your company's account. Ling Hao turned to Li Zhibua. All right. Li Zhibua nodded quickly, finally comprehending the situation. 2 minutes later, a total of 10 billion was transferred into the Li family's account. See, can we leave now? Tao Jianong asked with great difficulty. Get lost. Ling Hao waved his hand dismissively. The reason for sparing them was to ensure they would face the reckoning when the Zheng family's accounts were settled. Eighth Master. You may also take your leave. After the adversaries departed, Ling Hao gestured to Yuan Xiong. Get things moving quickly on Lu Jun's side. I do not wish for any chaotic situations to arise. Understood. Rest assured, young Master Ling, I will not disappoint you. Yuan Xiong responded loudly. 5 minutes later, Ling Hao and Lu Yu arrived at the villa of the elderly. Young Master Ling, allow me to pay my respects. Li Zhibua, filled with gratitude, knelt with his family before Ling Hao. Not only had Ling Hao saved the Li family ST house today, but he had also secured a compensation of 10 billion. With this sum, he was confident that the Li family would surely rise again. This was tantamount to saving the lives of the entire Li family. Li Patriarch, please rise. Ling Hao unleashed a wave of energy that lifted them up. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be I who thanks you. After saying this, he turned to Li Shiuemin in the wheelchair. Elderly, may I have a word? Of course. Li Shiuemin nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Ling Hao pushed Li Shiuemin into the study. Elderly, please allow me to pay my respects. Ling Hao knelt on one knee, his tone solemn. The king of the Western realm bows to heaven, earth, and parents. Elderly, having handled the affairs of his adoptive father, was akin to a parent, deserving of such homage. Youth Ling, what is the meaning of this? Li Shiuemin exclaimed in shock. Please rise. If there is gratitude, it is I, Li Shiuemin, who must thank you, young Master Ling. Without you, the consequences for the Li family today would have been unimaginable. Elderly, do you still remember me? After rising, Ling Hao removed his disguise, revealing his true identity. Ling Hao. Instantly, Li Shiuemin gasped, nearly toppling from his wheelchair. 5 years ago. You were unharmed? This is wonderful, truly divine intervention. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Elderly, I could not reveal myself earlier due to special circumstances. I hope you will not take offense, Ling Hao continued. No offense taken. No offense taken. Li Shiuemin vigorously shook his head. Please tell me. How did you manage to escape unharmed 5 years ago? My adoptive father and several others fought desperately to escort me out of the courtyard, and I was later rescued by kind-hearted individuals. Ling Hao replied, his tone heavy. I see. Li Shiuemin nodded thoughtfully. Elderly, it was our Zheng family that brought you trouble. Ling Hao pressed on. If you had not intervened in handling the affairs of my adoptive father's family, the Li family would not have fallen to such depths today. There is no question of trouble caused. Li Shiuemin looked firmly at Ling Hao. I, Li Shiuemin, act solely on my conscience. Had I not taken that action, I would have lived in guilt for a lifetime. Regardless, I must express gratitude for your great kindness, allowing my adoptive father and the others to rest in peace. Truly, there is no need for such formality. After a brief pause, Li Shiuemin continued. Where have you been all these years? And why have you returned now? After being rescued by kind-hearted individuals, I joined the military. I have returned this time due to an unforeseen circumstance, Ling Hao explained. I knew I was right. You are indeed a son of the military. Li Shiuemin nodded slightly. Elderly, we will talk more later. I must first attend to your injuries. Nodding, Ling Hao extracted silver needles from his belongings. Very well. Li Shiuemin agreed heartily. Recognizing Ling Hao, the previous sense of unfamiliarity dissipated, and he felt no need for pretense. Ling Hao then began to administer acupuncture to Elderly. Swish, swish, swish. 9 silver needles flew from Ling Hao's fingers as if enchanted, each targeting 9 vital acupuncture points on Elderly's body, including Bai Wei, Jianjing, and Qihai. Hiss. Observing Ling Hao's technique, Elderly's eyes widened in astonishment. Using qi to control needles. This is the legendary technique of needle manipulation by qi. To achieve such mastery implies that Ling Hao's martial prowess is at least at the battle general level, if not higher. Furthermore, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity with Ling Hao's technique, as if he had encountered it before. After a moment of contemplation, a look of greater shock returned to Li Shiuemin's face, his pupils constricting. The 9 needles of the mystical realm. He was at least 70 to 80% certain that the technique Ling Hao was employing was indeed the long-lost 9 needles of the mystical realm. During his time in the military, he had once heard a renowned healer mention this technique by chance. The art of medicine from the mystical realm. The progenitor of all healing arts, with 9 needles to reverse fate and snatch life from the jaws of death. Legend has it that as long as a patient still breathes, the 9 needles can bring them back from the brink of death, a true resurrection. What manner of being is Ling Hao? Not only can he wield qi to control needles, but he also possesses the skill of the 9 needles of the mystical realm. Could it be that Ling Hao is connected to that ancient and mysterious sect? Elderly, the next process may be somewhat uncomfortable. Please bear with it. It will not last long. After positioning the 9 needles, Ling Hao placed one hand on Elderly's dantian. It's all right. Please continue. Li Shiuemin nodded. Amidst his astonishment, A glimmer of hope arose within him. If Ling Hao could indeed perform the 9 needles of the mystical realm, then perhaps there was hope for his ailing body. Chapter 50. It is him. With a nod, Ling Hao channeled an intense and formidable energy from his palm into Li Xuemin's body. After a brief moment, Li Xuemin emitted a muffled groan, a flicker of pain crossing his brow. He felt a powerful force surging through him, relentlessly battering against his vital meridians as if it sought to burst forth. Fortunately, this excruciating sensation subsided after approximately 15 minutes. Well, after another 20 minutes, Li Xuemin spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Old Li, it's done. Following this, Ling Hao withdrew his hand from Li Xuemin. In the next instant, a substantial aura irradiated from Li Xuemin, unmistakably revealing the nascent presence of a warrior. Ling Hao, not only have you healed my injuries, but you've also helped me break through to the warrior level. Li Xuemin's face was alight with astonishment. Old Li, you were already at the peak of the warrior level before your injury. I merely assisted you in ascending 2 ranks, Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. If other martial artists were to hear such a statement, they would surely be left aghast. What does it mean to ascend 2 ranks, merely? It is known that countless individuals spend years or even decades striving to achieve such a breakthrough. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that it transcends a major realm, something many martial artists find insurmountable throughout their lifetimes. The warrior level. Old Li, you can now move around. Ling Hao spoke once more. Ah, Li Xuemin exclaimed. Are you suggesting that I can stand on my own legs? Of course. Ling Hao responded with a smile. Li Xuemin gasped in disbelief, then gritted his teeth and attempted to rise. It really works. The next moment, Li Xuemin was overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you. I am truly grateful. As he spoke, he knelt before Ling Hao. Old Li. It was but a small effort. There is no need for such formalities. Ling Hao gently supported him. Moreover, this was all due to the matter concerning the Zheng family. That is a different issue altogether. Li Xuemin bowed deeply to Ling Hao. Thank you. Truly, there is no need for such courtesy. Ling Hao smiled before adding. Old Li, regarding my identity, I would appreciate your discretion for the time being. Understood. Li Xuemin nodded earnestly. After a brief pause, he continued. Ling Hao, was your technique just now the 9 needles of the mysterious gate? Old Li, you are indeed well informed. You even know of the 9 needles of the mysterious gate? Ling Hao replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. Upon receiving Ling Hao's acknowledgement, Li Xuemin gasped in astonishment. So it truly is the 9 needles of the mysterious gate. After calming his excitement, he inquired further. Then, Ling Hao, are you a practitioner of the mysterious gate? My technique was indeed the 9 needles of the mysterious gate. Ling Hao affirmed with another smile. However, I cannot claim to be a true practitioner of the mysterious gate. I merely have certain connections. I will explain more in detail when the opportunity arises. Very well. Li Xuemin nodded in response. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the study, and Ling Hao resumed his disguised appearance. Upon seeing Li Xuemin's condition, his family erupted in jubilant excitement, expressing their profound gratitude to Ling Hao. Subsequently, Ling Hao and Lu Yu took their leave. Grandfather, who exactly is this Mr. Ling? As she observed their retreating figures, Li Zixian turned to Li Xuemin. He is truly remarkable. In such a short time, he healed your legs. He is indeed a miraculous healer. Mr. Ling. Li Xuemin began but paused. A sudden flash of insight struck him, revealing fragments of information regarding Ling Hao's identity. Ling's surname. At least a warrior level of cultivation. Proficient in the 9 needles of the mysterious gate, with notable connections to the Shadow Gate, and accompanied by a warrior-level strongman. Looking across the entire territory, it seems only one person fits this description. The king of the Western Territory, the master of the Shadow Gate, Ling Shuai. Gasp. At this realization, Li Xuemin felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling with shock. He never expected it, truly never expected it. It was him. Grandfather. What is wrong? Li Zixian inquired, puzzled by Li Xuemin's reaction. Who exactly is he? He is a prodigious talent, even respected by his adversaries. Li Xuemin murmured. The following morning, Ling Hao and Lu Yu returned to Qin Yuxin's residence, intending to accompany her to the Qin Corporation to discuss shares and dividends. Daddy, I want a hug. After greeting the family, Rui dashed over. All right. Ling Hao bent down to lift the little one. Have you had breakfast? I did. Grandma made a lot of delicious food. I'm stuffed. Rui replied, smacking her lips. Haha, let me see if your little belly is about to burst. Ling Hao laughed. No, that is embarrassing. Rui replied in a tone befitting an adult. Haha. Both Ling Hao and Lu Yu erupted in laughter. Rui, Daddy and Mommy will be out for a little while. Will you play nicely with Uncle Lu and Auntie? Ling Hao suggested after playing with Rui for a while. Okay, but you and Mommy must come back soon. Of course, we'll return right after our errands. Ling Hao then turned to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, shall we go? Qin Yuxin nodded. Yuxin. Have you discussed with your uncle and aunt whether you wish to retain your 20% share in the Qin Corporation or have them cash it out? Once they were in the car, Ling Hao asked Qin Yuxin. Yes, we've discussed it. Qin Yuxin nodded. Our family agrees to cash it out. We don't want any further ties with the Qin Corporation. Understood. Ling Hao nodded with a smile. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at the Qin Corporation. After parking, they made their way to the lobby. Hello, Miss Qin. Please hold on. As they approached the lobby, just as they were about to head to the elevator, a receptionist approached them. May I ask what business you have here, Miss Qin? What do you mean? Do I need to report my purpose for being here? Qin Yuxin furrowed her brow. She instinctively knew that this was a deliberate ploy by Qin Yujiao to annoy her. I apologize, Miss Qin, but I have received instructions that anyone coming to the corporation must first register and then make an appointment. The receptionist took a deep breath before responding. Enough. Don't make trouble for yourself. Qin Yuxin interrupted her, continuing towards the elevator with Ling Hao. Miss Qin, you. The receptionist called out urgently. Oh. Isn't that my cousin, trying to show off to the subordinates down here? At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out. Soon, Qin Yujiao, beaming with delight, appeared, linking arms with the young master of the Qin family. Chapter 51. Burning Bridges. Qin Yujiao was in high spirits. Although the contract for the Dongzhou building had nothing to do with her, the elder had nonetheless agreed to promote her. Starting next month, she would assume the role of vice general manager in charge of marketing at the Qin Group. President Qin, I'm sorry, The receptionist timidly began upon seeing Qin Yujiao. What a useless person, unable to handle even the simplest task. Qin Yuji waved her hand dismissively. Get out of my way. Turning back, she directed her gaze at Qin Yuxin. My dear cousin, are you out of money for groceries and in a rush to collect some? Qin Yujiao. I have no time for your nonsense. Step aside. Qin Yuxin's brows knitted in irritation. Your expression suggests I've hit the nail on the head, hasn't he it? Qin Yujiao replied coldly. If your family truly has nothing to eat, you better brace yourselves for hunger. What do you mean by that? Initially, Qin Yuxin had no intention of engaging with her, but upon hearing this, she halted. You genuinely don't know, do you? Qin Yujiao sneered. Do you really believe the contract for the Dongzhou building was secured by that boy beside you? What are you trying to say? Qin Yuxin asked in a cold tone. One must possess self-awareness. Qin Yujiao scoffed. We have thoroughly understood that the reason the Dongzhou building representatives approached our company to sign the contract was entirely due to connections secured by Jian Shao's father. However, his father mistakenly recorded my name as yours, leading to this monumental blunder. Oh? Upon hearing this, Ling Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. While he had anticipated that the Qin family would not readily fulfill their promises, he had not expected them to concoct such a rationale. It was truly remarkable. They were evidently preparing to give nothing at all. I can't be bothered to discuss this with you. Qin Yuxin's brows furrowed tightly, and she turned to Ling Hao. Let us go find grandfather. Very well. Ling Hao smiled and followed her. How laughable. Do you really think finding grandfather will be of any use? Qin Yujiao once again let out a cold laugh as she linked arms with Qian Haojin and trailed behind them. Minutes later, the two of them knocked on the door to Qin Ming's office and walked in. Grandfather, what Qin Yujiao said is. Qin Yuxin began, glancing at Qin Ming, who was seated on the sofa smoking a cigar. How dare you come to the company? Qin Ming interrupted her sternly before she could finish. I truly wonder what sins I committed in my previous life to have an ungrateful descendant like you. You know perfectly well that the contract for the Dongzhou building was not secured by that boy beside you, yet you still demand that I personally go plead with you. This is utterly outrageous. In truth, he was in a rather good mood. Regardless of the circumstances, the contract for the Dongzhou building had been successfully secured, and the Qin Group's rise was imminent. However, the thought of having to humble himself to plead with Qin Yuxin yesterday caused his blood pressure to soar. Moreover, the prospect of having to give her 20% of the shares and dividends made him even more unwilling. He had spent the entire night thinking of a solution for this matter. Early that morning, he had instructed Qin Yujiao to call Qian Haojin over. Expressing profound gratitude without delving into details, he simply stated that it was the Dongzhou building representatives who said it was arranged through his father, albeit with a mix-up of names between Qin Yujiao and Qin Yuxin. Although Qian Haojin felt puzzled, he naturally would not refuse such a beneficial arrangement and insisted that Qin Ming and his granddaughter not be too courteous, as it was merely his duty. And thus, this scene unfolded. Qin Yuxin's face flushed with anger. She had never anticipated that Qin Ming would stoop to such depths of shamelessness. Her mother had been right. Once the contract took effect, they would turn their backs. What do you mean, you? I hereby officially notify you that you were terminated from the Qin Group. Qin Ming interrupted her once more. You have one day to return to Yunqing and complete your handover. Otherwise, you can forget about this month's salary. Furthermore, relay to your father that due to his failure to fulfill previous promises, your family's 15% stake will be reduced to 5%. You are a scoundrel. An infuriated Qin Yuxin spat out a curse. What did you say? You ungrateful child dare to insult me? Qin Ming roared. Rising from the sofa, he approached Qin Yuxin angrily, raising his hand to strike her. Should your hand dare to touch even a single hair on Yuxin's head, you can forget about that entire arm. Ling Hao's voice was icy and piercing. You. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Ling Hao, Qin Ming trembled, his hand halting in midair. Yuxin, there is no need to get angry with such a person, Ling Hao said, turning to Qin Ming with a cold stare. You best think carefully about whether you truly wish to proceed down this path. You have no place here. Get out immediately. Qin Ming took a deep breath, pointing towards the office door and shouting loudly. Do not regret your decision. Ling Hao replied before ignoring him, turning to Qian Haojian, who stood a short distance behind. Jian Xiao, was the Dongzhou building contract truly secured through your father's connections? Of course. If it weren't for my dad, would it be you? Qian Haojian replied with a dismissive expression. Indeed. Qin Yuju coldly snorted. To blatantly covet others' achievements while lacking the ability oneself is truly rare. Very well. Ling Hao looked at Qian Haojian and spoke solemnly. Remember, do not come to plead with me later. Afterward, he took Qin Yuxin's hand and walked towards the office door. Yuxin, let us head back. Okay, sure. Qin Yuxin was taken aback by Ling Hao holding her hand, causing her to tremble slightly, a peculiar feeling rising within her. Nevertheless, she did not resist and followed Ling Hao out. Yuxin, do not be upset. You must have seen through their true colors by now. Moments later, as they reached the hallway, Ling Hao turned to Qin Yuxin and smiled. You, please let go of me. A blush crept across Qin Yuxin's face as she withdrew her hand. For her. Despite having shared intimate moments with Ling Hao in the past, that had occurred when he was not fully aware. Since that day, they had been apart for 4 or 5 years, and to her, Ling Hao still felt like a stranger. Now, suddenly holding hands with him, she found it hard to adjust. I was paying attention. My apologies. Ling Hao chuckled awkwardly. Let us go back. Qin Yuxin replied with a slightly helpless tone. Last night, my parents discussed that once I got the money today, we would go look at houses together. The place we live in is about to be demolished, and although the real estate company said they could help us find a temporary place, my parents prefer we buy our own house to avoid the hassle of moving around. But now, without a penny in hand, my mother will surely explode when we return. Rest assured, Yuxin, I promise you will receive your money today. Ling Hao smiled reassuringly, offering her a comforting gaze. Chapter 52, The Frustration of Qin Ming. However, the contract has already come into effect. They no longer need to plead with us. Qin Yuxin shook her head. If he is determined not to pay us, there is nothing we can do. A valid contract can also become invalid. Ling Hao chuckled again. What do you mean? Qin Yuxin was momentarily taken aback. Yuxin, do not worry about this matter. Trust me, old Qin will come to seek your assistance. As Ling Hao spoke, he took out his phone, composed a message, and sent it to Shen Lu. Subsequently, he led Qin Yuxin towards the elevator. Meanwhile, Qin Ming returned to the sofa, a faint smile appearing on his face. The issue of the contract was finally resolved, and how Qin Hongyuan's family would react was no longer his concern. Even if Qin Hongyuan truly wished to sever ties with the family, it mattered little to him. After all, in recent years, it had not been much different from a separation. With the contract for the Dongzhou building secured, he felt confident that in a few years, the Qin group would rank among the top 20 in Dongzhou. By that time, Qin Hongyuan's family would inevitably come to him, seeking to rejoin the family. Jian Xiao, please have a seat. This matter is greatly indebted to you. Qin Ming took a puff from his cigar. You are too kind, Qin. Qian Haojian smiled as he sat down on the sofa. Jian Xiao, whenever it is convenient, please convey to your father that I would like to treat him to a meal, as an expression of our gratitude from the Qin family. Qin Ming exhaled a series of smoke rings. Although he knew this matter had nothing to do with Qian Haojian, the Qian family was the 10th-ranked family in Dongzhou, and fostering a good relationship with them could only bear benefits. I appreciate your kindness, but my father has been rather busy lately. Let us discuss the meal at another time. Qian Haojian replied, slightly taken aback. In his heart, he thought, what meal? I have never mentioned your Qin family to my father. It would be embarrassing if we met, and it slipped out. Very well. Qin Ming nodded with a smile, then turned to Qin Ruijiao. Little Jiao, didn't you say you had plans to watch a movie with Jian Xiao today? Why haven't you left yet? Oh, I almost forgot about that. Qin Ruiji replied, momentarily stunned. She understood that her grandfather was subtly pushing her towards Qian Haojian. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, and Qin Hongjiang rushed in, looking anxious. Dad, something big has happened. What do you mean, what has happened? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Just now, someone from the Dongzhou building called our company, informing us that the contract we signed yesterday will not be honored. Qin Hongjiang spoke haltingly. What? Qin Ming's wrist trembled, a piece of ash falling to the ground, and he shouted in disbelief. Why? Qin Ruijiao, standing nearby, also wore a look of shock upon hearing this. They didn't provide a reason. They only said there was an issue with the contract we signed yesterday, and they will not fulfill it, Qin Hongjiang replied. Furthermore, they have already transferred the penalty fees. This is outrageous. Qin Ming slammed the cigarette butt onto the ground, his voice filled with fury. A company as large as Sihai Group lacks even the most basic sense of contractual obligation. He trembled with rage. This roller coaster of emotions is truly unbearable. He had envisioned relying on that contract to elevate the Qin family. Yet in just one day, everything had been reversed. Father. This is still a minor issue. Qin Hongjiang swallowed hard. What do you mean? Qin Ming's right eyelid twitched violently. Such a significant matter is a minor issue? Then what is a major issue? Is the sky about to fall? Our group's 3 largest raw material suppliers just called, stating they will terminate all cooperation with us starting tomorrow and will no longer provide any raw materials to the company. What? Qin Ming shouted again, his expression contorted. These 3 suppliers have been working with the group for over a decade, accounting for nearly 80% of the company's raw material supply. If they cease cooperation, the production line will immediately come to a standstill. And, Qin Hongjiang raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow as he continued. Outrageous. Can't you just say everything at once? Enraged, Qin Ming grabbed the ashtray and hurled it, roaring. What else is there? Our group's top 10 major clients have just called the company, expressing their intention to return all their inventory to the group. Qin Hongjiang dodged the ashtray and continued to speak with great difficulty. Moreover, they also stated that starting tomorrow, they will terminate all cooperation with our group. Bang! Qin Ming could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. With the upstream raw material supply cut off and downstream major clients returning goods, this was tantamount to sentencing the group to death. He could surmise with certainty that someone was deliberately targeting the Qin group. Who on earth would go to such lengths against us? He murmured while lying on the ground. Clatter. A teacup in Qin Ruijiao's hand fell to the ground, her face turning pale. After swallowing hard, she spoke. Grandfather, could it be that the young man named Ling Hao did this? Impossible. Qin Ming shook his head firmly. How could such a young man possess such capability? Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Qin Haojian's eyes also flickered with surprise. He certainly had not anticipated such a grave situation for the Qin group. Dingling. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was his father calling, he hurriedly answered. Dad, where are you? What is happening right now? Before Qin Haojian could finish a word, a roar erupted from the other end of the line. I am out dealing with something, Dad. What is going on? Qin Haojian trembled as he spoke. In his memory, this was the first time his father had erupted with such fury towards him. You fool. Have you offended someone? The furious voice on the line continued. Someone from the Dongzhou building just called me, saying that the contract we signed with our group is void, and they will no longer fulfill it. What? Qin Haojian exclaimed in shock. Impossible. That young man cannot possess such power. The first person that came to his mind was Ling Hao. You ungrateful son, it is indeed you. Upon hearing Qin Haojian's words, the voice on the line grew even angrier. I'm telling you, I don't care who you've offended. Whatever it takes, go and apologize immediately. If the other party cannot forgive you, you need not return to the Qin family from today onward. With that, the line went dead with a loud click. Bang. Qin Haojian slumped down, his face as pale as wax, trembling slightly. Chapter 53. You will soon be unemployed, young Master Jian. What is wrong with you? Seeing the expression on Qin Haojian's face, Qin Yujiao hurried over to assist him. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Haojian raised his hand and struck her. You wretched woman. You have brought me nothing but misfortune. Why, young Master Jian, what has happened? Qin Yuji raised her hand to cover her cheek. Our family's contract for the Dongzhou building has been annulled. Qin Haojian roared. It is all because of you. You deceitful creature, that I have attracted his ire. What? It truly is him? Upon hearing his words, Qin Ming and the others exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances and rushed toward the exit. Even the most naive among them understood that the troubles of the Qin group were undoubtedly orchestrated by Ling Hao. As they ran, Qin Ming shouted to the employees in the corridor, Hurry! All of you pursue Qin Ruixin at once. You must bring her back. Otherwise, you will all be unemployed. With that, more than 10 employees dropped everything and sprinted toward the staircase. The threat of unemployment was too terrifying. If not now, then when would they fight for their jobs? Damn it, wait for me. Qin Haojian stumbled after them. Meanwhile, Qin Ruixin and Ling Hao had already arrived in the lobby. Ruixin, let us rest here for a moment before we leave, Ling Hao said, taking her hand once more and leading her to a sofa off to the side. WY? Once again held by his hand, Qin Ruixin felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and struggled slightly before allowing him to guide her. You shall soon understand. Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. Once seated, he turned to Qin Ruixin and continued, Ruixin, have your parents mentioned what kind of house they wish to buy? My mother has always dreamed of owning a villa, Qin Ruixin said, slightly taken aback. 5 years ago, before our family faced difficulties, she told my father that she wanted to sell our house and use the proceeds as a down payment for a modest villa. At that time, our circumstances were still relatively stable, and my father begrudgingly agreed. However, before we could even begin viewing properties, calamity struck. I understand, Ling Hao nodded slightly. But since that incident 5 years ago, she has never mentioned her villa dream again, Qin Yuxin said, her tone laced with guilt. But I know her dream has always lingered. As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. Yuxin, do not be too hard on yourself. Everything will be all right. Ling Hao reassured her. Do not worry about the house, leave it to me. As they conversed, several employees in the lobby began to take notice. Many of them were new hires and did not recognize Qin Yuxin, but her stunning beauty captivated their attention. Isn't this the eldest Miss Qin? At that moment, a somewhat sardonic voice rang out. A tall woman in her 30s, accompanied by a front desk attendant, approached them. By the way, I heard that the eldest Miss Qin has stolen the credit for the second Mrs. Achievements to return to the headquarters. Is that true? After several years. How have you fallen to this level? Su-Ying, I'm not acquainted with you. Kindly keep your mouth shut. Qin Yuxin glared at her. Could it be that I struck a nerve, and you are embarrassed? The woman named Su-Ying sneered. Yuxin, who is she? Ling Hao glanced at the woman and asked. She is the deputy manager of the marketing department and a subordinate of Qin Yuxiao. Qin Yuxin replied. Could this be the boyfriend of the eldest Miss Qin? Su-Ying's gaze scrutinized Ling Hao. A warm sensation inexplicably surged within her. Ling Hao's handsome features and physique matched her ideal type perfectly, and the subtle regal aura he exuded left her feeling entranced. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Su-Ying. May I ask your name, handsome? After a slight pause, she extended her hand toward Ling Hao with a flirtatious smile. You would do well to apologize to Yuxin immediately, otherwise you will soon find yourself without a job. Ling Hao said coolly. Ha ha ha. Su-Ying paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, her body shaking with amusement. She then adopted an even more seductive expression and said, I did not expect you to have such a sense of humor. I like it. You have 1 minute to consider, Ling Hao reiterated. You are truly speaking nonsense. The front desk attendant scoffed. Do you even know who Su-Ying is? There are hardly any in the entire company who could cause her to lose her job. Indeed, and you too, if you do not apologize within a minute. Both of you will need to seek new employment starting tomorrow, Ling Hao warned, glancing at the front desk attendant. Handsome, how about we make a bet? Su-Ying licked her enticing lips. If you cannot get me fired today, you must accompany me for a drink tonight. Of course. If you truly manage to get me fired, I will be at your disposal tonight. You may do as you wish. What do you say? Su-Ying, do you have no shame? Qin Yuxin exclaimed, infuriated. Haha, what's wrong? Are you afraid I might take your man? Do not worry. I'll return him to you in a few days. Su-Ying continued to smirk. Time's up. Ling Hao spoke once more, his demeanor unyielding. You may begin to gather your belongings. Ha ha ha. Su-Ying laughed again. Handsome, you. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed near the elevator. Qin Ming, leading a large group of people, rushed in, all of them drenched in sweat and panic-stricken. Qin Ming quickly scanned the lobby, and upon seeing that Ling Hao and Qin Yuxin had not departed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, then hurried over. Director Qin? Second miss? Upon seeing them, Su-Ying was momentarily stunned before quickly approaching. What has happened? Step aside. Qin Ming pushed her aside forcefully. He then led the group to Ling Hao and Qin Yuxin. Suddenly, without warning, he knelt down, followed by the others who bowed their heads in submission. The sight left the employees of the Qin group in the lobby utterly speechless. What was happening? The chairman of the group was actually kneeling? It was utterly insane. Su-Ying and the front desk attendant were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, they began to believe Ling Hao's words. Yuxin, I am sorry, grandfather was wrong. I have grown foolish in my old age. Please, do not hold it against me. Qin Ming trembled as he looked at Qin Yuxin. Chapter 54, The Despair of the Swordmaster. What are you doing? Qin Yuxin was taken aback by the commotion. Yuxin, we were wrong in the past. Please calm down and forgive us this once. It won't happen again. Qin Hongjiang spoke simultaneously. Get up first. Qin Yuxin furrowed her brow and instinctively glanced at Ling Hao. She had a suspicion that Ling Hao must have orchestrated something, otherwise the other party wouldn't react this way. Yuxin, you must agree to us first, or Grandpa will kneel here indefinitely. Qin Ming, speaking as he received a check for 5 million from Qin Hongjiang's hands, continued. This is the dividend from your 20% shares over the past 5 years. And I'm giving it to you now. Moreover, you can return to the group tomorrow as the vice president of marketing. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxiao, who was kneeling behind, flashed a look of resentment but refrained from voicing it. First, tell me what exactly happened. Qin Yuxin frowned again. Yuxin, just accept it. Ling Hao smiled faintly, then turned to Qin Ming. Do you believe me now? Yes. I was indeed foolish and blind. I beg you to forgive me this once. Qin Ming nodded fervently. This 5 million is a dividend. What about the cash equivalent of the 20% shares? Ling Hao inquired calmly. Please, Ling Hao, give us some time regarding the shares. The company cannot take out that much cash at once. Qin Ming swallowed hard. And Yuxin and her father can return to the group to work tomorrow. We can discuss the shares later, huh? So you don't intend to cash them out? Ling Hao smiled again. He was well aware of the other party's hidden intentions. It wasn't he that the group lacked funds. They were merely concerned that if they gave the money to Qin Yuxin, the contract for Dongzhou building would be voided, leaving them with nothing. Cash out? We will definitely cash out. We just need some time. Qin Ming quickly responded. Yuxin, what do you think? Ling Hao did not press further and turned to Qin Yuxin. After all, Qin Ming was her grandfather, and it was better to leave the decision to her. All right, you all can stand up. After taking a deep breath, Qin Yuxin accepted the check from Qin Ming. Thank you. Yuxin, thank you. Qin Ming expressed his gratitude eagerly. By the way, there is something I need you to handle. After the others stood up, Ling Hao pointed at the trembling Su Ying and the receptionist. They are not suited for this job. Let them seek other opportunities. What do you mean? Qin Ming was taken aback but didn't dwell on it too long, turning to the two. You two don't need to come to work tomorrow. Although he had no idea what had transpired, Ling Hao was like a benevolent deity in his eyes. He would do anything he asked, even if it meant dismissing 2 employees. With a thud, Su Ying and the receptionist collapsed on the ground, their faces ashen, filled with regret. Just then, a figure rushed out from the stairwell, drenched in sweat, and knelt before them. It was Qin Haojian, the young master of the Qin family. He had followed the crowd out of the office but was unable to catch the elevator due to the large number of people, ultimately having to run down the stairs. Ling Hao, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I beg you, he pleaded while bowing his head, trembling. He understood well the significance of the Dongzhou building contract to his family's group. His father had put in tremendous effort and expenses to secure it. If the contract were voided, his future would be bleak, and his father would never let him off the hook. Isn't your Qin family quite powerful? Do you really need to beg me? Ling Hao chuckled lightly. I'm so sorry. I was blind to the truth. I was wrong. I truly was. Please. Qin Haojian continued to bow his head. After a moment, he glanced around and, spotting Qin Yujiao, crawled over. Yujiao, please help me plead with Ling Hao to forgive me, you useless fool. Get away. Qin Yujiao kicked him away. She had no intention of dealing with Qin Haojian now, especially after he had taken advantage of her for so long. Old Qin, please help me plead with Ling Hao to forgive me. Qin Haojian pleaded once again. Looking at Qin Ming, Jin Xiao, you have truly disappointed me. Qin Ming took a deep breath, adopting a meaningful tone. I always thought the contracts with our Qin group were facilitated by your father, but who would have known you deceived us and caused us to misunderstand Ling Hao? One must live with a clear conscience. Fine, you've turned into a preacher. Upon hearing this, Qin Haojian felt a surge of anger, his vision blurred, and he fainted. 10 minutes later, Ling Hao and Qin Yuxin drove home. The contract with the Qin group had been reinstated. Dongzhou building notified them that they could commence stocking next month. And the upstream and downstream clients had called back, expressing their intent to continue cooperation. This was naturally in accordance with Qin Yuxin's wishes. She ultimately chose to forgive the Qin family, as they were still her grandfather, and she had to consider her father's feelings. As for the Qin family's contract, that was no longer her concern. Heaven's misdeeds can still be forgiven, but human misdeeds cannot be tolerated. Everything was of his own making, and he had no one else to blame. Ling Hao, thank you. After they set off, Qin Yuxin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Yuxin, why are you so formal again? Ling Hao smiled. Let us not be so distant with each other in the future. I genuinely want to thank you. Qin Yuxin replied, without you, I wouldn't have received even $5, let alone 5 million. With this 5 million, aside from repaying the 3 million owed to the bank, there will still be 2 million left. My parents will surely be overjoyed. As long as uncle and aunt are happy, that's all that matters. This is what I should do. Ling Hao smiled again. Half an hour later, they returned home, and Rui was already asleep in Lu Yu's arms. Upon seeing the 5 million check in Qin Yuxin's hand, Shen Qiunan jumped up in excitement, tears of joy streaming down her face. Seeing his wife's reaction, Qin Hanyuan's eyes also glistened with moisture. These years, the family had indeed lived under too much pressure. Dad, you're back? Shen Qiunan exclaimed, startling Rui awake. She then leaped from Lu Yu's embrace and ran towards Ling Hao. Rui, be good. Ling Hao smiled and bent down to pick up the little one. Sister, did something happen? Qin Yufei asked excitedly, looking at Qin Yuxin. How could the old man Qin be willing to give you so much money? Chapter 55, Spring Breeze and Prosperity. This time, it was all thanks to Ling Hao. Otherwise, I would have received not a single penny. Qin Yuxin chuckled and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Wow, brother-in-law, you were truly impressive. Who exactly do you know at Donggo Mansion? Qin Yuxin exclaimed. Her expression exaggerated as she gazed at Ling Hao. A department manager from their company is a good friend of mine, Ling Hao replied with a smile. Really? I find that hard to believe. Qin Yuxin questioned skeptically, can a department manager really have such authority to make contracts effective one moment and void the next? Well, I'm not entirely sure about that, Ling Hao chuckled again. Ling Hao, thank you. At this moment, Shinchionan, having calmed her excitement slightly, spoke up. Auntie. No need for thanks, it was but a trivial matter. Ling Hao responded with a gentle smile. Trivial? This is far from insignificant. Shinchionan's face flickered with a complex emotion as she continued, Auntie formally apologizes. I was wrong before, so please don't take it to heart. Auntie. Please don't say that. If anyone should apologize, it's me for putting you in this situation. Ling Hao countered. But rest assured, from now on, I won't allow anyone to bully you. Yes, I believe you. Shinchionan nodded vigorously. Please continue your conversation. I will go prepare dinner. You and Lu Yu should enjoy a few drinks with your uncle. He hasn't had a drink in quite some time. Sure. Thank you, Auntie. Ling Hao replied with a smile. At 2 in the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Ling Hao spent a little more time playing with Rui before bidding farewell to Lu Yu. Brother, when do we plan to take action regarding the Zhao family's matter? Lu Yu inquired as he started the car. Has the Zhao family's young master arrived at Dongzhou? Ling Hao asked. He should be arriving this afternoon, Lu Yu replied. Excellent. Ling Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Send a message to the judge, instructing him to locate Lu Jiaya. Let us settle her accounts first before heading to the Zhao family. It is indeed time to settle the score. Understood. Lu Yu nodded and pulled out his phone to send a message. In less than 10 minutes, the judge's reply came back. Boom. Upon receiving Lu Jiaya's address, Lu Yu pressed down on the accelerator. At this moment, Lu Jiaya was hosting a small gathering at her estate, inviting several prominent figures from Dongzhou. Since the incident with the Zheng family, Lu Jiaya had transformed into Dongzhou's foremost woman, earning herself the moniker of the Queen of Dongzhou. This was partly due to her exceptional networking skills and partly because she was the acknowledged mistress of Zhao Weihua, the head of Dongzhou's leading aristocratic family. Being the mistress of Dongzhou's first family was a status that placed her above others, and combined with her innate charm, she found success in whatever she pursued. At just under 35, Lu Jiayao maintained a youthful appearance akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old, her skin delicate and flawless, complemented by a captivating figure that made her an object of desire for many men. Of course, at the peak of her allure, she was not only involved with Zhao Yuehua, but also had 2 other strong companions. Zhao Yuehua turned a blind eye to this arrangement, as having 2 men around her lightened his burden considerably. Yao Jia, I raise a glass to you, wishing you eternal youth, one young man proclaimed, lifting his glass towards Lu Jiayao. Haha, thank you, young Master Wan. Lu Jiayao smiled alluringly. Today, she wore a low-cut sweater that accentuated her figure beautifully, adorned with a platinum necklace that dangled enticingly at her neckline. Her form-fitting jeans showcased her curves perfectly. Yao Jia, I heard your club will be opening next month? Another young man asked, swallowing hard as he gazed at her. Indeed, and I hope young Master Jia won't forget to show your support. Lu Jiayao replied with a smile. Absolutely. I'll be sure to get the highest membership card so I can visit you every day, the young man declared enthusiastically. Haha. Lu Jiayao giggled, her laughter delightful and infectious. Thank you, young Master Jia. Jiayao, it feels like you've become even more youthful in just a month. A lavishly dressed noblewoman approached with a glass in hand. It seems that Xiao Li and Xiao Ma have been putting in a lot of effort lately. Haha, Sister Zhang. I can't possibly compare. Lu Jiaya responded with a smile, glancing behind the noblewoman. By the way, did Xiao Zhao not accompany you today? Don't even mention him. Just thinking about it makes me angry. He is utterly useless. I've already kicked him out. The noblewoman replied, her displeasure evident. What's wrong? I thought Xiao Zhao was doing well. Lu Jiao teased. He embarrassed me the other day when I took him out with Sister Wu and Sister Hong on a cruise. He couldn't last half an hour, and now Wu Jie and Hong Jie are still laughing at me. The noblewoman said, her expression frosty. Huh. Lu Jiao laughed again. Sister Zhang, don't be upset. If you don't mind, I can send Xiao Li to keep you company tonight. Really? The noblewoman licked her lips. You said it, so no backing out. Of course. Lu Jiao smiled once more. Then thank you in advance, Jiao. The noblewoman's eyes sparkled. By the way, regarding that project you mentioned last time, I spoke to my family about it, and they've given the green light. You can go directly to his office tomorrow. Great. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Lu Jiao's face lit up with joy. We're sisters. There is no need for formality. The noblewoman raised her glass and drank it all in one go, her mind already envisioning the evening's events. Xiao Yao, I heard some fool tried to investigate your beauty salon the other day. Has everything been resolved? A middle-aged man approached with a glass in hand, looking at Lu Jiayao with a fervent gaze. If not, just let me know their name. and I'll have them come to apologize to you tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your concern. It's already been settled, Lu Jiayao replied with another smile. The individual will no longer appear in Dongzhou. Is that so? That's good to hear. The middle-aged man nodded. What an ignorant fool to dare invade your territory. He must have been out of his mind. Haha. Lu Jiayao laughed again, raising her glass. Come, let us toast. I've arranged for a group of models to liven up the atmosphere, and they should be arriving shortly. Tonight, we must drink until we're all inebriated. Haha. Thank you, Yao Jia. Cheers. The crowd raised their glasses in unison. Boom. Just then, the iron gates of the estate exploded open like they were made of flimsy tofu, metal shards flying everywhere. Several men and women near the entrance turned pale with fear and quickly retreated. In the next moment, Ling Hao and Lu Yu strode confidently through the entrance. At this point, Ling Hao had altered his appearance to resemble that of the day he was at the Crown Hotel. Chapter 56. Lu Jiao's fear upon witnessing the scene before her. Lu Jiao's expression immediately darkened. After 5 years, it was the first time someone dared to act so audaciously in her presence. It was utterly intolerable. In her heart, she had already sentenced the two to death. Regardless of their motivations, anyone who dared to challenge her authority could only meet with demise. How foolish. They must be seeking death by coming here. A few black-clad bodyguards hesitated for a moment before drawing their electric batons and charging at the two. Bang, bang, bang. The onslaught was swift, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 bodyguards lay crumpled on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed around them, astonished by such formidable skill. Presumptuous. Who are you to act so brazenly here? Do you know where this is? The previously sycophantic young master pointed angrily at the two. Kneel before me immediately, or you will regret it. Whoosh. Before he could finish, a gust of wind shot from Ling Hao's fingertips, and the young master's index finger fell to the ground. Blood spurting forth. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, the young master let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. At this sight, the other young masters, who had initially intended to impress Lu Jiayao, halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with trepidation. How ruthless. To sever a finger over a mere disagreement was not worth the trouble. Who are you two, really? Lu Jiayao inhaled deeply and inquired of the two. Come with me. Ling Hao replied calmly. I will take you to a place where you will understand who I am. Do you know who I am? Lu Jiayao's voice was frigid. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Will you come with us willingly, or shall we assist you? Ling Hao did not respond to her question. You two are far too arrogant. The middle-aged man, previously frowning, interjected. Regardless of who you are, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Under normal circumstances, his temper would have led him to have his men throw the two out. However, Ling Hao's earlier display of skill instilled a sense of caution within him. He was well aware that the two subordinates he had brought could not possibly match them. Are you stepping in for her? Ling Hao glanced at the middle-aged man. Do share your name. You seem rather imposing. An aura of authority emanated from the middle-aged man as he produced an identification card and tossed it to Ling Hao. See for yourself. Anyone who associates with such people must be of questionable character. Let the investigation begin. Ling Hao casually scanned the identification before handing it to Lu Yu. All right. Lu Yu examined the card and promptly sent a text message. He then returned the card to the middle-aged man. You may begin to pray now. What? The middle-aged man's brows knitted into a furrow. Observing the demeanor of Ling Hao and his companion, he felt a twitch in his right eyelid. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. Who are you two? After taking a deep breath to steady himself, he asked once more. Just wait for the call. Ling Hao turned his attention back to Lu Jiayao. Do you truly not wish to come with us voluntarily? Humph. Lu Jiayao scoffed. If you want me to go with you, let us see if you possess the capability to take me. Thud, thud, thud. As her words fell, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated from behind the estate. Soon after, a muscular man, accompanied by 4 black-clad individuals, strode forward with an intimidating presence, each wielding a desert eagle. At the sight of the firearms, the surrounding crowd's expression shifted dramatically, retreating in alarm. Sister Yao, which fool has come seeking death? The muscular man inquired sternly. Without acknowledging his words, Lu Jiaya stepped forward and seized the desert eagle from his grasp. Aiming it directly at Ling Hao's forehead, she taunted. You think you're so tough? Show me your bravado again. Do you believe these 5 guns can ensure your safety? Ling Hao maintained an air of nonchalance. You are truly insufferable. Lu Jiayao, infuriated by his calm demeanor, shouted, Kneel before me now, or I will send you to hell. I'll grant you a chance to fire. How generous of you, Ling Hao replied coolly. Foolhardy. Lu Jiayao was on the verge of losing her temper, her eyes narrowing as she pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated throughout the courtyard, causing many to flinch, their expressions shifting in shock. Lu Jiayao dared to kill in front of so many. It was utterly reckless. Yet, in the next instant, every face reflected disbelief. Ding! The bullet, seemingly enchanted, fell harmlessly to the ground mere centimeters from Ling Hao, producing a sharp sound. What in the world? Was that desert eagle a toy? Impossible. Lu Jiayao's face turned pale, her throat constricting in disbelief. However, after a moment's pause, she gritted her teeth and said, I don't believe you can truly stop a bullet. Try it again. As her words left her lips, she narrowed her eyes and squeezed the trigger once more. Apologies. But you only have one opportunity to fire. Ling Hao's voice rang out calmly. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Jiayao felt a sudden pain in her wrist, and the desert eagle was snatched from her grasp. Crack, crack, with a mere flick of his wrist. Ling Hao reduced the pistol to a heap of scrap metal scattered on the ground. You've chosen death. The other 4 black-clad individuals hesitated for a moment before raising their weapons. Bang! Before they could pull the triggers, a violent gust of wind erupted, and the 4 men were sent flying like kites with severed strings. They landed over 10 meters away, gasping blood, their bodies convulsing before falling still. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their expressions becoming even more horrified. To claim 4 lives with a single action was terrifying beyond measure. What? Who are you? Lu Jiayao's composure shattered, panic flooding her features as she trembled slightly. At that moment, she finally grasped the gravity of her situation. Ling Hao's abilities were beyond anything she had ever encountered. Even the so-called strongest from the Zhao family could not possibly rival him. Her mind raced as she pondered when she had offended such a formidable being. Enough. I shall no longer waste time with you, Ling Hao declared, raising his hand to strike. You. Lu Jiaya managed to utter a word before her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. You are utterly lawless, daring to commit murder in public. Is there no justice anymore? The middle-aged man, taking a deep breath, spoke with anger. Fool. That was self-defense. Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. You should be more concerned about your own predicament. Dingling. At that moment, the middle-aged man's phone rang. Upon checking, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 57. You will not be alone for long. The middle-aged man instinctively glanced at Ling Hao and his companion before pressing the answer button. Unbeknownst to him, within 2 minutes, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face contorted in terror and pallor. He could not comprehend why he had caught the attention of the Shadow Gate. Yet he understood, with a sinking feeling, that this time he was utterly finished. Given his past deeds, even if he managed to save his own skin, he could forget about ever seeing the light of day again. In his next life, perhaps he should strive to be a better person. Ling Hao cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to walk towards the car. Lu Yu followed closely behind, lifting the unconscious Lu Jiayao. 40 minutes later, at the back mountain cemetery, Li Yuan ceremoniously threw Lu Jiaya in front of the gravestone of Ling Hao's adoptive father, subsequently delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face. Where is this place? Lu Jiaya awoke, instinctively asking. However, upon seeing the gravestone before her, she screamed, You 2 bastards. What are you bringing me to a cemetery for? Do you remember the name on the gravestone? Ling Hao's voice resonated behind her. What do you mean? Lu Jiaya paused momentarily, then focused her gaze on the gravestone. A shiver coursed through her as an expression of horror washed over her face, her complexion turning ghostly pale. Who are you? Why have you brought me to his gravestone? After a difficult swallow, Lu Jiaya stammered in fear. Director Lu, do you still recognize me? Ling Hao spoke with a calm demeanor. At this moment, he had regained his true self. Upon hearing Ling Hao's address, Lu Jiaya was taken aback once more, then turned around. How is this possible? Recognizing Ling Hao sent tumultuous waves through her heart, causing her to tremble violently as she shouted, Impossible. You cannot still be alive? Absolutely not. She never imagined that Ling Hao had survived. Had it not been daytime, she would have surely thought herself a victim of a ghostly encounter. More despairingly, the Ling Hao who returned after 5 years was now in existence she could only look up to. With his prowess, no one in Dongzhou could rival him. I apologize for still being alive, disappointing you. Ling Hao shrugged his shoulders. 5 years ago, when you poisoned my adoptive father, you should not have expected this day to come. Thud, thud, thud. Without a trace of hesitation, trembling, Lu Jiaya bowed her head fervently before Ling Hao. I'm sorry. I was forced by the Zhao family. As she bowed, she trembled and pleaded, if I did not comply, they would have killed me. Though your father had no intention of marrying you, aside from that betrothal document, he fulfilled all your desires. Ling Hao continued, not acknowledging her words. He even mentioned to me that if anything were to happen to him, your name would certainly be in his will, perhaps in your eyes. Your father merely coveted your body, but I know he truly liked you. Had it not been for his sister's opposition, he would have married you. He likely never imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of the woman he cherished most. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Jiayao continued to bow deeply. I am sorry. I beg you to spare my wretched life. I was truly forced. Bow to my father a few times. Ling Hao spoke indifferently. Lu Jiayao, without hesitation, quickly turned to face the gravestone. Mr. Zheng, I am so sorry. I did not intend to harm you. It was Zhao Weihua who coerced me. After saying this, she bowed deeply. In your next life, learn to be content. Ling Hao's voice echoed like a death knell in Lu Jiayao's ears. Rest assured, you will not be alone for long. Tonight, Zhao Weihua will come to keep you company. No. Upon hearing Ling Hao's words, Lu Jiayao cried out in a panic. Bang! Before her words could fade, they were abruptly cut off, and a mist of blood enveloped the gravestone. The next moment, everything returned to tranquility. Thud! Ling Hao then knelt down, his eyes reddening, his voice slightly choked. Father, Lu Jiayao has gone to make amends with you. Whether to forgive her is your decision. Additionally, tonight, I will send everyone involved in that incident to you to apologize. Having said this, he bowed 3 times with great intensity before rising and performing another 3 bows. Inform the judge to head to the Zhao family. Once in the car, Ling Hao spoke to Lu Yu in a low voice. Understood. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. At 6 in the evening, Zhao family estate. Zhao Weihua sat on the sofa, his expression grim, surrounded by several key members of the Zhao family. Second brother, is there still no news of Lu Jun? Zhao Weihua asked in a low voice. None. Zhao Weihua shook his head. I have been calling him since yesterday, but no one is answering. I sent people to the places he frequents, but he is nowhere to be found. Not only him, but even his 4 key aides have vanished without a trace. His subordinates have inquired as well, and no one knows where he is gone. Are you certain he acted against Qin Hongyuan's daughter yesterday afternoon? After taking a puff from his cigar, Qin Hongyuan inquired. Certainly. Zhao Weihua nodded vigorously. He even sent me a photo. Both of Qin Hongyuan's daughters were taken to the club. Eldest brother, Lu Jun must be in trouble. Zhao family's third heir, Zhao Yueming, furrowed his brow in concern. Zhao Weihua nodded gravely. Eldest brother, who could have done this? Zhao Yueming continued questioning. It would be nearly impossible to eliminate Lu Jun and his 4 aides without a trace. There are likely only a few people in Dongzhou capable of such a feat. If I am correct, it must have been the individual who appeared at the Crown Hotel that day. Initially, I thought he came solely for Zheng Hongming's daughter. But it seems I underestimated the situation. Eldest brother, if he truly seeks revenge on the Zheng family, why has he not made a move until now? Zhao Yuehui asked. I do not know. Zhao Yuehua shook his head, his expression grave. Dingling. At this moment, Zhao Yuehua's phone rang. What is it? Upon answering, Zhao Yuehua inquired in a low voice. What? A minute later, Zhao Yuehua exclaimed loudly, a chilling rage radiating from him. Immediately send someone to search. If they are alive, we must see them. If dead, we must see their bodies. Having said this, he slammed the phone down, his body trembling with anger. Eldest brother. What happened? Zhao Yuehui set his teacup down, concerned. He has made a move. Zhao Yuehua's eyes blazed with fury. What? What do you mean? Zhao Yuehui was slightly taken aback. He just went to Lu Jiaya's estate and, in front of everyone, took her away. Zhao Yuehua's gaze sharpened with intensity. What? Both Zhao Yuehui and Zhao Yueming exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Chapter 58 Zhao Family Courtyard Crack. Crack. Zhao Yuehua furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a slight exertion of force, his phone crumpled into a heap of scrap metal, clattering to the floor. He understood all too well that Lu Jiayao's departure surely spelled doom for her. For him, Lu Jiayao was far more than a mere plaything. She managed numerous gray enterprises on his behalf, and her social acumen was something he greatly admired, making her a significant asset. Yet now, she was gone. Third brother. The Pang brothers have arrived, correct? Zhao Weihua exhaled a heavy sigh and turned to Zhao Yueming. Yes. Zhao Yueming nodded. They arrived at noon. I have arranged for them to stay in the attic of the back courtyard. The 4 courtesans are accompanying them. They just finished entertaining those 4 and are now resting in the attic. Please invite them over, Zhao Yuehua instructed after a brief pause. Understood. Zhao Yueming nodded and turned to leave. Second brother, when is Shao Jie expected to return home? Zhao Yuehua then inquired of Zhao Yuehui. I just spoke with him on the phone. He should be home in about half an hour at most, Zhao Yuehui replied. Rest assured, elder brother. He not only brought people from Yutong, but also invited a commander from the Eastern District War Department. Excellent. Zhao Weihua nodded vigorously. After sipping his tea, he gazed ahead and solemnly declared, no matter who you are, if you dare to provoke the Zhao family, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of recklessness. Elder brother, our passive defense is too stifling. Zhao Yuehui interjected. Once Shao Jie returns, we must utilize Yutong's resources to find the culprit and eliminate him swiftly. Indeed. Zhao Weihua nodded slightly. Within 3 days, I demand his head. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly after, Zhao Yueming entered, flanked by 2 men in their 40s, both robust and imposing, exuding a fierce aura. Thank you for your efforts, brothers Pang. Zhao Yuehua greeted them with a smile as he rose. Zhao family head, you were too kind. The 2 men settled into the sofa with a commanding presence. May I inquire what specific adversary has summoned us, Zhao family head? Pang Lauda asked nonchalantly. A target warranting 1 billion as a reward must be quite notable, no? Peng Lao lifted his teacup and took a sip. To be frank, I, Zhao, am also unaware of the opponent's precise information at this time. Zhao Yuehua responded. So far, all I know is that he is a young man under 30, possessing considerable skills, but beyond that, I have no further details. The Peng brothers exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. Zhao family head, it seems you are becoming increasingly timid. Peng Lao remarked. A nameless brat, and yet you go to such lengths to invite us? Are you truly so flush with cash? Brothers Peng. That young man likely possesses some abilities. I urge you not to underestimate him, Zhao Yuehua cautioned, his brow slightly furrowing. How formidable could he be? Peng Lao replied dismissively. Under 30? If he has any talent, he might be considered exceptional, but at most, he would only be at the warrior level, right? I'm not entirely sure. Zhao Yuehua shook his head slightly and continued. May I ask, what level are you two currently at? Peng Lao did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand and struck the hardwood tea table with a palm strike. Crack. The corner of the table shattered as if sliced by a sharp blade. The break smooth and polished. Dark energy like a blade, cutting through iron like mud. Warrior level. The Zhao family gasped in unison. Their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that the Peng brothers had reached such formidable heights. A warrior level. There may not be another like you in the entire eastern region. Zhao Yuehua exclaimed, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With a warrior-level powerhouse at Zhao's side. All would be well. Zhao family head, now you understand why we did not regard the young man you mentioned? Peng Lao chuckled lightly. I was indeed short-sighted. I beg you, brothers, do not take offense. Zhao Yuehua smiled apologetically. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a man in black rushed into the hall, breathless. How dare you? Zhao Yuehua frowned. What a disgraceful display of panic. Family head, there. There are intruders in the Zhao family courtyard. Their skills are formidable, and we are no match for them. The man in black gasped, finally catching his breath. Zhao Yuehua's expression turned frosty. Who are they? I don't know. The man in black swallowed hard. How many of them? There are only 2. He truly dares to come? Zhao Yuehua narrowed his brow, exchanging glances with Zhao Yuehui. Very well. I was just planning to seek him out, yet he has delivered himself to us. Turning to the Peng brothers, he declared, brothers, as they say. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. I must trouble you both. Let us go and see what kind of audacity allows 2 individuals to dare disrupt the Zhao family's peace. Peng Lao said as he rose and strode toward the entrance. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the central square of the courtyard. Observing the scene, they beheld 2 tall figures standing straight as poles in the middle of the square, surrounded by a throng of fallen black-clad individuals, all groaning in agony. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, a throng of people emerged from all directions. A dark mass of 300 to 400 strong, armed and brimming with murderous intent. They quickly encircled Ling Hao and his companion, leaving no room for escape. Elder brother. It's him. Zhao Yuehui pointed furiously at the now-disguised Ling Hao. He was the one at the Crown Hotel that day. It was he who forced Xiao Hua to his demise. I know. Zhao Yuehua's eyes blazed as he locked his gaze onto Ling Hao. I must admit, I admire your audacity, 2 individuals daring to enter the Zhao family courtyard. Do you believe the reputation of the Zhao family, the foremost power in the eastern region, is merely a fade? Does it matter? Ling Hao pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff. Where have you taken Lu Jiaya? Zhao Yuehua's eyes narrowed as he asked in a low voice. To where she belongs, you will soon join her. Ling Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke. You are truly despicable. Zhao Yuehua understood the implication behind Ling Hao's words. Lu Jiaya was undoubtedly dead. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Tell me, which remnant of the Zheng family do you hail from? Chapter 59. A single strike once you descend, Lu Jiaya will naturally inform you. After taking another drag of his cigarette, Ling Hao spoke again. I can offer your Zhao family one final opportunity. The decision rests with you. Oh, really? Zhao Yuehua sneered. Do enlighten me. You 3 brothers must sacrifice yourselves as an atonement. Your offspring must sever one of their own arms and fully confess to the authorities all the vile deeds you have committed over the years. If you can fulfill these 2 conditions, I will allow the rest of the Zhao family, those who have not committed any crimes, to leave Dongzhou alive. Haraha. Zhao Yuehua laughed in fury. The onlookers regarded Ling Hao and his companion with expressions of disbelief, as if they were witnessing sheer folly. How ignorant must one be to speak so boldly? Why don't you just go die? Zhao Yueming shouted angrily. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Truly, they were unaware of their own insignificance. You have 1 minute to contemplate. Ling Hao ignored Zhao Yueming and continued to address Zhao Yuehua. Once time elapses, not only you 3, but also your children, will descend together to apologize to the Zheng family. After all, When you annihilated the Zheng family, you didn't even spare the cleaning staff. You impudent fool. The word suicide does not exist in my vocabulary. Zhao Yuehua roared in response. Today, I will make you experience a fate worse than death before sending you to join the Zheng family. Time us up. Ling Hao inhaled deeply from his cigarette. The opportunity has been given. It is your lack of appreciation that has led to this. Do not blame me. Truly seeking death. After uttering this, Zhao Yuehua turned to the onlooking Pang brothers. Gentlemen, if you would be so kind, please ensure these two remain breathing. Of course. Pang Er shrugged and turned to Ling Hao. You have certainly opened my eyes. After years of wandering, I have never encountered someone as bold as you. Were it not for Zhao's request, I might have considered befriending you. Fool. You think you're worthy? Liu shot a disdainful glance at the other. In the entirety of the nation, there were perhaps but a handful who could claim the honor of befriending the king of the Western realm. Excuse me? A glint of cold light flashed in Pang Er's eyes as he regarded Lu Yu. I regret to inform you that due to your words, your tongue will soon belong to me. Turning back to Ling Hao, he continued, how about this? In light of your audacity, you sever a hand and a foot, and I will plead with Zhao to spare your life. What say you? You're not from the Zhao family, are you? Ling Hao exhaled a ring of smoke and calmly replied, what is your name? Listen closely, you insolent brat. These two brothers are esteemed guests of the Zhao family, the illustrious Pang brothers. Zhao Huihui declared loudly. The Pang brothers? Ling Hao turned to Lu Yu. Have you heard of them? So it is you too. Liu nodded, continuing, 10 years ago, dissatisfied with your parents' control, you two murdered them. 8 years ago, you forcibly took a flight attendant and slaughtered her entire family. 6 years ago, you spent 3 days in a village near Yun City, violating over 20 women. 5 years ago, during your escape, you killed over 10 passengers in a bus merely because one mentioned that you resembled 2 wanted criminals on television. Am I correct in my assertions? Liu recounted the numerous crimes, then asked, do you have anything to add? Upon hearing Liu recount their misdeeds as if they were a cherished memory, the Pang brothers' pupils contracted in shock. Who are you? Pang furrowed his brow. I heard about your arrival in Dongzhou days ago. I had planned to seek you out after a few days, but now it seems I need not bother. Liu replied in a somber tone. You insolent brat. Stop pretending to be mysterious. We'll escort you to your end. Pang's expression darkened as he charged at Lu Yu. A sense of unease welled within him. Pang Er, after a brief moment of hesitation, gathered his full strength and followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Both brothers were skilled warriors, and they unleashed their full power, creating a deafening rush of wind. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled several steps, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Indeed, they were formidable warriors. The sheer force of their presence was enough to instill despair. Unaware of your own mortality, Lu Yu's voice deepened as he stepped forward, unleashing 2 gusts of wind with a sweep of his hand. Bang, bang, without any suspense. The moment they charged halfway, they were sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, arcs of blood trailing in the air. After being propelled over 10 meters, they crashed to the ground, spewing forth blood like deflated balloons. How is this possible? You are already a W warrior. Pang managed to raise his hand towards Lu Yu, uttering a few words before his head drooped, lifeless. Beside him, Pang Er opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. Blood gushed from his lips, and after a few spasms, he too succumbed. For those who had committed countless atrocities, Liu had sentenced them to death from the outset and had no intention of sparing them. Silence. The vast Zhao family estate fell into a profound stillness, with everyone, save for Ling Hao and Lu Yu, frozen in disbelief. One strike, merely a single strike, and 2 warrior-level masters had been obliterated. What caliber of powerhouse is this? So terrifying. How is this possible? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yuehua managed to utter a few words. As he spoke, tumultuous waves surged within him, his expression one of utter shock. How ironic it was that the assistance he had procured for a fortune of 100 million was gone in the blink of an eye. Being a martial artist himself, and possessing considerable skill at the peak warrior level, he understood that anyone capable of dispatching a warrior-level master in one strike must be at least at the pinnacle of the warrior realm, if not higher. Only then did he truly begin to regard Ling Hao and Lu Yu with seriousness, his right eyelid twitching inexplicably. Surprised? Ling Hao then looked at Zhao Yuehua and spoke indifferently. Do you now regret not cherishing the opportunity one previously offered you? Who are you? Zhao Yuehua stammered. Does it matter? Ling Hao replied coolly. Is the person you are waiting for not yet here? If they do not arrive soon, you shall miss your final farewell. Chapter 60. The young master of the Zhao family arrives, huh? Zhao Yuehua paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that they knew he was awaiting his eldest son's return? Boy, cease your arrogance. Even if you possess formidable strength, we are numerous. I refuse to believe we cannot overcome you, Zhao Yueming declared, taking a deep breath. Is that so? Liu retorted coldly, without another word. He unleashed an even more tempestuous gust of wind, swirling towards the crowd on the right like a cyclone. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens were hurled into the air, crashing to the ground, either dead or severely maimed. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the remaining onlookers were etched with terror. Instinctively retreating. Against a powerhouse of this caliber, mere numbers were inconsequential. One slap could obliterate a multitude. And now? Ling Hao inquired languidly. Halt. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. To dare wreak havoc in my Zhao family residence. I am intrigued to discover who possesses such audacity. Jia? Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Yuehua, teetering on the brink of despair, felt a surge of hope. The other Zhao family members, as if grasping at a lifeline, simultaneously wore expressions of elation. Perfect timing. Ling Hao's lips curled into a smile. After exchanging a glance with Lu Yu, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. A contingent of 200 individuals marched in, arrayed in two distinct formations, led by a middle-aged man and a young man. The young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Jiahua, was none other than Zhao Jiajia, the eldest scion of the Zhao family. Sporting a buzz cut, a muscular physique, and a sharp aura, his face was set in an arrogant expression. Compared to the profligate Zhao Jiahua, Zhao Jiajia was clearly several levels above. The 100 men behind him exuded an air of self-assuredness, emanating a subtle aura of menace. The middle-aged man, appearing to be in his late 40s, possessed refined features, a robust build, and an unmistakable aura of the battlefield. The 100 men following him were fully armed, their faces stern and resolute. Dad. Zhao Jiajia led the middle-aged man to Zhao Yuehua and introduced him. This is Uncle Xiao. Greetings, Chief Xiao. Zhao Yuehua extended his hand. I am indebted to Chief Xiao. Patriarch Xiao, you are too kind. Xiao Zhijuan responded. I merely happened to be passing through Dongzhou, so I decided to pay a visit. Dad, we can chat later. Zhao Jiajia then turned to Ling Hao and stated in a deep voice. Did you force my brother to his death? Do you know why I chose to come to your door today? Ling Hao asked, ignoring his question. Humph. Zhao Jiajia sneered. Does that question even matter? To dare force my brother to his death, even if you had 10 lives, you would not escape this place alive today. As he spoke, a murderous intent emanated from him, his eyes flashing with cold light. Of course, it matters. Ling Hao smiled faintly. Although you were not involved in the events of 5 years ago, the things you have done over the years are sufficient for you to atone with your death. Insolent fool. Are you courting death? Do you know who we are? A black-clad man behind Zhao Jiajia exclaimed angrily. A nondescript whelp dares to speak to Executor Zhao in such a manner. You must have grown tired of living. Is this the disposition of the people from your U-Hall? Liu cast a cold glance at the man. Zhao Jiajia's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing Liu Yu's words. You know we are from the U-Hall? What do you think? Liu shrugged his shoulders. Intriguing. Zhao Jiajia's brow furrowed slightly. Since you are aware of our identity, and yet dare to be so presumptuous, it seems you possess some backing. State your name. You are not worthy to know our names. Liu Yu replied indifferently. Truly arrogant. Then allow me to witness what abilities you possess. The black-clad man roared and lunged towards Liu Hao. Kill. The 10 U-Hall members behind the man roared in unison, their figures following closely behind. Swoosh. 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 Suddenly, a dozen razor-sharp blades of light slashed over like lightning, unstoppable. The figures of the U-Hall members had barely advanced halfway when the blades of light flashed across their right knees. Thud. 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 In the next instant, each man's lower leg was severed at the knee, detaching from his body and crashing to the ground, blood spurting forth. Then, they all collapsed. Ah! Cries of agony echoed as everyone writhed on the ground. Who is it? Zhao Jiajia's pupils contracted slightly at the sight, while Xiao Zhijuan beside him also narrowed his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of synchronized footsteps reverberated from the courtyard entrance, followed by the sight of Judge, leading 500 genie guards, striding in with measured steps. Zhao Jiajia's body trembled as a storm raged in his heart upon seeing these individuals. The U-Hall members behind him were equally shocked, their faces betraying a hint of apprehension. Xiao Zhijuan's expression was no better, his pupils filled with profound astonishment. Are you people from the Shadow Gate? After taking a deep breath, Zhao Jiajia asked, looking at Judge, who was at the head. Idiot. Judge did not even deign to glance at him. After uttering these 2 words, he led the 500 men to stand quietly to the side. This was what Ling Hao had instructed beforehand, to temporarily conceal his identity, so the men did not perform the customary obeisance. Which member of the Shadow Gate are you? At this moment, Xiao Zhijuan spoke. Today's events are a private matter between the Zheng family and the Zhao family. It seems inappropriate for the Shadow Gate to involve itself. Wouldn't you agree? I am curious, who are you? A lackey of Zheng Dongyang. Without waiting for Judge to speak, Ling Hao looked at Xiao Zhijuan and said indifferently, impudent. Xiao Zhijuan's tone became stern. To dare address the Eastern King by name. I see you have grown tired of living. You say the Shadow Gate should not interfere in the Zhao family's affairs, then what is a member of the Eastern District War Department doing here? Ling Hao continued. Don't tell me Zheng Dongyang sent you. Preposterous. Xiao Zhijuan frowned. You slaughter the innocent and dare to stand here righteously. Truly lawless. I have long heard that since Zhang Dongyang's incident, the management of the Eastern District War Department has been in chaos. Seeing it today confirms it. After Ling Hao finished speaking, his tone became stern. I don't care what relationship you have with this young master of the Zhao family. Immediately take your men and get out of here. I can spare you this time for Zheng Dongyang's sake. If you don't leave in 1 minute. Not only you, but also the men you brought will not be able to leave. Boy, are you truly seeking death? Xiao Zhijuan's face was filled with anger. 30 seconds left. Ling Hao responded. Utterly arrogant. Xiao Zhijuan snorted coldly. To dare act lawlessly in my Eastern District, even with the backing of the Shadow Gate. I will bring you to justice today, and teach you what it means to know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Shua. As his words fell, the men behind him aimed their weapons at Ling Hao and the others. Xiao Zhijuan, you bastard. If you want to die, go jump off a building yourself. Why drag others down with you? At that moment, an extremely angry voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. Thud, thud, thud. Immediately afterward, a series of rapid footsteps sounded. 200 or 300 fully armed soldiers rushed in, immediately surrounding Xiao Zhijuan's men. Vice Overseer Luo Yu, why are you here? Seeing the middle-aged man at the head, Xiao Zhijuan trembled and quickly went to greet him. He could not help but panic. The man was none other than Luo Xinzhou, the second in command of the Eastern District War Department. Since the injury of the Eastern King, it has been Luo Xinzhou who has been overseeing the affairs of the Eastern District. Rumor has it that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to be officially appointed. Upon seeing him, Ling Hao's eyes flickered with surprise. What was Luo Xinzhou doing here? Prior to this, he had had little interaction with Luo Xinzhou, having only heard occasional mentions of him, with generally favorable evaluations. With a sudden slap, Luo Xinzhou struck Xiao Zhijuan as soon as he approached. The force was considerable, causing blood to immediately seep from the corner of Xiao Zhijuan's mouth. Who gave you the audacity to bring people here and flaunt your power? Luo Xinzhou shouted angrily. Not yet satisfied, he delivered 2 more swift slaps. And Xiao Zhijuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Rooted in place, Xiao Zhijuan's eyes were filled with profound panic. He sensed that he had truly encountered a dire situation today. Otherwise, Luo Xinzhou would not have been so enraged. The onlookers from the Zhao family were equally astonished. Particularly Zhao Jiajie, whose expression reflected utter shock. He was acquainted with Luo Xinzhou and understood that he was a figure of considerable authority. The fact that he had also arrived filled him with a sense of unease. Speak up. Have you turned mute? Who permitted your presence here? Luo Xinzhou continued to bellow at Xiao Zhijuan. I came without any orders from Deputy Supervisor Luo. It was my own decision. Xiao Zhijuan stammered. I heard reports of someone wreaking havoc in the Eastern District, indiscriminately killing the innocent. So, before he could finish, Luo Xinzhou kicked him away. How dare you? Who told you there was indiscriminate killing in the Eastern District? Luo Xinzhou's face was a mask of fury. You better watch yourself. I will deal with you later. With that, he strode purposefully towards Ling Hao and bowed deeply upon reaching him. Luo Xinzhou of the Eastern District War Department pays his respects to the commander. The subordinates have acted recklessly. Please punish them accordingly. His demeanor was sincere, and his tone respectful, devoid of any pretense, with a glimmer of reverence in his eyes. Though he held the esteemed position of second-in-command in the Eastern District, he was acutely aware that not even the Eastern King would dare to speak loudly to Ling Hao, among the 5 major districts and their respective leaders. Regardless of personal prowess, Ling Hao's creation of the Blood Shadow Brigade alone was enough to make the other 4 leaders feel inadequate. This was an elite force, marked by strict discipline and extraordinary combat capability, having never suffered a defeat in countless battles since its inception, a veritable miracle. Although he was not in the same war zone as Ling Hao, he had long admired him for both his martial prowess and personal character. When he received a call from the capital informing him that King Ling of the Western District had arrived in the Eastern District, he was executing a task in another location. After the call, he hastily returned, fearing that something might go awry. Yet, the very thing he feared occurred. The oblivious Xiao Zhijuan dared to encircle Commander Ling. The scene that unfolded left the onlookers in shock, collectively frozen in place. The second-in-command of the Eastern District War Department was displaying such profound respect towards the young man before him. Surely, even Zhang Dongyang would not receive such deference from Luo Xinzhou. Who is this Luo deputy supervisor? Xiao Zhijuan realized, despite his ignorance, that he had undoubtedly provoked a significant figure. The reverence and awe displayed by the members of the Shadow Gate towards Ling Hao only deepened his trepidation. Do you wish to know who I am? Ling Hao, after nodding slightly to Luo Xinzhou, turned to the Shadow Gate warriors. Tell him who I am. In unison, 500 warriors knelt, their voices ringing out, "We pay our respects to Commander Ling." The resounding chorus reverberated throughout the courtyard, echoing to the heavens. In the next moment, countless individuals collapsed, their faces pale with shock, trembling uncontrollably, some even losing control of their bodily functions in fright. The mere mention of Commander Ling was enough to shatter their composure. They could hardly fathom that the individual before them was the legendary figure, the king of the Western District, the master of the Shadow Gate. One man stood at the nation's gate, commanding hundreds of thousands of the Blood Shadow Brigade, roaring against millions of enemy forces. Another commanded the Shadow Gate, leading countless warriors, instilling fear across the territory. The arrival of such a figure was indeed a great fortune for the nation. Ironically, these individuals had previously contemplated extinguishing him. How utterly absurd. With just a single gesture, Commander Ling could obliterate them all. Trembling in fear, Xiao Zhijuan approached Ling Hao and then fell to his knees. I apologize. I did not realize you were Commander Ling. I was deceived by those from the Yutong. They informed me that someone was causing chaos in the Eastern District, indiscriminately killing without distinction. So I came to investigate. I failed to see the truth. Please, punish me, Commander Ling. As he spoke, he trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him. He even considered the possibility of killing Zhao Jiajia, regardless of whether it was intentional. The consequences of his actions had led him into a cataclysmic predicament. He's your subordinate. Handle him as you see fit, Ling Hao said to Luo Xinzhou, his tone calm. Understood. Luo Xinzhou responded with a salute, then gestured for his men. Take him and his associates away. Await further instructions. Received. Two soldiers in military attire lifted the utterly defeated Xiao Zhijuan, carrying him away. Chapter 62. Unveiling Hidden Truths. Deputy Supervisor Lu. It has been quite some time, Luo Xinzhou remarked, turning his gaze towards Lu Yu. Deputy Supervisor Luo, it's been a while. I sense that your skills have improved significantly. Commendable. Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. You're too kind, Deputy Supervisor Lu. Compared to you, my meager skills are hardly worth mentioning. Luo Xinzhou responded with a smile. He then turned back to Ling Hao, inquiring, Commander, how shall we proceed from here? Enough. There's no need for you to worry about what comes next. Take your people and return. Ling Hao gestured dismissively. Understood. After saluting once more, Luo Xinzhou tentatively asked, Commander, when would you be available in the next couple of days? I would like to pay you a visit. Is there something you wish to discuss? Ling Hao turned to inquire. And no, nothing of the sort. I merely wish to extend a modicum of hospitality. Luo Xinzhou hesitated before responding. I'll call you another day, Ling Hao said coolly. Having observed the glimmer of concern in Luo's eyes, it was evident to him that Luo harbored unspoken matters. Very well, Luo Xinzhou nodded and turned to depart. The remaining affairs were no longer his concern. Even if it were just Ling Hao or Lu Yu alone, the opposition, regardless of their numbers, would amount to naught but a swarm of ants. Thud. Once Luo Xinzhou and his men had left, the Zhao family members fell to their knees, trembling, their faces devoid of color. Zhao Weihua, in particular, was engulfed in shock and despair. He could not fathom why such a prominent figure as Commander Ling would seek vengeance for the Zheng family. Had he known earlier of the Zheng family's formidable backing, not even 100 times the courage would have compelled him to act against them. He realized that the Zhao family was truly finished this time. His greatest regret was calling back his eldest son. He had originally hoped that his son's strength and status would shield the Zhao family from all troubles. But now, it appeared he had unwittingly pushed his own son into the abyss. Commander Ling, the events concerning the Zheng family were the doing of my 3 brothers. It has nothing to do with the younger generation of the Zhao family. We are willing to die in atonement. Please spare them. Zhao Weihua pleaded, his voice trembling as he bowed fervently, soon drawing blood from his forehead. Please, I implore you, Commander Ling, spare them. Zhao Yuehui and Zhao Yueming, his brothers, echoed the pleas, bowing in desperation. Do you recall what I said previously? Ling Hao remarked coolly, I offered you an opportunity. Yet you chose not to cherish it. I am truly sorry. I beg you. I beseech you to leave a spark of life for the Zhao family. Zhao Weihua continued to pound his head against the ground. 5 years ago, when your Zhao family annihilated the Zheng family, many must have knelt and begged for mercy, correct? Ling Hao continued. Yet what was the outcome? From the head of the Zheng family to the cleaning staff, none were spared. At that time, you likely never imagined that such a day would come for you. Zhao Weihua opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Are you truly intent on eradicating us entirely? At that moment, Zhao Jiajie gritted his teeth and stood up. You seem rather unconvinced, Ling Hao replied with an air of indifference. Everyone speaks of your prowess with reverence. Today, I wish to witness it firsthand. Zhao Jiajie inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. Jiajie, what are you doing? Kneel at once. Zhao Yuehua exclaimed in horror. He had not anticipated his son would dare to provoke Commander Ling in such a reckless manner, oblivious to the meaning of the word death. You are a fool. Liu commented coolly. What right have you to challenge the commander? If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. As long as you can endure a single exchange with me, I will grant you a path to survival. You said it. Do not go back on your word. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, a flicker of hope ignited in Zhao Jiajia's eyes. Though he understood that Lu Yu's abilities, while perhaps not on par with Ling Hao's, were still beyond his reach, as a candidate for the Heavens Hall steward, he held his own pride. At under 30, he had already reached the level of a battle master. He truly believed he could withstand Liu for a round. With a powerful aura emanating from Zhao Jiajie, he charged at Liu like a ferocious beast. He unleashed his strongest move, and the air crackled with the sound of slicing wind. After you fall, remember to bow and apologize to those innocent lives you have harmed. Liu stated calmly, stepping forward and delivering a punch. Bang! In the next instant, Zhao Jiajie, who had barely advanced halfway, exploded like a ripe watermelon. After a mist of blood settled, only specks of crimson remained on the ground. Jiajie. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Weihua let out a heart-wrenching wail. Collapsing like a ragdoll. Do you have anything else to say? Ling Hao asked Zhao Weihua, his tone devoid of warmth. If you spare the rest of my Zhao family, I will reveal a secret to you. Zhao Weihua, aware that his demise was inevitable, sought to leave a glimmer of hope for the Zhao family. That depends on whether your so-called secret can secure the lives of your family. Ling Hao replied coldly. Indeed. 5 years ago, the annihilation of the Zheng family was not as straightforward as it appeared. Zhao Weihua inhaled deeply before continuing. What do you mean? Ling Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Our 3 families indeed conspired to act against the Zheng family, but we lacked sufficient assurance. Zhao Weihua paused before elaborating. Had it not been for someone approaching us, we would not have acted so swiftly. Among those who later attacked the Zheng family, the 2 most formidable were directly sent by that individual. Ling Hao frowned again, clearly caught off guard by this revelation. He had not anticipated that there were such hidden circumstances surrounding that incident. Memories of 5 years ago surfaced, recalling that the 2 individuals had indeed possessed extraordinary skills compared to others. At that time, among the Zheng family's martial artists, aside from his adoptive father, only Old Mo was of considerable strength, having reached the initial stage of a battle master. Old Mo's prowess was renowned as the foremost martial artist in the Eastern continent. Yet he had been severely wounded by those individuals in less than 10 exchanges. In retrospect, those individuals must have been at the advanced stage of a battle master. Very few knew of this matter. Even Lu Jiaya was unaware, with only the heads of the Wang and Zhao families being privy to the truth. Zhao Weihua continued. Who were they? Ling Hao inquired coldly. Chapter 63. The curtain falls on the 3 great families. Who exactly are they? I cannot say. Zhao Weihua shook his head. All I know is that she is a woman, and each time we meet, she is veiled. I can sense that she must be extraordinarily beautiful. Her every gesture could ignite the desires of the majority of men. Is that all? Ling Hao spoke in a low tone. If this is the extent of your information, it is insufficient to justify the lives of so many from the Zhao family. I haven't finished. Zhao Weihua paused slightly before continuing. By chance, I caught a glimpse of a tattoo on the nape of her neck. What kind of tattoo? Ling Hao inquired. It was a crimson peony. Zhao Weihua replied. What is their objective? Ling Hao furrowed his brow once more. She did not disclose that, merely informing us to proceed with our plans and that she would send assistance. Zhao Weihua gently shook his head. She insisted that not a single member of the Zheng family should be spared. They all must be silenced. In truth, if it weren't for her, we would not have resorted to such a massacre. Our initial targets were merely the Zheng family head and his formidable companion. Once they were eliminated, the Zheng family would pose no threat to us. The others were of no concern. A chill emanated from Ling Hao, his gaze sharpening. The entire Zheng family, numbering around 100, has been annihilated. Who could be so ruthless as to orchestrate such a slaughter? I only know this much. Please allow the Zhao family to retain a flicker of hope. Zhao Weihua trembled as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, bring all your direct relatives to the grave of the Zheng family head and pay your respects. Ling Hao's voice rang out again. You 3 brothers must take your own lives in atonement at the grave, while the rest of the Zhao family kneels for 3 days and nights. I shall grant them a chance to live. You may also choose to flee tonight. But be warned, if even one direct descendant of the Zhao family fails to appear tomorrow morning, the lives of all the others shall be forfeit. Thank you. Zhao Weihua collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. I leave the remaining matters to you. Ling Hao then turned to the judge. Inform everyone present that today's events must be uniformly reported. Do not mention my identity. Simply state, it was the work of the Shadow Gate. No inquiries from outsiders. Anyone who leaks information shall be executed. Understood. The judge nodded vigorously. A few minutes later, Ling Hao and Lu Yu got into the car. Investigate. Ling Hao spoke solemnly. Immediately arrange for someone to discover the identity of the woman Zhao Weihua mentioned. Understood. Lu Yu nodded in response. Meanwhile, the other two prominent families in Dongzhou, the Tao and Wang families, were experiencing a similar fate. Another 2 waves of Shadowgate agents had arrived at these families, who initially put up a fierce resistance. However, in the presence of hundreds of elite agents, their struggle appeared utterly futile. In less than 3 minutes, every individual with any combat capability from both families lay defeated, either dead or severely injured. Finally, the agents departed, leaving behind the same 3 statements. Thus, the top 3 families in Dongzhou officially became part of its history. Those from the 3 families, even in death, could not fathom one question. Why did the exalted Ling Hao come to avenge the Zheng family? What was his connection to them? This question could only be posed to Lu Jiaya. The following morning, news of the overnight collapse of the 3 families spread like wildfire throughout Dongzhou. No one who first heard the news could believe it. What an absurd joke. The 3 families had operated in Dongzhou for over a century, wielding immense influence in both the underworld and legitimate society, not to mention their own formidable combat prowess. Who in Dongzhou possessed the strength and resources to dismantle the 3 families in a single night? Even the most influential figure in Dongzhou today, Shenlu, chairman of the Sihai Group, would likely find it a daunting task. Shortly thereafter, some curious individuals uploaded photos of the scene in the 3 families' courtyards, revealing a scene of devastation and emptiness. Upon witnessing this, everyone became convinced of the truth behind the rumors. The 3 families had indeed fallen overnight. Subsequently, the curiosity of the masses shifted to another topic. What had transpired? Who was responsible for this upheaval? Thus, various factions employed their networks to gather information. Ultimately, all channels converged on a remarkably consistent conclusion. The Shadowgate was involved, and inquiries were prohibited as the matter had been classified. Any attempt to pry into the Shadowgate's affairs would be viewed as an attempt to uncover confidential information, with severe repercussions. Upon receiving this reply, most individuals reigned in their curiosity. The authority of the Shadowgate was not something to be trifled with. Of course, many continued to seek answers in private, particularly those affiliated with other prominent families in Dongzhou. After extensive investigation, they arrived at a hypothesis. 5 years ago, the 3 families had united to annihilate the Zheng family. And now, the Shadowgate had intervened to exact vengeance on their behalf. At 10 o'clock that morning, the underground king of Dongzhou, Yuan Xiong, sat in his office, pondering while holding a cigar. The overnight downfall of the 3 great families was a significant event worthy of contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, a pair of footsteps approached, and Hoang entered briskly. What have you found out? Yuan Xiong inquired, looking at Hoang. In response to your question, it has been confirmed that it was indeed Ling Shao's doing. Hoang spoke with solemnity. As expected, Yuan Xiong nodded. Only Ling Shao possesses the power to remove the 3 families from Dongzhou in a single night. After taking a puff of his cigar, he continued. Not only did Ling Shao dismantle the 3 families, but he also did not spare Lu Jiao. Coupled with the matter concerning the Li family, all of this cannot be mere coincidence. It seems Ling Shao's connection to the Zheng family is indeed extraordinary. Boss, I reviewed the records of the Zheng family from years past. Hoang paused momentarily before continuing. Ling Shao bears a striking resemblance to the adopted son of the former head of the Zheng family, at least 6 or 7 parts alike. Oh, really? Yuan Xiong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Hoang affirmed. It appears there is little doubt. Ling Shao was likely saved from peril years ago and has returned to seek vengeance. Yuan Xiong exhaled a series of smoke rings, a contemplative expression crossing his face. What transpired 5 years ago that prompted the 3 families to take such drastic measures against the Zheng family? Regrettably, I was not in this position at that time. Otherwise, I might have uncovered some insights. It is said that the Zheng family exerted severe pressure on the 3 families, causing discontent among them. Hoang replied. It cannot be that simple. Yuan Xiong shook his head slightly. If it were merely due to oppression, the 3 families would not have resorted to exterminating the Zheng family. Chapter 64. I believe in you, the 8th master. The 3 prominent families have all fallen into decline. Those families and factions that have been observing from the sidelines are bound to take action. After a moment of contemplation, Hoang continued. Should we perhaps take some preemptive measures? Indeed, Dongzhou is once again entering a season of turmoil. Yuan Xiong remained noncommittal. After taking another drag of his cigarette, he rose and made his way to the door. Come, let us seek out Director Shen. All right. Hoang hesitated briefly before promptly following suit. Meanwhile, Ling Hao and Lu Yu drove to Qin Yuxin's residence. Brother-in-law, have you heard the news? As soon as they stepped inside, Qin Ruifei exclaimed with the enthusiasm of a great discovery. What news? Pray enlighten us. Ling Hao inquired with a smile. You truly do not know? Qin Ruifei continued, her voice raised. This morning, the entire Dongzhou is abuzz with this matter. You still haven't revealed what it is. Ling Hao chuckled again. I am utterly astounded by the 2 of you. Such monumental news has escaped your notice. Qin Ruifei rolled her eyes at them. Last evening, the three foremost families in Dongzhou, the Zhao, Tao, and Wang families, were assaulted by a group of mysterious individuals, resulting in numerous casualties. Furthermore, this very morning, the heads of these three families, accompanied by all their direct blood relatives, made their way to the Back Mountain Cemetery. It is said that the three patriarchs, along with their forebears, took their own lives in the cemetery, while the others remained kneeling there. In other words, from this day forth, these three families have been effectively erased from Dongzhou. Is that true? Such a significant event. Ling Hao feigned shock. Do you know who was behind it? Not entirely sure. Qin Ruifei shook her head. However, I have heard whispers of an organization called the Shadow Gate. At this point, she seemed to recall something and adopted a gossipy expression. By the way, brother-in-law, didn't you mention that you know many people? You should investigate what the Shadow Gate is and why they targeted these three families. The Shadow Gate? Ling Hao scratched his head. I have heard of them. They are akin to a police department, tasked with handling major cases that the regular police cannot resolve. If what you heard is indeed true, then it is clear that these three families must have significant issues to have drawn the attention of the Shadow Gate. Oh, really? Qin Ruifei blinked. Beside her, Qin Yuxin cast a meaningful glance at Ling Hao, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. By the way, Qin Ruifei looked at her sister and suddenly exclaimed, Qin Ruifei, what are you doing? You startled Ruirui. Xin Xiaonan, who had been playing with Ruirui, scolded her irritably. Dad, Mom, sister, wonderful news, extraordinary news. Qin Ruifei proclaimed with joy. The Tao family has fallen. We need not return to Yunqing. Father and sister can find work in Dongzhou without going to the Qin group. Clatter. The toy in Xin Xiaonan's hand fell to the ground as she exclaimed. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Truly, this is splendid. Upon hearing their words, Qin Hongyuan seemed to grasp the situation, a long-lost ease appearing on his face as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his shoulders. Grandma, does this mean we will no longer have to go to Yunqing? Ruirui seemed to comprehend the implication. We won't go. Never again. Xin Xiaonan cried tears of joy, her eyes glistening. Wonderful, wonderful. I adore Dongzhou. I detest Yunqing. Ruirui danced with delight. Among the family, only Qin Yuxin's expression remained largely unchanged, her mind occupied with thoughts. Ling Hao, come here, I need to ask you something. Sure. Ling Hao nodded with a smile and followed Qin Yuxin into the room. 5 years ago, was it the three families responsible for the Zheng family incident? Once seated, Qin Yuxin inquired. Additionally, what is your relationship with the Shadow Gate? Or are you, in fact, a member of the Shadow Gate? What do you mean? Ling Hao was momentarily taken aback. Stop pretending. I can see through you, Qin Yuxin said, her gaze fixed on him. The day before yesterday, I was kidnapped and interrogated about who saved the Zheng family, and then, last night, the three families encountered their calamity. Furthermore, you assured me, with such conviction, that I need not worry about being oppressed by the Tao family. You must have known something would happen to them. I also discovered that this morning, the heads of the three families were kneeling at the grave of the Zheng family patriarch in the Back Mountain Cemetery. One might consider a single event a coincidence. But with so many occurrences intertwined, you cannot still claim it to be mere happenstance. Very well, I confess. Ling Hao realized Qin Yuxin would harbor suspicions. After a brief pause, he continued, 5 years ago, the Zheng family's incident was indeed orchestrated by the three families. The abduction by Lu Jun the day before yesterday was also instigated by them. I know the head of the Shadow Gate's Eastern District. They approached the three families for reasons that do involve me, but not solely because of me. Those families themselves have significant issues and have long been under the Shadow Gate's scrutiny. The Shadow Gate merely did me a favor. Is that true? Qin Yuxin sought to discern the truth from Ling Hao's expression. Absolutely true. Ling Hao responded earnestly. I shall tentatively place my trust in you, Qin Yuxin said, regarding him once more. What sort of organization is the Shadow Gate? Explaining this is somewhat intricate, Ling Hao replied. You may consider it an organization dedicated to upholding justice and eradicating evil. The Shadow Gate has connections with numerous departments, thus maintaining a certain social network. Previously, both the Dongguan Corporation and the Dongzhou Tower contracts were facilitated through their assistance. Understood. Qin Yuxin nodded. We should treat your friend to a meal sometime. I wish to express my gratitude. Ling Hao was momentarily stunned. Sure. I will call him tomorrow to check his availability. Very well. Qin Yuxin nodded again. She then spoke in a serious tone. Ling Hao, thank you. Why the sudden gratitude? Ling Hao inquired. From the moment you arrived in Yunqing until now, you have brought so much joy to our family. Qin Yuxin looked up at him. Not only Ruirui, but even my parents and Xiaofei have shown marked improvement in their spirits. I feel that these past few days have been the happiest they have experienced in 5 years. There is no need for such formalities. I owe them this much. Ling Hao smiled. Trust me, they will only grow happier from here on. Yes, I believe in you. Qin Yuxin gazed at Ling Hao with deep affection. Ding, ding, ding. That afternoon, 3 kilometers from the back mountain cemetery. Two groups were embroiled in a fierce battle on an open grassy field. Shadows flitted about, blades glinted in the light. On one side stood 10 Shadowgate warriors wielding crescent-shaped sabers. On the opposing side, 20 men and women clad in combat gear brandished their weapons, alongside a formidable middle-aged man radiating a menacing aura. From the current strength of both sides, they appeared evenly matched, although the 10 Shadowgate warriors bore various injuries. Their fighting spirit far surpassed that of their adversaries. Chapter 65. The Hall of Judgment approaches unless you reveal the location of the judge. None of you 10 shall escape today. At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice beside them. Humph. One of the young men in splendid attire retorted coldly. Those from the Shadowgate possess a steely resolve. We would rather die standing than live as cowards. Kill. With his words, the other 9 young men echoed his battle cry, their fighting spirit surging once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold crescent blades cut through the air, launching a myriad of glimmering strikes at their opponents, their martial fervor palpable. Clang, clang, clang. The opposing group of well-armed men and women felt the pressure of this onslaught and began to retreat, several sustaining grievous wounds, their morale swiftly dwindling. Refusing a toast leads to punishment. I wonder how long you can endure. The middle-aged man's gaze darkened as he charged forward, unleashing a tempest of furious winds that echoed with explosive sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man's prowess far surpassed that of the young men, and under his assault, 3 or 4 were sent flying in an instant. They crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, their breath becoming erratic. Yet, none of them faltered. They sprang back up, flipping over and raising their blades anew. My patience is limited. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The middle-aged man shouted with fury. Enough of your prattling. If you wish to kill, then do it. If you dare not, begone. The earlier young man responded defiantly, slashing open the waist of one of the opponents. You are courting death. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay someone from the Shadowgate? The middle-aged man's anger flared. Boom. With that, an even more potent aura erupted from him, revealing his battle commander-level might. Whoosh. He then darted forward like a specter, unleashing a palm strike imbued with the force of thunder. I'll fight you to the end. The young man roared, his eyes burning red as he summoned his full strength, raising his blade to meet the attack. Bang. However, the gulf in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. The young man's assault was swiftly dismantled, and he was sent soaring through the air by the force of the middle-aged man's strike. Puff. After flying over 10 meters, he crashed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, utterly drained of combat capability. Now, do you still dare to defy me? The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Kill me if you have the ability. The young man retorted, spitting blood once more. Foolish. If you wish for death, I shall grant it. The middle-aged man bellowed, a murderous intent enveloping him. If you dare to move again, I will take your life. Just then, a voice icy as death rang out. The judge strode forward, a fierce expression on his face, followed closely by another 10 young men. Damn it. The 10 young men, seeing their comrades' condition, roared in unison as they surged into the fray. You have finally arrived. The middle-aged man addressed the judge solemnly. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Humph. The middle-aged man replied coldly. That question should be directed at you. You killed my hall's people. Do you not understand the repercussions of such actions? I am here today to hear how you plan to answer for it. Earlier that morning, he had learned of Zhao Jiajia's demise at the hands of the Shadowgate, igniting a seething fury within him. Zhao Jiajia was a subordinate he held in high regard, possessing exceptional talent and having achieved the rank of battle master at a young age. In his estimation, Zhao's future accomplishments would far surpass his own. He had planned to elevate Zhao into the elite ranks of the Hall for focused training, but now he lay dead. Though he understood that the Shadowgate typically refrained from unwarranted killings, there must have been sufficient reason for them to target Zhao Jiajia. Nevertheless, Zhao was one of the Hall's own, and it was not for the Shadowgate to deliver punishment. You are a fool. The judge continued coldly. When has the Shadowgate ever needed to account to your Hall? If your Hall neglects its subordinates, let the Shadowgate manage them in your stead. Do you truly wish to provoke a conflict between the Shadowgate and the Hall? Luo Tian's brow furrowed, a chill emanating from him. The Hall and the Shadowgate, as two paramount powers, were evenly matched. Should war break out, the victor was uncertain. This was the very confidence that allowed him to confront the Shadowgate. Just you? The judge cast a dismissive glance at him. It is not that I look down on you. As a mere inspector, you are far from adequate. Even if your superiors, the barons or even the domain lords were here, they would be equally insignificant. The Hall's hierarchy consisted of hall masters, domain lords, barons, inspectors, stewards, and clerks. The Hall Master oversaw all matters, with 5 domain lords managing the global territories beneath them. Barons served under domain lords, governing specific city-states, while inspectors were responsible for supervising the stewards and clerks below them. Such arrogance. Luo Tian took a deep breath, his voice low. If that is the case, allow me to experience the prowess of one of the Shadow Gate's 5 sharp blades. Navi, the judge scoffed. If you can endure a single round against me, I shall grant you my life. Arrogant. Luo Tian declared, his aura surging as he revealed his nascent battle commander level might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a shadowy figure darted toward the judge, unleashing a torrent of violent winds, accompanied by a whistling sound, as his power surged like a tidal wave. Just having broken through to the battle commander level, and you dare to boast? Are all of you from the hall so blind to your limitations? The judge remarked indifferently in the face of Luo Tian's full frontal assault. Bang! As Luo Tian's attack neared, the judge deftly flipped his wrist, unleashing a crescent blade that sliced through the air like lightning, aiming for his heart. Swoosh! The blade's force shattered Luo Tian's assault, leaving a deep gash in his chest. Blood sprang forth. If the judge had exerted even a fraction more strength, Luo Tian would have been a corpse. Staggering back, Luo Tian retreated several steps, cracking the concrete beneath him. How can this be? Stabilizing himself, Luo Tian's face contorted with disbelief and horror. Battle God level. You have actually broken through to the Battle God level? To call you a fool would be an understatement. The judge replied coolly. If the Shadow Gate's 5 sharp blades have not reached the Battle God level, it would indeed be a source of laughter. Chapter 66. Severing an arm with a heavy exhale, Luo Tian's expression turned grim. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the judge. As one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate, he was certainly not to be underestimated. However, if someone had told him that he would be unable to withstand even a single move from his opponent, he would have dismissed it as absurd. After all, he considered himself a master of the battle general level. How could he be so easily vanquished? Yet now, he found himself convinced. The distinction between a battle general and a battle god was a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. What he did not realize was that a battle god, when exerting their full strength, could obliterate dozens of battle generals with a mere slap. I admit that I am no match for you, Luo Tian said, taking a deep breath. But regardless, I hope you can provide an explanation as to why you seek to eliminate the members of the U-Hall. Do not forget, the judge interjected. When the U-Hall and the Shadow Gate were established, it was explicitly stated that mutual sparring was permitted between the two organizations. However, mutual slaughter was strictly forbidden, punishable by death. Is that so? But are you aware that the Shadow Gate possesses the authority to execute first and report later? At that moment, a male voice echoed through the air. Soon after, Ling Hao and Lu Yu strolled into view. They had received a call from the judge while driving back to the hotel from Qin Yuxin's residence. The judge's call was not a plea for assistance, but rather a request for guidance on how to handle the U-Hall members, should they be killed or spared. In truth, if it were up to him, he would have chosen to eliminate them without hesitation. However, he was cognizant that such an action would inevitably cause trouble for Ling Hao. There were already many who sought to undermine Ling Hao, gathering any small misdeeds against him. If he were to kill the U-Hall members without a second thought, those individuals would surely use it against him. He did not wish to complicate matters for Ling Hao. Who are you? Luo Tian turned to face Ling Hao and his companion. As merely a supervisor of the U-Hall, and with the battlefield primarily located abroad, it was understandable that he was unfamiliar with the leader of the Shadow Gate. Brother, you have arrived. The judge turned to acknowledge him. Greetings, Commander. Upon seeing Ling Hao, 20 young men in splendid attire greeted him in unison. They had concluded their battle, leaving their opponents incapacitated and devoid of any fighting capability. With a start, Luo Tian trembled, his legs giving way beneath him as his complexion drained of color. He had never anticipated that this legendary figure would appear in the Eastern continent. Earlier that morning, he had heard about Zhao Jiajia but had not delved into the details, only knowing that it involved the Shadow Gate. Yet, he could never have imagined that the king of the Western region and the leader of the Shadow Gate would also be present in the Eastern continent. A nagging feeling in his heart suggested that he had gravely erred. If there were no compelling reason to kill Zhao Jiajia, the leader of the Shadow Gate would never allow such an event to transpire. U-Hall, Supervisor Luo Tian. Greetings, Commander Ling. After regaining a modicum of composure, Luo Tian spoke with great difficulty. Did you not inquire why we sought to eliminate Zhao Jiajia? Ling Hao replied coolly. Judge, show him the evidence. Understood. The judge retrieved a cell phone and, after a few moments of operation, tossed it in front of Luo Tian. This cell phone was a specially designed multi-function device for the Shadow Gate, with each member possessing one, beyond standard cell phone functions. It could also connect to the Shadow Gate's internal network, allowing access to information based on varying levels of authority. Furthermore, this cell phone served as a lifeline for the members, capable of emitting a distress signal at any moment, even without battery power, as the system could still track their location. He truly is cursed. As Luo Tian stared at the multitude of charges listed against Zhao Jiaji on the screen, he collapsed once more, his face etched with regret. Now do you understand why he must be eliminated? Ling Hao inquired, his tone unwavering. Why yes. I am deeply sorry. It was my oversight. Please punish me, Commander Ling. Luo Tian said as he knelt before Ling Hao. The reputation of the Shadow Gate is not to be trifled with. Given your ignorance, sever one of your arms as a form of atonement, Ling Hao instructed in a solemn voice. Thank you, Commander Ling. Without hesitation. Luo Tian struck his left arm with a swift motion, the crack of bone echoing as his arm was rendered useless. Luo Tian emitted a muffled sound. This serves as a warning. Should there be a next time, your life will be forfeit. Ling Hao waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Thank you. Luo Tian struggled to his feet, bowing deeply once more before departing. Daddy, you're here? The following morning, Ling Hao arrived at the Qin residence. And as soon as he entered, Rui rushed toward him. Yes, today Daddy will take you out for a stroll, all right? Ling Hao bent down to scoop up the little one. That's wonderful. I want to go to the park. Rui exclaimed, her arms flailing with excitement. I haven't been to the park in ages. Will you accompany me, Daddy? Of course, that's no problem. Ling Hao responded with a smile. However, we will first accompany your grandparents to view some properties in the morning, and we can head to the park in the afternoon. Does that sound good? Yes. Rui replied eagerly. I also wish to see the properties. We need to buy a big house so that I can have plenty of toys. She added. Then it's settled. Ling Hao grinned again, turning to Qin Hongyuan and his wife. Uncle, Auntie, the weather is lovely today. Shall we go out to view some properties together? Indeed. Qin Hongyuan nodded. Your aunt and I were just discussing this matter. Is that so? Ling Hao chuckled. Has Annie found any promising developments? I searched online last night. There are several nice neighborhoods nearby that we could consider, Shun Xunan chimed in. Then let us set off. Ling Hao declared with enthusiasm. 3 minutes later. The family gathered downstairs. Xiaonan. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. A middle-aged woman in her 50s approached, her face adorned with makeup. Followed by her husband and a pair of young individuals. Meixia? Shinchunan paused momentarily upon recognizing her. What brings you here today? I heard you returned to the eastern continent, so I came specifically to see you. The woman named Wang Meixia replied, a triumphant smile on her face. I am here to buy a villa today, and I wanted you to help me with the process. Are you all buying villas? Shinchunan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Indeed. My daughter Yanli and Ming Tao are getting married in a few months. They feel that their current living conditions are inadequate, so they wish to purchase a villa on mortgage, Wang Meixia continued. Moreover, Ming Tao was recently appointed as a department deputy manager at a Fortune 500 company. If they remain in that old neighborhood, their colleagues would surely ridicule them. By the way, I haven't introduced you to Ming Tao yet. His surname is Su. His father, Su Quan, is an executive at a Fortune 500 company, well connected with many influential figures in the eastern continent. Observing her smug demeanor, Ling Hao exchanged a bemused glance with the Qin sisters. Chapter 67. Is it rented? How impressive. Shinchunan responded politely. It's just average, Wang Meixia said, glancing at the buildings behind her. Xiaonan, your place is practically a dilapidated house, isn't it? You should consider moving to a new one. If finances are tight, you could opt for a mortgage. It's not that much. Haha, indeed. Shinchunan took a deep breath. Wang Meixia looked at Ling Hao, who was amusing Rui, and asked, Who is this? He is my father, Rui exclaimed loudly. So he is Yusin's husband? Wang Meixia paused before turning her gaze back to Shinchunan. That's perfect. Let him fund your move to a new house. Young people can earn the down payment with a little effort. Without waiting for Qin Hongyuan's family to respond, she continued. All right, Shonan, let us go. The villa community ISNT FAR will be there in a moment. Meixia, we have other matters today. Perhaps you should go alone to take a look. Shin Shonan responded after another deep breath. That one do. I specifically came to ask for your help, and you must accompany me. Wang Meixia insisted. By the way, we came in Mingtao's BMW. You probably don't have a car yet, right? How about you take a taxi, and I'll reimburse you later. After speaking, she turned to the young man. Ming Tao, go fetch your BMW. Sure. The young man cast a casual glance at Qin Yuxin and her sister. No need for Aunt Wang to worry. We have a car. Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. A car? Wang Meixia seemed slightly taken aback. Is it a van? I'm a bit pressed for time. I worry you want to keep up, so perhaps you should take a taxi. Aunt Wang, we're not in a van. Just lead the way, please. Qin Rui replied with a hint of exasperation. She then turned to Shinchunan. Mom, let us go take a look. While they conversed, the man named Su Mingyao had already driven his car over, a BMW 5 Series. All right then, keep close. Mingyao drives a bit fast. Wang Meixia remarked. By the way, what car do you have? Beep. Beep. Ling Hao smiled again, lifted Rui, and pressed the key fob twice. causing the nearby top-tier extended Range Rover to respond with 2 beeps. Aunt Wang, this is our car. You can lead the way. Qin Ruifei cooperated enthusiastically. What kind of car is this? I've never seen one before. Is it a domestic brand? Wang Meixiao inquired as she glanced at the Range Rover. Mom, stop talking. Just get in the car. Her daughter, Zhou Liyan, pulled her toward the vehicle. As they walked, she explained that it's an extended Range Rover. It costs as much as 5 or 6 of our BMWs. Wang Meixiao's lips twitched several times before she managed to utter 3 words. Is it rented? Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of a high-end villa community named Yujing Mountain Villa. After parking, they walked toward the sales office. Mingyao, you're here. As they entered the lobby, a heavily made-up, alluring woman approached, her eyes sparkling with interest as they met Su Mingao. The expression on her face practically screamed that she had an intimate relationship with him. Xiaoyan, hello, let me introduce you. Upon seeing her expression, Su Mingao shuddered slightly. He quickly spoke. This is my girlfriend, Zhou Liyan, and these are her parents. So she is young Master Tao's girlfriend? Welcome, please come in. Xiaoyan appraised Zhou Liyan from head to toe. Thank you, Zhou Liyan said, slightly frowning, and linked her arm with Su Mingtao as they walked toward the model display. Who are you? Zhao Yan then turned her attention to Ling Hao's family. They are here to help us look at the houses. Wang Meixiao replied. Then turned to Shenxionan. Xionan, please sit and rest for a moment. We'll go check out the house together later. Sure. Shenxionan replied flatly. She was already reluctant to come, so her mood was understandably poor. Aunt, since we're here, shall we take a look at the model? Ling Hao suggested while holding Rui. I'll pass. You all go ahead. Shenxionan waved her hand. Mom, let us go. We can consider buying a place when we have the funds. Qin Yuxin said. Yes, we also want to buy a villa in the future. Rui chimed in with wide eyes. All right then. Shenxionan reluctantly followed the others toward the model display. Daddy, put me down. There are toys over there. And I want to play. After a moment, Rui turned and pointed to a small play area in the corner of the lobby. All right. Ling Hao set Rui down. Xiaofei, take Rui to play. I'll look at the villa with uncle and aunt. Okay. Qin Ruifei nodded and led Rui away. Aunt, did you find any properties you like? Ling Hao then turned to Shenxionan. This community is one of the most renowned high-end villa areas in Dongzhou. The design of the houses and the planning of the area are exceptional. Every unit is remarkable. Shenxionan's eyes were glued to the model display. From her tone, it was evident she had been following the villa developments closely. That building looks nice, plus it has a small yard where one could plant flowers and such. Ling Hao pointed to the largest villa in the center. Indeed, it's splendid. Shenxionan gazed enviously. Whoever lives in that villa must be a true winner in life. What are you doing? Stay away from there. At that moment, a woman shouted loudly. If you break it, how will you compensate? Well, at the same time, a child's cry echoed. Ling Hao turned to see the saleswoman, Zhao Yan, pointing at Qin Ruifei and yelling. Rui seemed frightened by her and clung to Qin Ruifei, crying loudly. Ling Hao frowned and immediately walked over, followed by Qin Yuxin's family. Xiaofei, what happened? Ling Hao asked. Rui wanted to see this model, so I held her close to look. Qin Ruifei pointed at a model airplane on the table. We didn't even touch the model. This woman just started yelling. And Rui got startled. You are being unreasonable. They were merely looking. Is it necessary to raise your voice like that? Qin Yuxin spoke with evident anger. She then took Rui from Qin Ruifei's arms. Rui, don't be afraid. Mommy and Daddy are here. Boo-hoo. Rui wailed. Bad aunt. Bad aunt. Do you know how much this model costs? If it breaks, can you afford to pay for it? Zhao Yan looked at Qin Yuxin with a dismissive expression. Isn't this model displayed here for people to look at? Ling Hao's tone darkened. Apologize. Chapter 68. I have already paid, huh? How absurd. Zhao Yan scoffed, eyeing the family before her, whose poverty was glaringly evident, yet had the audacity to appear in such an upscale residential complex. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Ling Hao raised his hand and struck her. A collective gasp echoed around them. This young man was astonishingly fierce, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. You dare hit me? Zhao Yan was momentarily stunned before she erupted in a shriek. I will say it again. Apologize. Ling Hao's gaze sharpened. You scoundrel. Zhao Yan could never concede, and she unleashed a torrent of insults. Slap, slap. 2 more resounding slaps echoed, the force of which caused a trickle of blood to appear at the corner of Zhao Yan's mouth. Xiaonan, aren't you going to do something about your son-in-law? He's gone too far. How can he strike someone for no reason? Wang Meixiao glared at Shenxionan, her anger palpable. Why should I intervene? Shenxionan retorted. People like her, who look down on others, deserve a lesson. You. Wang Meixiao's face flushed with rage. Kid, are you tired of living? You come here and act recklessly without knowing where you are. At that moment, 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed over, drawn by the commotion. Kneel down and apologize to Supervisor Zhao, barked one of the leaders, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Hao. Crack. Ling Hao seized the man's finger and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a sharp crack as the bodyguard's hand drooped uselessly. Ah! The bodyguard howled in agony. You've brought this upon yourself. The remaining 5 bodyguards surged forward. Everyone, stop right there. A thunderous voice boomed. A young man in his 40s, robust and vigorous, pushed through the throng of black-clad figures. Brother Sun? Upon seeing the man, Zhao Yan's face lit up with a seductive smile as she hurried to greet him. Brother Sun, you arrived just in time. This rascal is causing trouble and even hit me. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, the young man named Sun Long took a few strides and kicked her away, leaving her gasping on the ground. Brother Sun, what are you doing? The bodyguards stared in bewilderment. Bang, 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 without uttering another word. Sun Long dispatched each of the remaining bodyguards with swift kicks, then bellowed, Have you all lost your senses? How dare you treat young Master Ling with such disrespect? Do you wish for death? After that, he hurried to Ling Hao's side and bowed deeply. I apologize, young Master Ling. The incompetence of my subordinates has caused offense. Please forgive me. At this sight, the onlookers were left slack-jawed, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Most recognized the young man before them. He was a prominent figure in Dongzhou. Yet, here he was, bowing and pleading for mercy from someone so much younger, an utterly surreal spectacle. You know me? Ling Hao scrutinized him, his mind drawing a blank. Why, yes. Sun Long replied respectfully, Young Master Ling, may I have a moment to speak with you privately? Is there something urgent? Ling Hao asked, maintaining his composure. Indeed. A minor matter that requires just a few minutes of your time, Sun Long replied. Very well, Ling Hao said, turning to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, please wait here with your uncle and aunt. All right, Qin Yuxin nodded. Young master, this way, please. Sun Long gestured, instructing the black-clad figures to keep an eye on Zhao Yin and her companions. I will deal with her later. 2 minutes later, Ling Hao and Sun Long entered a spacious office. Thud. Sun Long dropped to his knees before Ling Hao, trembling. Please forgive me, young master. I had no idea my subordinates would dare to act in such a manner. Rise, Ling Hao commanded, raising a hand. How do you know me? In response to your query, I am under the employ of Master Chow. I met you that night at the restaurant, Sun Long explained. Chow Dongquan. Ling Hao finally recalled. Is this development owned by Dongquan Company? Yes, indeed. Sun Long nodded vigorously. No wonder, Ling Hao remarked coolly. Is this how your company's sales personnel conduct themselves? I sincerely apologize. It is my failure to manage my subordinates properly. Please, I beg for your understanding. Sun Long trembled once more. His heart filled with ire towards Zhao Yin for daring to treat Ling Hao so poorly, as if she were trying to put him in jeopardy. This young man before him commanded respect even from figures like Shen Lu and Yuan Xiang, a veritable titan in the realm of influence. Moreover, Sun Long had witnessed that evening how Ho Ying, the strongest figure in the underground world, was effortlessly dispatched by Lu Yu with a mere slap. Such a personage was beyond his capacity to provoke. After a moment, he approached the grand desk and handed Ling Hao a document resembling a contract. Young Master Ling, Master Chow is aware that your property is set for demolition, and he has instructed me to present you with the penthouse of this complex. I had planned to visit you with Master Chow tomorrow, but it seems you have come personally. Simply write your name and ID number on this document, and I will ensure the rest of the paperwork is handled. Once the property deed is secured, I will deliver it to you. Oh? Ling Hao had not anticipated such a gesture from Chow Dongquan. He smiled faintly. If you wish to gift it, then so be it. I have the means to purchase it. I will buy the penthouse. As he spoke, he produced a black gold card from his pocket and extended it to Sun Long. Please proceed with the transaction. The password is 6 sixes. That is utterly unnecessary, young master. Sun Long hastily shook his head. If Master Chow learns I accepted your money, he would surely break my hands. Gasp. Sun Long involuntarily inhaled sharply upon seeing the luxurious black diamond card in Ling Hao's hand. He recognized it instantly. The minimum deposit for such a card began at a staggering 1 billion, with an overdraft limit equally staggering. Just use the card. Have him call me later, and I will explain, Ling Hao insisted. I truly cannot accept it. Sun Long reiterated, his face a mask of fear. He was acutely aware of the danger in taking money from Ling Hao. Master Chow had long instructed him to curry favor with such high-profile individuals. Forget gifting a penthouse. Even offering an entire complex would be considered a mere trifle. Do you wish for me to call Chow Dongquan myself? Ling Hao's tone grew colder. Then, fine. Sun Long quivered, reluctantly accepting the card, his heart heavy with trepidation. 5 minutes later, the two emerged from the office. Andy, please fill in your name and ID number. Ling Hao said with a faint smile, handing the document to Shen Xiaonan. What does this mean? Shen Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, as Qin Yuanhang and his family turned their attention to them. I have already made the payment for that property, Ling Hao reiterated with a smile. Please fill in your identity information so that the property deed can be issued in your name. It is necessary, he explained. Ah. The entire Qin family gasped in unison, while Qin Yuxin nearly collapsed, her legs buckling beneath her. Chapter 69. We are family. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed around, with envious and resentful expressions directed toward Qin Yuxin. Given the villa's price, that penthouse must be worth nearly 200 million. To think he simply bought it. Truly a winner in life. The most dramatic reaction came from Wang Meixia, whose lips twitched incessantly, reflecting on her earlier boastful display. She wished she could vanish into thin air. How ironic. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan, observed by two men in black, trembled uncontrollably, her face awash with fear. The very person she had scorned as impoverished had just purchased the most expensive penthouse outright. Contemplating her previous words and actions, despair engulfed her. Someone of his stature was beyond her capacity to offend. How wonderful, how wonderful. We will finally have a grand house to live in. Rue danced with joy. Brother-in-law, you really bought that penthouse, didn't you? After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Yuxin finally spoke, swallowing hard. Is there ever any doubt? Ling Hao replied with a smile. This lady, Ling Hao, has indeed purchased the penthouse. Once you complete the paperwork, the property certificate will be processed, Sun Long interjected respectfully. He hesitated to charge the full amount from Ling Hao's card, opting instead for a mere symbolic transaction of 10 million. He understood all too well that if Ling Hao were to genuinely withdraw nearly 200 million for this villa, Chao Dongquan would certainly have his head. Additionally, he had glanced at the balance on Ling Hao's card and nearly collapsed in shock. It was far beyond 100 billion. What on earth is Ling Hao? This. Qin Yuxin stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Ling Hao, this is too extravagant. Qin Hongyuan finally managed to articulate after a deep breath. Uncle, this is a trivial matter, and it is something I promised you, Ling Hao said, turning his gaze back to Qin Yuxin. Auntie, please, fill out the forms. Once completed, we can take Rue to the park. Yuxin, what do you think? Qin Yuxin turned to Qin Yuxin. Mom, since this is Ling Hao's heartfelt gesture, you should graciously accept it. Qin Yuxin observed her mother's euphoric expression, tears streaming down her face. Her mother's lifelong dream had truly come to fruition. She then gazed affectionately at Ling Hao, realizing that this man was indeed fulfilling his promises step by step. All right, thank you, Ling Hao. Qin Yuxin took a deep breath before looking at him. Auntie, there's no need to be so formal. It's merely a small gesture, Ling Hao responded with a smile. 2 minutes later, Qin Yuxin completed the forms and handed them to Sun Long. Auntie, once the property certificate is ready, I will have someone deliver it to you, Sun Long said with a smile as he accepted the documents. Afterward, he turned to the two black-clad bodyguards stationed near Zhao Yan. Break one of her legs and throw her out. Understood. The bodyguards nodded vigorously. With a thud, Zhao Yan, paralyzed by fear, slumped to the ground. Quickly crawling towards Sun Long's son, go. Please spare me. I had no idea he was your friend. Otherwise, even with 100 times my courage, I wouldn't dare. As she spoke, she scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting Su Mingtao beside Zhou Yanli, called out desperately. Tao Xiao, your father knows many influential people. Please call him and ask for help from Sun Go. Su Mingtao frowned, interrupting her. We aren't even acquainted. Why would I help you? What a joke. His father was merely a senior worker. How could someone like Sun Long owe him a favor? Besides, even if his father could intercede, he wouldn't make the call. His girlfriend's family was right there. It would be ridiculous to plead for a saleswoman. You bastard, Su Mingtao. How can you just stand by and watch me suffer? Zhao Yan shrieked. When we were together, you didn't say we weren't familiar. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Su Mingtao, is what she says true? Zhou Yanli exclaimed. She's a madwoman. Don't listen to her nonsense. Su Mingtao sprang to his feet, pointing at Zhao Yan. You shameless harlot. What lies are you telling? You're nothing but scum, denying your responsibilities once you pull up your pants. Zhao Yan continued to scream. You don't recognize me, do you? She then pulled out her phone, opened a video, and tossed it to Zhou Yanli. See for yourself if he knows who I am. Zhou Yanli's brows furrowed as she accepted the phone. The screen displayed the scandalous scene of Zhao Yan and Su Mingtao together in bed. With a slap, she struck Su Mingtao across the face. You scoundrel. With that, she covered her face and ran out in tears. Li Yan, Wang Meixia, and her husband hurried after her. 10 minutes later, Ling Hao and his family emerged from the sales office and headed to the car en route to the park. Brother-in-law, where did you get all that money? As the vehicle rolled out, Qin Yuxin looked at Ling Hao. I've done a bit of small business over the years and saved some money. Ling Hao replied with a smile. Weren't you always in the military? How did you suddenly become a businessman? Can't you tell the truth? Qin Yuxin questioned, exasperated. Haha. I mentioned knowing some friends. They helped me manage things. Ling Hao chuckled again. I'd be suspicious of that. Qin Yuxin raised an eyebrow. What business could yield billions in just a few years? Are you robbing banks? Shafe, be respectful, Qin Yuan admonished. Ling Hao, thank you. I am truly grateful. Xin Xiaonan was still lost in ecstasy, feeling as though she was in a dream. After a brief pause, she continued, everything that happened before was my fault. Please don't take it to heart. Auntie, you've already expressed your thanks over 10 times, Ling Hao smiled. Really, there's no need to be so formal. This is what I ought to do. Mom, brother-in-law is family. You don't need to be so distant. Qin Yuxin teased, sticking out her tongue. Brother-in-law? Am I right? We are family, aren't we? Indeed, we are family. Before Ling Hao could respond, Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Yes. Xin Xiaonan nodded vigorously, turning to Qin Yuxin. Xiaoxin. Ling Hao is truly a good man. Marrying him will be your lifelong fortune, so cherish him. Mom. I. Qin Yuxin's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Ling Hao with a complex expression. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Ling Hao smiled back, exchanging glances with Qin Yuxin. From now on, you mustn't call me Auntie. Xin Xiaonan insisted. You are Rui's father and Xiaoxin's fiancé. You should call me Mom. Thank you, Mom. Ling Hao was momentarily taken aback before complying. He then turned to Qin Yuan and exclaimed, Dad. Chapter 70, A Threat of Cluhaha. Splendid. Truly splendid. Qin Yuan burst into hearty laughter. From now on, we are indeed family. Rui danced joyfully in Qin Yuxin's embrace. Tears glistened in Qin Yuxin's eyes. At 4 in the afternoon, the family returned home from the park. Ling Hao initially wished to have a private conversation with Qin Yuxin, but he received a call from Lu Yu. Is there something urgent? Ling Hao inquired as he answered the call. Big brother. There has been some progress regarding the matter Zhao Yuehuan mentioned last time. Lu Yu replied. Ling Hao raised an eyebrow. Have you found the person? Not yet, but someone might have some insight. After a brief pause, Lu Yu asked, Big brother, have you heard of a person named Heishan Diao? Heishan Diao? Ling Hao hesitated momentarily. The figure from the underworld in Dongzhou? Before the Zheng family encountered their troubles, though Ling Hao had little interest in the underworld, he had heard of Heishan Diao. At that time, the underworld in Dongzhou had yet to involve Yuan Xiong, who was probably still struggling in some corner to make a living. Heishan Diao's status in the Dongzhou underworld back then was akin to Yuan Xiong's current standing, undoubtedly a king of the underground realm. Indeed, Lu Yu confirmed. The judge discovered that around the time the Zheng family fell, Heishan Diao also vanished without a trace. It was after his disappearance that the Dongzhou underworld fell into chaos, allowing Yuan Xiong to rise unexpectedly. Are you suggesting that Heishan Diao is connected to the Zheng family's incident? Ling Hao probed further. We can't be certain yet. Lu Yu replied. But the coincidences are too striking. Heishan Diao was at the pinnacle of his power back then, much like Yuan Xiong is now. If there were no compelling reason, he would not have chosen to leave. I suspect that even if he did not partake in the Zheng family's affairs, given his position at that time, he might know something. Should we arrange a meeting with him? Where is he now? Ling Hao inquired after a moment of contemplation. According to our investigation, he disappeared from Dongzhou 5 years ago and only resurfaced 2 years ago. He has been using the alias Zhang Kuan and operates a casino in a small town 200 kilometers from Dongzhou, reportedly thriving in business. Lu Yu elaborated. Is that so? Let us pay him a visit. Ling Hao responded. Lu Yu's reasoning was evidently sound. If nothing extraordinary had occurred, individuals of Heishan Diao's caliber would not likely choose to depart during their prime. Furthermore, the use of an alias suggested something amiss. Understood. Lu Yu acknowledged before ending the call. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Yu and the judge arrived downstairs at Qin Yuxin's home, and the three of them set off in a vehicle. Did you inquire with Yuan Xiong about how much he knows regarding Heishan Diao? Ling Hao asked shortly after they departed in the Land Rover. I did ask. Lu Yu nodded. At that time, he was merely a local figure in the outskirts of Dongzhou, several layers removed from Heishan Diao, with little direct interaction. After Heishan Diao left Dongzhou, the underworld saw 2 more figures take the lead before it was Yuan Xiong's turn. His knowledge of those events is quite limited. He only heard that Heishan Diao had offended a significant figure and was expelled from Dongzhou. Ling Hao nodded slightly. An hour and a half later, the trio arrived at the small town Lu Yu had mentioned. Big brother, should we surround the casino and drag him out? The judge inquired. Not yet. Let us not alert the snake by stirring the grass. Ling Hao gently shook his head. Since he chose to reside in such a small town, he must be evading something and likely has escape plans prepared. Let us first observe the situation in the casino. Received. The judge nodded and pressed the accelerator. 20 minutes later, the Land Rover halted at the entrance of a moderately sized estate in the southern outskirts of the town. Present your membership card. A robust man blocked their way. We came here out of curiosity. How do we obtain a card? Lu Yu asked. Without a referral from someone familiar, entry is prohibited. The man replied sternly. Could you make an exception for us? Lu Yu offered, producing several stacks of cash from the glove compartment of the Land Rover. Wait. The man took the cash, examined it, then turned to make a phone call. 2 minutes later, He returned to the car, park outside and follow me. Thank you, Liu responded. Soon, under the man's guidance, the three acquired a standard membership card, which, although basic, required a minimum deposit of 5 million. This underground casino seemed to operate on a grand scale. Subsequently, the trio proceeded toward a 3-story building within the estate. Thud, as they reached the entrance. A shadowy figure was violently kicked out, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his body battered, and one arm limp. Daring to cheat here? For your transgression. One arm will serve as a warning. If you dare to return, your head will be forfeit. A burly man in black declared ominously. I did not cheat. It was your house that could not bear the loss. The man stammered, struggling to speak. Still attempting to argue? Do you truly wish to die? The black-clad man stepped closer. You have 1 minute. If you do not leave now, you won't be leaving at all. You are robbing me. The man coughed up more blood. Do you want to die over a little money? I'll make it easy for you. The black-clad man furrowed his brow and raised his foot, preparing to stomp on the man's chest. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a trifling sum? The judge interjected. He then helped the man to his feet. Enough. Hurry and leave. Money is important, but you must have your life to spend it. The black-clad man glared at the judge, his expression tightening. Step aside. Do not seek trouble. But guests are to be treated with respect. If word gets out about how you treat your patrons, who would dare to gamble here? The judge replied calmly. He then turned back to the man. Are you not leaving? Are you truly prepared to risk your life over a mere sum? Thank you. The man stammered, staggering toward the estate's entrance. The black-clad man scrutinized Ling Hao and the others, seemingly taken aback by their presence. He opened his mouth but said nothing further, turning to head toward the main hall. The three then stepped into the first-floor lobby. Gazing around, they found an array of gaming tables, each surrounded by numerous players. After a brief tour of the hall, they observed the stakes at each table, often reaching into the millions. It appeared Heishan Diao was quite reluctant to fade into obscurity, having amassed quite a following. Before long, they settled in a nearby lounge area. This den of vice should have been shut down long ago, the judge remarked. Liu nodded in agreement. In this hall alone, at least 3 individuals possess late-stage warrior capabilities, not to mention those in the private rooms nearby. Such strength could rival even the current Yuan Xiong. Big brother. What is our next move? Should we simply seize someone and question them? The judge asked, turning his gaze toward Ling Hao. Chapter 71. Displaying skills before the experts first. Let us find someone worth conversing with, Ling Hao remarked with a faint smile. He then turned his gaze towards a stunning woman in uniform standing not far away. Excuse me, miss, aside from the main hall, do you have any larger playing areas? Good day, sir. The uniformed beauty approached, her face adorned with a professional smile. May I inquire how grand the experience you seek might be? How grand can it get? Ling Hao inquired with a playful grin. Ordinarily, there are no limits here. As long as our guests are willing to wager, we shall accommodate, the beauty replied. Is that so? Have there been any instances of bidding 10 billion in a single round? Ling Hao asked, his smile unwavering. A cough escaped the beauty's lips. Having worked in this casino for nearly 3 years, she had encountered numerous affluent patrons, witnessing wagers of several tens of millions, even up to 1 billion. Yet, she had never met anyone daring enough to stake 10 billion in one go. After scrutinizing Ling Hao and his companions, the beauty asked, Are you serious, sir? Do I seem to be jesting? Ling Hao chuckled once more. Please hold for a moment, the beauty said, momentarily taken aback, before turning to stride towards a VIP room across the way. Before long, she returned, accompanied by a tall, alluring woman with captivating features. May I ask for your esteemed surname, sir? The tall lady inquired with a charming smile. Ling, he replied. So you are Mr. Ling, she said, performing a gesture of invitation. Please, follow me. Thank you. Ling Hao rose, and the group proceeded into the VIP room. Upon entering, they observed 7 or 8 men scattered across the corners of the room, each exuding a formidable presence. By a gaming table stood a glamorous croupier, whose aura indicated she was no ordinary individual. Mr. Ling, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wu, with Mei as my given name. They call me Sister Mei. And I am the manager of this establishment, the woman said, fixing her gaze on Ling Hao. I heard from Xiao Lan that you wish to wager 10 billion on a single round. Let us see if the dealer dares to accept. Ling Hao responded nonchalantly. Mr. Ling, you jest. We are in the business of welcoming guests. We have no reason to refuse a wager, Wu Mei smiled. What game do you wish to play? Anything will suffice, Ling Hao replied. You seem quite confident, Mr. Ling, Wu Mei noted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Since it is gambling, it all hinges on luck. Until the outcome is revealed, anyone could emerge victorious, don't you think? Ling Hao chuckled. Indeed. Wu Mei laughed lightly, gesturing toward the chairs by the gaming table. Please. Take a seat. Thank you. Ling Hao settled down. Shall we keep it simple? Wu Mei suggested as she took a seat opposite him. Let us play dice. Each player will have 6 dice, and the one with the lower total wins. A round for 10 billion. How does that sound? Huh, sounds great. Ling Hao replied with a smile. Mr. Ling is indeed a straightforward man. After exchanging glances with the croupier, Wu Mei signaled her to prepare. The croupier understood and produced 2 dice cups, handing one to Ling Hao and the other to Wu Mei. Lady first. Ling Hao smiled at Wu Mei. Very well. Wu Mei's eyes sparkled as she grasped the cup. With a deft flick of her wrist, she spun the dice cup, leaving trails of motion in its wake. Her technique was remarkably skilled, indicating her extensive experience in this domain. With a decisive thud, Wu Mei slammed the dice cup onto the table after about a minute, slowly revealing the contents. Unsurprisingly, the 6 dice lined up perfectly, with the top die showing a single point. The banker scores 1 point. The croupier announced, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Mr. Ling, I apologize. It seems luck is on my side today. Wu Mei smiled faintly, reveling in the ease of her victory. In her years of managing the casino, she had never faced a loss. Indeed impressive. Ling Hao replied with a calm smile. Now it is your turn, Mr. Ling. Wu Mei remarked with a smile. All right, Ling Hao said, taking the dice cup. With a casual flick of his wrist, he brought it down decisively. A sharp intake of breath filled the room as he unveiled the cup. The 6 dice aligned perfectly again. However, the top die stood on a single point, teetering atop the one below it. In essence, Ling Hao's roll yielded no points whatsoever. Observing the reactions of Wu Mei and the others, both Liu Yu and the judge exchanged subtle smirks. Engaging in gambling with their leader was akin to foolishly showcasing their skills before a master. The Blood Shadow team, comprising hundreds of thousands, boasted many exceptional individuals. Among them were those whose prowess in various disciplines, be it martial arts, medicine, marksmanship, gambling, mysticism, computing, or finance, was unparalleled. Notably, 2 individuals were renowned for their unparalleled gambling skills, reputed to rank among the top 5 nationally. Yet, after a single game against Ling Hao, they had never dared to claim their expertise again. The reason was simple. They had faced him a total of 100 times, losing every single round. Apologies. You have lost, Ling Hao said to Wu Mei with a calm smile. What manner of person are you? Wu Mei, who had maintained her composure, now displayed a myriad of emotions on her face. She realized she was in the presence of a formidable opponent. Is this truly so significant? Ling Hao chuckled once more. If you are dissatisfied, we may engage in another round, provided you first hand over that 10 billion. Wu Mei exhaled heavily, her expression shifting. This round does not count. According to the rules, the lowest score on a dice cup is 1 point. Yours is merely an anomaly. I offer you the chance to roll again. Are you attempting to evade your loss? Ling Hao raised an eyebrow. Have you not heard what Sister Mei said? Your score does not count. Roll again. A man in black approached. Otherwise, consider it a loss, and prepare to forfeit the 10 billion and depart. Are you preparing for a direct confrontation? Ling Hao's gaze narrowed slightly. Enough with the idle chatter. The man in black replied coldly. Offering you another roll is a courtesy. Should you refuse, you must forfeit the 10 billion. Seeking death. The judge's expression darkened as he gripped his curved blade, striking down towards the gaming table. With a resounding crack, the table split cleanly in 2 beneath the judge's strike. Wu Mei was clearly taken aback by the judge's remarkable skill. After a moment's hesitation, she queried. Who exactly are you? Even in the gray industry, one must adhere to fundamental rules of engagement, no? Ling Hao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a calm demeanor. Willing to gamble yet unwilling to accept losses, it seems this casino has no reason to continue operating. Have you come here today with the intent to provoke? Wu Mei eyed Ling Hao's nonchalant expression, her heart sinking slightly. Chapter 72. The Black Mountain Eagle. I merely indulged a fleeting whim. How could it be construed as seeking trouble? Ling Hao took a drag from his cigarette. All right, let us settle this. A mere 10 billion. Surely your gambling den can afford it, no? Do you comprehend whose territory this is? Wu Mei furrowed her brows, her tone laced with warning. Have you considered the consequences of causing a ruckus here? She harbored no belief that Ling Hao was genuinely here to gamble. The judge's earlier strike had unmistakably revealed a warrior of formidable prowess. It was evident that the trio had come prepared. My time is limited. You would do well to expedite the payment. If you lack the authority, consult your superiors, Ling Hao stated coolly. Kid, if that is the case, let me see what you're relying on. Wu Mei's tone turned serious. Attack. With her command, several men in black and the beautiful dealer sprang into action, ready to charge at Ling Hao and his companions. Stop. A deep voice echoed, and in walked a group through the side door. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a fierce countenance and a missing arm, emanated a chilling aura. Behind him was an elderly man with a prominent forehead and sharp eyes, followed by 4 men in black, one of whom had a noticeable bulge around his waist, suggesting he was armed. Master Qin. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone, including Wu Mei, trembled and hastily bowed in respect. A pack of useless fools. The Black Mountain Eagle, under the alias Zhang Kuan, spoke with a heavy tone. He then turned to Ling Hao. Brother, may I inquire your name? As he spoke, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. He felt a vague familiarity with Ling Hao, though he could not recall where he had encountered him. My surname is Ling. Ling Hao replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. On his way here, the judge had shown him a photograph of the Black Mountain Eagle, allowing him to immediately recognize the man before him. Surname Ling? The Black Mountain Eagle's brow furrowed slightly, his mind drawing a blank. After a brief pause, he continued. My subordinates are unaware of the rules. I hope you will not take offense, Brother Ling. He then turned coldly to Wu Mei. What are you still waiting for? A bet is a bet. Hand over the money to Brother Ling. Qin Yuxin. Wu Mei hesitated momentarily. Do you not understand what I am saying? The Black Mountain Eagle's voice darkened. Understood. Wu Mei shuddered, quickly turning to exit. In less than 2 minutes, she returned, handing a check to Ling Hao, her eyes flashing with cold intensity. Thank you. Ling Hao accepted the check with a faint smile. He then looked back at the Black Mountain Eagle. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. If Qin Yi would be so kind as to enlighten me? Oh, the Black Mountain Eagle raised an eyebrow. What is it that Brother Ling wishes to know? I have a somewhat tangential question. Should I address you as Qin Yi? Or is it more appropriate to call you Eagle Yi? Ling Hao smiled again. The Black Mountain Eagle's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of alarm washing over him. A cold aura began to emanate uncontrollably from his form. It had been 5 years since anyone had mentioned that name in his presence. The others in the room also displayed expressions of profound shock, their demeanor tightening. Is this question too difficult for Qin Yi to answer? Ling Hao's lips curled into a smirk. Who exactly are you? The Black Mountain Eagle took a deep breath, pressing on. I believe I shall continue to refer to you as Eagle Yi, Ling Hao replied with a nonchalant smile. Do you truly not recognize me? Let me jog your memory. I hail from the Zheng family of Dongzhou. What? It's you. The Black Mountain Eagle's body trembled as he shouted. The realization dawned upon him. Ling Hao was the adopted son of the Zheng family. He was bewildered, unable to fathom why Ling Hao was still alive when the Zheng family had been eradicated. Quite surprising. Isn't it? Ling Hao chuckled once more. How can you still be alive? The Black Mountain Eagle's eyes flickered with panic. Eagle Yi, I trust you understand why I have come to find you? Ling Hao did not engage with his question. With a deep exhale, the Black Mountain Eagle's expression hardened as he commanded, attack. Eliminate them. Bang, bang, bang. As his words fell, the 4 men in black drew desert eagles, aiming at Ling Hao and his companions. Overestimating yourselves, the judge remarked, taking 2 swift steps forward. His wrist flicked, and the curved blade sliced through the air, leaving behind numerous afterimages. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets were all deflected, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Hiss. The room filled with gasps of disbelief, each face reflecting sheer horror. Kill. After the 4 men exhausted their ammunition, everyone, save for the Black Mountain Eagle and the elderly man, inhaled sharply and charged toward the judge. Swish, swish, swish. The judge struck again, his blade radiating a chilling light as it unleashed a lethal torrent upon the assailants, arcs of crimson slicing through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Within a minute, all were either dead or gravely injured. How is this possible? The Black Mountain Eagle's face was etched with shock, his body trembling slightly. For the past 2 years, his audacity to operate this gambling den stemmed from the confidence he had in his formidable martial artists. He believed that with their protection, he could fend off any intruders, even the authorities. But now, in the blink of an eye, they had all been incapacitated. He understood that today would not end well for him. Kid, cease your arrogance. The elderly man inhaled deeply, rushing forward. He unleashed a barrage of fierce winds aimed at the judge, exerting all his strength in a bid to attack. Too weak. The judge replied coldly, delivering another lethal slash. Thud, thud. The elderly man, mid-charge, was cleaved in half by the blade, collapsing to the ground in a spray of blood. Thud. The Black Mountain Eagle could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the floor, his body trembling, eyes wide with unending terror. Could it be that even his strongest ally could not withstand a single strike? Meanwhile, outside in the hall, the cadre of men in black, alerted by the commotion from the private room, rushed toward the scene. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as they took a few steps, cold blades flashed through the doorway like a raging torrent, swiftly assaulting the group. Thud, thud, thud. The 20 or so men in black had yet to comprehend the situation when they fell, one by one, suffering grievous injuries. The gamblers in the hall finally reacted, erupting into screams. The shadow door is conducting an operation. All unrelated personnel, evacuate immediately. A resonant voice reverberated throughout the hall. Dozens of well-dressed men stood at the entrance, their expressions grave, exuding an intimidating aura. Chapter 73, Vital Clue. With a cacophony, the gamblers abandoned their chips at the gaming table and hastily fled through the main entrance. Moments later, the venue was entirely cleared, leaving only a group of black-clad men sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Within the private room, Ling Hao turned to Black Mountain Eagle and inquired, "So, Eagle, is there anyone left to call upon? You have actually become a member of the Shadow Gate?" Black Mountain Eagle stammered, trembling. Someone of his stature and position was well aware of what the Shadow Gate signified. "If there is no one left, then shall we converse?" Ling Hao took a drag from his cigarette. Five years ago. I had nothing to do with it. It was the Zhao King and the Tao family who did it. Black Mountain Eagle continued, struggling to speak. "I never claimed you were involved." Ling Hao interjected. "However, surely there are matters you can discuss with me?" What matters? A flicker of panic crossed Black Mountain Eagle's eyes. "Could you enlighten me as to why, after the incident involving the Zheng family, you chose to leave Dongzhou?" Ling Hao pressed further. I grew weary of the life filled with violence and bloodshed. I merely sought a place to escape." Black Mountain Eagle shivered. "Eagle, I advise you not to test my patience, or you will deeply regret it." Ling Hao interrupted him. Suddenly, a group of 30 or so elegantly dressed young men stepped in unison to the entrance of the private room, bowing simultaneously. "Reporting to the commander. The entire estate has been secured. Please provide further instructions. Contact the local police station and have them send someone to take over." Ling Hao commanded. "Understood, Commander." The group replied in unison. With a thud, Black Mountain Eagle, who had just managed to rise, collapsed once more, his face now even more vividly etched with horror. He gazed at Ling Hao, trembling, and asked, "Why you were Commander Ling?" With his experience, he knew full well that the only individual esteemed enough to be referred to as commander by the men of the Shadow Gate was none other than the King of the West, the master of the Shadow Gate. "Commander Ling, can we speak now?" Ling Hao continued. "Who is the woman that instructed the 3 prominent families to act against the Zheng family?" With a heavy exhalation, Black Mountain Eagle released a sigh of despair. If he had harbored any lingering hopes before, they had now evaporated entirely. This man was Commander Ling, a figure of absolute authority beyond his reach. I do not know her exact identity, only that she is an exceptionally beautiful woman." After swallowing hard, Black Mountain Eagle continued, 5 years ago. She approached me first, requesting I deal with the Zheng family. However, as I had already established my underground kingdom in Dongzhou and had no significant grievances with the Zheng family, I declined her request. Originally, the matter could have ended there. But, during that encounter, an unforeseen incident occurred. The woman seemed to suffer a relapse of an old ailment, curling up on the sofa in agony. I heard someone beside her call her Madame Peony. Moreover, her veil fell due to her movements, revealing her true visage to me. It was this revelation that incited her murderous intent against me. In the day after our meeting, she sent someone to find me. Thankfully, I was prepared and managed to escape after they severed one of my arms, thanks to the desperate protection of my companions. However, I knew they would not let me off easily, so I fled Dongzhou and spent 2 to 3 years abroad. Later, I learned that the Zheng family had been annihilated. Their objectives had been achieved. I thought they would gradually abandon their pursuit of me, which is why I dared to return 2 years ago. You certainly have a knack for survival. Ling Hao's gaze narrowed. Can you recall her appearance? It has been too long, and I only caught a brief glimpse. So my memory is rather hazy. Black Mountain Eagle shook his head in response. I only remember a beauty marked the size of a grain of rice on her brow. After speaking, he looked at Ling Hao again. I only know this much. Please, spare my life, Commander. Take him back and have someone sketch her outline. Record whatever details he can. Ling Hao instructed curtly. Understood. The judge nodded. Immediately after, a swift strike rendered Black Mountain Eagle unconscious on the floor. 10 minutes later, the 3 men transported Black Mountain Eagle back to Dongzhou. By the way, brother, the capital has responded. Lu Yu spoke up after the vehicle had been driving for about 10 minutes. They have denied your resignation and granted you a 3-month leave, after which you are to report back to the capital. Let them be. Ling Hao replied nonchalantly, having anticipated the outcome. Indeed. Lu Yu nodded, then spoke in a contemplative tone. By the way, that night, Luo Zhenzhou appeared at the Zhao family estate, which seems rather suspicious, doesn't it? We have no prior connection with him, and we didn't notify him in advance that we would act against the Zhao family that night. How would he know to show up? Humph. Ling Hao smiled faintly. Do you really think those old foxes in the capital would be so kind as to grant me a 3-month holiday? What do you mean? Lu Yu and the judge exchanged puzzled glances. Brother, do you imply that Luo Zhenzhou was sent by the capital to extend a gesture of goodwill to you? The judge inquired further. Is there any other explanation? Ling Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. With Zhang Dongyong incapacitated and absent, Luo Zhenzhou's strength is insufficient to intimidate the entire Eastern District. Meanwhile, I, as a free agent, find myself at the heart of the Eastern District, precisely where they desire me to be. What a cunning old fox! Lu Yu retorted with irritation. Let them be. They can stir as they please. Ling Hao replied coolly. Turning to Lu Yu, have you managed to contact Zhang Dongyong? I cannot reach him. He is not in Dongzhou and must have returned to the capital. Lu Yu shook his head. Then let it be. We shall address it another time. Ling Hao nodded slightly. Over an hour later, the Land Rover entered the outskirts of Dongzhou. As the three men halted at a traffic light, a licenseless Hummer sped past, nearly colliding with two pedestrians crossing the street. Given its speed, it was traveling at least above 120 kilometers per hour, vanishing around the bend in an instant. The three men exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with surprise. Two individuals of battle general caliber? The judge paused before speaking, a look of concern on his face. Indeed. Ling Hao frowned slightly. Not only had they detected that the two inside the vehicle possessed the aura of battle generals, but they also sensed a heavy, intoxicating bloodlust emanating from them, indicating they were no ordinary foes. Judge, deploy all the agents of the Shadow Gate in Dongzhou for a thorough search. We must investigate any suspicious individuals who may have infiltrated. Ensure they proceed with utmost caution. Should they discover any traces, they are to report immediately without taking reckless action. Chapter 74. Accompanying Yuxin to shop for clothes. Understood. After Judge nodded vigorously, he dialed a number and conveyed a message. The three of them were acutely aware that if a formidable warrior of the battle general rank were to unleash their might recklessly upon ordinary people, it would undoubtedly result in a scene of carnage and rivers of blood. Brother, could it be that someone has discovered your presence in the eastern continent and sent individuals to probe? Liu pondered for a moment before addressing Ling Hao. Although Ling Hao's injury was classified as a top secret, all who were aware of it had been sworn to silence. Anyone who dared to leak this information would face execution. This was entirely understandable, despite the presence of hundreds of thousands of blood shadow warriors guarding the western borders. The most fearsome figure still remained the Western King. If it were revealed that the Western King was injured, it would surely incite them to take advantage of the situation. In truth, not only was the condition of the Western King a closely guarded secret, but even the health status of the four commanders under the Western King was equally confidential. Anyone who leaked such information would also face ruthless consequences. Of course, this was all theoretical. In reality, rumors of the Western King's injury had already begun to circulate, though most dared not confirm it. Now, knowing that the Western King had departed from the Western region accompanied solely by Lu Yu, it was entirely plausible that those with ulterior motives would send individuals to test the waters. It should not be the case. Ling Hao shook his head. From the bloodthirsty aura emanating from these two, they are certainly not ordinary martial artists. If I am not mistaken, they are likely individuals from the dark realm beyond our borders. Huh? Judge, who had just hung up the phone, furrowed his brow. The dark realm. As one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate, he was well aware of the implications of the dark realm beyond the borders. It was a world that existed independently of national boundaries, a chaotic mix of all sorts of people and factions. What made it truly alarming were the numerous forces within that realm. Any of the major organizations could easily topple a small to medium-sized nation. A year prior, a target identified by the Shadow Gate sought refuge in the Dark Realm, and he had accompanied Ling Hao to that world once. It was during that visit that he personally experienced the strength of the Dark Realm, which, while not enough to instill excessive fear, was still worthy of respect. Moreover, he believed that what they encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Dark Realm. What could the people from the Dark Realm want in the Eastern continent? Liu furrowed his brow as well. Unclear. Ling Hao shook his head again, a hint of seriousness flashing across his face. We must ascertain this matter swiftly and prevent them from causing chaos in this city. Understood. Both Lu Yu and Judge nodded in agreement. The following morning, after spending some time playing with Rui at home, the two sisters, Qin Yuxin and Qin Yuxin, returned from grocery shopping. Brother-in-law, are you free today? Qin Yuxin inquired. Yes, why? Ling Hao smiled. Then come with me and my sister to the mall. Qin Yuxin replied, beaming. Why the sudden desire to shop? Ling Hao chuckled again. Brother-in-law, I think you can be quite observant at times, but other times, you can be a bit scatterbrained. Qin Yuxin pouted. My sister has bought herself a proper outfit in years, only those cheap knockoffs. But now that she is about to start looking for a job again, you can't possibly let her wear those old clothes, can you? It would be utterly embarrassing. Ling Hao realized, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had indeed overlooked this matter. He had seen several sets of Qin Yuxin's clothes, all of which were quite inexpensive. And while it was often said that beauty could shine through any attire, it was still unfair to her. Xiaofei, stop talking nonsense. Qin Yuxin shot a glare at her sister. I think these clothes are just fine, no need to buy anything new. Yuxin, I admit this was my oversight. Xiaofei is right, we indeed need to make a purchase. Ling Hao then turned to Qin Yuxin. Thank you for the reminder, let us go right away. Your brother-in-law will help you buy a few outfits. Really? That is wonderful. Qin Yuxin exclaimed with excitement. I want to go too. I want new clothes. Rui chimed in eagerly from the side. Haha, let us go together then. Rui can also buy new clothes. Ling Hao laughed as he affectionately ruffled Rui's hair. Observing the cheerful scene, Qin Yuxin and his wife exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a sense of contentment. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Qin Yuxin chose not to insist any further. 10 minutes later, they drove towards the mall. Wow, it's been ages since I last visited a mall. It feels amazing. After half an hour, they arrived at a large shopping center in the city center, where Qin Yufei exclaimed excitedly, drawing the attention of many customers. Qin Yufei, can you please be a bit more composed? Qin Yuxin glared at her. I refuse. Qin Yufei retorted. After being restrained for so many years, I feel like I'm about to go insane. Now that I have a brother-in-law, I must indulge myself properly. Too lazy to deal with you. Qin Yuxin replied irritably. Haha, Xiao Fei is right. From now on, no need to hold back. Do whatever you wish. Ling Hao responded with a smile while holding Rue. Daddy, there are so many toys. I want to buy some. Rue shouted as they passed a toy store. Rue, Uncle Lu has already bought you so many toys, and you haven't even played with them yet. Do you really need more? Qin Yuxin asked. Those toys from Uncle Lu are fun, but most of them are for boys. I want to buy toys for girls. Rue pouted in response. Haha. Today Rue can buy whatever she wants. Daddy agrees. Ling Hao said with a smile. Great. I want to buy a Barbie doll, Elsa, and a princess castle. Rue danced with excitement. Just indulge her. Qin Yuxin rolled her eyes at Ling Hao. Hee, it's rare to see Rue so happy. Ling Hao replied with a grin. Half an hour later, Rue had selected over 10 girl toys. After Ling Hao completed the purchase, they temporarily left the toys with the store, intending to retrieve them after buying clothes. Before long, they arrived at the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor. Well, all are high-end brands, and they are the latest styles of this year. Qin Yufei exclaimed with excitement. Brother-in-law, you might go bankrupt today. Haha. No need to worry about the expenses. Ling Hao laughed. He truly had no concerns about money. Any one of his black gold cards could buy out the entire mall. How extravagant. Qin Yufei replied with a smile, pulling Qin Yuxin into the Chanel boutique. Welcome to Chanel. Please feel free to browse. If you find something suitable, you may try it on. A sweet-looking sales assistant approached with a smile. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the two sisters. Such beautiful ladies. Thank you. We'll just take a look for now. Qin Yufei replied with a smile. Certainly. The sales assistant responded cheerfully. Wow. The two sisters gasped silently upon viewing several coats. Chapter 75. The young master of the Zhou family. One of the coats was priced at nearly 200,000. Besides that, the other outerwear items also carried price tags in the tens of thousands. How extravagant. Qin Yufei picked up the most expensive coat and, after measuring it against herself, remarked with a slight gasp, this one alone could cover my expenses for over a year. Hello, miss. This is our store's latest arrival. And the price is indeed a bit steep. The attendant smiled and said, if you find it too expensive, feel free to browse our other styles. They are all classic pieces, and you two ladies are so lovely that you would look stunning in them. It's too expensive. Never mind. Let's check out other stores. Thank you. Qin Yufei hung the coat back on the rack. You're welcome. We look forward to your next visit. The attendant smiled. Don't touch what you can't afford. Stop pretending to be wealthy. At that moment, a woman who appeared to be a supervisor approached. Her face contorted with disdain as she glanced at Qin Yufei before turning to the sweet attendant. Xiaosu, you've been working here long enough. Can't you see who should be allowed to handle the clothes? If they get wrinkled, how can we sell them? Manager Wang, they're just looking. The attendant, named Su Jia, weakly replied. What is there to look at? Just indulging in a whim? If you let them touch the clothes again, don't expect to receive your bonus this month. Manager Wang interrupted coldly. Huh? How can you speak like that? Qin Yufei frowned. I speak like this. If you don't like it, then leave. Manager Wang scoffed. These clothes are meant for the wealthy to try on. You can't afford them. So what are you even doing here? You. Qin Yufei's face flushed with anger. Miss, please mind your words. Qin Yuxin frowned. Setting aside whether we can afford it, your clothes are displayed here for customers to try on, aren't they? I'll reiterate. We only allow customers who can afford to buy to try them on. We don't want poor people wasting our time. Manager Wang replied coldly. You had better apologize immediately. Ling Hao, holding Rue, walked over. Otherwise, you will soon find yourself out of a job. Oh, such bravado. I'm curious to see how you'll make me lose my job. Manager Wang shot a dismissive glance at Ling Hao. She had her confidence as the store manager. She had powerful backing. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold her position. You'll see, Ling Hao replied curtly, then turned to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, this coat looks great. It would surely be stunning on both of you. Why don't you and Xiaofei each get one? Well, brother-in-law, have you seen the price? Qin Yufei exclaimed. No need to look, as long as you like it. Ling Hao said with a smile, then turned to the attendant named Su Jia. Hello. Please wrap up these two pieces for me. So much pretense. Manager Wang interjected coldly. Clack, clack, clack. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed. and a tall woman entered, linking arms with a young man. Both wore dark sunglasses, their expressions exuding an air of arrogance. Is that her? Upon seeing the woman, Qin Yuxin was slightly taken aback. Do you know her? Qin Yuxin inquired. Sister, you don't recognize her? She is the third female lead from the hit drama a while back. Wang Yanli. Qin Yuxin replied. I don't know her. Qin Yuxin shook her head. Young Master Hang, Miss Wang, welcome. Please come in. Manager Wang rushed to greet them with a flattering smile upon seeing the two. Do you have any new coats? The woman, Wang Yanli, asked nonchalantly. Miss Wang, you came at the perfect time. We just received 2 new coats yesterday. They are this year's latest styles. Manager Wang responded cheerfully, leading the two toward Ling Hao and the others. They look quite good. Wrap them up for me. Wang Yanli casually glanced at the coat. Then, she swept her gaze over Qin Yuxin and her sister before looking back at Manager Wang. Wait, have those two tried on this coat? Give me a brand new one. What is going on in your store? Why are you letting just anyone come in and try on clothes? Who would buy clothes that have been worn by such people? Miss Wang, my apologies. I will get you a new one right away. Manager Wang nodded submissively. Manager Wang. But, Zhao Jia, another attendant, looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. There are only 2 of these coats in the store. This gentleman just said he wanted to buy 2. Shut up. Manager Wang shot her a fierce glare. Miss, what did you mean by that? Qin Yuxin asked Wang Yanli, her anger bubbling to the surface. Today is truly strange. Why are there so many people like you? Don't you understand my words? Wang Yanli replied coolly. There is a distinction between the rich and the poor. I find the clothes worn by people like you filthy. Who knows if you have any diseases? Slap. Before she could finish, a crisp slap echoed in the air, and her sunglasses clattered to the ground. Silence. The room fell into an immediate hush. The few attendants who had gathered around were left gaping in shock. They recognized the 2 women and understood their complicated backgrounds. Ling Hao had dared to slap her, and now there was bound to be drama. You actually dared to hit me. After a moment, Wang Yanli finally snapped back to reality and screamed. You scoundrel! How dare you hit Miss Wang? I'll make sure you. Manager Wang shouted in unison. Slap. Another sharp slap rang out, nearly causing Manager Wang to stumble. Young Master Hang, he hit me. He actually hit me. Wang Yanli cried out to the wealthy young man beside her. Call someone to deal with him. I will make sure he knows the consequences of striking me. You have guts, kid. You even dare to hit my woman. Zhou Hang glared at Ling Hao, his voice filled with fury. Kneel before me now. Xiao Fei, take Ruerui over there to check out the toys, Ling Hao said, ignoring Zhou Hang's threat as he turned to Qin Yuxin. Qin Yuxin understood that Ling Hao was angry and carried Ruerui toward a nearby rest area. Kid, are you ignoring me? Did you not hear what I said? Zhou Hang's tone grew colder. She is your woman? Ling Hao replied coldly. Very well. Then both of you should kneel and apologize. Huh. Zhou Hang frowned. Do you know who I am? Go on, tell me. Ling Hao replied indifferently. The Zhou family, ranked 6th in Dongzhou. I'm sure you've heard of it. Zhou Hang said proudly. The Zhou family, you say? Ling Hao glanced at him. You have 1 minute to kneel, or I'll have your father come here to apologize on your behalf. Chapter 76. You were fired, kid. You were truly courting death. Zhou Hang furrowed his brows and threw a punch at Ling Hao. Bang. His fist hadn't even fully extended when he was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground and remaining there for quite some time, unable to rise. Young Master Hang, Wang Yanli exclaimed in shock, rushing over to help Zhou Hang up. Very well. You even dare to strike me. You are indeed quite remarkable. Zhou Hang's eyes blazed with fury. I assure you today, if you do not kneel and call me Grandpa, I will not share your surname. After saying this, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Ling Hao, shall we leave? Qin Yuxin looked at Ling Hao with a hint of concern. Let South find another place to see if there are suitable clothes. Yuxin, it's fine. If we do not teach these people a lesson, they will continue to oppress the innocent. Ling Hao offered her a reassuring glance. Just wait a moment. I need to call a friend. After hanging up, he dialed Shenlu. Young Master Ling. Shenlu answered immediately. 3 matters. Handle them promptly. Ling Hao commanded. First, there is a Chanel boutique in Hongdu Mall. Inform the company that the store manager, who bears the surname Wang, is no longer required to report to work starting tomorrow. Second, a so-called 2nd or 3rd-tier celebrity named Wang Yanli, effective tomorrow, shall be blacklisted. Third, notify the head of the Zhou family in Dongzhou that I give him half an hour to come to the Chanel counter in Hongdu Mall to retrieve his son. If the time elapses, he shall bear all consequences. With that, he hung up the phone. You are insane. Wang Yanli scoffed upon overhearing Ling Hao's conversation. You wish to blacklist me? You might as well aim for the heavens. I warn you, if you do not kneel and apologize today, you can forget about staying in Dongzhou. Exactly. The manager surnamed Wang chimed in with a cold snort. Such a farcical phone call. I doubt it even connected. You think you can make me not come to work tomorrow? It's utterly laughable. You will soon discover whether my call connected, Ling Hao replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Kid, just wait. I will make you understand the consequences of daring to touch me. Zhou Hang, having finished his call, shouted through clenched teeth. As the eldest son of the Zhou family, being publicly knocked to the ground was an affront he could hardly comprehend. Just days ago, the top 3 families of Dongzhou were toppled overnight, and now, the Zhou family had risen to become one of the new 4 families of Dongzhou. Dealing with an inconspicuous brat was no different than crushing an ant. He then turned his attention to Qin Yuxin. If I am not mistaken, you must be Qin Yuxin, right? What is your relationship with this kid? Upon first seeing Qin Yuxin, he had found her somewhat familiar, and after a moment's thought, he remembered. In Dongzhou, no woman could rival the beauty of the renowned Qin Yuxin. Qin Yuxin glanced at him, but did not respond. Yuxin, why not browse through other styles and see if there is anything you fancy? Ling Hao suggested, turning to her. They're too expensive. Let us not shop here. Qin Yuxin shook her head. Do not worry. Money is not an issue. As long as you like it, that is enough. Ling Hao smiled before looking at the sales associate named Zhao Jia. Could you please recommend a few more styles? Why, yes. Zhao Jia stammered, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Yes, what? The manager surnamed Wang barked angrily. I hereby officially inform you that you are fired. Get out immediately. You. Zhao Jia was momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, she removed her name tag from her uniform and placed it on the counter. Then looked at the manager. If I am to be fired, so be it. With a manager like you, I was already planning to resign in a few days. Toadying to superiors and bullying subordinates, you truly exemplify why the company would select someone like you as a manager. With that, she turned to Ling Hao and Qin Yuxin. Giving a slight bow. I apologize, but I can no longer serve you. It is we who should be apologizing for involving you in this. It's all right. I never intended to stay in this job for long, Zhao Jia replied with a faint smile as she turned to leave. Wait. Ling Hao called out with a gentle smile. Do not rush off just yet. Wait a moment, and I assure you that you will not be unemployed. Thank you, sir. Zhao Jia began to respond. Just then, 2 sets of footsteps approached, and a sharply dressed middle-aged man hurried over, followed by a staff member. Zhang. Manager Zhang? Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the sales associates exclaimed in surprise. This man was the head of the Chanel East District, rarely seen in person. Why was he here today? Manager Zhang, what brings you here? The manager surnamed Wang trembled as she rushed to greet him. Slap. Just as she approached, the middle-aged man slapped her to the ground. You are fired. Get out immediately. Manager Zhang. Why? Is there some misunderstanding? The manager surnamed Wang stammered as she scrambled to her feet. Out. The middle-aged man kicked her away with a swift motion. He then quickly approached Ling Hao and bowed deeply. May I ask if you are young Master Ling? The subordinates are lacking in discernment. Please forgive us. As he spoke, he trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes filled with profound trepidation. He had just been upstairs discussing matters with the general manager of Hongdu Mall when he received a call from his superior, who had berated him without hesitation. He was warned that regardless of what transpired, if he did not secure young Master Ling as forgiveness, his position as the head of the East District would be in jeopardy. After inquiring about Ling Hao's identity, he had been told that if he failed to handle the situation properly, not only would he lose his position, but his very life could be at stake. Terrified, he rushed down without delay. Is this the caliber of your Chanel store managers? Ling Hao spoke coldly. It is my failure to manage my subordinates properly. Please forgive me, young Master Ling. The middle-aged man bowed again in response. Enough. Ling Hao waved his hand, dismissing the matter. He then pointed to Zhao Jia. This sales associate has performed commendably. I believe that appointing her as the manager will significantly enhance the performance of your store. Huh. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before hastily responding. Thank you, young Master Ling, for your suggestion. He then turned to Zhao Jia, effective immediately. You are the manager of this store. Zhao Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 77. The unease of the Zhou family patriarch. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and thank young Master Ling, the middle-aged man urged. Thank you so much. Zhao Jia expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply toward Ling Hao. Securing a position as the manager at a prestigious luxury brand like Chanel is no easy feat. This is undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity, with earnings several times that of an ordinary employee. There's no need for formality. I have complete faith in your capabilities. Ling Hao responded with a warm smile. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the air, causing Huang Yanli's expression to change dramatically. She glanced at her phone and her heart sank. It was a call from the company. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button. Bang. Within a minute, she collapsed, trembling uncontrollably, her face etched with despair. The company informed her that, effective immediately, they were terminating her contract, and all previously recorded shows and advertisements would cease airing. They further advised her that it would be wise to avoid the entertainment industry altogether, as she had been blacklisted, and no company would dare to sign her. At that moment, she finally realized she had offended someone of great significance. The company had invested considerable resources to elevate her to her current level of fame, intending to profit from her success. Yet, now they were severing ties without hesitation. This could only mean they were under immense pressure. "Young Master Hang, please. You must help me speak to the company. Ask them not to blacklist me," she stammered, crawling toward Zhou Hang in desperation. Zhou Hang frowned upon hearing her plea. He instinctively glanced at Ling Hao, a wave of unease washing over him. Previously, Ling Hao had mentioned 3 matters, and now 2 had come to pass so swiftly. Had he truly kicked a hornet's nest? "Young Master Hang, please help me," Huang Yanli continued to plead. "Get away." Zhou Hang, irritated, had no time to entertain her. He then turned to Ling Hao. "Who exactly are you?" "Do not fret. Your turn will come soon." Ling Hao replied nonchalantly, then directed a smile at Zhao Jia. "Zhao manager, could you kindly assist me in selecting some clothing?" "Zhao Jia, why are you still standing there?" the Chanel representative remarked, addressing Zhao Jia, who was still lost in her astonishment. Yes, of course." Zhao Jia quickly regained her composure and began introducing the garments to Qin Yuxin. After a brief pause, Qin Yuxin decided not to refuse and followed Zhao Jia to examine the clothes. Bang, bang, bang. Within 20 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed as Zhou Qiyuan, the patriarch of the Zhou family, arrived, drenched in sweat, accompanied by several core members of the Zhou family. "Dad." Zhou Hang was momentarily taken aback before rushing over. He had only called a family associate to bring some people to assist him in dealing with the matter. He had not anticipated that his father would come personally, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Qiyuan kicked him to the ground, perhaps feeling that this was insufficient. Zhou Qiyuan delivered 2 more kicks, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch! Are you trying to ruin the Zhou family?" "Dad!" Zhou Hang was utterly bewildered. "Silence!" Zhou Qiyuan thundered as he strode toward Ling Hao. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt down, followed by the rest of the Zhou family members who also knelt in unison. "Why, young Master Ling? I apologize. My son was blind to your greatness and has offended you. Please forgive us." Zhou Qiyuan uttered, bowing his head repeatedly. Turning to Zhou Hang, he scolded, "You ungrateful wretch! Why are you still standing there? Hurry and beg young Master Ling for mercy." The onlookers were momentarily frozen, their jaws agape. The head of the Zhou family, renowned in Dongzhou, was kneeling before a young man, an utterly astonishing sight. The Chanel representative was equally shocked. Recognizing Zhou Qiyuan's stature as the current head of the Zhou family, a figure of significant influence in Dongzhou, yet here he was, kneeling in public. He finally believed what his superior had told him over the phone. I apologize for underestimating you. Please, forgive me." Zhou Hang crawled before Ling Hao, bowing deeply, trembling with fear. He now understood the gravity of his misstep. His father's reaction was enough to confirm that he had indeed offended a formidable figure. "Were you not just planning to deal with me?" Ling Hao spoke coolly. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Hang hurriedly knocked his head against the ground. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Please, forgive me, young Master Ling. To express my family's apologies, here is a small compensation for you and Miss Qin. Please accept it." Zhou Qiyuan tremulously produced a check and extended it toward Ling Hao. He was engulfed by panic. 20 minutes prior, receiving a call from Shen Lu had sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to drop his phone. Just the mention of Shen Lu was enough to instill fear in him. After all, Shen Lu was the most influential figure in Dongzhou, someone who even the notorious 8th Master bowed to. Yet Shen Lu had informed him that the person his son had offended was someone so esteemed that even Shen Lu himself referred to him as young Master Ling. How could he not be terrified? Such a prominent individual was far beyond the reach of a mere Zhou family. It seems the Zhou family is quite affluent. Ling Hao glanced at the check, which bore 8 zeros, and remarked casually, "Do you believe that wealth can resolve everything?" Zhou Qiyuan inhaled deeply, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He then grasped Zhou Hang's wrist and forcefully twisted it. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhou Hang's right arm immediately hung limply at his side. Zhou Hang let out a blood-curdling scream, drenched in cold sweat. "Why, young Master Ling, is this acceptable?" Zhou Qiyuan stammered, looking at Ling Hao with great difficulty. "Enough, let them go." Qin Yuxin approached, unable to bear the sight of Zhou Hang's suffering. While she knew Ling Hao's identity was undoubtedly significant and that he was acquainted with many influential individuals in Dongzhou, she had not anticipated that a single phone call from him could instill such fear in the patriarch of the Zhou family. Curiosity piqued within her. To whom had Ling Hao just placed a call? Very well. Ling Hao nodded slightly, then addressed Zhou Qiyuan. "Consider this a lesson for your son. Should I discover he continues to bully others, you should be aware of the consequences. Thank you, young Master Ling. From this day forth, I will ensure this ungrateful wretch is properly disciplined. Zhou Qiyuan bowed deeply in gratitude. Young master, please, this money. Zhou Qiyuan began. But Ling Hao interjected. Enough. Take your son and leave immediately. Do not disturb me while I accompany Yuxin in selecting clothes. Ling Hao firmly stated, refusing to accept the money. Understood. We will leave at once. Zhou Qiyuan responded hastily. For him, sacrificing his son's arm to ensure the Zhou family's safety was a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. Chapter 78. The fragrance of bloodlust. 5 minutes later, only Ling Hao, the person in charge from Chanel, and a waiter remained in the store. Subsequently, Qin Yuxin made a call to summon Qin Yufei and Rui back. Xiao Fei, you should try on some clothes as well to see if anything catches your eye, Ling Hao suggested with a smile towards Qin Yufei. Brother-in-law, are you really going to buy me such expensive clothes? Qin Yufei inquired. As long as you find them suitable, you can take everything from these racks home. Ling Hao replied with a calm smile. Uft, brother-in-law, you really look like a nouveau riche. Qin Yufei laughed delicately. 2 hours later, the four of them drove home. The two sisters each purchased 2 or 3 outfits from Chanel and then went to other stores to acquire several more, ensuring they were well prepared for the entire winter. That evening at 8 o'clock, after finishing dinner at Qin Yuxin's home, Ling Hao was about to play with Rui when he received another call from Lu Yu. Lu Yu informed him that there were some leads regarding the 2 warlord-level figures from a few days ago. After hanging up, Ling Hao bid farewell to the family and departed. Approximately 40 minutes later, Ling Hao arrived at the entrance of a relatively large bar. Big brother. As soon as Ling Hao stepped out of the car, Lu Yu and the judge approached swiftly. What is going on? Ling Hao inquired after nodding. According to your instructions, I had the people from the Shadow Gate search the entire city, but we couldn't locate the warlord-level targets, the judge responded. However, we did find 4 or 5 suspicious individuals from abroad, all at the late stage of the warrior realm, emanating a strong aura of bloodlust. They are likely individuals involved in the underworld. Is that so? Where are they? Ling Hao raised an eyebrow. They're inside the bar, not long after we entered. Lu Yu replied. Lu Yu, come with me. Ling Hao instructed after a moment of contemplation. Judge, keep watch outside with your men. Pay attention to whether they have any accomplices and avoid alarming them. Let us locate their hideout tonight. Understood. Both men nodded in unison. Afterward, Ling Hao and Lu Yu entered the hall and found a corner to sit down. This bar should belong to Yuan Xiong. I overheard a conversation with the staff at the entrance. He should be here tonight, Lu Yu said. What a coincidence. Ling Hao smiled faintly. Where are those individuals? In the V1 private room, there are a total of 5. Lu Yu pointed to the first room adjacent to the corridor. They're all at the warrior level? Ling Hao asked. Yes, Lu Yu confirmed. Among them, 2 are already on the verge of reaching the warlord level. Clang. At that moment, a loud sound of a door being forcefully pushed open echoed from the corridor. Help, help me. A terrified female voice cried out. Next, a panicked waitress dashed out from the corridor, screaming as she ran. She was completely nude, her body covered in bruises, and blood trickled from her mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Upon witnessing this scene, 5 or 6 burly security guards in the hall rushed toward the private room. Gasp. Reaching the door, they peeked inside and collectively inhaled sharply. Inside, 7 or 8 waitresses were stripped bare, with 5 of them lying on the floor, all injured to varying degrees, curled up and trembling. Meanwhile, on the sofa, 2 men were engaged in vigorous activity with 2 of the waitresses. The last waitress was pinned to the sofa by one of the men while the other poured wax from a candle onto her body. The room was filled with the pleas and screams of the waitresses. Scoundrels, you deserve to die. One of the security guards, the lead officer, roared with fury, gritting his teeth. With that, he raised his electric baton and charged in, shouting, let them go. The other guards followed suit. Get out of here. Don't disturb our fun. One of the men, who was smoking a cigar, replied indifferently. In an instant, he moved swiftly and unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 or 6 guards had no chance to resist and were hurled backward, lying on the ground, spitting blood. You, who are you? The head of security coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is Lord Ba's territory. Dare to cause trouble here. You are finished. Is that so? Then why don't you call him over? The man returned to the sofa, sitting down, and tell him to bring a few more beauties. These ones can't handle it. Tonight, we're going to have a good time. You. The head of security spat out another mouthful of blood. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached, and a group of people with grim expressions descended from the loft. At the forefront was Yuan Xiong, followed closely by Ho Ying and 4 of his top aides. Biba, Ba Yi. Upon seeing Yuan Xiong, the security officer managed to utter, Biba Yi. Help us. The waitresses inside screamed in terror. As Yuan Xiong entered the private room, his pupils constricted, and a chilling aura emanated from him upon witnessing the scene inside. Ba Yi, they are not ordinary individuals. Hoing stepped forward and spoke in a low voice to Yuan Xiong. Indeed, Yuan Xiong nodded slightly. Being a martial artist himself, he had sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the assailants, intertwined with a potent aura of bloodlust. These individuals were certainly not comparable to those who typically navigated the underworld in times of peace. He could not fathom who they were. You are truly seeking death. One of Yuan Xiong's aides roared and charged toward the assailants. Foolish ants. The man replied indifferently, swiftly moving to intercept. Bang. The aide was sent flying halfway through his charge, crashing against the wall and collapsing, at least 3 or 4 ribs broken. Impressive, he gasped, his head tilting as he fell unconscious. Leopard. The other 3 aides exclaimed in shock at this sight. You are truly seeking death. Another aide shouted, pulling out a handgun and aiming it at the assailant. Bang. The bullet shot out swiftly, but merely struck an afterimage, sending sparks flying on the ground. Crack. In the next moment, the afterimage rapidly closed the distance, seizing the aide's wrist and twisting it forcefully, resulting in the unmistakable sound of a bone snapping. Ah! The aide cried out in agony as the gun slipped from his grasp. Bang! The assailant then swept his hand, sending the aide flying out the door, where he lay unconscious on the ground. I will kill you. The remaining 2 aides shouted, preparing to attack. Come back. Yuan Xiong commanded sternly. You are no match for him. Do not go and meet your demise. Chapter 79. A major stir. 8 Master, let me confront him. One man shouted loudly. Did you not hear what I said? Yuan Xiong coldly commanded. Help the leopard outside. Yes, 8 Master. The 2 men, faces ablaze with fury, shot a glance at the other man before assisting the leopard to his feet. Do you know what you are doing? Yuan Xiong took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the man as he spoke in a low voice. You must be the infamous 8 Master, the man replied with a grin. I'll give you a chance. Clear the place of everyone else, and summon all the women in this bar. Let us have some fun. State your name. Yuan Xiong's pupils constricted slightly. If you wish to live, it would be wise to refrain from unnecessary chatter. The man pulled out a military knife, slicing into a piece of fruit before taking a bite. Do as I say, or after tomorrow, there may be no 8 Master in Dongzhou. Humph. Yuan Xiong scoffed. Do you truly believe that I, Yuan Xiong, have achieved my status through fear? I command 2,000 to 3,000 men, even if you're skilled. Do you think you can best thousands? Oh, so many? The man feigned surprise. How terrifying. With that, his expression shifted, and he darted towards Yuan Xiong like a wraith. 8 Master, be careful, Hoing warned, taking 2 large strides before launching a powerful punch that cut through the air. Get lost, the man retorted, throwing a punch of his own. Boom. The 2 strikes collided with ferocity, creating a powerful shock wave that reverberated throughout the room. Thud, thud, thud. After the thunderous clash, Hoing staggered back 5 or 6 steps, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his aura disordered. He glanced at the man, who stood firm, recovering his stance with ease. A grave expression crossing Ho Ying's face. He had anticipated that his full-force attack would be effortlessly deflected. If one man possessed such prowess, what would happen if 5 attacked simultaneously? The thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Yuan Xiong, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of unease. Against such strength, he had no hope of victory. It appeared that tonight would not end peacefully. Not bad. You, an old man, are almost at the level of a warrior, which is somewhat unexpected. The man licked his lips. However, with your meager skills, you cannot protect the life of the 8 Master. After speaking, he turned to Yuan Xiong. 8 Master, you have 1 minute to decide. If you do not summon all your women, I will take your life. I, Yuan Xiong, may not be a good person, but I cannot disregard the lives of those under me. Yuan Xiong replied solemnly. Come, it has been many years since I fought. Even knowing I am outmatched, I shall face you. Hoping for death, are we? The man grinned, his tone darkening. Then I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, he vanished in a blur, unleashing a ferocious punch that sliced through the air with a piercing sound. His intent was clear. He had no intention of sparing Yuan Xiong's life. 8 Master, watch out. Hoing cried out again, desperate to shield Yuan Xiong from the impending blow. However, due to his previous injury, he could only watch helplessly as the man's fist barreled towards Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong felt the overwhelming force of the attack and his pupils dilated in terror. Until this moment, he had harbored thoughts of fighting back, but he now realized how naive he had been. In the face of such absolute power, resistance was futile. Just as Yuan Xiong believed his end was nigh, a gale of formidable energy swept past him, causing the clothing of those present to flutter violently. Boom. The next moment, the man was sent flying as if a puppet had its strings cut, crashing through the wall and landing on the concrete ground of the yard. Wah! What person? The man struggled to utter, his pupils dilating as he lay there, lifeless. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the private room, everyone frozen in disbelief. A warrior had been dispatched with a single blow. How terrifying! Young Master Ling, Both Yuan Xiong and Hoing turned to see Ling Hao and Lu Yu entering steadily. Amidst their shock, a wave of relief washed over them. They had not anticipated Ling Hao's presence here. With him around, they felt confident that they would survive this ordeal. In their minds, both Ling Hao and Lu Yu were at least of warrior rank, capable of dispatching several warrior-level fighters with ease. Damn it. The remaining 4 men exchanged glances at their fallen comrade, their faces contorted with rage. Leave one alive. Kill the rest. Ling Hao commanded sternly. Understood. Liu nodded, his form vanishing in an instant. You're seeking death. The 4 men shouted in unison, raising their hands to attack Liu. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 gusts of wind swept through, and the bodies of 3 men exploded like balloons. In the air, 3 clouds of blood mist appeared, leaving no trace behind. Oh. Several accompanying women screamed and fainted from the shock. Thud. Yuan Xiong and the others stood agape, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Even though they were aware of Lu Yu's formidable skills, they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Bang. Simultaneously, the last remaining man struck Lu Yu with all his might. Crack. To his despair, the force of his blow, aimed at full power, did not harm Lu Yu in the slightest and instead shattered his own arm. Spitting out a mouthful of blood after staggering back several steps, he wore an expression of sheer horror. W. Warrior level. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yu struck again, sending him soaring into the air. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, his bones shattered. Lying as limp as a rag doll, barely clinging to life. Why, who are you? In Dongzhou, apart from the War Department. How can there be warriors of your caliber? He coughed up more blood. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Ling Hao's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered to find it was the judge. What is the matter? Big brother, the enemy is certainly planning something major tonight. The judge's voice came through, tinged with anger. Our brothers have discovered that not only these 5, but several of their accomplices have appeared in different locations across Dongzhou, causing numerous casualties. The Dongzhou Police and War Department have been notified and are currently conducting citywide searches. I'll head out to investigate. Chapter 80. The other party's intentions. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Inform the police not to get involved in this matter. They are not our match. Additionally, dispatch all members of the Shadow Gate within Dongzhou City. If any are discovered, execute them on the spot. Understood. The judge responded before hanging up the phone. Big brother. What's wrong? Liu glanced at Lin Hao. They must have some ulterior motive tonight. Lin Hao repeated the judge's words. Then approached the man and spoke in a low voice. What is your purpose for coming to Dongzhou? Where are the 2 warrior-class individuals? Pa. The man spat out a mouthful of blood. You may kill or torture me as you please, but if you wish to pry the truth from me, you may as well wait until your next life. Swish. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao flicked his wrist, releasing 3 silver needles that pierced directly into the man's chest. The next moment, the man let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. I will speak. Please stop. I will tell you. Within 30 seconds, the man could bear no more. Even as someone from the shadow domain, he could not endure the inhuman torment of his meridians rupturing and blood flowing backward. Remember, you have only one opportunity to speak the truth. Lin Hao raised his hand and sent the 3 silver needles flying out. Gasp, gasp, gasp. The man curled up on the ground, gasping for air, his spirit utterly depleted. We came to Dongzhou to seek revenge on Blood Shura. She has killed many of our brothers. After catching his breath, the man spoke. Blood Shura? Lin Hao frowned. Who is she? She is the leader of the Shura Hall in the Shadow Domain. After we injured her, she fled to Dongzhou. The man hesitated before continuing. Lord Aaron and Lord Danny ordered us to create chaos in Dongzhou City, to lure out the forces of the Dongzhou War Zone and the police, so they could kill Blood Shura. Do you know where she is? Lin Hao asked coldly. I don't know the specifics, but the Dongzhou War Zone should know. The man continued, struggling to speak. Damn it, Lin Hao uttered in a low voice, then delivered a punch that obliterated the man's body. Immediately head to the Dongzhou War Zone. Before his words had faded, he had already rushed out the door, with Liu closely following. 2 minutes later, Liu pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Land Rover shot forward at breakneck speed. Lin Hao then took out his phone and dialed Luo Zhenzhou's number. Commander Lin. Luo Zhenzhou's respectful voice came through the line. Have you heard that there is chaos tonight? Lin Hao interrupted. I've already sent people out. Where's Blood Shura? Lin Hao's voice grew serious, cutting him off. Luo Zhenzhou was taken aback. The knowledge of Blood Shura was extremely limited, and he hadn't expected Lin Hao to be aware of her. If you don't want a catastrophe in Dongzhou, answer me immediately. Lin Hao's voice turned icy. The special patrol is protecting her, at a base in the eastern part of the city. Even through the phone, Luo Zhenzhou could sense Lin Hao's cold aura. Send me the location immediately. Lin Hao demanded. Commander Lin, may I ask what is happening? Luo Xinzhou trembled. There are at least 2 late-stage warrior-class experts from the Shadow Domain coming to assassinate Blood Shura. Neither you nor the Special Patrol can stop them. Ling Hao spoke again. Ah, Luo Xinzhou exclaimed, hastily responding, I will send the location to you right away. 2 late-stage warrior-class experts? That was outrageous. In the entire East District, the only true warrior-class expert, aside from the injured Zheng Danyang, was the commander of his 4 major legions who were stationed at the border. As for himself, although he held a deputy position in the East District, his focus was more on internal management, leaving his cultivation at the peak of the warrior class. Currently, in the Dongzhou war zone, aside from him, there was only one minor warrior class individual who would be of no use. The strongest among the Special Patrol was merely a major warrior class. If 2 late-stage warrior class experts descended upon them, it would be an overwhelming force. Without further thought, he quickly sent the address to Ling Hao, knowing he was their only hope to avert disaster that night. Faster. Ling Hao set the navigation and handed his phone to Lu Yu. Understood. Lu Yu nodded, flooring the accelerator, and the Land Rover roared to life. Why are even the Special Patrol involved? Just who is Blood Shura? Lu Yu asked, his voice low as he drove. The Special Patrol, as the name implies, conducts special inspections. They do not have a defined mandate and report directly to the capital, responsible for extraordinary matters assigned from above, working closely with the various district war departments. Ling Hao replied, evading the question. However, everyone knew that all powerful factions had corresponding state support behind them, occasionally assisting these states with matters that were inconvenient to address publicly. Big brother, are you suggesting that Blood Shura might be someone arranged from above in the Shadow Domain? Lu Yu continued to inquire. Even if not specifically arranged, there must be some connection. Ling Hao nodded. Otherwise, she wouldn't he be under the protection of the War Department and the Special Patrol? Then why doesn't she return to the capital? Why come to Dongzhou to cause trouble? Lu Yu said irritably, how can Dongzhou possibly contend with the Shadow Domain? Quite simply, because I am in Dongzhou. Ling Hao replied indifferently. Damn. Lu Yu exclaimed, are those old geezers doing this on purpose to give you something to do? Haven't I told you? They are hardly so kind-hearted as to grant me a 3-month vacation. Ling Hao nodded slightly. A bunch of old foxes. Lu Yu's face was filled with indignation. Once we finish this busy period, we shall pay a visit to the capital. Ling Hao's gaze narrowed, his voice turning cold. All right. Lu Yu's eyes brightened. He knew that some people would soon be facing trouble. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the eastern city, at an unknown training base at the foot of a mountain, 8 plainclothes men armed with guns stood guard at the entrance, their faces stern and expressions tense. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be nearly as tense as they had been in recent days. The reason was simple. A special guest had arrived. The identity of the guest was known only to a select few at the top. No one knew who she truly was, only that she had sustained serious injuries. The orders from above mandated absolute confidentiality and strict adherence to protocol, with no room for error. Initially, they hadn't taken the matter too seriously. After all, this was the territory of the War Department, who would dare to act recklessly here. However, the previous afternoon, a guard had been punished under military law for merely dozing off, which had finally drawn their attention. Creak, creak, creak. Moments later, 3 vehicles screeched to a halt, and Luo Xinzhou appeared, leading a group of people, rushing toward the entrance. Deputy Commander Luo. The 8 plainclothes men saluted straight. Luo Xinzhou nodded slightly, then turned to the 2 middle-aged men following closely behind. Hurry and relocate Blood Shura. Understood. The 2 men nodded in unison. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, 2 sets of footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night, sounding particularly jarring. Soon, 2 imposing figures appeared 100 meters away. Luo Xinzhou's pupils constricted sharply. There is no time. Notify everyone. Level 1 alert. Chapter 81. You have overstepped your bounds. Understood. A man in plain clothes responded loudly before turning and sprinting towards the base. As the 2 conversed, 2 figures, akin to phantoms, appeared before the crowd in an instant, a distance of 100 meters traversed with alarming speed. The formidable warriors, capable of such rapid movement, were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. State your names. Luo Xinzhou sensed a powerful oppressive aura emanating from the 2, one of whom had attained the consummate stage of a battle general. Moreover, they bore a palpable scent of bloodlust, unmistakable signs of having emerged from a sea of corpses. Hand over the blood demon, and you shall be spared. One of them, a man named Aaron, spoke with a grave tone. Dare to infiltrate our eastern continent. Do you think our great Xia has become defenseless? Luo Xinzhou continued, his only strategy being to stall for time, hoping that Ling Hao could arrive before they made their move. Otherwise, with the strength of the 2 adversaries, they could decimate the base in less than 3 minutes. Speak another word, and you shall die. Aaron's voice darkened. You should not have come here. Regardless of your organization, the loss of 2 peak battle generals would be catastrophic. Luo Xinzhou's body tensed. If you leave now, you might still have a chance to survive. Delay any longer, and you shall remain here forever. Too much talk. The other man shouted angrily, die. With that, he vanished in a flash, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Seek death. The man in plain clothes shouted, raising his gun to shoot. Clang, clang, clang. However, most bullets merely struck the afterimage left behind, creating a series of bullet holes in the ground. Even if 1 or 2 bullets hit their target, they failed to penetrate the defensive energy field, merely falling to the ground. A swarm of ants, the man uttered coldly, casually unleashing a furious punch that swept through the air like a tempest. Be careful, Luo Zhenzhou warned, releasing a gust of force in response. Boom. Their forces clashed violently, sending several plainclothed men tumbling to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths as they struggled to rise. Thud, thud, thud. Following the impact, both Luo Zhenzhou and the man were forced back several steps, the concrete beneath them cracking like spider webs. Not bad, you can still take a hit. The man narrowed his eyes and, shaking off his arms, launched another assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several punches came rushing in like a hurricane, far more powerful than the previous strike. Ma Ming, Qin Yu, be cautious and do not engage directly. Just hold them off, Luo Zhenzhou instructed solemnly, raising his hand to meet the attack. Understood. The 2 battle generals of the Eastern District's Special Patrol nodded and charged at Aaron. Bang, bang, bang. An intense clash erupted, figures flickering and shockwaves surging. Puff, puff. Within 2 minutes, both Ma Ming and Qin Yu spat out great mouthfuls of blood, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, their energy instantly waning. Although they were also battle generals, the opponent was at peak strength simply on a different level. 2 mere ants dare to obstruct my path? Prepare to die. The man clearly had no intention of letting them go. As he spoke, he lunged forward, reaching them in the blink of an eye, ready to unleash a devastating punch. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a volley of gunfire erupted as 100 men rushed out from the base, pulling their triggers without hesitation. Seek death. The man's eyes narrowed, and he vanished once more. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets fell like rain upon the ground, creating a cacophony of sound as sparks flew, yet the man had already disappeared. Whoosh. In the next instant, an overwhelming gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Following the onslaught, several men were sent hurtling backward, arcs of blood trailing through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Luo Zhenzhou was being relentlessly pressured by Aaron, forced to retreat as he absorbed several powerful blows, his breath becoming chaotic. With Aaron being at the consummate stage of a battle general, Luo Zhenzhou was already at his limit. I won't play with you any longer. Die. After a flurry of attacks, Aaron spoke coldly, and his aura surged once more, revealing the might of a battle god. Without any pretense, he unleashed a single punch, the wind whistling with immense force. Sensing the tremendous power behind this punch, Luo Zhenzhou's pupils contracted, every hair on his body standing on end. He wished to evade, but it was clearly too late. He could only watch as Aaron's fist loomed larger in his sight. Boom. Just as despair engulfed Luo Zhenzhou, a thunderous explosion resounded, and Aaron's body erupted like a bomb, a cloud of blood mist filling the air. Commander Ling. Luo Zhenzhou knew without looking that Ling Hao had arrived. Only those at the level of a battle god could obliterate a peak battle general in one strike. In the current Eastern continent, aside from Ling Hao, Lu Yu, and the judge, there could be no other. Are you all right? Ling Hao spoke calmly. I'm fine. Thank you for saving my life, Commander Ling. Luo Zhenzhou bowed in gratitude, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Whoosh. The remaining adversary, witnessing his companion detonated by a single punch, lost all fighting spirit and swiftly darted away, a storm of panic rising within. The intelligence was wrong. Absolutely erroneous. Was it not said that the strongest in the Eastern continent were merely peak battle generals? How could a battle god appear out of nowhere? This is utterly deceptive. I must flee. Otherwise, I shall be reduced to nothing. You cannot escape. Lu Yu, who had long been watching, narrowed his eyes and pursued with great speed. Who are you powerful beings? Our target is merely the blood demon. You have no stake in this. I advise you not to meddle. The man shouted as he fled. From the moment you infiltrated our great Xia, your fate was sealed. Lu Yu's voice was cold. This is not the dark domain. You have overstepped your bounds. The consequence is death. As he spoke, Liu had already flashed to within 10 meters of the man. Do you know who I am? The man, panic-stricken, cried out. If you kill me, my backing will not let you go. Sorry, I have no interest in who you are, nor do I fear your backing. With that, Lu Yu struck out with a palm, the air around him swirling violently. Don't! The man screamed in desperation. Boom! Before his words could finish, they were abruptly silenced. The force of Lu Yu's palm sent a cloud of blood mist exploding into the void. Then, all fell silent. Chapter 82. blood demon. 5 minutes later, Ling Hao and his companions arrived at a small reception room within the base. We are eternally grateful for the life-saving assistance from Commander Ling and Deputy Supervisor Liu. Ma Ming and Qin Yuxin simultaneously bowed in gratitude, their eyes shimmering with profound excitement and admiration. They had long heard of Commander Ling's illustrious name, aware that he was an unparalleled master standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, not only in the Western region, but he was also a figure of awe across the entire nation. All right. Ling Hao waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Who exactly is the blood demon, and what connections does she have with the foreign dark domain? In response to Commander Ling, Luo Xinzhou interjected. The blood demon hails from the Luo family. Ling Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Luo family from the capital? Indeed. Luo Xinzhou nodded affirmatively. She ventured into the dark domain in her youth and established the demon hall there, assuming the role of its leader. Over the years, she has aided our country significantly. Not long ago, while executing a mission abroad, personnel from the capital special patrol were besieged by a faction of the blood killing hall. They reached out to the blood demon, who swiftly led a team to annihilate the attackers. However, the blood killing hall, having received news of this, retaliated in fury, dispatching 2 of their strongest members to assault the demon hall. The blood demon was gravely injured in the ensuing battle but managed to escape, only to be rescued by our forces. The blood killing hall? Ling Hao's brow furrowed slightly. The one ranked 5th among the conglomerates in the dark domain? Precisely. Luo Xinzhou replied, his expression grave. He was acutely aware that being ranked among the top 5 organizations in the dark domain signified immense power. Should they mobilize their entire force, they could easily obliterate a small nation. The complete annihilation of the blood-killing hall's contingent in Dongzhou would certainly provoke a fierce response. Ling Hao spoke again. What are your plans? Will you continue to keep the blood demon in Dongzhou? In response to Commander Ling, Ma Ming hesitated. We have consulted with the capital, and the response was that the blood demon can remain in Dongzhou only until her injuries are healed. Those old bastards. Liu frowned. Hearing this, the corners of Luo Xinzhou and the others' mouths twitched. Across the vast territory, only Commander Ling and his close associates would dare to refer to those figures in such a manner. Commander, I am not worthy. I beseech you. Luo Xinzhou took a deep breath before speaking. Is it true that the blood demon can leave once she recovers? Indeed. Ling Hao interrupted him. The blood demon ultimately belongs to that realm. Her return is inevitable. And where is she? Ling Hao continued. Bring her here. I wish to assess the extent of her injuries. What does Commander mean? Ma Ming was slightly taken aback. Just do as I say. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Liu spoke sternly. Do you not realize that my elder brother's medical expertise surpasses even his martial prowess? Gasped. Luo Xinzhou and the others simultaneously inhaled sharply, their faces filled with astonishment. Is there such a thing? Go on. Bring her out for examination. If she can be treated, let her leave as soon as possible. Dongzhou cannot withstand too much turmoil. Ling Hao waved his hand dismissively. Dongzhou was not only the city where he had lived for many years, but it was also home to someone he wished to protect for a lifetime. Naturally, he did not want to place it in jeopardy. Please wait a moment, Commander. Ma Ming rose and walked toward the door. Commander, I heard you severed an arm from the leader of the U-Hall? Luo Xinzhou then turned to Ling Hao and inquired. News travels fast. Ling Hao replied nonchalantly. Commander, the U-Hall is particularly protective of their own, and Luo Xinzhou continued. Let them be. Ling Hao interrupted. If it happens again, it will not merely be an arm. Luo Xinzhou's mouth twitched. He had long heard that Commander Ling was the most decisive among the 5 lords, and it was evident that this reputation was well-deserved. If it had been his superior, the Eastern King Zheng Dongyang, dealing with the U-Hall, he would certainly not have been so direct. Commander, the blood demon has arrived. Shortly thereafter, Ma Ming's voice echoed from the entrance. Ling Hao and his companions turned to see a young woman following closely behind Ma Ming. She appeared to be of similar age to Ling Hao, with delicate features, an innate allure, and a tall, curvaceous figure, her raven hair elegantly styled in a bun. To the unknowing observer, it would be impossible to associate such a stunning beauty with the dark domain. However, the blood demon at that moment bore a pallid complexion, her martial aura disordered, and her spirit visibly diminished. Thank you, Commander, for your assistance. The blood demon bowed to Ling Hao, her eyes glistening with intense emotion. She had finally met the legendary commander in person, overwhelmed with excitement. She was also profoundly astonished to discover that this renowned figure was merely a young man of her age. And it was this very youth who stood firm at the nation's borders, instilling fear in countless adversaries, making even the underworld tremble. There were even tales of Ling Hao circulating in the dark domain. It was said that there was a time when an S-rank fugitive from the country fled to the dark domain, seeking refuge in the stronghold of a faction ranked 6th at the time. Upon receiving this information, Ling Hao, accompanied by only one companion, ventured deep into the heart of the dark domain to negotiate for the fugitive's return. The opposing faction clearly underestimated Ling Hao and his companion, dismissing them as mere two individuals making an international jest, as if the Dark Domain were a playground. However, what transpired next left the entire Dark Domain in shock. Ling Hao and his companion eradicated that faction in under 10 minutes. Thousands of their members within the stronghold were mercilessly slain, leaving no survivors, with limbs severed and blood flowing like rivers. It was from that event onwards that the Blood Demon became deeply intrigued by Ling Hao, pondering what manner of person could possess such formidable strength. At that time, the Demon Hall was also among the top 10 factions in the Dark Domain, but she was fully aware that they were not on the same level as that faction. The fact that the latter held the 6th position indicated they had no fewer than 5 divine warriors in their ranks. Divine warriors, even in the Dark Domain. They were undoubtedly figures of exceptional prowess. Yet, it was rumored that those 5 divine warriors were slaughtered before they even had the chance to retaliate against Ling Hao's Blood Shadow Blade. Such might. Ling Hao nodded at the Blood Demon. Please have a seat. I will check your pulse. I apologize for troubling you, Commander. The Blood Demon complied and took a seat. Ling Hao then placed his hand on her pulse. 3 minutes later, he withdrew his hand and looked at the Blood Demon, stating, I must commend your resilience. To endure until now with such severe injuries is truly remarkable. Chapter 83. A month's time, Commander Ling. Do you have a solution? Luo Jinzhou inquired from the side. The injuries are quite severe. Ling Hao responded, non-committally. The internal organs are damaged, the meridians are obstructed, and even the Qi has sustained some degree of harm. That you have managed to endure until now is nothing short of a miracle. After saying this, he turned once more to Shui Luosha. Prior to this, did anyone attempt to heal your wounds? Yes, a royal physician from the capital examined me a few days ago, Shui Luosha replied. No wonder. Ling Hao nodded slightly. While he managed to halt the deterioration of your internal organs, he inadvertently exacerbated the damage to your meridians. The drawbacks outweigh the benefits. The royal physician mentioned this to me as well, but there were no other remedies, Shui Luosha acknowledged. Enough. Lie down on the sofa. I shall perform acupuncture on you. Ling Hao instructed again. Thank you, Commander Ling. Shui Luosha nodded and reclined on the adjacent sofa. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, Ling Hao produced silver needles and began the acupuncture procedure. 9 silver needles, as if imbued with life, were deftly released from Ling Hao's hands, piercing 9 vital acupoints on Shui Luosha's body. Hiss. Observing Ling Hao's technique, Luo Jinzhou and the others inhaled sharply, their faces filled with astonishment. Using qi to manipulate the needles, Commander Ling possesses this legendary acupuncture skill? The 3 began to believe in Lu Yu's earlier assertion that Ling Hao's medical prowess surpassed even his martial arts expertise. Truly, he is the chosen one. As the 9 needles settled into place, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Shui Luosha's brow. Her hands clenched tightly, her body trembled slightly, and soon, cold sweat soaked her garments, revealing glimpses of her exquisite figure. Luo Jinzhou and the others hastily diverted their gazes. Endure a little longer, it will be over soon. Ling Hao's voice resonated as he pressed his hand against Shui Luosha's abdomen. A surge of potent yang energy flowed into her body, swiftly radiating through her extraordinary meridians. Shui Luosha emitted a muffled sound, her trembling intensifying, veins bulging on her forehead, her fingers tearing into the sofa, leaving several deep gouges. Wow. After approximately 15 minutes, Shui Luosha expelled a large mouthful of stagnant blood, her entire being collapsing onto the sofa as if utterly spent. That should suffice. Ling Hao then extracted the silver needles one by one. Sit up and circulate your energy. I will assist you in unblocking your meridians. Understood. Shui Luosha took a deep breath, crossed her legs, and began her cultivation. Ling Hao positioned himself behind her, placing his hand on the Baihui acupoint atop her head while once again channeling a stream of true energy into her body. Boom. 10 minutes later, an overwhelming force erupted from Shui Luosha, shattering the surrounding ceramics and glassware. The pressure of a perfected war god was unmistakable. Evidently, Shui Luosha had regained her combat prowess. Luo Jinzhou and the others felt an oppressive weight descend upon them, instinctively shivering. The pressure of a war god was enough to instill despair in even the most formidable warriors. Thud. In the next moment, Shui Luosha rose from the sofa and knelt before Ling Hao. Commander Ling, not only have you healed my injuries, but you have also helped me break through a martial realm. Such immense grace, I can never repay. From this day forth, my life belongs to Commander Ling. I shall heed any command, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. Her eyes shone with boundless gratitude. Prior to this, she feared she could barely hold on much longer. Recovery seemed impossible, and her life was on the brink. Yet now, in less than an hour, her injuries were nearly healed, and she had even transcended a level of cultivation. It is known that after entering the war god realm, Each breakthrough is akin to ascending to the heavens, with many seasoned warriors spending years, even decades, without advancing a single level. Commander Ling had not only granted her a second chance at life, but had also bestowed upon her a precious gift. Rise. Ling Hao waved his hand. Your injuries have not fully healed. It will take some time. I will prescribe a remedy for you to take over the course of a month. Thank you, Commander Ling. Shui Luosha expressed her gratitude with a bow before standing. Utilize this month to consolidate your cultivation. Ling Hao received paper and a pen from Luo Zhenzhou and swiftly penned a prescription, handing it to Shui Luosha. In the War God realm, there are no shortcuts to breakthroughs. My ability to assist you in shattering your limitations is tied to your prior accumulation. However, you currently only qualify as a pseudo-perfect realm. You must solidify your cultivation swiftly, lest your efforts come to naught. I understand. Shui Luosha nodded vigorously. All right, that settles it. Ling Hao gestured. I grant you a month. Once your injuries have healed, depart promptly. Dongzhou cannot withstand another incursion from the dark domain. This city, with its millions of inhabitants, must not be endangered due to your presence. I will comply. Shui Luosha nodded again. Ling Hao, are you free tonight? That afternoon, while Ling Hao was at home playing with Rui, Qin Yuxin answered a phone call and spoke up. I am free. What is the matter? Ling Hao replied with a smile. I have two friends who know I have returned to Dongzhou and insist on inviting me to dinner, specifically requesting that I bring Rui's father along. I initially hesitated, but they are two of the few friends who have not distanced themselves from me over the years and occasionally visit Yun City to see me and Rui. Qin Yuxin explained, her tone slightly troubled. However, if you are not inclined to go, I can turn them down. Of course we should go. Why would we not attend? Friends have arranged a gathering. It is only right to participate. Ling Hao interjected cheerfully. Thank you. A glimmer of joy crossed Qin Yuxin's face. Is there even a need for thanks? Ling Hao chuckled, then turned to Rui. Rui, Daddy and Mommy have a little matter to attend to. You must listen to Grandma and Auntie while we're away, all right? Are we going to see Aunt Zhou and Aunt Chow? I want to go too. They like me so much. Rui exclaimed loudly. Be good, Rui, Mommy and Daddy will return soon, Qin Yuxin reassured her. Just play with your toys at home. And another day Mommy will take you to see the two aunties, okay? All right then. Rui pouted. 5 minutes later, Ling Hao and Qin Yuxin set off in their car. Ling Hao, I still haven't had the chance to properly thank you for the villa. Shortly after the car began moving, Qin Yuxin gazed at Ling Hao earnestly. My mother has been overjoyed these past few days. She hasn't stopped smiling. Hee. As long as Mom is happy, Ling Hao replied with a grin. However, I feel bad for having you spend so much money at once. Qin Yuxin began again. Chapter 84. The transformation of Qin Yuxin. It was not a substantial amount, yet they offered me a considerable discount out of respect for my friend. Ling Hao interjected with a smile. Moreover, we are family now, so there is no need for you to be so polite with me. It was only later that he noticed the deduction message on his phone and realized that Sun Long had charged him merely 10 million. Initially, he had considered calling Chao Dongguan directly to transfer the money back, but he thought better of it, knowing the other party likely would not accept it. Thus, he entrusted the matter to Shenlu, confident that Shenlu would comprehend his intentions. Ling Hao. Qin Yuxin looked at him with an expression of hesitation. What is it? He inquired. As she took a deep breath, my parents have spoken to me a lot these past few days about us. Really? Ling Hao paused. What did they say? They are concerned about our future. Qin Yuxin reflected briefly before continuing. They wish for us to Yuxin. Do you wish for me to care for you and Rui for a lifetime? Ling Hao turned to look at her. Rui is growing up quickly and will soon enter elementary school. She needs a complete family. Qin Yuxin's response was evasive. Yuxin, let us set aside our parents and Rui for now. If we speak solely about us, would you like to be with me for eternity? Ling Hao persisted. Qin Yuxin hesitated slightly, then took a deep breath. You are my first and only man. No woman can be devoid of a place in her heart for the one she loves. In truth, over these past 5 years, I have never harbored hatred towards you. Rather, I often dream of you. The way I treated you in Yun City was a result of my vulnerability regarding Rui. I needed an outlet for my emotions. However, during this period, I have witnessed your dedication to our family and the genuine paternal love you have for Rui. Therefore, Qin Yuxin left her words hanging, fully aware that Ling Hao understood her meaning. Yuxin, thank you. Ling Hao spoke softly. Thank you for your acknowledgement and acceptance. Trust me. I will never let you or Rui down. Qin Yuxin nodded slightly. I believe in you. Yuxin, shall we go and collect our marriage certificate one day soon? Ling Hao continued with a smile. What a beautiful thought. You haven't even proposed yet. Qin Yuxin's face flushed slightly as she playfully chastised him. It was the most genuine smile she had worn in a long time. It seemed as though the cheerful, confident girl from before had returned. Before meeting Ling Hao, she had been a vivacious and outgoing girl, well-liked by everyone. However, Since the incident, the harshness of life had transformed her into someone entirely different. Now, with all pressures alleviated, as they could joyfully be together as a family, she felt as though she had returned to her former self. Ling Hao relished the current state of Qin Yuxin, bright and self-assured, quite unlike her previous demeanor, which had been heavy and stifled. Haha, we are like an old married couple already. And you were still asking for a proposal? Ling Hao was in high spirits. Who has an old married couple with you? Qin Yuxin pouted her lips. Casting him a sidelong glance, no proposal, no marriage. Haha, well then. Ling Hao laughed heartily. I shall have to ponder how best to propose. In truth, he had resolved long ago to ensure that Qin Yuxin became a woman whom everyone admired. He just had yet to devise a fitting approach, which indeed required some contemplation. Do think carefully. If I am not satisfied, I still might not marry you. Qin Yuxin replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? The difficulty level just escalated. You must believe in yourself. After some light-hearted banter, Ling Hao parked the car in front of a restaurant. He naturally took Qin Yuxin's hand as they walked into the establishment, and she rolled her eyes playfully before allowing him to lead her. Soon, they arrived at a private room on the second floor, pushing the door open to find 2 men and 2 women seated inside. The women were of similar age to Qin Yuxin, both quite attractive. Although they fell slightly short of her beauty, they were undoubtedly stunning in their own right. The 2 men were well-dressed and exuded an air of inherent arrogance. Upon seeing Qin Yuxin, both men's eyes lit up, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in their pupils. Yuxin, why did you arrive so late? Come sit, exclaimed one of the voluptuous women upon spotting her. I apologize, there was a bit of traffic. Qin Yuxin responded with a smile as she and Ling Hao took their seats. Yuxin, is this your husband? He is so handsome, the other woman remarked. Glancing at Ling Hao, unable to contain her admiration. You two truly are a beautiful couple, perfectly matched. Thank you. Qin Yuxin replied with a radiant smile. Ling Hao felt a surge of joy upon hearing her acknowledge him as her husband. It seemed she was indeed attempting to embrace their relationship, which was splendid news. Ling Hao, these are my dear friends, Zhou Yali and Chao Qian. Qin Yuxin introduced them to him. Hello, Mr. Ling. Both women greeted him with smiles. Miss Zhou. Miss Chao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your support of Yuxin over these years. Ling Hao replied with a smile. Mr. Ling is too modest. We have been friends with Yuxin for over a decade, Zhou Yali responded with a grin. After a brief pause, she gestured towards the 2 men. Yuxin, Mr. Ling. Let me introduce our friends, Lu Xiaoyang and Lu Tian. She then turned to the 2 gentlemen. Gentlemen, I presume you need no introduction to the renowned beauty of Dongzhou. Miss Qin Yuxin? Indeed, there is no need. The illustrious Miss Qin Yuxin is known far and wide, the gentleman named Lu Tian replied with a smile. Yes. Even if we were to be completely uninformed, we would certainly have heard of Miss Qin, added Lu Xiaoyang, also smiling, with an air of superiority. He then turned to Ling Hao and asked, May I inquire where Mr. Ling is currently employed? My husband is a soldier. Qin Yuxin interjected before Ling Hao could respond. Her expression tinged with pride. She had long admired soldiers and had once dreamed of marrying one, never imagining that her dream would come true. Ah, so he is a soldier? Lu Xiaoyang remarked with an arrogant demeanor. May I ask what rank Mr. Ling currently holds? Ah, I have no rank. Nor do I require one, Ling Hao replied nonchalantly. As the king of the West and the master of the Shadow Gate, ranks are superfluous. Simply the title of Ling is sufficient to convey everything. Haha, I hadn't expected Mr. Ling to be so humorous. Lu Tian chuckled. It's not that he lacks a rank, he is merely too modest to say. Chapter 85, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Lu Tian. Chao Qian furrowed her brow slightly and then turned to Ling Hao. I apologize, Mr. Ling, but Lu Tian did not mean it that way. Please do not take it to heart. I meant exactly that. Lu Tian interrupted her. I have the utmost disdain for those who pretend. What do you mean there are no ranks? Except for recruits, every soldier holds a rank. This is common knowledge. He certainly does not appear to be a recruit. So how could he lack a rank? Mr. Lu, I kindly ask you to watch your words. Qin Yuxin said, slightly displeased. If my husband claims he has no rank, then he does not, and there is no need for him to deceive you. Miss Qin, I am merely trying to assist you. Lu Tian replied, turning to Qin Yuxin. Every soldier possesses a rank. If he lacks one, he is certainly not a soldier. Do not be fooled by him. Lu Tian, what is wrong with you? Can you not say a few less words? Chao Qian's expression turned awkward, her tone growing colder. She then addressed Ling Hao and Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, please do not be angry. Lu Tian's father is also a soldier, which is why he is particularly sensitive about this matter. No worries. Ling Hao remarked with a calm demeanor. Your so-called common knowledge is merely the tip of the iceberg within the military system, with countless details you remain unaware of. Do not mistake your ignorance for a badge of honor, as it will only serve to highlight your naivety. Lu Tian's expression shifted. What did you say? How dare you call me ignorant? Do you know who my father is? I do not know, nor am I interested in knowing. Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. This Mr. Ling, I advise you to apologize to young Master Tian. Perhaps, for Miss Qin's sake, he will let this matter go. Li Xiaoyang, standing nearby, regarded Ling Hao with disdain. Young Master Tian's father is an officer in the Eastern War Zone. If you truly provoke him, you may find it difficult to extricate yourself. Oh, an officer indeed? Ling Hao chuckled again, then turned to Lu Tian. Does your father know Luo Xinzhou? Of course. Lu Tian huffed. Who in the Eastern War Zone does not know Vice Governor Luo? Then have your father ask Luo Xinzhou if he knows of anyone in the military. Aside from recruits, who lacks a rank. Ling Hao lifted his teacup and took a sip. What do you mean? Lu Tian hesitated slightly, gazing at Ling Hao's nonchalant expression. He momentarily sensed that the man might indeed possess significant stature. However, that thought quickly dissipated. A military officer under 30 could hardly hold much importance. At most, he could only be a second lieutenant. No matter, when you find the time, have your father inquire, and you will know. Ling Hao set down his teacup with a smile. Feigning superiority, I see you're just. Lu Tian began again. Enough, Lu Tian, you should say less. Zhou Yali interjected, her tone displeased. She then turned to Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, let us discuss something else. By the way, have you heard of Heart of the Universe? Heart of the Universe. Qin Yuxin paused slightly. Are you referring to that diamond necklace that has captivated the world this past year? Yes. Zhou Yali's eyes sparkled with longing. That necklace is truly beautiful. I would willingly trade 10 years off my life for just one day of wearing it. Pfft. Qin Yuxin chuckled softly. Is it really that exaggerated? It's just a necklace. Yuxin, it is far more than merely a necklace. Xiao Qian chimed in. Her expression filled with envy. It is the most perfect gift bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. Whoever possesses it, even for just a day, symbolizes status and prestige. If one could exchange 10 years of life for a single day of wearing Heart of the Universe, countless women would willingly agree. Is it truly that extreme? Qin Yuxin laughed again. After a brief pause, she looked at Zhou Yali. Yali, why are you suddenly talking about Heart of the Universe? I completely lost track of the main topic. Zhou Yali slapped her forehead. In a few days, the third global tour for Heart of the Universe will be held in Jiahai City. I wanted to ask if you are interested in joining us for the excitement. I think I will pass. You two go ahead. Qin Yuxin replied with a smile. Come on, let us go. It's been ages since the three of us hung out together. Zhou Yali insisted. Forget it, I won't go. Rue is still waiting for me at home. Qin Yuxin responded cheerfully. Oh, come on. It's still early, and doesn't Rue have your husband with her? Xiao Qian added. But, Qin Yuxin began again. Yuxin, go. It's rare to have a chance to enjoy time with friends. I will take care of Rue. Ling Hao interrupted with a smile. Well, all right, I'll try to get home early. Qin Yuxin replied after a moment of contemplation. No worries, take your time. If you get tired of shopping, just call me, and I will come to pick you up. Ling Hao reassured her with another smile. Okay. Qin Yuxin nodded. 2 minutes later, the three of them got into Xiao Qian's car. Now that they are gone, shall we continue our discussion about your rank? Once the three departed, Lu Tian turned to Ling Hao and spoke coldly. Chapter 86. Foreign scoundrels, however. Ling Hao entirely disregarded him and turned to proceed towards the parking lot. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Lu Tian, filled with rage, chased after him. Get lost. Ling Hao replied in a low voice. How arrogant. Lu Tian frowned. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he raised his hand, intending to strike Ling Hao. Suddenly, several screeching brakes echoed, and 4 SUVs came to a halt nearby. Subsequently, over 10 men in plain clothes emerged from the vehicles, each with a serious expression and a tense demeanor. Dad. Upon seeing the man at the forefront, Lu Tian shouted loudly. What are you doing here? The leading man was none other than Lu Tian's father, Lu Haochuan. Dad. You arrived just in time. There's a pretender to military rank here, Lu Tian said as he approached his father. I asked him what his military rank was, and he shamelessly claimed he didn't need one. Lu Haochuan turned to Ling Hao, his entire being trembling with shock. He quickly walked towards Ling Hao. Dad. You must have him apprehended and interrogated. I suspect he. Lu Tian continued. Bang. Before he could finish, Lu Haochuan kicked his son away. Dad. Why did you hit me? Lu Tian tumbled multiple times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring his son, Lu Haochuan hurried to Ling Hao. Saluting with a precise military gesture, Lu Haochuan of the Eastern War Zone, saluting the commander. The plain-clothed men behind him also rushed over, their faces filled with astonishment as they saluting the commander. Thud. Witnessing this scene, both Lu Tian and Lu Xiaoyang's jaws dropped, frozen in disbelief. See, Commander. The individual they had deemed inconsequential was, in fact, the commander. What did it mean to be the commander? In the entire Eastern District, aside from Zheng Dongyang, even the current top figure, Luo Xinzhou, would not dare to claim such a title. Finally, they understood why Ling Hao had stated he lacked a military rank. The 5 great lords within the borders had indeed not conferred ranks. Their titles were their identities. Recalling their previous behavior towards Ling Hao, they trembled uncontrollably. Their faces pale with terror. "Do you recognize me?" Ling Hao looked at Lu Haochuan. In response to the commander, that night at the Zhao residence. My subordinate accompanied Vice Commander Luo to the scene. Lu Haochuan quickly responded. "He is your son?" Ling Hao then pointed at Lu Tian. "He suspects I am a phony soldier. Would you like someone to verify my identity?" Thud. Lu Haochuan trembled again, kneeling down. "I dare not. My son has eyes but fails to recognize Mount Tai. Please punish him, Commander." He then turned to Lu Tian and Lu Xiaoyang, shouting angrily, "You 2 scoundrels. Hurry and plead for the commander's mercy. Do you not wish to live?" Thud. Thud. The 2, trembling, approached Ling Hao and knelt down. I'm sorry. We underestimated you. Please, spare us, Commander." "Now do you believe my words?" Ling Hao stated calmly. "Yes, yes." They nodded vigorously like chickens pecking at rice. "Kneel for 3 hours and reflect on your actions." Ling Hao continued, "If I find out you bully others again, it won't be as simple as kneeling next time. Furthermore, I wish for my identity to remain unknown to Yuxin and her friends." "You both know what to do, right?" "Yes, yes." They nodded again. "You 2 rascals, hurry and thank the commander for his leniency." Lu Haochuan bellowed. Thank you for your leniency, Commander." The 2 bowed deeply. "What brings you here?" Ling Hao disregarded them and turned to Lu Haochuan. In response to the commander, "A foreign criminal has infiltrated the Eastern District, injuring over 30 of our troops," Lu Haochuan respectfully replied. "We have been pursuing him for 3 days and nights. Half an hour ago, we received intelligence that he is currently inside the restaurant. We have men keeping watch." Ling Hao frowned slightly. As the king of the Western District, he harbored zero tolerance for foreign scoundrels, especially those who had harmed his soldiers. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the restaurant. Suddenly, numerous diners rushed out the door, each wearing expressions of horror. With a swift motion, Ling Hao's gaze sharpened, and he instantly appeared at the entrance of the hall. Looking around, he spotted a man in his 40s seated on a chair, a cigar clasped in one hand. On the table before him lay a large knife, 20 centimeters wide, stained with blood. Surrounding him on the floor lay 4 plainclothed men, their bodies covered in wounds, blood oozing from their mouths. Additionally, many diners within the hall bore injuries, cowering in the corners, trembling. "Scoundrels!" At that moment, Lu Haochuan had arrived behind Ling Hao, pointing at the man and shouting angrily. "You chased me for 3 days and nights, yet sent such pathetic minions to confront me? Is this not too contemptuous?" The man spoke, rising to his feet. An undeniable aura of strength emanating from him. A fully realized battle master. "You have already reached the level of a fully realized battle master?" Lu Haochuan's expression changed. The intelligence he had received indicated that the man had only recently broken through to the battle master level. He had anticipated that the man was already a fully realized battle master, and he himself was merely at the minor success stage of a battle master. Even if more than 10 of them attacked simultaneously, they would likely not stand a chance, though they were armed. The presence of so many diners made it difficult to ensure no collateral damage would occur, especially given the battle master's incredible mobility. However, upon realizing that Ling Hao was right beside him, his heart steadied. With the commander present, the opponent was as good as dead. "Your intelligence system is utterly pathetic," the man remarked coldly. He then grasped the large knife and continued, "Enough with the chatter. Once I finish with you, I shall return home. This trip to the Eastern District has left me thoroughly disappointed. You think you can return home after injuring over 30 of our soldiers?" At that moment, Ling Hao spoke indifferently. "And you are?" The man scrutinized Ling Hao. Having sensed no aura from Ling Hao earlier, he had completely overlooked him. "If you wish to die, I can ensure you have a complete corpse," Ling Hao reiterated. "Ha." The man laughed heartily, but his tone shifted to a grim one. "You enjoy posturing so much? I shall send you to hell first." Whoosh. Before his words could fully escape, he propelled himself forward, gripping the knife tightly, and swiftly slashed down towards Ling Hao, the wind howling in his wake. Chapter 87. Impatience in Life, Death, Die. Ling Hao uttered in a low voice, raising his hand nonchalantly and sweeping it forward, a gust of wind erupting. Boom. A dull sound reverberated as a cloud of blood mist burst in the air, leaving not a trace behind, while the large knife shattered into 2 pieces, clattering to the ground. Gag. In the next moment, the surrounding area was filled with sounds of retching, as numerous diners expelled the meals they had just consumed. Even the men accompanying Lu Haochuan displayed expressions of horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. A warrior-class powerhouse was as insignificant as an ant. So formidable. Return and inform Luo Zhenzhou that the Eastern Territory must bolster its defenses. Should anything similar occur again, I shall hold him accountable. As his words fell, Lin Hao's figure had already vanished outside the restaurant. Understood. Lu Hao Qian replied with a bow. A few minutes later, Lin Hao returned to his vehicle and retrieved his phone to dial Shun Li's number. Lin Xiao? Shun Lu answered after a ring. Have you heard of the heart of the universe? Lin Hao inquired. Prior to the banquet, he had been racking his brain to prepare a proposal gift for Qin Yuxin. And just moments ago, he had an idea after overhearing Zhou Yali and Qiao Qian discussing it. The heart of the universe? Shun Lu paused slightly. Lin Xiao, why the sudden interest in this artifact? Let's talk. Do you know or not? Lin Hao retorted. Of course. Shun Lu chuckled. You intend to gift it to your future sister-in-law, right? After a brief pause, he added. I heard that there will be a touring exhibition in Jianghai City in 3 days. Find a way to procure a few invitation cards for the exhibition. Lin Hao instructed after a moment of contemplation. Additionally, gather information on the company involved and compile a report for me. Lin Xiao, you're not seriously considering acquiring this necklace, are you? Shun Lu was taken aback once more. To my knowledge, the company has no intention of selling it. They're merely showcasing it globally. I once heard someone offered 10 billion but was turned down. Let us see it for ourselves first. Lin Hao replied decisively. Received. Shun Lu responded loudly. Dingling. As soon as Lin Hao hung up, his phone rang again. It was a call from Qin Yuxin. Yuxin, please don't tell me it's already over? Lin Hao pressed the answer button with a faint smile. Lin Hao, the 3 of us are at the pedestrian street. And a group of men has been persistently trying to approach us. We've ignored them. Qin Yuxin's tone was tinged with anxiety. I'm worried something might happen. If you're available, could you come over? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Send me the exact address. I'll be there immediately. Okay. Qin Yuxin replied before hanging up. Within a minute, the address to the pedestrian street was sent. Boom. After setting the navigation, Lin Hao stepped on the gas. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxin and her 2 companions were seated at the entrance of a milk tea shop on the pedestrian street. Those ruffians are coming back. Qiao Qian exclaimed angrily as she saw 6 or 7 thuggish men approaching. Don't worry, I've already called my husband. He should be here soon, Qin Yuxin said. Her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Beautiful ladies, are you tired of walking? Why not join us for a drink at the club? The lead bald man addressed the 3. The group's eyes roamed over Qin Yuxin and her friends with unabashed lewdness, their pupils reflecting insatiable desire. Especially upon seeing Qin Yuxin, they felt an overwhelming impulse to pounce on her. Having grown accustomed to heavily made-up women, a pure beauty like Qin Yuxin was irresistibly alluring to them. We don't know you. Please stop bothering us. Zhou Yali said loudly, her brow furrowed. It doesn't matter if we're strangers. We can get acquainted over a drink. The bald man licked his dry lips. If you continue this way, we'll call the police. Qiao Qian shouted angrily. Call the police? The bald man chuckled. What will you say when they arrive? That we wanted to invite you for drinks, and you called the police? Yali, Qian. Let us go. Qin Yuxin's delicate brows furrowed again as she stood up. Yes. Zhou Yali and Qiao Qian rose simultaneously. Hey, beautiful. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let us be friends. The bald man stepped forward, blocking Qin Yuxin's path. I'll give you a piece of advice. My husband will be here soon. It's best not to seek trouble or you will surely regret it. Is that so? Your husband is quite impressive? The bald man smirked again. Believe it or not. Qin Yuxin raised her foot and attempted to step aside. Miss, if you don't accompany us for a drink tonight, it seems you won't be able to go anywhere at all. The bald man once more obstructed her path. What do you want? Qin Yuxin yelled. Oh, someone has a bit of a temper. The bald man's gaze roamed over Qin Yuxin's figure. I wonder if you'll still be so fiery after a few drinks. You scoundrels, I refuse to believe you can act without consequence. Zhou Yali said angrily, pulling out her phone to dial. Slap. However, before she could even dial a number, the bald man slapped her phone from her hand, sending it crashing to the ground. Want to call for help? You might want to wait until after we finish drinking. He waved his hand at his companions behind him. Since these ladies are unwilling to cooperate, let us assist them. All right. The group of men laughed as they reached for the 3 women. Don't touch me. Get away. Zhou Yali shouted. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as a handprint appeared on Zhou Yali's face. What are you doing? Is there no law anymore? Someone in the crowd shouted in outrage. If you don't want trouble, then stop meddling. The bald man produced a shiny dagger and glared at the onlookers. Get lost. If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll spill their blood. As the bald man spoke, the others also drew their daggers. With a clatter, the crowd dispersed rapidly at the sight of the fierce expressions and glimmering knives. Let us go, ladies. The bald man turned back to Qin Yuxin and her friends. Shaking his dagger. Hear us a warning. If you don't comply and come with us quietly, you might just end up with some rather colorful faces. A few moments later, Qin Yuxin and her friends were forced into a luxurious club at the end of the pedestrian street. Lin Hao arrived at the pedestrian street 5 minutes later, his heart racing with concern for Qin Yuxin, pushing his Land Rover to the limit. Big brother. As Lin Hao stepped out of the car, he noticed the judge leading two elegantly dressed young men who were just getting out of another vehicle. Lin Hao had called the judge on his way, asking him to meet him at the pedestrian street. The judge had been in the vicinity and promptly arrived. "Commander." The two young men bowed in greeting. Lin Hao nodded slightly. "Big brother, has something happened?" The judge sensed the coldness radiating from Lin Hao. Chapter 88. Do you have a good reputation? This street requires some order. After a brief pause, Ling Hao recounted the incident involving Qin Yuxin's phone call. The judge was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. These individuals are truly courting death. Ling Hao then picked up his phone and dialed Qin Yuxin's number, only to be met with a tone indicating that the call could not be connected. The chill emanating from Ling Hao intensified as he turned to the judge and commanded in a low voice, "Retrieve the surveillance footage for this street." "Understood." The judge produced a specialized phone from his pocket, entered his credentials, and promptly accessed the surveillance video. "It's in that club ahead." After reviewing the footage, the judge pointed toward the club at the end of the street. "Summon people to seal off the street." As Ling Hao walked toward the club, he solemnly instructed, "Tonight, regardless of who is involved, all shall face severe punishment." "Yes." The judge nodded and sent out a message. Following this notification, 1,000 well-dressed youths swiftly converged upon the pedestrian street in Dongzhou City. Many individuals from various circles, upon learning of the news, began using their connections to investigate what significant event could provoke such a reaction from the Shadow Gate. 3 minutes later, the figures of Ling Hao and his companions appeared at the entrance of the club. "Welcome." 2 rows of women in qipao bowed simultaneously. "Gentlemen, may I ask if you have a reservation?" A uniformed beauty approached them. "Where are the 3 women brought in by the bald men 10 minutes ago?" The judge inquired in a deep voice. The uniformed beauty was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you? If you don't want to invite trouble upon yourselves, simply answer the question." The judge's tone turned cold. "Gentlemen, this is Brother Shark's establishment. If you seek trouble, I advise you." The uniformed beauty began to speak, her brow furrowed. Bang! Before she could finish, one of the well-dressed youths kicked out, sending the uniformed beauty flying to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. "Given your demeanor, you must be their accomplice, right?" The judge remarked. "I will ask one last time. Where are they?" Bang! 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 Hearing the commotion, a group of security personnel rushed out from the hallway. "How dare you cause a ruckus on Brother Shark's turf? You truly must be tired of living," the leader exclaimed, raising his electric baton. Bang! 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 A gust of wind swept through, and all the assailants fell to the ground, each one spitting blood and losing consciousness. Thud! The uniformed beauty, just managing to stand, dropped to the ground in shock, staring at the fallen security guards as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. With a mere flick of his hand, over 10 individuals lay incapacitated. What on earth? This was entirely beyond her comprehension. "Now, may I receive an answer?" The judge inquired once more. They are in the V1 room on the 3rd floor. Reserved for Brother Shark," the uniformed beauty stammered in response. Phew! Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a gust of wind passed, and Ling Hao and his companions vanished at the staircase. Hiss! The uniformed beauty inhaled sharply, an involuntary chill running down her spine. In less than a minute, Ling Hao and his entourage appeared on the 3rd floor, making their way toward the largest room at the end of the corridor. "Stop. This is Brother Shark's room. No outsiders allowed." Halfway through, 2 tattooed men at the door spoke in hushed tones. Bang! Bang! Before they could finish, the judge raised his hand and struck, sending both men crashing into the wall behind them, collapsing heavily on the ground, their heads drooping in unconsciousness. Clang! Subsequently, one of the well-dressed youths kicked open the door to the private room, and the 4 entered. Ling Hao surveyed the scene and saw Qin Yuxin and her companions huddled on the sofa, their faces pale with fear, trembling, their hair disheveled, each bearing distinct handprints on their faces. A burly, crew-cut man sat beside them, raising a glass to force alcohol into Zhou Yali's mouth. Across from them sat a stocky, scar-faced man, not yet 50, his countenance fierce, exuding an aura of brutality. The bald men from before stood nearby, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on Qin Yuxin and her friends. Phew! Witnessing this scene, a wave of icy rage emanated from Ling Hao. Brother Shark set down his glass, furrowing his brow as he turned to Ling Hao and his group. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to act so brazenly on his turf. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. "Who are you? How dare you behave so recklessly in Brother Shark's domain?" The bald man pointed an accusing finger at Ling Hao and shouted angrily. "Ling Hao!" Qin Yuxin exclaimed loudly. "Mr. Ling!" Zhou Yali and Xiaoqian echoed simultaneously. "Oh, so you are the husband of this stunning beauty?" The bald man smirked. "You've arrived just in time. Brother Shark wants your wife to share a few drinks with him, but she is reluctant. So why don't you persuade her? If Brother Shark is satisfied, perhaps he'll even reward you generously." As he spoke, he and several tattooed men approached Ling Hao and his companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two well-dressed youths exchanged glances, their forms darting forward, their curved blades slicing through the air with lethal precision. The commander's woman is being coerced to drink. This is utterly unacceptable. Ah. The cries of anguish echoed throughout the private room as the bald men collapsed simultaneously, each losing an arm, blood gushing forth. This was, of course, due to the well-dressed youth's reluctance to kill in front of Qin Yuxin and her friends, fearing it might traumatize them. Otherwise, the bald men would have been long dead. Individuals of such lowly status could never match the prowess of the well-dressed youths. Even 100 of them would pose no challenge. Witnessing the scene, both Brother Shark and the burly crew-cut man furrowed their brows and rose simultaneously. Ling Hao, Qin Yuxin, along with Zhou Yali and Chao Qian, hurriedly ran over, tears welling in their eyes. Yuxin, it's all right now. Ling Hao took a deep breath and turned to the two well-dressed youths. Take Yuxin and the others home. Yes. The two responded loudly. Ling Hao, aren't you coming? Qin Yuxin asked. Yuxin, you go ahead. I will return shortly. Ling Hao replied. Then, please be careful. Qin Yuxin said, her concern evident. It's fine. Ling Hao gave her a reassuring look. Go now. I'll call you once it's over. Qin Yuxin nodded, following Zhou Yali as they walked out behind the two well-dressed youths. Brother Shark and the burly crew-cut man did not attempt to stop them. Both sensed a formidable aura emanating from Ling Hao and the judge, their expressions growing serious. Who are you two? To disregard my authority in such a manner is a bit excessive, don't you think? Once Qin Yuxin and the others departed, Brother Shark took a deep breath and inquired. You are nothing but a fool. The judge replied coldly. Do you truly believe you hold any influence here? Chapter 89. As you wish him? Shark furrowed his brow. Do you know who I am? How dare you come here? Regardless of who you are, behave yourself and wait quietly. We will settle the score later. The judge interrupted him. You insolent fool, how dare you speak to Brother Shark like that? The crew-cut man exclaimed, pointing a finger at the two. However, his words were cut short as a gust of wind surged from Ling Hao's hand, swiftly slicing past the crew-cut man's wrist. Bang! In the next moment, a hand was severed at the wrist, falling to the ground with blood gushing forth. Ah! The man let out a horrific scream. If you utter another word, I will kill you first, Ling Hao said coldly. He then looked down at the bald man on the ground. You were the one who forced Yuxin and the others to come to the club, weren't you? Why you? You dare to sever my arm? I swear I will kill you today. The bald man gritted his teeth as he struggled to rise. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Ling Hao waved his hand, and a gust of energy swept forth. Immediately, the bald man's body exploded, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! At this sight, Shark and the crew-cut man shivered, their eyes filled with indescribable terror, releasing one's true energy and killing without a trace. At the very least, he was a powerful warrior at the late stage of the battle general level. The mere mention of the battle general rank was enough to instill immense fear in them. How did they attract such a formidable opponent over merely capturing 3 women? Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the other tattooed men, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fright, scrambling to their knees before Ling Hao and his companion. Please spare us. We will never dare again. Given your demeanor, I assume similar incidents have occurred before? Ling Hao spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, his tone darkened. Kill them all. Understood. The judge responded solemnly. No, please. You can't kill us. The men cried out in sheer panic. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a cold gleam flashed, and sharp blades appeared, leaving a line of blood across their throats, blood spraying forth. Bang! A moment later, they all collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Who are you? Shark trembled all over. He had always considered himself ruthless, but compared to Ling Hao and his companion, he felt like a mere child. In the blink of an eye, several lives had been extinguished. It was too brutal. You call yourself Shark? Ling Hao squinted slightly, then turned to the judge. Check if there's a record of him in the Shadowgate files. Understood. The judge nodded and began operating his phone. A minute later, he replied, no record found. Typically, the Shadowgate files only registered 2 types of individuals, warriors above the Battle Master level and A-level wanted criminals. Unless there was a specific need, others would not be entered into the Shadowgate's files. After all, just maintaining records for those 2 categories constituted a massive undertaking, requiring substantial manpower and resources. Use my authority to access the East Continent Police Department system and retrieve his file. Ling Hao instructed again. As the master of the Shadowgate, Ling Hao possessed the privilege to directly access information within the domestic police systems. All right. The judge nodded in response. The 5 sharp blades of the Shadowgate all had Ling Hao's account and password, reflecting his trust in them. Just as Liu Yu and the 5 members of the Azure Dragon knew his credentials in the military system. Bang! At that moment, Shark slumped down, his face a mask of terror, drenched in cold sweat. Only now did he realize the magnitude of the trouble he had gotten himself into. Why, you are from the Shadow Gate? Oh, not bad. You're aware of the Shadow Gate? The judge replied coldly. He then turned to Ling Hao. The records indicate a history of heinous crimes. Executing him 10 times would not be an overreaction. Then let it be done. Ling Hao replied indifferently. Yes. The judge responded in a grave tone. No, you cannot kill me. I am under Mr. Yuan's protection. If you kill me, you will bring great trouble upon yourselves. Shark screamed in desperation. Oh, so you mean your so-called Mr. Yuan has influence over the Shadow Gate? Ling Hao raised an eyebrow. While I am uncertain of his exact influence over the Shadow Gate, I know that all departments in the East Continent give him some face. Shark stammered. Is that so? Then I shall grant you a chance. Call him to save your life. Ling Hao's eyes narrowed. I will call him right away. Shark trembled as he reached for his phone to dial. No need to call. At that moment, a man's voice rang out. 2 middle-aged men steadily walked in, followed by a group of attendants. Among them, one man was casually dressed, fiddling with a string of prayer beads, his sharp gaze exuding authority. The other, with thick brows and large eyes, had a square face and an aura of seriousness about him. Mr. Yuan. Upon seeing the man with the prayer beads, Shark immediately exclaimed, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Though he recognized the might of the Shadow Gate, he believed that Mr. Yuan could certainly save him. You useless fool. The man named Yuan Hao spoke in a deep voice. He then surveyed the corpses on the ground and turned to Ling Hao and his companion, speaking condescendingly. Are all members of the Shadow Gate as reckless as you? He had been discussing matters with another middle-aged man at a nearby tea house when he heard reports that the Shadow Gate had sealed off the street. Worried about his establishment, he rushed over here. So you are the Mr. Yuan that Shark spoke of? Ling Hao scrutinized the man, his eyes narrowing slightly. He inquired. They say you wield considerable influence in the East Continent, capable of obstructing the Shadow Gate's operations to spare his life. Is that true? Do you doubt me? Yuan Hao sneered coldly. Do you think that just because you are members of the Shadow Gate, you can act with impunity here? I genuinely do not believe it. Ling Hao smirked. I am quite curious as to what you would use to guarantee his survival. If you possess the capability, then kill him before my very eyes. Yuan Hao's eyes narrowed. Let us see if you have the audacity. Very well. Ling Hao shrugged. As you wish. Whoosh. As Ling Hao's words fell, the judge flicked his wrist, unleashing a blade of light that struck toward Shark like lightning. Having been by Ling Hao's side for so long, they had developed a tacit understanding. The judge knew exactly what Ling Hao intended without needing any explicit instructions. No. Shark screamed in terror. Swish. Before he could finish his plea, the sound abruptly ceased. The blade of light flashed, leaving a line of blood across his throat. He opened his mouth, but not a single word escaped. His head tilted, and he fell silent. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Chapter 90. The Identity of Mr. Yuan Hao was evidently taken aback by the audacity of Ling Hao and his companion, who dared to slay the shark before him. It had been many years since he encountered anyone so provocatively challenging. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as a formidable aura emanated from his presence. His gaze sharp as a blade fixated on the two, each word dripping with menace. Very well, you truly are impressive. After uttering these words, he turned to address another middle-aged man beside him. Brother Qing, you have witnessed this. The people of the Shadow Gate are so brazen, treating lives as mere weeds, wantonly slaughtering the innocent. I hope, Brother Qing, you will see justice served today. Indeed. The man named Cheng Xiong nodded, then directed his attention to Ling Hao and his companion. You from the Shadow Gate are becoming increasingly excessive, showing no regard for the law. Who is your superior? Have him come here and face me at once. Who is this fool? The judge, feeling incredulous, shot a dismissive glance at the man. But I know your name? Presumptuous. A plainclothes man behind Cheng Xiong raised his hand, pointing at the judge. How dare you speak to the alliance leader that way? Kneel before me at once. With a swift motion, the judge unleashed a gust of force, sending the man hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. How dare you presume to speak here? The judge cast a cold glance at the man. Indeed? Cheng Xiong furrowed his brow. Are you truly willing to disrespect the hospitality offered to you? You dare call him alliance leader? You are from the Imperial Hall. Ling Hao remarked calmly. Correct. Cheng Xiong replied solemnly. I am Cheng Xiong of the Imperial Hall. Summon your superior here immediately. You are indeed a fool. Ling Hao replied nonchalantly, gesturing toward the judge. He is the alliance leader of the Imperial Hall. Do you not recognize him? What do you mean? Who is he? Cheng Xiong's brow furrowed further. Although he held the title of alliance leader, he had been dispatched abroad upon joining the Imperial Hall, seldom returning home over the years. His interactions with the Shadow Gate had been minimal, thus he was unfamiliar with the judge and Ling Hao. Show him your blade. Ling Hao instructed the judge. With a swift flick of his wrist, the judge released the cold moon-curved blade, which glimmered ominously before embedding itself into the wall beside Qin Yuxin. The hilt flush against the surface. Platinum hilt. Upon seeing the gleaming, pure platinum hilt, Qin Yuxin trembled in shock. You are one of the 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate? The Cold Moon curved blade's hilt is categorized into 3 ranks based on identity. The 5 sharp blades, who are district governors, possess platinum hilts. District inspectors and area leaders carry hilted blades made of pure gold, while other members have blades made of the same high-quality steel. As an alliance leader of the Imperial Hall, Qin Yuxin was naturally aware of this hierarchy. He is the judge, Ling Hao stated matter-of-factly. Gasped. Qin Yuxin trembled anew. His earlier suspicions confirmed, yet still astonished. The 5 sharp blades of the Shadow Gate are not known for their benevolence. It is said that all 5 have reached the God of War level, each more formidable than the last. So, do you still wish to interfere with Mr. Yuan's affairs? Ling Hao continued. Excuse me, are you Commander Ling? Qin Yuxin hesitated, trembling as he addressed Ling Hao. He was no fool. He could deduce from the fact that the judge, a member of the 5 sharp blades, could only be a subordinate to someone of great standing. Do you still require my superior to converse with you? Ling Hao cast him a glance. Gasp. Upon receiving Ling Hao's tacit approval, Qin Yuxin inhaled sharply. His expression one of sheer horror, his trembling growing more pronounced. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply. Please, forgive me, Commander Ling. I had no knowledge of your esteemed presence. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao, upon hearing this, was similarly struck with astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering such a towering figure. Judge, present the information on the shark for him to see whether we, the Shadow Gate, have acted unjustly. Ling Hao dismissed Qin Yuxin's concern. Very well. The judge retrieved his phone and handed it over. I dare not. Qin Yuxin bowed again, since it is Commander Ling personally investigating. I trust there must be a compelling reason for the shark's demise. He lacked the audacity to accept the judge's phone. To do so would imply a challenge to Commander Ling's authority, a risk he was unwilling to take. This situation differed from the previous incident involving the Imperial Hall's Inspector Luo Tian investigating Zhao Jiajie. Zhao was one of their own. Deemed an exemplary disciple in Luo Tian's eyes, with few blemishes on his record, thus prompting a desire to understand the Shadow Gate's rationale for his demise. But the shark was an entirely different matter. Qin Yuxin could surmise that such a person deserved death 100 times over. His previous attitude had merely been an attempt to shield Yuan Hao, having no genuine concern for the shark. What connection does he have with you and the Imperial Hall? Ling Hao gestured toward Yuan Hao, directing his inquiry at Qin Yuxin. In response to Commander Ling, Yuan Hao possesses numerous enterprises abroad and formally became an external member of the Imperial Hall 3 months ago, providing us with valuable information. Qin Yuxin replied respectfully. The term external member primarily refers to informants and similar roles. Is that so? Ling Hao then turned to Yuan Hao. I offer you a chance to reveal your true identity. Should you comply, I shall allow you to leave alive. What say you? What? Qin Yuxin paused, bewildered by Ling Hao's words. The judge, too, was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Ling Hao's intent. What do you mean? I do not comprehend. Yuan Hao's eyes flickered with a strange light. I neglected to mention, I am also a doctor. Ling Hao replied coolly. While your technique of altering appearances with silver needles is commendable, it remains insufficient to elude my discerning gaze. In an instant, he appeared before Yuan Hao like a flash of lightning. Before anyone could react, he struck several acupuncture points on Yuan Hao's body. In the next moment, several silver needles shot forth from Yuan Hao's body, and simultaneously, a series of faint cracking sounds emanated from his face, transforming his appearance entirely to that of a foreigner. Furthermore, a potent aura radiated from him, indicating that he had not only altered his visage, but also concealed his true cultivation level. By heavens! The judge couldn't help but exclaim, astonished by the unfolding scene. Qin Yuxin and his entourage were equally taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Hao darted toward the window. Chapter 91. News returns trying to escape? The judge, prepared for this moment, raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike. Bang! Despite Yuan Hao's considerable prowess, being a fully fledged battle master, he was utterly insignificant in the presence of a war god-level powerhouse. He barely managed to run a few steps before he was hurled away, crashing violently against a pillar, resulting in at least half of his bones being shattered. Damn it, who are you? At this moment, Qin Yuxin, even if he were dim-witted, understood that he had been deceived by Yuan Hao. Need I ask? The judge cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yuxin. It's evident he is an intelligence operative from a foreign nation, deliberately ensnared by you to extract your secrets. You scoundrel! Qin Yuxin seethed with rage. The irony not lost on him as he reflected on his daily pursuit of hawks, only to be outsmarted by one. After his furious outburst, he quickly approached Yuan Hao. Indeed, it's no surprise that the renowned king of the Western realm could so easily see through you, Yuan Hao remarked, raising his hand to glance at Ling Hao. To be bested by you is no disgrace. After saying this, his expression tightened, and he gritted his teeth. Moments later, foam began to froth from his mouth. And after a series of convulsions, he fell silent. Suicide? Cheng Xiong frowned. Enough of your dawdling. Ling Hao shot a glance at Cheng Xiong. Hurry back and compile information regarding individuals and events related to him. I hope there has been any major incident. Thank you, Commander Ling. Cheng Xiong bowed. Gratitude evident on his face. If it weren't for Ling Hao today, they would still be in the dark, unaware of the impending disaster. After exchanging farewells with the judge, Cheng Xiong departed. Brother, you truly are remarkable. You even discerned his disguise at a glance. A few minutes later, as Ling Hao and his companion entered their vehicle, the judge spoke up. Initially, I didn't consider this angle, but I sensed he was concealing his true strength. So I observed him more closely. Ling Hao replied with a faint smile. Though he had sustained injuries and his cultivation level had significantly diminished, his mental perception remained unyielded. Under the scrutiny of his formidable mental strength, even a war god-level powerhouse would find it difficult to remain concealed. That makes sense. The judge nodded slightly. What have you uncovered regarding Madame Peony? Ling Hao paused momentarily before posing the question. We are making progress. The judge nodded in response. A few days ago, after having Black Mountain Eagle sketch the outline of the opponent, we compared the images through both the Shadow Gate and the police system, narrowing it down to over 100 individuals. We are currently conducting thorough investigations. Good. Ling Hao acknowledged. The other party is likely to be on high alert now that they are aware of the troubles faced by the three major families. We must act swiftly. Understood. The judge replied solemnly. Far across the miles, at the foot of a primeval forest, within a medieval-style castle, a man towering over 2 meters sat regally in a tiger-skin chair. A scar extended from the corner of his eye down to his jaw, rendering his already fierce features even more menacing, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. To his left, a voluptuous woman in her 30s reclined on a mink chair, her alluring features accentuated by fiery red lips, a cigarette delicately held between them. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and a man rushed in. Master, we have news from Lord Aaron. The man approached and knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Speak. The man in the tiger-skin chair commanded in a deep voice. Did they bring back the blood fiend? No. The man shook his head. Not only did they fail to retrieve the blood fiend, but they were also unable to return themselves. All who ventured to the eastern continent of Daxia have been slain. What? The man in the tiger-skin chair was none other than the Blood Slaughter Hall's leader, the Blood Demon King. Boom. As the words fell, the great chair beneath him exploded as if made of paper, splinters flying. All war god-level powerhouses in the eastern district of Daxia are stationed at the borders. It is impossible for any war god to be present there. Who did they fall to? The Blood Demon King demanded angrily. Reporting to the master. The man trembled. According to the news relayed from Daxia, there are at least 3 war god-level figures in the eastern continent, likely at the peak of war god strength. What? The Blood Demon King exclaimed again, his brow furrowing. Is the information reliable? Absolutely. The man nodded vigorously. It comes from an operative in the Dark Domain world stationed in Daxia. Damn it. The Blood Demon King growled. Have you identified who those 3 individuals are? Not yet. The man replied. Fool. The Blood Demon King barked. Within 3 days, I demand to know the identities of those 3. Otherwise, bring their heads to me. Understood. The man shivered at the command. Enough. Get out. The Blood Demon King waved his hand and moved to another chair. Yes. The man bowed and exited. Master. There is no need to be angry over such trivial matters. Once the man had left, the alluring woman stretched languidly and approached the Blood Demon King. She then sat directly on his lap, her fiery red lips parting slightly. Let me help you cool off. Rip. Without hesitation, the Blood Demon King tore the woman's clothing apart. Moments later, the hall was filled with sultry sounds. An hour later, after the tumultuous encounter had concluded and the room lay in disarray, the enchanting woman began to dress again. Master, perhaps I should make a trip to Daxia? I haven't been active for a long time. My body is practically rusting. It would be a perfect opportunity to meet the war god powerhouses of Daxia. Agreed. The Blood Demon King pondered briefly before nodding slightly. You have 2 primary tasks for this trip. First, ensure you bring back the Blood Fiend alive. She alone knows where it is hidden. Second, since someone dared to kill my Blood Slaughter Hall-S members, take care of that as well. Otherwise, the folks in Daxia might mistakenly believe we in the Dark Domain are pushovers. Rest assured, I will accomplish the mission. The enchanting woman licked her luscious lips. Do not underestimate the situation. The Blood Demon King lit a cigar and took a puff. That you have reached the peak of war god level. There are 3 war gods in the eastern continent. There may well be an opponent of your caliber. Take more people with you and ensure a decisive victory. Understood. The enchanting woman nodded in response after taking a drag from her cigarette. My little sprite, should you triumph in this endeavor? I will recommend you as the representative of Blood Slaughter Hall to enter the Dark Domain Sanctuary, the Blood Demon King declared, releasing a cloud of smoke. Really? The enchanting woman's expression brightened, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Of course. Thank you, Master. Go now. The sooner you depart, the sooner you will return. I await your good news. All right. The enchanting woman replied, her form vanishing like a shadow as she slipped through the door. Chapter 92. The Judge's Dilemma. 2 days passed swiftly. Today marks the day of the Heart of the Universe exhibition in Jiahai City. At 10 in the morning, Ling Hao, accompanied by Lu Yu and the judge, set off towards Jiahai. As for Xinlu, he had returned to Jiangnan 2 days prior to attend to matters regarding the invitation cards. Brother, is Shun Fatty's family from Jiahai City? The judge inquired as he started the car. He was not well acquainted with Xinlu, thus his knowledge about him was limited. Not at all. Ling Hao shook his head. The Shin family is from the capital. Oh? The judge expressed mild surprise. Then how did he settle in Jiahai City? Years ago. There was a family conflict within the Shin clan, and his branch was expelled. He nearly lost his life at the hands of assassins sent by his family. Ling Hao recounted. I see. So that lad has done quite well for himself, rising so quickly. The judge commented, somewhat astonished. His Sihai group is already among the top 3 in Jiahai, rivaling the 2nd place. Don't be so naive. You should consider who is backing him. Li replied, somewhat exasperated. What do you mean? The judge paused slightly. Brother, it wouldn't be you supporting Shin Fatty, would it? Of course. Li responded again. Now it makes sense. The judge's expression shifted to one of realization. I was wondering how he managed to grow the Sihai group so significantly in such a short time. Shin Fatty has considerable abilities in various aspects. I merely provided him with some funding. The rest of the business matters he handled himself. Ling Hao said with a faint smile. By the way, brother, I heard that Songlong and Han Wei recently broke through to the peak of the Battle God realm. The judge seemed to suddenly recall this. When will you impart some wisdom to me so I can improve as well? Otherwise, I'll be mocked by those two again. They are both obsessed with martial arts, focusing solely on their cases and training. Unlike you, who has so many distractions, if you don't lag behind, who will? Ling Hao shot him a glance. Indeed, those two are quite the perfect pair, always immersed in their training. The judge remarked, his lips twitching slightly. However, I am also diligent. I just seem to be stuck at a bottleneck that I cannot break through, driving me nearly mad. The path of martial arts requires a natural progression. Impatience and a desire for quick results will only backfire. Ling Hao replied calmly. Levels of cultivation and martial techniques are mutually reinforcing. An increase in level enhances the power of martial techniques, and vice versa. The enhancement of martial techniques plays a crucial role in level advancement. Cast aside the thoughts of breaking through in your mind and focus on perfecting your mid-level Cold Moon Blade technique. The bottleneck will naturally loosen. The Cold Moon Blade technique is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. Only those at the appropriate level can practice the corresponding sections. If one attempts to practice beyond their level, it will inevitably lead to backlash. The mid-level Cold Moon Blade technique can only be mastered by those at the Battle God level, which is why only the 5 elite blades of the Shadow Gate are practicing it. Others can only practice the upper part. Understood. The judge nodded vigorously, determination flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he turned to Lu Yu in the passenger seat. Lu Lauda, what is your current cultivation level? Care to share? What do you think? Li replied with a faint smile. At least you should be at the late stage of the Battle God realm, right? The judge pondered before speaking. You underestimate Liu too much. Ling Hao chuckled. As the vice commander of the Blood Shadow battle team, if he were still merely at the Battle God level, he would have been ousted from his position by Qin Long and the others long ago. Hiss. The judge inhaled sharply, shock evident in his eyes. Soon after, he displayed an expression of envy and jealousy. That's quite extraordinary. Around 1 in the afternoon, the 3 parked their car in front of a skyscraper in the center of Jiahai City, the headquarters of the Sihai Group. Welcome, young Masterling. As soon as they exited the car, 400 to 500 employees clad in Sihai Group uniforms bowed simultaneously, creating a thunderous roar. This fatso loves to make a scene every time, Lu Yu remarked, somewhat speechless. Moments later, Xinlu hurried over, followed by a group of senior executives from the group. Young Masterling, welcome to Sihai Group. Upon reaching them, he bowed deeply, his tone exceptionally respectful. Hiss. Witnessing his demeanor, the employees of Sihai Group were left dumbfounded. They all knew what kind of status and position Shindong held in Jiahai City, comparable to the heads of the 4 prominent families. Even when representatives from the Yushan family came to the company for inspections, they had never seen Shindong treat anyone with such deference. Who on earth is this young man before them? If you pull such stunts again, I will make sure you slim down to under 100 pounds. Ling Hao glared at him. Hee, I just wanted young Master Ling to experience the warmth of the Jiahai people. Xinlu grinned, then greeted Lu Yu and the judge. He then bent slightly and gestured invitingly. Young Master Ling, Lu Laoda, and Judge Sir, please come inside. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Shun Li's office on the top floor. The space was over 1,000 square meters, with a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Zhanghai City. TSK, Shin Fatty, you truly are extravagant. After settling into the sofa area, the judge remarked while smacking his lips. If Judge Sir likes it, I can prepare a room for you too, Shin Lu replied with a grin. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such luxury, the judge responded. Have you secured the invitation cards? Ling Hao lifted his teacup and took a sip. Yes. Shin Lu picked up 4 invitation cards from the desk and placed them on the coffee table, then handed an iPad to Ling Hao. Young Master Ling, here are the materials for the company behind the heart of the universe, Aojiue Jewelry. Aojiue Jewelry is a subsidiary of the Gait family, a well-established family business overseas with considerable strength. Ling Hao nodded slightly before examining the iPad. Young Master Ling, I have been in contact with their representatives, but their stance is very firm. The heart of the universe is only for exhibitions and is not for sale, Shin Lu continued. I refuse to believe there is anything that money cannot buy. If 10 billion is not enough, then 20 billion. If 20 billion is insufficient, then 50 billion. They will surely agree. The judge interjected. Judge Sir, the Gait family's total assets are estimated to be over 1 trillion. They likely won't even regard that sum. Shin Lu replied with a faint smile. Such wealth? The judge's lips twitched. What time does the exhibition start? Ling Hao inquired after briefly reviewing the materials. At 4 in the afternoon. Shin Lu answered. Let us head to the venue and assess the situation. Ling Hao nodded slightly. All right. Shin Lu agreed. After the three continued their conversation for a while, they descended and had a simple meal at a restaurant adjacent to the company. Subsequently, they drove towards the eastern part of Zhanghai City. Chapter 93. The Dandy of Zhanghai. The exhibition address for the Heart of the Universe is located in a private estate in the eastern part of Zhanghai City. By the time the four arrived, a throng of people had already gathered at the entrance, all denied entry due to the absence of invitations. Outside the estate, 2 massive LCD screens had been temporarily erected, where the crowd awaited a glimpse of the Heart of the Universe. After verifying their invitations, the four entered the estate. Inside, an expansive lawn had been transformed into an exhibition hall. A grand stage stood at the center, flanked by sizable LCD screens on all 4 sides. Surrounding the stage were hundreds of immaculate white seats, with long tables behind them laden with an array of pastries and beverages. The four can currently notice the presence of nearly 100 robust men in black, stationed every few steps. Why such a grand spectacle for a global exhibition if they don't even sell the Heart of the Universe? One of them mused aloud. While they may not sell it, they will auction off other jewelry pieces during the event, Shin Lu replied with a smile. Moreover, such exhibitions are indeed the most effective way to elevate the company's brand. Just for show? The judge interjected, skeptical. Well, one might say so, Shin Lu chuckled once more. Just then, a melodious female voice broke through the conversation. Mr. Shun, you are here as well? A tall and graceful woman approached, a wine glass in hand, followed by several young men and women. The woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, possessed exquisite features and an elegant demeanor, with cascading waves of hair that accentuated her fair neck, clearly a scion of a prominent family. Miss Pan, how do you do? Shin Lu greeted her with a faint smile. Mr. Shun, are you also interested in the Heart of the Universe? The beauty, named Pan Ijia, inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Such a perfect creation, while unattainable, is indeed a privilege to admire, wouldn't you agree? Shin Lu replied, his smile unwavering. Indeed. Pan Ijia beamed before turning her gaze to Ling Hao and the others. Are these 3 Mr. Shun's friends? I don't believe we've met before. Her gaze lingered on Ling Hao for a moment, captivated by his striking features and regal bearing, which drew the attention of any woman who looked his way. This is young Master Ling. Shin Lu introduced him, then gestured towards Lu Yu and the judge. And this is Miss Pan Ijia, the daughter of the Pan family from Zhanghai City. Young Master Ling, it is a pleasure to meet you. Pan Ijia extended her hand with a smile, her heart fluttering with surprise as she sensed the respect Shun Lu held for Ling Hao. It was evident that Ling Hao's status surpassed that of Shun Lu, a realization that piqued her interest in his identity. Hello. Ling Hao returned her smile, shaking her hand gently. Young Master Ling is not from Zhanghai, I presume? Pan Ijia continued, her curiosity unabated. Indeed not, Ling Hao replied with a light shake of his head. Ah, that explains why I have never encountered you before. Are you here to witness the splendor of the Heart of the Universe? She inquired, her interest evident. One might say so, Ling Hao responded nonchalantly. Just then, a young man in his late 20s, exuding an air of arrogance, approached with a group. Ijia, I've been looking for you. Mr. Quan. I've told you countless times to either call me by my full name or refer to me as Miss Pan. Pan Ijia frowned slightly at him. Oh, it's all the same. The young man, Wu Tianquan, replied, first acknowledging Xinlu before turning to Ling Hao with a condescending tone. You seem unfamiliar. May I inquire your name? Having observed the interaction, he sensed Pan Yijia's interest in Ling Hao and felt a twinge of jealousy. Pan Yijia was a woman he had set his sights on, and he would not permit anyone else to encroach. Miss Pan, enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave. Ling Hao said, casting a glance at Wu Tianquan before walking towards the seating area. Hey, Wu Tianquan's expression darkened as Ling Hao disregarded him. I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear? Here is a piece of advice. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut. Shen Lu interjected, his brow furrowing. What do you mean, Mr. Shen? Am I to cause trouble simply by speaking? Wu Tianquan retorted, his voice low. I'm curious to see what trouble you think you can cause. Leave. Shen Lu commanded, his voice rising in anger. Wu Tianquan was taken aback by Shen Lu's sudden outburst. Mr. Shen, are you overstepping? Do you truly believe I, Wu Tianquan, can be treated as some mere nobody? If you utter another word, you shall not attend this exhibition. Shen Li's voice was icy. Is that so? Wu Tianquan furrowed his brow. Then allow me to see how you intend to prevent my attendance. Do you truly wish to see? Ling Hao paused and turned to face Wu Tianquan. Kid, this is none of your business. Step aside. Wu Tianquan snapped angrily. With a swift motion, the judge delivered a resounding slap across Wu Tianquan's face. A gesture both shocking and audacious. Silence enveloped the room, as even the gathered elite gasped in disbelief at the audacity of this young man who dared to strike the second heir of the Wu family. Unbelievable, Wu Tianquan roared, his anger boiling over. You dare strike me? I swear, if I don't end you today, I shall share your surname. With that, 2 more slaps echoed through the air, leaving Wu Tianquan's cheeks swollen. Kneel and apologize. The judge commanded, his tone unyielding. Wu Tianquan was nearly driven to madness, having never experienced such humiliation in his life. After a moment to collect himself, he seethed, I will see you dead. I will ensure it. Chapter 94. The heart of the universe. As I counted to 3, I warned, if you do not apologize, I will strike you down until your mother fails to recognize you. The judge interrupted him, a formidable aura emanating from his being, enveloping Wu Tianquan entirely. 1. The young man stuttered, You are unbelievably arrogant. Just wait. A tremor of fear flickered in Wu Tianquan's eyes, clearly caught off guard by the judge's mere release of pressure, which plunged him into a chilling abyss. 2. The judge continued his countdown. Wu Tianquan, I advise you to apologize forthwith, lest you find yourself filled with regret. 3. As the judge spoke, the intensity of his oppressive presence surged once more. With such overwhelming force bearing down upon him, Wu Tianquan, a notorious dandy, could no longer withstand it. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Trembling, he managed to utter, I apologize. It was my fault. Please, forgive me. The crowd gasped, jaws dropping in disbelief. A group of elite young men and women could hardly fathom that Wu Tianquan, one of the most prominent heirs of Jia High City, had knelt publicly to apologize. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Beside them, Pan Yijia's eyes reflected profound astonishment, coupled with a newfound curiosity about Ling Hao's identity. If you are unconvinced, feel free to seek me out anytime. Shen Lu replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Ling Hao and his companions made their way back to their seats. With the judge's oppressive aura dissipated, Wu Tianquan exhaled heavily, his gaze cold and filled with malice as he glared at the retreating figures of the 4. I, Wu Tianquan, swear I will make you pay dearly. After declaring this, he pushed through the crowd, barking, clear the way. He headed toward the entrance of the estate, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Shun, who is that debauched young man? After the 4 settled near the stage on the east side, the judge inquired. The second young master of the Wu family. A notorious wastrel. Shen Lu responded. The Wu family? Indeed. Shen Lu nodded. The Wu family, like the Pan family, is one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan, and they are somewhat more powerful than the Pan family. That explains it. The judge shrugged. What is your relationship with these 2 families? Ling Hao asked, his tone steady. They are merely ordinary business partners, nothing extraordinary. Shen Lu replied. Understood. Ling Hao nodded slightly. The group continued their conversation until a uniformed young lady ascended the stage, microphone in hand. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the 3rd global exhibition of the Heart of the Universe. On behalf of Aojua Jewelry Company, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. As per the exhibition schedule, we will first commence with the auction segment. The jewelry to be auctioned consists entirely of new products developed by Aojua Jewelry this year, yet to be released for sale. I urge all interested guests not to miss this opportunity. 5 minutes later, the auction officially began. The 4 of them had attended solely for the Heart of the Universe and had no interest in the auction, choosing instead to engage in conversation. The atmosphere of the auction was electric, with bids escalating rapidly. In less than an hour, Nearly 1 billion in sales had been achieved. Time flew by. And before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Thank you for your fervent support, dear guests. Today's auction concludes here. The uniformed lady returned to the stage. I know everyone has been eagerly anticipating this moment, so without further ado, let us welcome the general manager of Aojiwei Jewelry Company, Miss Nina, to the stage with the warmest applause. Miss Nina, also the designer of the Heart of the Universe, would personally showcase the piece to everyone. With her announcement, thunderous applause filled the room. The next moment, a tall, graceful beauty strode onto the stage. In her late 20s, she epitomized Western elegance, golden hair, azure eyes, and a figure that exuded grace, adorned with a gentle smile. Objectively speaking, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. The audience's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before shifting to the exquisite necklace adorning her delicate neck, a platinum chain embellished with 99 uniformly sized diamonds, featuring a uniquely shaped blue diamond pendant surrounded by smaller white diamonds. A masterpiece of unparalleled brilliance. Wow, it is simply breathtaking, utterly perfect. No wonder it is hailed as the most exquisite diamond necklace of the past decade. It truly is magnificent. Oh heavens! If only I could wear this necklace for a day, my life would have no regrets. As they beheld the stunning heart of the universe, waves of awe rippled through the audience, not only inside the estate, but also on the 2 LCD screens outside. Gasps of admiration resonated. Indeed, the heart of the universe lives up to its name, Shinla remarked, glancing at the necklace before turning to Ling Hao. What do you think, Ling? Ling Hao nodded slightly, his expression contemplative. If Yuxin were to wear it, she would look even more enchanting. Bro, wake up. That necklace is not for sale. The judge's lips twitched as he continued. It's merely a diamond. Rest assured, give me a month, and I will procure a larger diamond for you. He held no particular interest in such ornaments, seeing only the difference in size among diamonds. What a brute. Liu shot an exasperated glance at the judge before turning to Shinlo. Shin, you must know someone from Aojiwei Company, right? Could you introduce us? This beauty on stage is not only the general manager of Aojiwei Company, but also a member of the Gate family, Shinlo replied. I paid a visit yesterday. But their attitude was resolute. Really? The judge, startled, glanced back at the woman on stage, momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Ling Hao. Brother, why does this woman seem somewhat familiar? Judge, as far as I know, Miss Nina is visiting our great Xiao for the first time, Shinlo remarked, his lips twitching again. I'm serious. The judge continued to scrutinize the beauty. I am certain I have seen her somewhere before. Perhaps you feel all beautiful women resemble one another? Ling Hao replied, rolling his eyes at him. He then turned to Shinlo. Once the exhibition concludes, please arrange for me to meet someone from their company. I wish to discuss matters with them. Understood. Shinlo nodded, although he remained skeptical of any potential outcomes. He would unconditionally follow Ling Hao's orders. After all, in his recollection, Ling Hao had always been a miracle worker who could potentially change their minds. I'll buy this necklace. Name your price. Is 10 billion sufficient? At that moment, a man resembling a nouveau riche stood up from his seat. Chapter 95. Unexpected circumstances. Gratitude to this gentleman for his generous affection. On stage, a stunning beauty named Nina took the microphone with a faint smile, effortlessly speaking in fluent Daxia. However, this necklace is not for sale by our company. Is that because you find the price inadequate? Then how about we add another billion or two? The man continued to shout. Sir, our company has long issued a statement that the heart of the universe is not for external sale, so we kindly ask you not to disturb the proceedings. A staff member approached the man. Damn, I refuse to believe there is something money cannot buy. The man retorted loudly, insisting, I will buy this necklace today. You need to give me a price. Sir, if you persist in this manner, we will have to ask you to leave. The staff member replied. Get lost. You have no say here. The boorish man shoved the staff member to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Upon witnessing this scene, 2 burly men in black swiftly approached. What do you intend to do? Dare to lay a hand on me? The man turned to the 2 figures clad in black. Thud. Before he could finish his sentence, one of them flipped his wrist and delivered a swift strike to the man's neck. You. The man opened his mouth, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Shortly after, one of the men in black grabbed the man by his collar and dragged him toward the entrance of the estate. My apologies, dear friends, a minor interruption has occurred, and I hope it has not dampened your enthusiasm. On stage, Nina glanced toward the audience and gave a slight bow. She then resumed her graceful walk, showcasing the heart of the universe to all present. When she turned toward the east side again, her expression suddenly shifted and her body quivered. The next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone in attendance astounded. With palpable excitement, she strode toward the edge of the stage, heading directly towards Ling Hao and his companions, completely abandoning her previous regal demeanor. Thud. Upon reaching Ling Hao, she knelt before him and trembled as she spoke. Benefactor, I have finally found you. A murmur rippled through the crowd and all eyes turned toward Ling Hao. What is happening? Many in the audience recognized Nina's identity. She was the daughter of a prestigious family, undoubtedly perched atop the global hierarchy. Her status and standing eclipsed the young masters and ladies of Jia High City by a considerable margin. Yet now, she was kneeling before a peer. Nearby, a dozen black-clad figures rushed over, one of them speaking. Miss Nina, you. I am fine. Do not concern yourselves with me. Nina interrupted. You know me. Ling Hao replied, equally perplexed. As he spoke, he reached out to assist Nina to her feet. Please, rise and speak. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Xin Lu exchanged glances with the judge, wondering if this individual's earlier words had indeed been accurate. The judge shot them a disdainful look. Do you believe it now? Benefactor. Nina nodded vigorously. Do you not recognize me? Do you remember? A year ago, you saved 2 individuals abroad. I recall. The judge exclaimed as soon as Nina finished speaking. Brother, do you not remember? After we returned from our mission in the Dark Domain, we encountered a grandfather and granddaughter being pursued, and you single-handedly dealt with their assailants. So it was you? With their reminder, Ling Hao finally pieced it together. At that time, the grandfather and granddaughter had been surrounded by hundreds of subordinates, brutally maimed by their pursuers. Unable to stand by, Ling Hao intervened, swiftly eliminating their attackers. For him, it had been a trifling effort. He had never anticipated any form of gratitude. Leaving without a word after dispatching their foes, he had never imagined that the individuals he saved were from the Gait family. Benefactor, you finally remember? Nina's face was alight with excitement. She then deeply bowed to Ling Hao. I must formally express my gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Do not mention it. It was merely a trivial matter. Ling Hao smiled lightly. To you, it may be trivial, but to my grandfather and me, it is a tremendous favor. Nina replied. Still exhilarated. After you rescued us, you left without leaving any contact information, and for the past year, my grandfather and I have sought your whereabouts through various channels. The global exhibition of the Heart of the Universe was also in pursuit of this. I hope to chance upon you. I never dreamed I would truly find you. If my grandfather were to learn of this, he would be overjoyed. It truly was no trouble at all, just a small act. Ling Hao smiled again. By the way, Benefactor, did you come to this exhibition for this necklace? Nina asked as she removed the Heart of the Universe from around her neck. Then, she offered it to Ling Hao. If you like it, this necklace is yours. Gasped. A collective intake of breath swept through the crowd, each person rendered speechless. Such a precious necklace, given away so casually? Was it not stated that it was not for sale? Well, now it certainly does not count as a sale. It is a direct gift. Everyone gazed at Ling Hao with expressions of envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Xin Li's mouth twitched several times. He had exerted considerable effort to acquire this item, yet it had been disregarded, only to be freely gifted. One cannot help but feel inferior. As expected of young Master Ling, he creates miracles wherever he goes. To be frank, I did indeed come for this necklace. Ling Hao smiled lightly. However, such a valuable item cannot be accepted without compensation. Name your price, and I shall transfer the money to you. He had not anticipated Nina's straightforwardness in gifting it to him. That is out of the question. Nina shook her head vigorously. You saved my grandfather and me. We are at a loss as to how we can repay your kindness. If my grandfather learns I accepted your money, he would surely be furious. Watch out. Nina's words were cut short as Ling Hao shouted. In an instant, he swept his hand, pushing Nina several meters away. Thud. Almost simultaneously, a sniper bullet struck the ground where Nina had just stood. Had it not been for Ling Hao, she would have surely been shot in the head. They actually tracked us here. Nina's face turned pale. A commotion erupted in the venue. Many people turned anxious and hastily left their seats. Damn it. The surrounding black-clad figures sprang into action, searching for the location of the sniper. Creak, creak, creak. The next moment, 3 armored vehicles crashed through the estate's gates and came to a halt. Then, more than 10 muscular men leaped from the vehicles, each exuding an aura of bloodlust. 4 of whom were armed with automatic rifles. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, the 4 men opened fire on the nearby black-clad figures. Chapter 96. It is you. Thud. 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 Many figures clad in black were caught completely off guard, only to be struck down like a swarm of bees, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the attendees of the exhibition, and several men and women near the entrance of the manor, unable to escape in time, fell victim to bullets. Damn it. A chilling aura emanated from Ling Hao as he darted forward like a shadow. He issued orders in a low voice. Judge. The snipers are yours. Lu Yu, secure the safety of the audience, and Miss Nina. Xin Lu, call for an ambulance. Understood. The trio responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Benefactor, be careful. Nina exclaimed in alarm as she watched Ling Hao charge towards the armed men. Meanwhile, not far away, Pan Ijia shouted. Are you trying to get yourself killed? They have guns. Before their words could fade, Ling Hao was already within striking distance of the 4 men wielding automatic rifles. Puff, puff, puff. A tempestuous force swept through the air, and the bodies of the 4 men erupted in a gruesome display, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Their rifles reduced to mere powder. Wow. Many spectators, witnessing the horrific scene, doubled over in retching. The remaining 10 men, clearly taken aback by the presence of such formidable strength, wore expressions of shock. "You're seeking death," roared one of the men at the forefront. "Everyone attack. Kill him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon receiving the command, the other men brandished their weapons and charged at Ling Hao. Each of them was no weakling. The weakest among them was at the pinnacle of the warrior level, while one had already achieved the rank of a great general. Yet, in Ling Hao's presence, such levels of combatants were no more than insects. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, 9 blood mists appeared in the air, leaving no trace of the 9 men behind. Wow. The audience erupted once more into a cacophony of nausea, many even expelling their stomach contents, while several young ladies fainted from the horror. It was too brutal, too terrifying. "Damn it. Who on earth are you?" the last man shouted in fury. "You dare to run rampant in the great Xia kingdom as members of the Dark Domain? Are you tired of living?" Once the scene was under control, Ling Hao no longer rushed to attack and spoke to his adversary with a calm demeanor. He didn't need to inquire. He already knew they were undoubtedly from the Dark Domain, as evidenced by the bloodthirsty aura that surrounded them. "Knowing we are from the Dark Domain, you still dare to stand your ground?" The man continued to bellow. "You traveled thousands of miles to Jianhai City. It can't just be for a necklace, can it?" Ling Hao narrowed his eyes. "Humph." The man scoffed disdainfully. "A mere necklace isn't worth our effort. Our target is Nina. If you don't want to invite trouble upon yourself, leave now." "You truly are a fool," Ling Hao replied, his tone turning serious. "Regardless of your matters with Nina, Jianhai is not your Dark Domain. To act recklessly here will only lead to one outcome: death. You dare meddle in our affairs? You must be seeking death." The man's brow furrowed. "Enough of this pointless banter. I will send you to join your companions," Ling Hao declared, his voice low, unaware of your impending doom. The man's expression darkened as a fierce aura erupted from him, revealing his cultivation at the peak of the great general level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He then lunged toward Ling Hao, wielding a large blade, slicing through the air with a series of sharp arcs, accompanied by a piercing wind. "Benefactor, watch out!" Nina cried out again in alarm. "Overreaching," Ling Hao replied coldly. He stepped forward, unleashing a sweeping palm strike that produced a thunderous crackle in the air. Sensing the power behind Ling Hao's strike, the man's pupils contracted to pinpoints. Only then did he realize the level of the opponent he faced. How foolish he had been to think he could kill Ling Hao. With no time to ponder, he hastily raised his blade to defend, attempting to block the impending punch. Crack! The fierce gust shattered the blade into 2 pieces, continuing unabated until it collided with his chest. Puff! The man was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth as he flew like a broken kite. Thud! After flying 30 to 40 meters, he crashed to the ground, bones shattered. And after spewing another mouthful of blood, he lay there like a pile of mud. Who are you?" He managed to lift his head to gaze at Ling Hao. "Do you remember a year ago when your Dark Domain's 6th-ranked faction was uprooted?" Ling Hao approached him leisurely. "What? It's you." The man's eyes widened in horror, trembling uncontrollably. "You." He opened his mouth to speak, but his head drooped, his legs kicking out as he succumbed to death. In his final moments, he truly regretted it. Had he known this terror was in Jianhai City, not even 100 lives would have compelled him to act recklessly. "Is it all settled?" Ling Hao turned to the judge, who was just entering through the main gate. "Yes." The judge nodded in affirmation. "Deploy all members of the Shadow Gate in Jianhai City and conduct a thorough search to see if there are any remaining individuals from the Dark Domain." Ling Hao continued. "Additionally, call Luo Jinzhou and the Yutong people to inquire about their activities. How could they let such a large group from the Dark Domain infiltrate Jianhai without any awareness?" "Understood." The judge vigorously nodded and began dialing on his phone. "Benefactor, are you all right?" At this moment, Nina approached with a group of staff members. Thud. She knelt again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me once more. Miss Nina, there is no need for such formality. Please rise." Ling Hao assisted her to her feet. "Why are the people from the Dark Domain persistently pursuing you?" "My existence poses a threat to certain individuals within my family, so they are determined to eliminate me." Nina's expression turned grim. "I understand." Ling Hao nodded slightly. "For the time being, the Dark Domain won't return, so you should be safe in Jianhai City. However, do remain vigilant upon your return. Thank you for your concern." Nina's eyes flashed with determination as she continued. "My grandfather has long wished to clean house, but hesitated out of compassion. However, since they are relentless, he will have no choice." After saying this, she looked at Ling Hao. "Benefactor, may I have your phone number? From now on, just call me Ling Xiao." Ling Hao smiled as he provided her with his number. "Thank you, Ling Xiao." Nina then presented the Heart of the Universe necklace to Ling Hao. Benefactor, please accept this necklace as a token of my gratitude. If you refuse, I shall remain kneeling. Chapter 97. Special Mission. Do not kneel so easily. You are the young lady of the Gate family. With a swift motion, Ling Hao lifted Nina into the air. Let's do it this way. I shall accept this necklace. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. Within my capacity, I will certainly not decline. To him, since this was a gesture of goodwill from her, insisting on payment would seem somewhat rigid. Moreover, he was acutely aware that whether it was 10 billion or 20 billion, it was merely a trifling sum for the Gate family. Thank you, Mr. Ling, Nina exclaimed, her face radiating joy upon realizing that Ling Hao had finally accepted her gift. I should be the one thanking you, such a precious necklace. And you were gifting it to me. Ling Hao responded with a smile. In comparison to the assistance you have provided me, a mere necklace is insignificant. After a slight pause, Nina spoke again with an air of hesitation. Mr. Ling, is this necklace intended as a gift for a girl? Indeed. It is meant as a betrothal gift for my fiancée. Ling Hao replied with a smile. Mr. Ling, you already have a fiancée? A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Nina's eyes. Is she very beautiful? Yes. Ling Hao chuckled. She is indeed quite beautiful. Is that so? Nina inhaled deeply, momentarily taken aback. Then I wish you both the best. Thank you. Ling Hao smiled once more. Well, it seems there is nothing further here. I must take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Mr. Ling, do you have time this evening? May I treat you to a meal? Nina hurriedly inquired. Apologies, but I must return to Dongzhou this evening. Perhaps next time. Ling Hao replied. You are coming from Dongzhou? Nina was slightly taken aback. Yes, my home is in Dongzhou. Ling Hao smiled lightly. You are always welcome to visit. Very well. I shall certainly come when the opportunity arises. Nina nodded vigorously. 5 minutes later, Ling Hao and his companions arrived at the car. Mr. Ling, a woman's voice called out, and soon, Pan Yijie approached briskly. Miss Pan, is there something you need? Ling Hao turned to inquire. Mr. Ling, may I have your phone number? Pan Yijie asked. Contact Shenlu directly for anything. He knows how to reach me. Ling Hao chuckled before bending down to enter the vehicle. Virum. The judge revved the engine and pressed the accelerator. What kind of person are you? Pan Yijie gazed at the receding Land Rover with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. In the brief span of 2 hours, Ling Hao had left her astounded. Not only did he hold a status above Shenlu, but he also possessed remarkable skills, and even his companions were martial arts experts. Such a man exudes an irresistible allure for any woman. Brother, I sense that Nina has a bit of an interest in you. The judge remarked shortly after the car set off. Your observation is somewhat misplaced, my lord, Shenlu interjected. Which woman would not take an interest in Mr. Ling? Did you not see how Pan Yijie nearly leapt into his arms? I believe you both are getting a bit too playful. Our brother is a married man. Liu glared at them. Ha. A married man can still have a few close friends. Shenlu grinned. With a man as exceptional as Mr. Ling. Indeed, you both are getting a bit too cheeky. Ling Hao interrupted. Once we arrive in Dongzhou, I will help you unwind. Ah. The judge shivered, gasping in surprise. Brother. I said nothing. It was Shin Fatty who spoke foolishly. My lord, you. Shenlu shivered as well, casting a bewildered glance at the judge. If you prefer not to unwind, that is acceptable. Ling Hao interrupted Shenlu again. I have a task for you both. What task? They inquired in unison. You have 3 days to plan an extravagant proposal event for me. If it satisfies you, Xin, I shall overlook your previous antics. Ling Hao's lips curled into a smile. Is that all? Shen Li's interest was piqued. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands, and I will ensure the young madam is pleased. Excellent. Ling Hao nodded. I will propose to you, Xin, in 3 days. The next morning, at the Dongzhou branch of the Sihai Group. Nearly 200 employees of supervisory level and above were seated in a large conference room, each with either tea or coffee before them. They had received a call the previous night instructing them to arrive by 6 in the morning for a meeting. It was emphasized that anyone late or unable to attend would be terminated without negotiation. This announcement left most of them sleepless through the night. Many employees on business trips rushed back to Dongzhou, fortunate that they were only in nearby cities. Otherwise, their situation would have been dire. Meanwhile, the majority began to discreetly inquire about what had transpired, as this was the first time such an event had occurred since the company's inception. However, after extensive inquiries, no one gleaned any useful information. Upon arriving at the company that morning, the chairman, Mr. Shen, personally chaired the meeting. Once Shenlu outlined the meeting's theme and requirements, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. They were tasked with planning a sensational proposal event within 3 days. Initially, everyone wore bewildered expressions, thinking they had misheard. When had the Sihai Group become an event planning company? However, as Shenlu elaborated on the seriousness of the matter, they all ceased to underestimate it. Subsequently, the core teams from the top 3 event planning companies in Dongzhou were invited to the meeting room. By noon, after 6 hours of effort, a feasible and executable plan was submitted to Qin Lu. After reviewing the proposal, he nodded with a hint of satisfaction before returning to his office. How did it go? Lu Yu and the judge were conversing over tea on the office sofa. Upon seeing Qin Lu, the judge inquired. All settled. Qin Lu smiled as he handed the proposal to them. Haha, splendid. A few minutes later, the judge looked at Lu Yu with a grin. What do you think? Brother Lu? Indeed, it seems acceptable. Let's go with it. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Let us divide the tasks and ensure the aspects needing coordination with various departments in Dongzhou are executed. Absolutely. Qin Lu smiled as he took a seat. The three then began discussing the proposal. If anyone were to discover that these three high-ranking officials were strenuously brainstorming over a proposal plan, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded.